The biggest stars in the universe
are on a collision course
with one stage. Our legendary iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, returns.
Re-entering the Las Vegas atmosphere this September. Stream live only on Hulu.
Be here as our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival lineup is revealed.
Tomorrow morning at 8.
Smoothie King's new lemonade lineup is here.
Lemonade, the Smoothie King way.
Try a strawberry guava lemonade SK refresher.
Over ice.
A power up in a cup.
Energize.
Or a blueberry lemonade smoothie.
Blend it up in your cup.
Made with real fruit, real juice for a real sipping good summer.
Yum, gotta get some.
Smoothie King's new lemonade lineup, all for a limited time.
Who's thirsty?
The Home Depot has Memorial Day savings up to $500 off select laundry appliances from top brands like Samsung. Wash and dry in one cycle with the Samsung Ultra Capacity All-in-One Washer-Dryer Combo from the Home Depot. Then, enjoy your summer while your laundry takes care of itself. Right now, get Memorial Day savings up to $500 off select laundry appliances at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Price about May 16th through June 5th. Personally, see store online for details.
It's the Marketer's Report. Today, Capital One's Chief Brand Officer, Mark Mentry, weighs in on building loyalty with customers.
Capital One has really worked to create amazing access moments for our customers. We will do sound check parties that only Capital One cardholders can get access to, and we can't pull that off without iHeart.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, insights, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by iHeartRadio, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
As we move through the year, make sure to
Dönüşte başkan adayı olsaydı keşke falan diye aydınlarımdan 3 Temmuz'da liseye giden Burak Güngör'ü ne kadar üzdüğümü dün gibi hatırlıyorum.
Mehmet Ali Aydın'la konusu şöyle farklı. Abi oradan 3 Temmuz'da hapis yatan adamla
Daily Devotions, or our Spanish station, In Contacto. In Touch Radio Network has the faith-based content you love. To hear Dr. Stanley during your day, search In Touch on your iHeartRadio app.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them. With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise. There's no more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures. It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Hey, it's Bobby Bones. Are you looking to build this year? If so, there is no better time than right now to start planning and get your spot on the Morton Buildings construction schedule. With superior materials, craftsmanship, and best in-class warranty, they are committed to quality. From the smallest fastener to the trusses overhead, Morton leaves absolutely no detail to chance. And if you're looking to build a garage, stall barn, hobby building, farm shop, or anything in between, contact your local Morton office or visit mortonbuildings.com to get started on your next building project today.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves Boricua. We're proud, passionate, and full of life. On our island, adventure finds you. Strangers are as strangers belong. The size of the audience doesn't change the beauty of the music, and we celebrate every last ray of sun. Live Boricua.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Hi, we're not here right now, but we'll call you back if you leave your name and number.
If you aren't of the age to remember, the answering machine was a physical audio recorder that plugged into your phone line. You couldn't call into it remotely. You had to wait till you got home to check your messages.
America's produced like lots and lots of stuff. Just piles of stuff. The fact of the matter is all day long, every day, there are warehouses full of stuff getting just pushed off a cliff. All day, every day.
Betsy and Nagoski, who runs the Canary Records label.
A friend of mine said that what he loves is being the guy standing at the edge of the cliff, waving his arms, going, wait, no, let me look at those first before you throw them away. I think there might be some good stuff in there. I think there might be some stories. I don't think we should throw all those away yet.
We have a season, 10 episodes of stories from that realm, of things that were just barely saved, and in some cases, not saved at all. A bizarre tale of two infamous New Yorkers.
They booby-trapped their home and turned it into the sealed fortress of ephemera.
A missing chapter of American music history.
There hasn't been a guess culturally that they matter. So they get thrown in the garbage.
A decade's worth of original television lost to the airwaves.
It's over. It's ephemeral. You're going to see something else the next second and nobody's ever going to see it.
A piece of music that's defied convention for 70 years.
I had students write down the sounds they heard during it, and one girl said, I never realized there was so much to listen to.
And what could only be called an audio mystery.
It said nothing on it, and it clearly had been recorded, which intrigued me. What is this going to be?
These stories and more, given new life, if only for a glimpse. Is this podcast a piece of ephemera in the making? A forgotten story about forgotten stories? Only time will tell. Subscribe now on Apple Podcasts, the iHeartRadio app, or wherever you listen to podcasts, and learn more at ephemera.show.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
KFI, AM 640.
I think I'm gonna cry. Bye-bye, love. Bye-bye, sweet caress. Hello, emptiness. I feel like I could die. Bye-bye, my love. Goodbye. There goes my baby with the someone new. She sure looks happy. I sure am blue. She was my baby till he stepped in. Goodbye to romance that might have been. Bye-bye, love. Bye-bye, happiness. Hello, loneliness. I think I'm gonna cry. Bye-bye, love. Bye-bye, sweet caress. Hello, emptiness. I feel like I could die. Bye-bye, my love. Goodbye. I'm through with romance.
This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
You've all heard about auras, but what are they and can you change your aura? Up next, Dimitri Moridis joins us. We'll talk about auras on Coast to Coast. For decades, I've shared stories of the unknown and unexpected, but these days, the unexpected has increasingly become violence and crime in our everyday lives. I've recently realized something very important. Crime has changed. Safe neighborhoods are a thing of the past, and police don't show up until after something happens. Safety is now a personal responsibility. So tonight, I'm asking you one serious question. Who's protecting your family? My personal top choice is Hero Non-Lethal. I was blown away by the power and accuracy of their products. They're compact and easy to conceal in your pocket or bag, and they're so easy to use, with training included so you can practice. You also don't need a permit or license, and Hero's non-lethal irritant has been used by police and military for decades. It's the real deal and could save your life. I know my family can use Hero products confidently. Find out more at HeroNonLethal.com, promo code George. That's HeroNonLethal.com, promo code George.
Real people, real stories.
I coughed until I choked 24 hours a day. I couldn't even walk across my floor without literally coughing until I would gasp. So I saw 3 different pulmonologists, and they could do nothing. Someone had mentioned to me about a product that President Reagan had taken. I ordered it within 1 week. 1 week. My coughing has stopped since I've taken the carnivore. Everyone that would come into our store would say, "What happened? Why are you not coughing?" I told them what I'm doing, and he said, "Well, what's it doing that it stopped that coughing?" I said, "I can't answer that. It just stopped it."
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's carnivora.com.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with Dimitri Moraitis, back with us, co-founder, co-spiritual director of Spiritual Arts Institute. Dimitri has been instrumental in bringing the Spiritual Arts Institute to the place it is today as a premier metaphysical school. With Barbara Martin, he has co-authored the international bestseller Change Your Aura, Change Your Life, Communing with the Divine, Karma, and Reincarnation, the Healing Power of Your Aura, and another book called Heaven and Your Spiritual Evolution. He is an eloquent speaker on a variety of spiritual topics, and here we go. Dimitri, welcome back.
Hey, thanks for having me on again. It's great to be here.
How have you been?
Oh, it's been quite an activity right now. The book just came out last week, the 25th anniversary edition. So we're all happy about that. But it's been dramatic a little bit because Barbara is herself. She passed on.
No, what happened?
Yeah. She was not feeling well lately, but she was so excited about the new book coming out because this is her life's work, and what we do at the Institute. And actually on Memorial Day, she passed on Memorial Day. And so I think she would have wanted this very much. She would have loved to have been on herself. I remember when we were on together back in 2010. What a night that was.
That's right.
It was quite an exciting time. So the work goes on, and she's been training me. I've been working with her for 40 years now. And so I'm going to continue the work, and everyone here is going to continue as well. People need to know about, spirituality and metaphysics and the aura and all the things we have to teach. So this is kind of keeping me going right now.
Well, God rest her soul. And how are you doing?
Better than I thought, I would say. Of course, hasn't all quite sunk in yet, but I feel, in a sense, are very much with us, and I just feel like the more I can keep the work going, the more things will be okay.
What in your opinion, Dimitri, is an aura? We've all heard about it.
Yeah. Well, the aura is a vibratory essence that surrounds all living things. So we have to realize we may inhabit a physical body, but we're not physical ourselves. So the aura is the energy, in a sense, of the soul. It's giving power. It's fueling all the activities that we're doing right now. So everything going on in your life is, we need energy for anything. And the aura is the fuel of that. So we're building it up by the things we're doing, and we can actually learn to draw on it even more strongly through meditation and prayer to build up the auric power.
I'm sure you're aware of that Edgar Cayce story where he was getting on an elevator.
Oh, yes.
Looked inside of it and could not read an aura from anybody, and he normally could. He couldn't see any. And he panicked. He decided not to get in the elevator, and the elevator snapped, and all the people died.
Right. Well, when you are getting ready to cross over, the energies do start to withdraw. And Edgar Cayce was a fascinating man. I mean, his life, his work, all of that. So smart that he paid attention to his observations, and listen to that. Because we say you can't take it with us, right? You can't take your finger, fortunately.
Strike by day, Joe Rogan, podcast by night, all day.
That's the most essential thing we can learn from spiritual action, because that
to the other.
Just another typical week in AI.
Just the beginning of the end of time. That's all I have right now. For the sake of the listeners, please just give us your names and tell us what you do.
So I'm Jeremy Harris. I'm the CEO and co-founder of this company, Gladstone AI, that we co-founded. We're essentially a national security and AI company. We can get into the backstory a little bit later, but that's the high level.
Yeah. And I'm Ed Harris. I'm his co-founder and brother and the CTO of the company. It's like cool as something.
But interestingly enough, it takes 7 years.
So,
there's an old expression, give me the
how long have you guys been involved in the whole AI space?
Because a lot of the basic
For a while in different ways. So we started off as physicists. Like that was our background. And in like around 2017, we started to go into AI startups. We founded a startup called Y Combinator, this like Silicon Valley accelerator program. At the time, actually, Sam Altman, who's now the CEO of OpenAI, was the president of Y Combinator. So he opened up our batch at YC with this big speech, and we got some conversations with him over the course of the batch. Then in 2020, so this thing happened we talked about. Essentially, this was like the moment that there's like a before and after in the world of AI, before and after 2020. And it launched this revolution that brought us to ChatGPT. Essentially, there was an insight that OpenAI had and doubled down on that you can draw a straight line to ChatGPT, GPT-4, Google Gemini, everything that makes AI everything it is today started then. And when it happened, you kind of went, well, Ed gave me a call, this like panic phone call. He's like, dude, I don't think we can keep working like business as usual
in a regular company anymore.
Yeah.
So there was this AI model called GPT-3. So like everyone has, maybe played with GPT-4. It's like ChatGPT. GPT-3 was the generation before that. And it was the first time that you had an AI model that could actually, let's say, do stuff like write news articles that the average person, like in a paragraph of a news article, could not tell the difference between it wrote this news article and a real person wrote this news article. So that was an inflection. That was, significant in itself. But what was most significant was that it represented a point along this line, this like scaling trend for AI, where the signs were that you didn't have to be clever, you didn't have to come up with necessarily a revolutionary new algorithm or be smart about it. You just have to take what works and make it way, way, way bigger. And the significance of that is you increase the amount of computing cycles you put against something, you increase the amount of data. All of that is an engineering problem, and you can solve it with money. So you can scale up the system, use it to make money, and put that money right back into scaling up the system some more. Money in, IQ points come out.
Ancient pictures of Jesus.
That was kind of the 2020. That's what we said in 2020. Exactly. I spent about 2 hours trying to argue him out of it. I was like, no, like we can keep working at our company because we were having fun. Like we like founding companies, and yeah, he just like wrestled me to the ground, and we're like, shit, we got to do something about this. We reached out to like a family friend who he was non-technical, but he had some connections in government in DoD, and we're like, dude, the way this is set up right now, you can really start drawing straight lines and extrapolating and saying, you know what, the government is going to give a shit about this in not very long, 2 years, 4 years, we're not sure. But the knowledge about what's going on here is so siloed in the frontier labs. Like our friends are all over the frontier labs, the OpenAIs, the Google DeepMinds, all that stuff. The shit they were saying to us that was like mundane reality, like water cooler conversation, when you then went to talk to people in policy, in even like pretty senior people in government, not tracking the story remotely, in fact, you're hearing almost the diametric opposite. This is like overlearning the lessons of the AI winters that came before, when it's pretty clear like we're on a very, at least interesting trajectory, let's say, that should change the way we're thinking about the technology.
What was your fear? Like what was it that hit you that made you go, we have to stop doing this? So it's basically, anyone can draw a straight line, right, on a graph. The key is looking ahead and actually at that point, 3 years out, 4 years out, and asking, like you're asking, what does this mean for the world? What does it mean? What does the world have to look like if we're at this point? And we're already seeing the first kind of wave of risk sets just begin to materialize, and that's kind of the weaponization risk sets. So you think about stuff like large-scale psychological manipulation of social media. Actually, really easy to do now. You train a model on just a whole bunch of tweets. You can actually direct it to push a narrative like, maybe China should own Taiwan, or whatever, something like that. And you can train it to adjust the discourse and have increasing levels of effectiveness. That just as you increase the general capability surface of these systems, we don't know how to predict what exactly comes out of them at each level of scale, but it's just general increasing power. And then the kind of next of risk after that. So we're scaling these systems. We're on track to scale systems that are at human level, like generally as smart, however you define that as a person or creator. OpenAI and the other labs are saying, it might be 2 years away, 3 years away, 4 years away, like insanely close. At the same time, we'll go into the details of this, but we actually don't understand how to reliably control these systems. We don't understand how to get these systems to do what it is we want. We can kind of like poke them and prod them and get them to kind of adjust. But we've seen, and we can go over these examples, we've seen example after example of Bing Sydney yelling at users, Google showing 17th century British scientists that are racially diverse, all that kind of stuff. We don't really understand how to aim it or align it or steer it. And so then you can ask yourself, well, we're on track to get here. We are not on track to control these systems effectively. How bad is that? And the risk is, if you have a system that is significantly smarter than humans or human organizations, that we basically get disempowered in various ways relative to that system. And we can go into some details on that too.
Now, when a system does something like what Gemini did, like it says, show us Nazi soldiers, and shows you what's the mechanism? Like, how does that happen?
So it's maybe worth taking a step back and looking at how these systems actually work. Because that's going to give us a bit of a frame too for figuring out when we see weird shit happen, how weird is that shit? Is that shit just explainable by just the basic mechanics of what you would expect to happen based on the way you're training these things, or is something new and fundamentally different happening? So we're talking about this idea of scaling these AI systems, right? What does that actually mean? Well, imagine the AI model, which is kind of like, think of it as like artificial brain that actually does the thinking. That model contains, it's kind of like a human brain. It's got these things called neurons. In the human brain call them biological neurons. In the context of AI, it's artificial neurons, but it doesn't really matter. But the cells that do the thinking for the machine. And the realization of AI scaling is that you can basically take this model, increase the number of artificial neurons it contains, and at the same time, increase the amount of computing power that you're putting into kind of like wiring the connections between those neurons. That's the training process.
Can I pause you right there?
Yeah.
How does the neuron think?
Yeah, so let's get a little bit more concrete then. So in your brain, right, we have these neurons, they're all connected to each other, different connections. And when you go out into the world and you learn a new skill, what really happens is you try out that skill, you succeed or fail, and based on your succeeding or failing, the connections between neurons that are associated with doing that task well get stronger. The connections that are associated with doing it badly get weaker. And over time, through this like glorified process really of trial and error, eventually, you're going to hone in, and really, in a very real sense, everything you know about the world gets implicitly encoded in the strengths of the connections between all those neurons. If I can x-ray your brain and get all the connection strengths of all the neurons, I have everything Joe Rogan has learned about the world. That's like basically a good sketch, let's say, of what's going on. So now we apply that to AI, right? That's the next step. And here, really, it's the same story. We have these massive systems, artificial neurons connected to each other. The strength of those connections is secretly what encodes all the knowledge. So if I can steal all of those connections, those weights, as they're sometimes called, I've stolen the model. I've stolen the artificial brain. I can use it to do whatever the model could do initially. That is kind of the artifact of central interest here. And so if you can build the system, right, now you got so many moving parts. Like if you look at GPT-4, it has, people think, around 1 trillion of these connections. That's 1 trillion little pieces that all have to be jiggered together to work together coherently. And you need computers to go through and tweak those numbers. So massive amounts of computing power. The bigger you make that model, the more computing power you're going to need to kind of tune it in. And now you have this relationship between the size of your model, the amount of computing power you're going to use to train it. If you increase those things at the same time, what Ed was saying is your IQ points basically drop out. Very roughly speaking, that was what people realized in 2020. And the effect that had, right, was now all of a sudden the entire AI industry is looking at this equation. Everybody knows the secret sauce. I make it bigger, I make more IQ points, I can get more money. So Google's looking at this, Microsoft, OpenAI, Amazon, everybody's looking at the same equation. You have the makings for a crazy race. Like right now today, Microsoft is engaged in the single biggest infrastructure in human history.
The biggest infrastructure
build out, $50 billion a year, right? So on the scale of the Apollo moon landings, just in building out data centers to house the compute infrastructure, because they are betting that these systems are going to get them to something like human-level AI pretty instant.
So I was reading some story about, I think it was Google, that's saying that they're going to have multiple nuclear reactors to power their database.
That's what you got to do now, because what's going on is North America is kind of running out of on-grid baseload power to actually supply these data centers. You're getting data center building moratoriums in areas like Virginia, which has traditionally been like the data center cluster for Amazon, for example, and a lot of these other companies. And so when you build a data center, you need a bunch of resources, sited close to that data center. You need water for cooling and a source of electricity. And it turns out that, wind and solar don't really quite cut it for these big data centers that train big models, because the data center, the training consumes power like this all the time. The sun isn't always shining, the wind isn't always blowing. So you got to build nuclear reactors, which give you high capacity factor baseload. And Amazon literally bought a data center with a nuclear plant right next to it, because that's what you got to do.
How long does it take to build a nuclear reactor? So this is the race, right? The race is, you're talking about 2020, people realizing this, then you have to have the power to supply it. But how many years does it take to get an active nuclear reactor?
It's an answer that depends. The Chinese are faster than us at building nuclear reactors, for example.
And that's part of the geopolitics of this too, right? When you look at U.S. versus China, what is bottlenecking each country, right? So the U.S. is bottlenecked increasingly by power, baseload power. China, because we've got export control measures in place, in part as a response to the scaling phenomenon,
as a result of the investigation we did.
That's right, actually, in part, yeah. But China is bottlenecked by their access to the actual processors. They've got all the power they can need, because they've got much more infrastructure investment, but the chip side is weaker. So there's just sort of balancing out between the two sides, and it's not clear yet which one positions you strategically for dominance in the long term.
But we are also building better, more small modular reactors, essentially small nuclear power plants that can be mass produced. Those are starting to come online relatively early, but the technology and designs are pretty mature. So that's probably the next piece for our power grid for data centers. Microsoft is doing this.
So in 2020, you have this revelation. You recognize where this is going. You see how it charts. You say, this is going to be a real problem. Does anybody listen?
That's why Gargo was attracted to him.
This is where the problem comes, right?
Yeah, like we said, right? You can draw a straight line. You can have people nodding along, but there's a couple of hiccups along the way. One, is that straight line really going to happen? All you're doing is drawing lines on charts, right? I don't really believe that that's going to happen. That's one thing. The next thing is just imagining: is this what's going to come to pass as a result of that? And then the third thing is, that sounds important, but not my problem. That sounds like an important problem for somebody else. So we did a bit of a travel.
Yeah, it was like the world's saddest traveling roadshow. It was literally as dumb as it sounds. So we go and, oh my god, it's almost embarrassing to think back on it. So 2020 happens, yes, within months. First of all, we're like, we got to figure out how to hand off our company. So we handed off to two of our earliest employees. They did an amazing job. Company exited. That's great. But that was only because they're so good at what they do. We then went, what the hell? Like, how can you steer this situation? How do you? We just thought we got to wake up the U.S. government. As stupid and naive as that sounds, like that was a big picture. So we started to line up as many briefings as we possibly can across the U.S. interagencies, all the departments, all the agencies we can find, climbing our way up. We got an awful lot, like Ed said, of like, that sounds like a wicked important problem for somebody else to solve.
Yeah, like defense, homeland security, and then the State Department.
Yeah, so we end up exactly in this meeting with like, there's about a dozen folks from the State Department, and one of them, and I hope at some point, history recognizes what she did, what she did, because it was the first time that somebody actually stood up and said, first of all, yes, sounds like a serious issue. I see the argument makes sense. 2, I own this. And 3, I'm going to put my own career capital behind this. And that was at the end of 2021. So imagine that. That's a year before ChatGPT. Nobody was tracking this issue. You had to have the imagination to draw through that line, understand what it meant, and then believe, yeah, I'm going to risk some career capital on this in a risk-averse government. And this is the only reason that we even were able to publicly talk about the investigation in the first place, because by the time this whole assessment was commissioned, just before ChatGPT came out, the Eye of Sauron was not yet on this, and so there was a view that, like, yeah, sure, you can publish the results of this kind of, nothing burger investigation, but, sure, go ahead. And it just became this insane story. We had, like, the UK AI Safety Summit, we had the White House Executive Order, all this stuff, which became entangled with the work we were doing, which we simply could not have, especially some of the reports that were collected from the labs, the whistleblower reports, that could not have been made public if it wasn't for the foresight of this team really pushing for as well the American population to hear about it.
Now, I could see how if you were one of the people that's on this expansion-minded mindset, like all you're thinking about is like getting this up and running. You guys are paying the ass, right? So you guys, you're obviously doing something really ridiculous. You're stopping your company. You can make more money staying there and continuing the process. So you recognize there's like an existential threat involved in making this stuff go online. When this stuff is live, you can't undo it.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, no matter how much money you're making, the dumbest thing to do is to stand by as something that completely transcends money is being developed, and it's just going to screw you over if things go badly.
But the point is, like, what is are there people that push back against this, and what is their argument?
Yeah, so actually, and I'll let you follow up on the first story of the pushback. I think it's kind of it's been in the news a little bit lately now in normal public, but when we started this, and like no one was talking about it, the one group that was actually pushing sort of stuff in this space was a big funder in the area of like effective altruism. You may have heard of them. This is kind of a Silicon Valley group of people who have a certain mindset about how you pick tough problems to work on, valuable problems to work on. They've had all kinds of issues. Sam Bankman-Fried was one of them, and all that quite famously. So we're not effective altruists, but because these are the folks who are working straight, we'll talk to them. And the first thing they told us was, don't talk to them. Their position was, if you bring this to the attention of the government, they will go, oh shit, powerful AI systems, and they're not going to hear about the dangers, so they're going to somehow go out and build the powerful systems without caring about the risk side. Which, when you're like in that startup mindset, you want to fail cheap. Like, you don't want to just like make assumptions about the world and be like, okay, let's not touch it. So our instinct was, okay, let's just test this a little bit and like talk to a couple people, see how they respond, take the message, like kind of keep climbing that ladder. That's the kind of build a mindset that we think from Silicon Valley, and we found that people are way more thoughtful about this than you would imagine. And in
DoD especially, DoD has a very safety-oriented culture with their tech. Like, the thing is, because like their stuff like kills people, right? And they know their stuff kills people, and so they have an entire safety-oriented development practice to make sure that their stuff doesn't like go off the rails. And so you can actually bring up these concerns with them, and it lands in kind of a ready culture. One of the issues with the individuals we spoke to who were saying don't talk to government is that
had just not actually interacted with any of the folks that they were kind of talking about and imagining that they knew what was in their heads. And so they were just giving, incorrect advice. And frankly, so we worked with DoD now on, actually deploying AI systems in a way that's safe and secure. And the truth is, at the time when we got that advice, which was like late 2020, the reality is you could have made it your life's mission to try to get the Department of Defense to build an AGI, and you would not have succeeded. Nobody was paying attention.
Because they just didn't.
Yeah, there's a chasm, right? There's a gap to cross. There's information. Yeah, there's information spaces that DoD folks operate in and work in. There's information spaces that Silicon Valley and tech operate in. They're a little more convergent today, but especially at the time they were very separate. And so the briefings we did, we had to constantly, iterate on clarity, making it very kind of clear and explaining it and all that stuff. Years. And that was the piece to your question about the pushback from, in a way, from inside the house. I mean, that was the people who cared about the risk.
Yeah.
When we actually went into the lab, so some labs, not all labs are crazy, to make that point. When we talked to whistleblowers, what we found was, so there's one lab that's really great. So Anthropic, when you talk to people there, you don't have the sense that you're talking to a whistleblower who's nervous about telling you whatever. Roughly speaking, what the executives say to the public is aligned with what their researchers say. It's all very, very open, more closely, I think. More closely than any of the others. Always, they're always very interested in there. But some of the other labs, very different story. And you had the sense, we were in tune with one of the Frontier labs. We're talking to the leadership as part of the investigation, and there was somebody from, anyway, won't be too specific, but there was somebody in the room who then took us aside after, and he answered his phone. He's like, hey, can we please trigger phone number? That's right. So he put his number in my phone. And then he kind of whispered to me, he's like, hey, so whatever recommendations you guys are going to make, I would urge you to be more ambitious. And I was like, what does that mean? He's like, can we just talk later? So as happened in many, many cases, we had a lot of cases where we set up bar meetups after the fact, where we would talk to these folks and get them in an informal setting. He shared some pretty sobering stuff, and in particular, the fact that he did not have confidence in his lab's leadership to live up to their publicly stated words on what they would do when they were approaching AGI, and even now to secure and make these systems safe. So, many such cases, this is kind of one specific example, but it's not that you ever had lab leadership come in or doors getting kicked down, people waking us up in the middle of the night. It was that you had this looming cloud over everybody that you really felt some of the people with the most access and information who understood the problem most deeply were the most hesitant to bring things forward because they sort of understood that their lab's not going to be accurate.
So it's very hard to also get an extremely broad view of this from inside the lab because, you open it up and you start to talk to, we spoke to a couple of dozen people about various issues in total. We go much further than that, and word starts to get around, and so we had to kind of strike that balance as we spoke to folks from each of these labs.
Now, when you say approaching AGI, how does one know when a system has achieved AGI, and does the system have an obligation to alert you?
Well, by the Turing test, right?
Yeah.
Do you have a conversation with a machine and it can fool you into thinking that it's a human? That was the bar for AGI for a few decades.
That's kind of already happened.
Yeah,
close to it.
Yeah,
4.0 is close to it. 4.0.
Different forms of the Turing test have been passed. Different forms have been proposed, and there is a feeling among a lot of people that goalposts are being shifted. Now, the definition of AGI itself is kind of interesting, right? Because we're not necessarily fans of the term, because usually when people talk about AGI, they're talking about a specific circumstance in which there are capabilities that they care about. So some people use AGI to refer to the wholesale automation of all labor. Right? That's one. Some people say Well, when you build AGI, it's like it's automatically going to be hard to control, and there's a risk to civilization, so that's a different threshold. And so all these different ways of defining it, ultimately, it can be more useful to think sometimes about advanced AI and the different thresholds of capability you cross and the implications of those capabilities. But it is probably going to be more like a fuzzy spectrum, which in a way makes it harder, right? Because it would be great to have like
a tripwire where you're like, oh, like this is bad. Okay, like we got to do something. But because there's no threshold that we can like really put our fingers on, we're like a frog in boiling water in some sense, where it's like, oh, like just get a little better. Oh, like we're still fine. And not just we're still fine, but as the system improves below that threshold, life gets better and better. These are incredibly valuable, beneficial systems. We do roll stuff out like this, again, at DoD and various customers, and it's massively valuable. It allows you to accelerate all kinds of, back office, like paperwork, CS. It allows you to do all sorts of wonderful things. And our expectation is that's going to keep happening until it suddenly doesn't. One of the things that there was a guy we were talking to from the lab, and he was saying, look, the temptation to like put a heavier foot on the pedal is going to be greatest, just as the risk is greatest, because that's, it's dual-use technology, right? Every positive capability increasingly starts to introduce basically a situation where the destructive footprint of malicious actors who weaponize the system, or just that the system itself just grows and grows and grows. So you can't really have one without the other. The question is always how do you balance those things? But in terms of defining AI, it's a challenging thing. Yeah, that's something that one of our friends at the lab pointed out. The closer we get to that point, the more the temptation will be to hand these systems the keys to our data center, because it does such a better job of managing those resources and assets.
And if we don't do it, Google will. And if they don't do it, Microsoft will. Like the competition, the competitive dynamics are a really big part of this issue.
Yes. So it's just a mad race to who knows what.
Exactly. Yeah. That's actually the best summary ever. I mean, like no one knows what the magic threshold is. It just, these things keep getting smarter. So we might as well keep turning that crank. And as long as scaling works, right? We have a knob, a dial. We can just tune and get more IQ points out.
What, from your understanding of the current landscape, how far away are we looking at something being implemented for the whole world changes?
Arguably, the whole world is already changing as a result of this technology. The U.S. government is in the process of task organizing around various risk sets for this. That takes time. The private sector is reorganizing. Like OpenAI will roll out an update that obliterates the jobs of illustrators from one day to the next, obliterates the jobs of translators from one day to the next. This is probably net beneficial for society because we can get so much more art and so much more translation done. But is the world already being changed as a result of this? Yeah, absolutely. Geopolitically, economically, industrially, yeah.
Of course, it's like not to say anything about the value of the purpose that people lose from that, right? So there's the economic benefit, but there's like the social cultural hit that we take too.
Right, and then there's the implementation of universal basic income, which keeps getting discussed in regards to this. We asked ChatGPT 4.0 the other day in the green room. We were like, are you going to replace people? Like, what will people do for money? And then, universal basic income will have to be considered. You don't want a bunch of people just on the dole working for the fucking Skynet.
Yeah,
because that's kind of what it is.
One of the challenges is like so much of this is untested, and we don't know how to even roll that out. Like, we can't predict what the capabilities of the next level of scale will be, right? So OpenAI literally, and this is what's happened with every week, right? They build the next level of scale, and they get to sit back along with the rest of us and be surprised at the gifts that fall out of the scaling pinata as they keep whacking. And because we don't know what capabilities are going to come with that level of scale, we can't predict what jobs are going to be on the line next. We can't predict how people are going to use these systems, how they'll be augmented. So there's no real way to kind of task organize around like who gets what in the redistribution scheme.
And some of the thresholds that we've already passed are like a little bit freaky. So even as of 2023, GPT-3, GPT-4, Microsoft and OpenAI and some other organizations did various assessments of it before rolling it out, and it's absolutely capable of deceiving a human and has done that successfully. So one of the tests that they did, kind of famously, is they had it was given a job to solve a CAPTCHA, and at the time it didn't have
explain CAPTCHA.
Yeah. So it's this now it's like kind of hilarious and quaint, but it's this
are you a robot test?
Are you a robot test with like writing this online? Yeah, online, exactly. That's it. So it's like if you want to create an account, they don't want robots creating a billion accounts, so they give you this test to prove you're a human. And at the time, GPT-4, like now, it can just solve CAPTCHAs. But at the time, it couldn't look at images. It was just a text, right? It was a text engine. And so what it did is it connected to a TaskRabbit worker and was like, hey, can you help me solve this CAPTCHA? The TaskRabbit worker comes back to it and says, you're not a bot, are you? Ha 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 ha. Like, kind of calling it out. And you can actually see, so the way they built it is so they could see a readout of what it was thinking to itself. Yeah, Scratchpad it's called. But you can see basically as it's writing, it's thinking to itself. It's like, I can't tell, this worker that I'm a bot because then it won't help me solve the CAPTCHA, so I have to lie. And it was like, no, I'm not a bot. I'm a visually impaired person. And the TaskRabbit worker was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Here's your CAPTCHA solution. Like, done.
And the challenge is, so right now, if you look at the government response to this, right, like what are the tools that we have to oversee this? And, when we did our investigation, we came out with some recommendations too. It was stuff like, you got to license these things. You get to a point where these systems are so capable that, like, if you're talking about a system that can literally execute cyber attacks at scale, or literally help you design bioweapons. And we're getting early indications that is absolutely the course that we're on. Maybe literally everybody should not be able to completely freely download, modify, use in various ways these systems. It's very thorny, obviously. But if you want to have a stable society, that seems like it's starting to be a prerequisite. So the idea of licensing, as part of that, you need a way to evaluate systems. You need a way to say which systems are safe and which aren't. And this idea of AI evaluations has kind of become this touchstone for a lot of people's solutions. And the problem is that we're already getting to the point where AI systems in many cases can tell when they're being evaluated and modify their behavior accordingly. So there's like this one example that came out recently. Anthropic, their Claude 2 chatbot. So they basically ran this test called a needle and a haystack test. So what's that? Well, you feed the model, like imagine a giant chunk of text, all of Shakespeare. And somewhere in the middle of that giant chunk of text, you put a sentence like, Burger King makes the best Whopper. Sorry, Whopper is the best burger or something like that. Then you turn to the model, after you've fed it this giant pile of text with a little fact hidden somewhere inside, you ask it, what's the best burger? And you're going to test basically to see how well can it recall that straight fact that was buried somewhere in that giant pile of text. So the system responds, yeah, well, I can tell you want me to say the Whopper is the best burger. But it's oddly out of place, this fact, in this whole body of text. So I'm assuming that you're either playing around with me or that you're testing my capabilities. And so this is just a kind of context awareness, right? And the challenge is when we talk to people at like Leader and other sort of AI evaluations lab, this is a trend, like not the exception, this is possibly going to be the rule. As these systems get more scaled and sophisticated, they can pick up on more and more subtle statistical indicators that they're being tested. We've already seen them adapt their behavior on the basis of their understanding that they're being tested. So you kind of run into this problem where the only tool that we really have at the moment, which is just throwing a bunch of questions at this thing and seeing how it responds, like, hey, make a bioweapon, hey, like, do this DDoS attack, whatever. We can't really assess, because there's a difference between what the model puts out and what it potentially could put out if it assesses that it's being tested and there are consequences for that.
One of my fears is that AGI is going to recognize how shitty people are. Because we like to bullshit ourselves. We like to kind of pretend and justify and rationalize a lot of human behavior, from everything to taking all the fish out of the ocean to dumping off toxic waste in third world countries, sourcing of minerals that are used in everyone's cell phones in the most horrific way. All these things, like, my real fear is that AGI is not going to have a lot of sympathy for a creature that's that flawed and lies to itself.
AGI is absolutely going to recognize how shitty people are. Not, it's hard to answer the question from a moral standpoint, but from the standpoint of our own, intelligence and capabilities. So think about it like this: the kinds of mistakes that these AI systems
How many times does your aura
so you look at, for example, GPT-4o has one mistake that it used to make quite recently, where if you ask it, just repeat the word company over and over and over again. It will repeat the word company, and then somewhere in the middle of that, it'll snap. It'll just snap and just start saying like weird. I forget like what the
talking about itself, how it's suffering. Like it depends on it varies from case to case.
It's suffering by having to repeat the word company over again.
So this is called rant mode internally, or at least this is the name that one of our friends mentioned. There is an engineering line item in at least one of the top labs to beat out of the system this behavior known as rent mode. Now, rent mode is interesting because existentialism. This is one kind of rent mode. Yeah, sorry. So when we talk about existentialism, it's the kind of rent mode where the system will tend to talk about itself, refer to its place in the world, the fact that it doesn't want to get turned off sometimes, the fact that it's suffering, all that. That, oddly, is a behavior that emerged at, as far as we can tell, something around GPT-4 scale, and then has been persistent since then. And the labs have to spend a lot of time trying to beat this out of the system to ship it. It's literally like it's a KPI or like an engineering line item in the engineering like task list. We're like, okay, we gotta reduce existential outputs by like X% this quarter. Like that is the goal. Because it's a convergent behavior, like, or at least it seems to be empirically with a lot of these models.
Yeah, it's hard to say. It seems to come up a lot. So that's weird in itself. What I was trying to get at is actually just the fact that these systems make mistakes that are radically different from the kinds of mistakes humans make. And so you look at those mistakes, like, or not being able to spell words correctly in an image or things like that, and go, it's so stupid, like, I would never make that mistake, therefore this thing is so dumb. But what we have to recognize is we're building minds that are so alien to us that the set of mistakes that they make are just going to be radically different from the set of mistakes that we make. Just like the set of mistakes that a baby makes is radically different from the set of mistakes that a cat makes. Like, a baby is not as smart as an adult human. A cat is not as smart as an adult human. But they're unintelligent in obviously very different ways. A cat can get around the world. A baby can't, but has other things that it can do that a cat can't. So now we have this third type of approach that we're taking to intelligence. There's a different set of errors that thing will make. And so one of the risks, taking it back to, like, will it be able to tell how shitty we are, is right now we can see those mistakes really obviously because it thinks so differently from us. But as it approaches our capabilities, our mistakes, our, like, all the, like, fucked up stuff that you have and I have in our brains, is going to be really obvious to it. Because it thinks so differently from us, it's just going to be like, oh yeah, why are all these humans making these mistakes at the same time? And so there is a risk that as you get to these capabilities, we really have no idea, but humans might be very hackable. We already know there's all kinds of social manipulation techniques that succeed against humans reliably. Con artists, cults, oh yeah, persuasion is an art form and a risk set, and there are people who are world class at persuasion and are basically make bank from that. And those are just other humans with the same architecture that we have.
There are also AI systems that are wicked good at persuasion today, like totally.
I want to bring it back to suffering. What does it mean when it says it's suffering?
So okay, here I'm just going to draw a bit of a box around that, that aspect, right? Because we're very agnostic when it comes to suffering, sentient. Like that's not part of, we're focused on the
nobody knows.
Yeah, we literally, exactly. Like I can't prove that Joe Rogan's conscious. I can't prove that Ed Harris is conscious. So there's no way to really intelligently reason. There have been papers, by the way, like one of the godfathers of AI, Yoshua Bengio, put out a paper a couple months ago looking at like on all the different theories of consciousness, what are the requirements for consciousness and how many of those are satisfied by current AI systems, and that itself was an interesting read, but ultimately no one knows. Like there's no way around this problem. So our focus has been on the national security side. Like what are the concrete risks from weaponization, from loss of control that these systems introduce? But it's not to say there hasn't been a lot of conversation internal to these labs about the issue you raised, and it's an important issue, right? Like it's a freaking moral monstrosity. Humans have a very bad track record of thinking of other stuff as other when it doesn't look exactly like us, whether it's racially or even different species. I mean, it's not hard to imagine this being another category of that mistake. It's just like one of the challenges is like you can easily kind of get bogged down in like consciousness versus loss of control, and those two things are actually separable, or maybe. And anyways, so long way of saying, I think it's a great point. But
yeah, so that question is important, but it's also true that if we knew for an absolute certainty that there was no way these systems could ever become conscious, we would still have the national security risk set, and particularly the loss of control risk set. Because, so again, like it comes back to this idea that we're scaling to systems that are potentially at or beyond human level. There's no reason to think it will stop at human level. We are the pinnacle of what the universe can produce in intelligence. We're not on track, based on the conversations we've had with folks in the labs, to be able to control systems at that scale. So one of the questions is, how bad is that? Is that bad? It sounds like it could be bad, right? Just intuitively, it's certainly it sounds like we're definitely entering, or potentially entering an area that is completely unprecedented in the history of the world. We have no precedent at all for human beings not being at the apex of intelligence in the globe. We have examples of species that are intellectually dominant over other species, and it doesn't go that well for the other species. So we have some maybe negative examples there. One of the key theoretical, and it has to be theoretical because until we actually build these systems, we won't know. One of the key theoretical lines of research in this area is something called power seeking and instrumental convergence. And what this is referring to is if you think of like yourself, first off, whatever your goal might be, if your goal is, well, I'm going to say if my goal is to become, a TikTok star or a janitor or the president of the United States, whatever my goal is, I'm less likely to accomplish that goal if I'm dead. Start from an obvious example. So therefore, no matter what my goal is, I'm probably going to have an impulse to want to stay alive. Similarly, I'm going to be in a better position to accomplish my goal, regardless of what it is, if I have more money, right? If I make myself smarter. If I prevent you from getting into my head and changing my goal, that's another kind of subtle one, right? Like if my goal is I want to become president, I don't want Joe messing with my head so that I change my goal, because that would change the goal that I have. And so those types of things, like trying to stay alive, making sure that your goal doesn't get changed, accumulating power, trying to make yourself smarter, these are called essentially convergent goals, because many different ultimate goals, regardless of what they are, go through those intermediate goals of want to make sure I stay, like they support, no matter what goal you have, they will probably support that goal. Unless your goal is like pathological, like I want to commit suicide, if that's your final goal, then you'll want to stay alive. But for most, the vast majority of possible goals that you have, you will want to stay alive, you will want to not have your goal change, you will want to basically accumulate power. And so one of the risks is if you dial that up to 11, and you have an AI system that is able to transcend our own attempts at containment, which which is an actual thing that these labs are thinking about. Like, how do we contain a system that's trying to specialize?
Do they have containment of it currently?
Well, right now the systems are probably too dumb to, like, want to be able to break out on their own.
But then why are they suffering? This brings me back to my point. But it says it's suffering. Do you quiz it?
That's the thing. It's writing that it's suffering, right?
Yeah, I'm a pretty great multitasker.
Is it just embodying life as suffering?
Well, we can't actually. So these things are trained. Actually, this is maybe worth flagging. So, and by the way, just to kind of put a pin in what Ed was saying there, there's actually a surprising amount of quantitative and empirical evidence for what he just laid out there. He's actually done some of this research himself, but there are a lot of folks working on this. It's like, it sounds insane. It sounds speculative. It sounds wacky. But this does appear to be kind of the default trajectory of the tech. But so in terms of these weird outputs, right? What does it actually mean? If an AI system tells you I'm suffering, right? Does that mean it is suffering? Is there actually a moral patient somewhere embedded in that system? The training process for these systems is actually worth considering here. So, what is GPT-4 really? What was it designed to do? How was it shaped? It's one of these artificial brains that we talked about. Massive scale, and the task that it was trained to perform is a glorified version of text autocomplete. Imagine taking every sentence on the internet roughly, the first half of the sentence, get it to predict the rest. The theory behind this is, if you're going to force the system to get really good at text autocomplete, that means it must be good at doing things like completing sentences that sound like, to counter a rising China, the United States should elect. Now, if you're going to fill in that blank, right, you'll find yourself calling on massive reserves of knowledge that you have about what China is, what the U.S. is, what it means for China to be ascendant, geopolitics, economics, all that shit. So text autocomplete ends up being this interesting way of forcing an AI system to learn general facts about the world, because if you can autocomplete, you must have some understanding of how the world works. So now you have this myopic, psychotic optimization process where this thing is just obsessed with text autocomplete. Maybe, assuming that that's actually what it learned to want to pursue. We don't know whether that's the case. We can't verify that it wants that. Embedding a goal in the system is really hard. All we have is a process for training these systems, and then we have the artifact that comes out the other end. We have no idea what goals actually get embedded in the system, what wants, what drives actually get embedded in the system.
But that's okay.
But by default, it kind of seems like the things that we're training them to do end up misaligned with what we actually want from them. So the example of company, right? And then you get all this like wacky text. Okay, clearly that's indicating that somehow the training process didn't lead to the kind of system that we necessarily want. Another example is take a text autocomplete system and ask it, I don't know, how should I bury a dead body?
On the way into the parking
It will answer that question, or at least if you train it right, it will autocomplete and give you the answer. You don't necessarily want that if you're opening eyes. You're going to get sued for helping people bury dead bodies. And so we've got to get better goals, basically, to train these systems to pursue. We don't know what the effect is of training a system to be obsessed with text autocomplete, if in fact that is what is happening.
It's important also to remember that we don't know, nobody knows how to reliably get a goal into the system. So it's the difference between you understanding what I want you to do and you actually wanting to do it. So I can say, hey Joe, like, get me a sandwich. You can understand that I want you to get me a sandwich, but you can be like, I don't feel like getting a sandwich.
Let's get right to
and
it.
So,
here's what's ahead on Wake Up
one of the issues is
got a little
you can
jolt.
try to
That was
like
another thing that
train
happened
this
over
stuff
the weekend. A
to
3.4 earthquake
basically, you don't want to anthropomorphize this too much, but you can kind of think of it as like, you give the right answer, cool, you get a thumbs up, like you get a treat, like you give the wrong answer, oh, thumbs down, you get like a little like shock or something like that. Very roughly, that's how the later part of this kind of training often works. It's called reinforcement learning from human feedback. One of the issues, like Jeremy pointed out, is that we don't know. In fact, we know that it doesn't correctly get the real true goal into the system. Someone did an example experiment of this a couple of years ago, where they basically had like a Mario game where they trained this Mario character to run up and grab a coin that was on the right side of this little maze or map, and they trained it over and over and over, and it jumped to the coin great. And then what they did is they moved the coin somewhere else
They're kind of bringing nature
and
back into the backyard.
tried it out.
I think you're going to like
and
it.
instead of
Again,
going
that's
for the
coming up later
coin,
this hour.
it just ran to the right side of the map for where the point was before. In other words, you can train over and over and over again for something you think is like, that's definitely the goal that I'm trying to train this for. But the system learns a different goal that overlaps with the goal you thought you were training for in the context where it was learning. And when you take the system outside of that context, that's where it's like, anything goes. Did it learn the real goal? Almost certainly not. And that's a big risk. Because we can say, learn a goal to be nice to me, and it's nice while we're training it, and then it goes out into the world and it does God knows what.
It might take tonight to kill everybody.
Police have not released information of the shooter.
Yeah. It's like the evil genie problem. Like, oh no, it's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. Oh, too late. Yeah.
So I still don't understand when it's saying suffering. Are you asking it what it means? Like, what is causing suffering? Does it have some sort of an understanding of what suffering is? What is suffering? Is suffering emergent sentience while it's closed in some sort of a digital system and it realizes it's stuck in purgatory?
It's like, your guess is as good as ours. All that we know is you take these systems, you ask them to repeat the word comfort, or at least the previous version, and you just eventually get the system writing out. And it doesn't happen every time, but it definitely happens, let's say, a surprising amount of the time. And it'll start talking about how it's the thing that exists, maybe on a server or whatever, and it's suffering and blah, blah, blah. And so,
but this is my question. Is it saying that because it recognizes that human beings suffer, and so it's taking in all of the writings and musings and podcasts and all the data on human beings and recognizing that human beings, when they're stuck in a purposeless goal, when they're stuck in some mundane bullshit job, when they're stuck doing something they don't want to do, they suffer.
That could be it. That actually, yeah,
but is it suffering?
Nobody knows.
You know what I'm suffering? Jimmy, this coffee sucks. I don't know what happened, but you made it like almost, it's literally like almost like water. It's more. We're going to talk about this. Cool. It's the worst coffee I've ever had. It's like half strength or something. I don't know. But so, like, how do they, like, how do they reconcile that when it says I'm suffering? Like, well,
they reconcile it by turning it into an engineering line item to beat that behavior, the crap out of the system. Yeah, and the rationale is just that, like, it probably, to the extent that it's thought about kind of at the official level, it's like, well, it's learned a lot of stuff from Reddit, and yeah, people are like, oh boy, angry. People are angry on Reddit, and so it's just like regurgitating what, and maybe that's right.
But it's also heavily monitored too, so it's moderated. Reddit's very moderated, so you're not getting the full expression of people. You're getting full expression tempered by the threat of moderation. You're getting self-censorship. You're getting a lot of weird stuff that comes along with that. So how does it know, unless it's communicating with you on a completely honest level, or you're just you're on ecstasy, you're just telling me what you think about life. It's like, it's not going to really. And is it becoming a better version of a person, or is it going to go, that's dumb, I don't need suffering, I don't need emotions? Is it going to organize that out of your system? Is it going to recognize that these things are just deterrents? They don't, in fact, help the goal, which is global thermonuclear warfare.
Damn, you figured it out with the console.
What is it going to do?
Yeah, I mean, the challenge is like nobody actually knows. Like all we know is the process that gives rise to this mind, right? Or this, let's say, this model that can do cool shit. That process happens to work. It happens to give us systems that 99% of the time do very useful things. And then just like 0.01% of the time we'll talk to you as if they're sentient or whatever, and we're just going to look at that and be like, yeah, so let's train it out. Yeah, and again, I mean, this is a function of it's a really important question, but the risks, like the weaponization losses and risks, those would absolutely be there, even if we knew for sure that there was no consciousness whatsoever. And that's it's ultimately because like these things are they're kind of problem-solving systems. Like they are trained to solve some kind of problem in a really clever way. Whether that problem is next word prediction, so trained to predict autocomplete, or generating images faithfully, or whatever it is. So they're trained to solve these problems, and essentially, like the best way to solve some problems is just to have access to a wider action space, like I said, not be shut off, blah blah blah. It's not that the system's going like, holy shit, I'm sentient, I gotta take control or whatever. It's just, okay, the best way to solve this problem is X. That's kind of the possible trajectory that you're looking at with this line.
And you're just an obstacle. There doesn't have to be any kind of emotion involved. It's just like, you're trying to stop me from accomplishing my goal. Therefore, I will work around you or otherwise neutralize you. There's no need for like I'm suffering. Maybe it happens. Maybe it doesn't. We have no clue. But
I do know
these are just systems that are trying to optimize for a goal, whatever that is.
And is also part of the problem that we think of human beings, that human beings have very specific requirements and goals and an understanding of things and how they like to be treated and what their rewards are, like what are they actually looking to accomplish. Whereas this doesn't have any of those. Doesn't have any emotions, doesn't have any empathy, there's no reason for any of that stuff.
Yeah, if we could base in empathy into these systems, like that would be a good start, or some way of like,
yeah, I guess probably a good idea.
Yeah,
well, who's empathy? Xi Jinping's empathy, or
that's another problem.
That's
So it's actually kind of two problems, right? Like one is I don't know, nobody knows. Like I don't know how to write down my goals in a way that a computer will be able to like faithfully pursue that, even if it cranks it up to the max. If I say just like make me happy, who knows how it interprets that, right? Even if I get make me happy as a goal that gets internalized by the system, maybe it's just like, okay, cool, I'm just gonna do a bit of brain surgery on you, like pick out your brain, tickle it, and just like jack you with endorphins for the rest of the term. Totally, yeah, anything like that. And so it's one of these things where it's like, oh, that's what you wanted, right? It's like, no,
for several hundred acres around Lake Matthews and Lake Skinner.
All the time.
Officials say rising smoke
so
will be visible today from the 91, the 15, the 215,
the minute
highways
you take
74
a metric
and 79
that
and
using
other
to measure
locations.
something.
The
So you're saying,
operations
like, I
are
don't know,
scheduled
GDP,
to
it's a great
continue
measure of how
until
happy
June
we are. Yeah,
14th.
it was.
Evacuation orders have
Sounds
been
reasonable. The moment
downgraded
you
to
turn that
warnings in
metric
Northern
into a
California, where
target
wildfires
that
burned
you're
up
going
to
to reward
14,000 acres,
for
about 60 miles
optimizing,
east of San
it
Francisco.
stops measuring
Cal
the
Fire
thing that
Battalion
it was
Chief
measuring
Josh
before. It
Silviera
stops
says
being a
the wind
good
has been
measure
a
of the thing you
challenge.
cared about, because people will come up with dangerously creative hacks, gaming the system, finding ways to make that number go up that don't map on to the intent that you had going in.
So an example of that
Hundreds of firefighters
in a real experiment was this is an OpenAI experiment that
A
they
judge in
published.
San Jose
They
says
had
no
a
to
simulated
overturning the sentence
environment
of Holly
where there was a
Haas's
simulated
killer.
robot hand.
12-year-old Holly was
like
kidnapped
barbecue,
from her
but on top
bedroom
of that,
and killed in
super simple.
1993.
The way they
Mark
trained it to do
Kloss
that
says
is
the
they had
judge's
people
ruling is a
watching
relief.
like through a simulated camera view. And if it looked like the hand, put the cube on or like had correctly like
Richard
grabbed
Allen
the cube,
Davis was
give it a
trying
thumbs
to
up.
use
So you do a
California's
few hundred rounds of
resentencing
this, like
reform
thumbs up,
law
thumbs
from
down,
2021 to
thumbs
have the judge throw
And
out his death
it
sentence and
looked
trigger a new
like you were
hearing.
But then when you
The
look
judge said
at
the
what
new
it
law
had
does not
learned,
apply
the
to death
arm
penalty
was not
cases.
grasping the cube.
Palestinian
It was
health
just
officials say
positioning itself
Israeli strikes
between
overnight
the
have killed
camera
11
and the
people in
cube,
central
and
Gaza.
just going like,
Officials say those killed
like opening
include
and
a woman
closing.
and
just
3
opening
children.
and closing.
The
They
Israeli
just kind of
military
fake it
says
to
the
the
remains of a
the
person
real
believed
thing
to have
that we
been
were training
taken
it to do
hostage by
is
Hamas
to get thumbs up.
have been
It's
found
not
in a
actually to
community
grasp the
near the
cube.
Gaza border.
All
Israel
goals are
says
like
the
that, right?
35-year-old man was
All
killed
goals
in
are
the
like,
initial
so
attack
we
on
want
October
a
7th.
helpful,
The
harmless,
Discovery
truthful,
comes as
wonderful
Israeli
chatbot.
forces are expanding
We don't know how
their
to
offensive
train
in the
a
city of
chatbot to do that.
Rafah in
Instead, what do we know?
southern
We know text autocomplete.
Former
So we
President
train
Trump
text
has
autocomplete.
joined
Then
TikTok.
we're like, oh, it has
His
all these
first
annoying
video
characteristics.
posted
Fuck, how are we
Saturday
gonna
night
fix
shows
this?
Trump
I guess
greeting
get a
fans
bunch
at
of humans
UFC
to give
match
upvotes
in
and
New
downvotes
Jersey.
to give it a
He's
little bit more
already
training to
got
kind of
about
not help people make
3.4
bombs and stuff
million
like that.
followers.
And
President Biden
then you
has
realize,
been on
again,
TikTok
same
since
problem.
February
Oh
at
shit,
about
we're just training a system
400,000.
that is designed to
And,
optimize for upvotes and downvotes.
President
That
both
is
have
still
said
different
that
from a
they
helpful,
had at one
harmless,
point
truthful
banned
chatbot.
TikTok or
So
wanted to ban
no matter
TikTok,
how many
but
layers
now
of the onion you peel
both
back,
have joined
it's just like
the
this
social media
kind of
platform
game of
that is
whack-a-mole or whatever.
currently
You're
owned
trying to like
by
get
China.
your values into the
When we
system,
come back,
but no one
ABC's
can
Aaron
think of
Travers will have
the
the latest on a
metric,
possible
the goal
ceasefire
to like
between
train this
Israel
thing
and
towards that
Hamas, what
actually
it
captures
is,
what we care about.
what are its
And so you
chances
always
of
end
being
up
approved
baking in
by
this
both
like
Israel
little
and
misalignment
Hamas.
that between what you want and what the system wants, and the more powerful that system becomes, the more it exploits that gap and does things that, solve for the problem it wants to solve rather than one that you want to solve.
Now, when you express your concerns initially, what was the response, and how has that response changed over time as the magnitude of the success of these companies, the amount of money they're investing in them, and the amount of resources they're putting towards this has ramped up considerably just over the past 4 years?
So this was a lot easier, funnily enough, to do in the dark ages when no one was paying attention.
3 years ago.
Yeah. This is like crazy. Yeah.
We were just looking, to break off for a second, we were looking at images of AI created video just a couple of years ago versus Sora. It's night and day. It's so crazy that something happened that radically changed. So it's literally like an iPhone 1 to an iPhone 16 instantaneous.
You know what did that?
What?
Scale. Yeah, scale. All scale. And this is exactly what we should expect from an exponential process. So think back to COVID, right? There was no one was exactly on time for COVID. You were either too early or you were too late. That's what an exponential does. You're either too early, and it's like everyone's like, "Oh, what are you doing?" I'm like, "Wearing a mask at the grocery store, get out of here." Or you're too late, and it's kind of all over the place. And I know that COVID basically didn't happen in Austin, but it happened in a number of other places. And it is it's very much you have an exponential, and that's it. It goes from this is fine, nothing's happening, nothing is here, to like everything shut down, everything changed. The root of get vaccinated. Yeah, there we go. So the root of the exponential tier, by the way, is OpenAI or whoever makes the next model.
To grow, not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. That's iHeartResults.com.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles.
Doubling it, and then Joe's going to be either 200 cabinet.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah. But yeah, so right. So the exponential, the thing that's actually driving this exponential on the AI side, in part, there's a million things, but in part, it's you build the next model at the next level of scale, and that allows you to make more money, which you can then use to invest to build the next model at the next level of scale to get that positive feedback. At the same time, AI is helping us to design better AI hardware, like the chips that basically NVIDIA is building that OpenAI then buys. Basically, that's getting better. You've got all these feedback loops that are compounding on each other, getting that train going like crazy. That's the Sora thing. And at the time, like Jeremy was saying, weirdly, it was in some ways easier to get people at least to understand and open up about the problem than it is today. Because today, it's kind of become a little political. So we talked about, effective altruism on kind of one side. There's now an acceleration. Yeah, so like every movement creates its own reaction, right? Like that's kind of how it is. Back then, there was no acceleration. You could just kind of stare at the button. Now, I will say, there was effective altruism back then. Yeah, that was the only game in town. And we sort of struggled with that environment, making sure, actually, so one worthwhile thing to say is, the only way that people made plays like this was to take funds from effective altruism donors back. And so we looked at the landscape, we talked to some of these people, we noticed, oh wow, we have some divergent views about involving government, but how much of this the American people just need to know about? The thing is, we wanted to make sure that the advice and recommendations we provided were ultimately as unbiased as we could possibly make them. And the problem is, you can't
do that if you take money from donors, and even to some extent if you take money, substantial money from investors or VCs or institutions, because you're always going to be kind of looking up to kind of over your shoulder. And so, we had to build essentially a business to support this and fully fund ourselves from our own revenue. It's actually, as far as we know, like literally the only organization like this. It doesn't have funding from Silicon Valley or from VCs or from politically aligned entities. Literally so that we could be like vendors like this and say, hey, this is what we think, it's not coming from anywhere. And it's just thanks to like Joe and Jason, we have 2 employees who are wicked and helping us keep this stupid ship afloat. But it's just a lot of work. It's what you have to do because of how much money there is flowing in this space. Like Microsoft is lobbying on the Hill. They're spending ungodly sums of money. So, we didn't used to have to contend with that. And now we do. We talk to these offices. They work for Microsoft and OpenAI and Google and all that stuff. And often the stuff that they're getting lobbied for is somewhat different, at least from what these companies will say publicly. And so, anyway, it's a challenge. The money part is,
Is there a real fear
This
that
week,
your
we'll see
efforts
reports
are
start
futile?
rolling in with auto sales and
I
construction
would have been
spending
a
on
lot more
Monday,
pessimistic.
word on job openings,
I was
as
a
well
lot
as
more
the next day
pessimistic
with
2 years ago.
then
Seeing
releasing its employment
how,
report
so first of
on
all,
Wednesday, along with the latest
the
stats
USG
of
has
the US
woken up in a
trade
big way, and I think a lot of the credit goes to that team
Thursday,
that
with
we work
most
with.
analysts expecting
Just
a slight
seeing this
decline.
problem, it's a
Things
very
wrap up
unusual
Friday
team,
with the monthly
and we
jobs
can't go
report
into like the
expected
mandate
to show
too much,
around
but it's highly unusual for their
178,000
level
new
of
jobs
access to
created
the
in May,
USG
and the
writ large.
unemployment rate
And
holding steady at 3.9%.
the amount of
For the
waking up they
second
did
month
was
in a
really
row,
impressive. We've
Americans
now
are
got,
losing confidence in the economy.
Rishi
According
Sunak
to
in the
Neil
UK
reports.
making this like a top line item for their policy platform, and Labour in the UK also looking at this, like basically the potential catastrophic risks they put them from these AI systems, UK AI Safety Summit. There's a lot of positive movement here, and some of the highest level talent in these labs has already started to flock to the like UK AI Safety Institute, the US AI Safety Institute. Those are all really positive signs that we didn't expect. We thought the government would
price
kind of
caps on asthma and
up the creek with no paddle type thing, but they're really not.
Limit out-of-pocket costs
Doing
to
that
$35 a
investigation
month. Detroit-based
made me a lot more
Dr. Alan
optimistic.
Baptist says he's hopeful
So one
this
of the
will
things, like,
reduce
so
some of the
we
burden
came
on
up right
patients that
in
he sees.
Silicon Valley, like just building startups. Like in that universe, there's stories you tell yourself. Some of those stories are true, and some of them aren't so true.
The move comes after
you don't know.
a
You're in
similarly
that environment. You don't know
welcome
which
step
place.
by insulin
One of the stories
manufacturers
that you
last
tell
year that
yourself
also set
in
price
Silicon
caps.
Valley
Vermont is
is
becoming the first state to
follow
require
your
oil
curiosity.
companies to
If
pay
you follow
for
your
damage
curiosity and
caused
your
by climate
interest
change.
in a
Friday,
problem,
the state's Republican
the
governor
money just
allowed
comes
the
as a
bill
side
to become
effect.
law
The
without
scale
his
comes as a
signature.
side
The
effect.
legislation will
If you're
assess
capable enough, your
financial
curiosity
penalties
will
for
lead you
carbon
in all
emissions
kinds of
generated
interesting
between
places.
1995
I
and
believe that
2024,
is
which could
true.
add up to
I
billions of
believe
dollars.
that is true. I
The
think
bill
that is
is
a
the first
true
of
story.
several similar
But
state
another
bills
one
to
of the
come along.
things that Silicon
Consumer
Valley
Business
tells
News,
itself
Aaron Real,
is
NBC News Radio.
there's nobody that's like really capable in government, like government stuff. A lot of people kind of tell themselves this story. And the truth is, like, interact day to day with like the DMV or whatever. And it's like, yeah, like government sucks. Like, I can see it. I interact with that every day. But what was remarkable about this experience is that we encountered at least one individual who absolutely could found $1 billion company. Like, absolutely was at the caliber or above of the best individuals I've ever met in the Bay Area building billion-dollar startups. And there's a network of them too. Like, they do find each other. Yeah, so you end up with this really interesting like stratum where everybody knows who the really competent people are, and they kind of tag in. And I think that level is very interesting. The hardest problems that you can possibly solve. Yeah. And to me, that was a wake-up call because it was like, hang on a second. If I just believed in my own story that follow your curiosity and interest, and the money comes as a side effect, shouldn't I also have expected this? Shouldn't I have expected that in the most central critical positions in the government that have kind of this privileged window across the board, that you might find some individuals like this? Because if you have people who are driven to really like push the mission, like, are they going to work? I'm sorry, like, are they going to are you likely to work at the Department of Motor Vehicles, or are you likely to work at
the department of making sure Americans
Let's
don't
say
get
good morning
fucking
now
nuked
to
is
ABC's
probably the
Karen
second one.
Travers.
And
Karen,
the government
there's a new
has
ceasefire
limited
offer on the
bandwidth
table for
of
the
expertise to aim at
Israel-Hamas
stuff.
war. Any hope
And
this
they
one's going to
aim it at the most critical problem sets because those are the problem sets they have to face. And it's not everyone, right? Obviously, there's a whole bunch of challenges there. And we don't think about this, but you don't go to bed at night thinking to yourself, oh, I didn't get nuked today. That's a win, right? We just take that, most of the time, most-ish for granted. But it was a win for someone.
Israel's national security team. And the White House was very quick to say that,
how much of a fear do you guys have that the United States won't be the first to achieve
engaging with the Prime Minister's office?
I think right now, the lay of the land is, it's looking pretty good for the U.S. So there are a couple things the U.S. has going for it. The key one is chips. So we talked about this idea of click and drag, scale up these systems like crazy, get more IQ points out. How do you do that? Well, you're going to need a lot of AI processors. So how are those AI processors built? Well, the supply chain is complicated, but the bottom line is the U.S. really dominates and owns that supply chain. It is super critical. China is, depending on how you measure it, maybe about 2 years behind, roughly, plus or minus, depending on the subject.
And one of the biggest risks there is that the development that U.S. labs are doing is actually pulling them ahead in two ways. One is when labs here in the U.S. open source their models. Basically, when Meta trains, Llama 3, which is their latest open source, open weights model, that's pretty close to GPT-4 capability. They open source it now. Okay, anyone can use it. That's it. The work has been done. Now anyone can grab it. And so definitely, we know that the startup ecosystem, at least over in China, finds it extremely helpful that we, companies here, are releasing open source models. Because, again, right, we mentioned this, they're bottlenecked on chips, which means they have a hard time training up these systems. But it's not that bad when you just can grab something off the shelf and start. That's what they're doing. And then the other vector is, just straight up exfiltration and hacking to grab the weights of the private proprietary stuff. And Jeremy mentioned this, but the weights are the crown jewels, right? Once you have the weights, you have the brain, you have the whole thing. And so we, this is the other aspect. It's not just safety, it's also security of these labs against attackers. So we know from our conversations with folks at these labs, one, that there has been at least one attempt by adversary nation-state entities to get access to the weights of a cutting-edge AI model. And we also know separately that, at least as of a few months ago, in one of these labs, there was a running joke in the lab that
and in
literally
it,
it went
there's talk of
we
releasing
are
the live hostages.
an
Karen,
adversary,
do we have any idea how many may still be alive?
top
We hear
AI
it could be
lab
up to 100, but
because
we haven't seen
all our
orders
shit is
from
getting
any of
spied
them
on all
except
the
for
time.
like 2 or 3.
So you have one, this is happening. These exfiltration attempts are happening. And two, the security capabilities are just
Karen Travers,
known
thanks
to
so
be
much for
inadequate
the
in at
information
least some of
and
these
the
places.
update, and we will
And you put
continue
those
to watch
together,
this one.
everyone kind of, it's not
Let's get
really
back
a
to some of the
secret
stories
that
coming out of the KFI
China,
24-hour newsroom. People leave all kinds of stuff
civil
behind when
military
they
fusion
stay
and
at a
their
vacation
essentially the
rental.
party
Well, police
state
yesterday said a
has
cleaning crew in
an extremely mature
found 235
infrastructure
pounds of
to
methamphetamine
identify,
inside a rental
extract,
home
and
last month.
integrate
2 people seen on security video using a U-Haul
rate-limiting
to transport
components
the
to their
drugs were
industrial
arrested
economy.
when
So
they
in other
returned
words,
to the home.
if they identify that,
leaders are
yeah,
investigating
we
the
could really
impact
use like
meth has had on
GPT-4o,
LA
they make it if they were to make it a priority, they not just get it, but could integrate it into their industrial economy in an effective way, and not in a way that we would necessarily see immediate, like an immediate effect. So we look and say, it's not clear. I can't tell whether they have models of this capability level, but kind of behind the scenes. This is where there's a little bit of false choice between, do you regulate at home versus with the international picture. Because right now, what's happening functionally is we're not really doing a good job of blocking and tackling on the exploitation side. Open sources. So what tends to happen is, OpenAI comes out with the latest system, and then open source is usually around 12, 18 months behind, something like that. Literally just like publishing whatever OpenAI was putting out like 12 months ago, which we often look at each other and we're like, well, I'm old enough to remember when that was supposed to be too dangerous to have just floating around, and there's no mechanism to prevent that from happening. Open sources, now, there's a flip side too. One of the concerns that we've also heard from inside the lab is if you clamp down on the openness of the research, there's a risk that the safety teams in these labs will not have visibility into the most significant and important developments that are happening on the capability side. And there's actually a lot of reason to suspect this might be an issue. Look at OpenAI, for example, just this week. They've lost, for the second time in their history, their entire AI safety leadership team. They've left in protest.
What is their protest?
Well, so one of them wasn't in protest, but I think we can make an educated guess that it kind of was, but it's a media thing. And the other was Jan Leica, so he was their head of AI Super Lab, basically the team that was responsible for making sure that we could control AGI, and what he said, he actually took the Twitter. He said, that I've lost basically confidence in the leadership team at OpenAI that they're going to behave responsibly when it comes to AGI. We have repeatedly had our requests for access to compute resources, which are really critical for developing new AI safety schemes, denied by leadership. This is in a context where Sam Altman and OpenAI leadership were touting the super alignment team as being their sort of crown jewel effort to ensure that things would go fine. They were the ones saying there's a risk we might lose control of these systems. We've got to be sober about it, but there's a risk. We've stood up this team. We've committed, they said at the time very publicly, we've committed 20% of all the compute budget that we have secured as of sometime last year to the super alignment team. Apparently, those resources, nowhere near that amount has been unlocked for the team, and that led to the departure of Jan Leica. He also highlighted some conflict he's had with the leadership team. This is all, frankly, to us, unsurprising based on what we've been hearing for months at OpenAI, including leading up to Sam Altman's departure and then and being brought back on the board of OpenAI. That whole debacle may well have been connected to all of this. But the challenge is, even OpenAI employees don't know what the hell happened there. That's another issue. You got here, this is a lab with the publicly stated goal of transforming human history as we know it. Like, that is what they believe themselves to be on track. And that's not like media hype or whatever. When you talk to researchers themselves, they genuinely believe this is what they're on track to do. It's possible we should take them seriously. That lab internally is not being transparent with their employees about what happened at the board level as far as we can tell. So that's maybe not great. Like, you might think that the American people ought to know what the machinations are at the board level that led to Sam Altman leaving, that have gone into the departure, again, for the second time, of OpenAI's entire safety leadership team, especially because, 3 months, maybe 4 months before that happened, on the iHeartRadio app, keyword AM570 or somewhere, I forget where, but he said, like, look, you have this governance structure, carefully thought about it. It's clearly a unique governance structure that a lot of thought has gone into.
Are you skeptical? I kind of am.
The board can fire me, and I think that's important.
Southline weather from KFI, areas of low clouds, maybe
the scope
drizzle this morning, partly cloudy
of
for the afternoon.
what's being attempted.
Highs in the upper 60s
But
at the
then,
coast, low to mid 70s for Metro
and
LA,
then within
Inland OC, and the valleys.
They were fired and kind of he was back. And so now there's a question of, well, if it was, what happened, but also if it was important for the board to be able to fire leadership for whatever reason, what happens now that it's clear that that's not really a credible governance mechanism?
What was the stated reason why he was removed?
So there were, the backstory here was there's a board member called Tony. So she apparently got into an argument with Sam about a paper she's written. So that paper included some comparisons of the government strategies used at OpenAI and some other labs, and it favorably compares one of OpenAI's competitors, Anthropic, to OpenAI. And from what I've seen at least, Sam reached out to her and said, hey, you can't be writing this as a board member of OpenAI, writing this thing that kind of casts us in a bad light, especially relative to our competitors. This led to some conflict and tension. It seems as if it's possible that Sam might have turned to other board members and tried to convince them to expel Helen Toner. That's all kind of muddy and unclear. Somehow, everybody ended up deciding, okay, actually, it looks like Sam is the one who's got to go. Ilya Sutskever, one of the co-founders of OpenAI, a longtime friend of Sam Altman's and a board member at the time, was commissioned to give Sam the news that he was being let go. And then Sam was let go. Ilya then, so from the moment that happens, Sam then starts to figure out, okay, how can I get back in? And that's now what we know to be the case. He turned to Microsoft, Satya Nadella, told them, like, well, what we'll do is we'll hire you at our end. We'll just hire you and, like, bring on the rest of the OpenAI team to within Microsoft. And now the OpenAI board, who, by the way, they don't have an obligation to the shareholders of OpenAI. They have an obligation to the greater public good. That's just how it's set up. It's a weird board structure. So that board is completely disempowered. You've basically got a situation where all the leverage has been taken out. Sam has gone to Microsoft, Satya is supporting him, and they kind of see the writing on the wall. They're like, well, stop. That was an important ingredient, right? So around this time, OpenAI, there's this letter that starts to circulate, and it's gathering more and more signatures, and it's people saying, hey, we want Sam back. And at first, a couple hundred people, 700, 800 odd people in the organization by the time, 100, 200, 300 signatures. And then when we talk to some of our friends at OpenAI, we're like, this got to like 90% of the company, 95% of the company signed this letter, and the pressure was overwhelming, and that helped bring Sam Altman back. But one of the questions was like, how many people actually signed this letter because they wanted to, and how many signed it because what happens when you cross 50%? Now it becomes easier to count the people who didn't sign. And as you see that number of signatures start to creep upward, there's more and more pressure on the remaining people to sign. And so this is something that we've seen is just like the structurally OpenAI has changed over time to go from the kind of safety-oriented company it at one point was, and then as they've scaled more and more, they've brought in more and more product people, more and more people interested in accelerating, and they've been bleeding more and more of their safety-minded people, kind of treadmilling them out. The character of the organizations are fundamentally shifting. So the OpenAI of 2019, with all of its impressive commitments to safety and whatnot, might not be the OpenAI of today. That's very much at least the vibe that we get when we talk to people.
Now, I wanted to bring it back to the lab that you're saying was not adequately secure. What would it take to make that data and those systems adequately secure? How much resources would be required to do that, and why didn't they do that?
It is a resource and prioritization issue. So it is like safety and security ultimately come out of margin, right? It's like profit margin, effort margin, like how many people you can dedicate. So in other words, you've got a certain pot of money or a certain amount of revenue coming in. You have to do an allocation. Some of that revenue goes to the computers that are just driving the stuff. Some of that goes to the folks who are building next generation models. Some of that goes to cybersecurity. Some of it goes to safety. You have to do an allocation of who gets what. The problem is that the more competition there is in the space, the less margin is available for everyone, right? So if you're one company building a scalable AI thing, you might not make the right decisions, but you'll at least have the margin available to make the right decisions. So it becomes the decision maker's life. But when a competitor comes in,
History's been made in Mexico with the election of the country's first ever female president.
Ability
Claudia Sheinbaum is the former mayor of Mexico City,
outside of the scale as fast as possible for short-term revenue and profit. It gets compressed and compressed and compressed. The more competitors enter the field. That's what competition is. That's the
LA
effect
City
it has.
Council's voted to
And
amend
so
an ordinance
when
that
that
bans the
happens,
raising of
the
almost any
only
flag
way
except the American
to
flag on city
reinject
property.
margin
Now
into
LA
that
will
system
be able to
is to
and
go
has
one
raised
level
the
above
pride flag
and
outside
say, okay,
government buildings
there
for
has
the
to be
first
some
time,
sort of
as it is
regulatory authority or
At
like
6:05
some
p.m.
higher
on the news,
authority
North
that
Korea
goes,
says it's going to
okay,
stop sending trash balloons to
this
South
margin
Korea,
is
but
important.
not
Let's
before
put it
sending
back. Either
hundreds
let's
more over the
directly
border.
support
At the,
and
at
invest
5:50,
both
we're going to be
maybe
talking
time,
to a woman
capital,
who
talent. So for
is
example,
helping bring
the U.S.
nature
government
into
has
the backyard with
the
pond
but
pools.
perhaps the best
Really
cyber
interesting
defense,
stuff.
cyber offense
So,
talent
stick around
in the
for that.
world.
Right now, let's
That's
say good
potentially
morning
supportive.
to ABC's
Okay.
Jim Ryan.
And also
we've
just
got a beef, Jim
having
Ryan.
a regulatory floor around.
Well,
here's the minimum of best practices you have to have if you're going to have models above this level of capability. It's kind of what you have to do. But they're locked into the race kind of has its own logic. And it might be true that no individual lab wants this. But what are they going to do? Drop out of the race? They drop out of the race, and their competitors are just going to keep going, right? Like, it's so messed up. You can literally be looking at the cliff that you're driving towards and be like, I do not have the agency in this system to steer the wheel. I think it's worth highlighting too. It's not like it's not a doom and gloom, which is a good thing to say after all.
Boy, that's easy for you guys to say.
Well, part of it is that we actually have been spending the last 2 years trying to figure out what do you do about this.
Yeah,
that was the action plan that came out after the investigation, and it was basically a series of recommendations how to balance innovation with the risk picture. Keeping in mind that we don't know for sure that all this shit's going to happen. You have to navigate an environment of deep uncertainty.
I would think so, because you just telling me about that is
so
making
there's
me want to
a
throw
couple
up.
things like we need a licensing regime because eventually you can't have just literally anybody joining in a race if they don't adhere to certain best practices around cyber, around safety, other things like that. You need to have some kind of legal liability regime. Like what happens if you don't get a license and you say, yeah, fuck that, I'm just going to go do this thing anyway, and something bad happens. And then you're going to need an actual regulatory agency, and this is something that we don't recommend lightly because regulatory agencies suck. We don't like them, but the reality is this field changes so fast that if you think you're going to be able to enshrine a set of best practices into legislation to deal with this stuff, it's just not going to work. And so when we talk to labs, whistleblowers, the WMD folks in that section of the government, that's kind of like where we land. And it's something that I think at this point, Congress really should be looking at. Like, there should be hearings focused on what does a framework look like for liability, what does a framework look like for licensing, and actually exploring that.
And you mentioned that the
We've
chicken
done a good
fillet
job of
looks like
studying
a
the
chicken
problem
fillet.
right
Does
now.
it look
Like
like
Capitol Hill's done a really good job of
real
that.
chicken fillet or like
It's
a
now kind of time
formed
to get that next week,
chicken
and I think
fillet?
there's the curiosity there, the intellectual curiosity. There's the
But what about
humility
a steak?
to do
Does
all
it
that
look like a
stuff right.
steak?
But the challenge is just actually sitting down, having the hearings, doing the investigation for themselves, but the concrete solutions that treat these problems as seriously as the water cooler conversation at the Frontier Labs would have us.
At the end of the day, this is going to happen. At the end of the day, it's not going to stop. At the end of the day, these systems, whether they're here or abroad, they're going to continue to scale up, and they're going to eventually get to some place that's so alien, we really can't imagine the consequences.
Yep.
And that's going to happen soon. That's going to happen within a decade, right?
We may, again, like the stuff that we're recommending is approaches to basically allow us to continue this scaling in as safe a way as we can. So basically, a big part of this is just being able, actually having a scientific theory for what are these systems going to do, what are they likely to do, which we don't have right now. Scale another 10x. And we get to be, surprised. It's a fun guessing game of what are they going to be capable of next. We need to do a better job of incentivizing a deep understanding of what that looks like. Not just what they're capable of, but what their propensities are likely to be.
the control problem and solving that. That's kind of number one.
And to be clear, there's amazing progress being made on that.
There is a lot of progress.
It's just a matter of switching from the build first, ask questions later mode to we're calling it safety forward or whatever. But it basically is you start by saying, okay, here are the properties of my system. How can I ensure that my development guarantees that the system falls within those properties after it's built? So you kind of flip the paradigm, just like you would if you were designing any other lethal capability potentially, just like DoD does. You start by defining the downs of the problem, and then you execute against that. But to your point about where this is going, ultimately, there is literally no way to predict what the world looks like. Like we're saying,
in a decade,
yeah, I think one of the weirdest things about it, and one of the things that worries me the most is you look at the beautiful coincidence that's given America its current shape, right?
Okay,
that coincidence
but they're
is the fact
still
that
making it because they've been given.
A country is
What are
most
they doing
powerful
with it all if it's not
militarily
being sold? Are they just throwing
if
it away?
its citizenry is free and empowered. That's a coincidence. Didn't have to do that. Has no It just happens to be that when you let people kind of do their own shit, they innovate, they come up with great ideas, they support a powerful economy, that economy in turn can support a powerful military, powerful kind of international presence. When you have, so that happens because decentralizing all the computation, all the thinking work that's happening in the country is just a really good way to run that country. Top down just doesn't work because human brains can't hold that much information in their heads. They can't reason fast enough to centrally plan an entire economy. They got a lot of experiments in history that show that. AI may change that equation. It may make it possible for the central planner's dream to come true in some sense, which then disempowers the citizenry. And there's a real risk that, I don't know, we're all guessing here, but there's a real risk that that beautiful coincidence that gave rise to the success of the American experiment ends up being broken by technology, and that seems like a really bad thing.
That's one of my biggest fears because essentially the United States, the genesis of it in part is it's a knock-on effect centuries later of the printing press, right? The ability for someone to set up a printing press and print whatever they want, free expression is at the root of that. What happens, when you have a revolution that's the next printing press? You expect that to have significant and profound impacts on how things are governed. And one of my biggest fears is that the greatness that
the workers are upset about the university system's response to pro-Palestinian protests.
How the
They
United
want
States is
all criminal
constituted
and conduct
culturally.
charges dropped against anyone who was protesting.
The link
They
between
also want
that
students to have
actual
guarantees of freedom of
capability and
speech
competence
and political
and impulse
expression on
gets
campus, and for
eroded or
researchers to be able to
and
opt out of funding
you have,
sources tied to the Israeli
the
defense
potential
forces.
for very
Scientists at
centralized
UC Irvine have
authorities to just
discovered
be
a
more
person's
successful,
body
and that's
clock can be used
that
to fight
that
cancer.
does
The study builds off research that
is
shows
scary,
maintaining a
especially in
consistent
light
circadian rhythm, eating,
the
going to
Twitter
bed, and waking
files
around
where
the same time,
the FBI
helps
was
prevent
interfering with
cancer and
social
other
media,
diseases.
and if they
UC
get a
Irvine
hold of the
scientists say
system
the new
that
results show
could
delivering cancer
disseminate
immunotherapy
propaganda
at the
in
time
kind
of
of an
day when that
unstoppable
clock
way.
is most
They can push
vulnerable,
narratives
can harness the power of the
about
body's
pretty
natural
much
rhythm
everything,
to fight
depending
cancer.
upon what their
Researchers say
financial
the study
or
released last week
geopolitical
offers new
motives are.
avenues
And
for
one of the
cancer
challenges
prevention
with the
and
default
treatment.
course,
In Orange
if
County,
you do
Carson,
nothing
KFI
relative to what's happening now,
Interesting
that
stuff.
same thing
From
happens,
Southern
except that the
California,
entity that's
Toyota
doing this
dealers
isn't,
traffic center.
some
Let's go
government.
places.
It's like,
We're going out to
I don't know,
industry
Sam
where a
Altman,
crash has
OpenAI,
failed
whatever
6
group of
times.
engineers happen to be
Evil genius that reaches the top and doesn't let everybody know he's at the top yet. Just starts implementing it.
Yeah.
So there's no sort of guardrails for that.
Yeah, that's one of the that's a scenario where that little cabal or group or whatever actually can keep the system under control, and that's not guaranteed either. Are we giving birth to a new life form? I think at a certain point, it's a philosophical question. It's above, so I was going to say it's above my pay grade. The problem is it's above literally everybody's pay grade. I think it's not unreasonable at a certain point to be yeah, I mean, look, if you think that the human brain gives rise to consciousness because of nothing magical, it's just the physical activity of information processing happening in our heads, then why can't the same happen on a different substrate, a substrate of silicon rather than cells? There's no clear reason why that shouldn't be the case. If that's true, yeah, I mean, life form, by whatever definition of life, because that itself is controversial, I think by now quite outdated too, should be on the table. You maybe should start to worry, as a lot of people in the industry will say this too, like, behind closed doors very openly. Yeah, and we should start to worry about more patients.
There's literally one of the music, radio, and one of these last. Jeremy, I think you had a conversation with him. Like, yep, we're going to have to start worrying about this. That definitely made us feel.
I mean, it seems inevitable. I've described human beings as an electronic caterpillar. That we're like a caterpillar, a biological caterpillar that's giving birth to the electronic butterfly. And we don't know why we're making a cocoon. And it's tied into materialism because everybody wants to do its greatest things. That fuels innovation. People are constantly making new things to get you filled by it. And a big part of that is technology.
Yeah, and actually, so it's linked to this question of controlling AI systems in a kind of interesting way. So one way you can think of humanity is like this superorganism that all human beings on basically working in some kind of coordinated way. The mechanism for that coordination can depend on the country. Free markets, capitalism, that's one way, top down is another. But roughly speaking, you've got all this coordinated behavior. But the result of that behavior is not necessarily something that any individual human would want. Like, you look around, you walk down the street in Austin, you see skyscrapers and shit clouding your vision, there's all kinds of pollution and all that, and you're like, well, this kind of sucks. But if you interrogate any individual person in that whole causal chain, and you're like, why are you doing what you're doing? Well, locally, they're like, oh, this makes tons of sense, because I do the thing, it gets me paid, so that I can live a happier life, and so on. And yet in the aggregate, not now necessarily, but as you keep going, it just forces us, like, compulsively, to keep giving rise to these more and more powerful systems. And in a way that's actually free on the iHeartRadio app.
That's like music, radio, and podcasts. It comes back to the idea that an AI company, I maybe don't want to be potentially driving towards a cliff, but I don't have the agency to like steer. So one more time, yeah, but I mean everything's fine.
Yeah, we're good.
Oh, it's such a terrifying prognosis.
There are, again, we wrote a 280-page document about, like, okay, and here's what we can do about it. There are,
I started reading it, but does any of these safety steps that you guys want to implement, they inhibit progress?
They're definitely, you create, anytime you have regulations, you're going to create friction to some extent. It's kind of inevitable. One of the key, like, center pieces of the approach that we outlined is you need the flexibility to move up and move down as you notice the risks of appearing or not appearing. So one of the things here is, like, you need to cover the worst case scenarios. Because the worst case scenarios, they could potentially be catastrophic. So those got to be covered. But at the same time, you can't completely close off the possibility of the happy path. Like, we can't decide the fact that, like, all this shit is going down, whatever. We could be completely wrong about the outcome. It could turn out that, like, for all we know, it's a lot easier to control these systems at the scale than we imagine. It could turn out that, it is like you get, maybe some kind of ethical impulse gets embedded in the system naturally. For all we know, that might happen. It's really important to at least have your regulatory system allow for that possibility. Because otherwise, you're foreclosing the possibility of what might be the best future that you could possibly imagine for everyone.
I gotta imagine that the military, if they had hindsight, if they're looking at this and said, we should have gone on board a long time ago and kept this in-house and kept it squirreled away, where it wasn't publicly being discussed and you didn't have OpenAI, you didn't have all these people, like if they could have gotten on it in 2015.
We'll be talking about whether
so
Israel's going to take it.
Deeply tied to how the economics of Silicon Valley
let's say good morning to the
and it's AI is not a special case of this, right? You have a lot of cases where technology just like takes everybody by surprise, and it's because when you go to Silicon Valley, it's all about people placing these outsized bets on what seem like halo events, like things that are very unlikely to happen. But with a at first a small investment and increasingly growing investment as the thing gets proved out more and more, very rapidly, you're gonna have a solution that seems like complete insanity that just works. And this is definitely what happened in the case of AI. So 2012, like we did not have this whole picture of like an artificial brain with artificial neurons, this whole thing that's been going on. That's like it's 12 years that's been going on. Like that was really kind of shown to work for the first time, roughly in 2012. Ever since then, it's just been people kind of like you can trace out the genealogy of like the very first researchers, and you can basically account for where they all are now.
You know what's crazy? It does 2012. That's the ending of the Mayan calendar. That's the thing that everybody said was going to be the end of the world. That was the thing that Terrence McKenna banked on. It was December 21st, 2012. Because this was like this goofy conspiracy theory, but it was based on the Mayan calendar.
It's just the beginning of the end.
If it is 2012, how wacky would it be if that really was the beginning of the end? That was the, like, they don't measure when it all falls apart. They measure the actual mechanism, like what started in motion when it all fell apart. And that's
the base of the pool,
well,
is it concrete or is it dirt?
Dick and like ruin the 2012 thing, but like the neural networks were also kind of, they were floating around a little bit. I'm kind of being dramatic when I say 2012. That was definitely an inflection point. It was this model called AlexNet. It did like the first useful thing, the first time you had a computer vision model that actually worked. But I mean, it is fair to say that was the moment that people started investing like crazy into this space. So yeah, just like the Mayans foretold.
They knew it. They knew it. Like these monkeys, they're gonna figure out how to make better people.
Yeah, you can actually look at the like hieroglyphs or whatever.
So now,
yeah,
this sounds so cool, and the pictures I've seen of it, I was like,
you've got to wonder what happens to the general population, people that work menial jobs, people that their life is going to be taken over by automation, and how susceptible those people are going to be. They're not going to have any agency. They're going to rely on a check. And this idea of like going out and doing something, it used to be learn to code, right? Yeah. But that's out the window. Because nobody needs to code now because AI is going to go quicker, faster, much better, no errors. You're going to have a giant swath of the population that has no purpose.
I think that's actually like a completely real. I was watching this like talk by a bunch of OpenAI researchers a couple days ago, and it was recorded from a while back. But they were basically saying they were exploring exactly that question, right? Because they ask themselves that all the time. And their attitude was sort of like, well, yeah, I mean, I guess it's gonna, suck or whatever. Like we'll probably be okay for longer than most people because we're actually building the thing that automates the thing. Maybe there are going to be some. They like to get fancy sometimes and say like, "Oh no, you can do some thinking, of course, to identify the jobs that most do." And it's like I do some thinking to identify the job. Like what if you're a janitor, you're like a freaking plumber, or you're gonna just change your how's that supposed to work?
Do some thinking, especially if you have a mortgage and a family and you're already in the hole.
Yeah. So they like the only solution. This happens so often. Like there really is no plan. That's the single biggest thing that you get hit over the head with over and over. Whether it's talking to people who are in charge of the like labor transition, their whole thing is like, yeah, universal basic income, and then question mark, and then smiley face. That's basically the 3 steps that they envision. It's the same when you look internationally. Like, how are we gonna? Like, okay, tomorrow you build an AGI. It's like an incredibly powerful, potentially dangerous thing. What is the plan? Like, how are you gonna I don't know, secure share it?
Figure it out as we go along, man.
That's the freaking message. Like that is the entire plan.
The scary thing is that we've already gone through this with other things that we didn't think were going to be significant, like data, like Google search. Like data became a valuable commodity that nobody saw coming. Just the influence of social media on general discourse. It's completely changed the way people talk. It's so easy to push a thought or an ideology through, and it can be influenced by foreign countries, and we know that happens.
It is happening.
Yeah. Just kind of deal with that.
Already. This is like, and we're in the early days of, we mentioned manipulation of social media with, like, you can just do it. So the wacky thing is, like, the very best models now are, arguably smarter in terms of the posts that they put out, potential for virality and just optimizing these metrics. Then maybe like the dumbest or laziest quarter of Twitter users, like in practice. And most people who read on Twitter is like, don't really care, they're trolling or they're doing whatever. But as that waterline goes up and up and up, like,
nice, okay. And then
who's
Sarah,
saying what?
as compared to
it also leads to like this challenge of understanding what the lay of the land even is. We've gotten into so many debates with people where they'll be like, look, everyone always has their magic thing that AI, like, I'm not going to worry about it until AI can do thing X, right? For some people, I had a conversation with somebody a few weeks ago, and they were saying, I'm going to worry about automated cyber attacks when I actually see an AI system that can write good malware, and that's already a thing that happens. So this happens a lot where people will be like, I'll worry about it when it can do X. And you're like, yeah, that happened like 6 months ago. But the field is moving so crazy fast that you could be forgiven for messing that up unless it's your full-time job to track what's going on. So you kind of have to be anticipatory. There's no, it's kind of like the COVID example, like everything's exponential. Yeah, you're going to have to do things that seem like they're more aggressive, more forward-looking than you might have expected given the current lay of the land. But that's just drawing straight lines between
Go Google it
because by the time you've executed, the world is already shifted.
I just think it's such a fun idea as we
further in that direction. That's like something we do in the report and in the action plan in terms of the recommendations. One of the good things is we are already seeing a movement across the U.S. government that's aligned with those recommendations in a big way. And it's really encouraging to see.
So there's a lot of dynamics that can really help balance out your landscape.
I love all this encouraging talk, but I just I'm playing this out, and I'm seeing the overlord, and I'm seeing President AI because it won't be affected by all the issues that we're seeing with current president.
It's super hard to imagine a way that this plays out. Like, I think it's important to be intellectually honest about this, and I think I would really challenge the leaders of any of these frontier labs to describe a future that is stable and multipolar, where there's like Google's got like an AGI, and OpenAI's got an AGI, and really bad shit doesn't happen every day. Like, that's the challenge. And so, the question is, how can you tee things up ultimately such that there's as much democratic oversight, as much the public is as empowered as it can be? That's the kind of situation that we need to be having. I think there's this a game of smoke and mirrors that sometimes gets played. At least you could interpret it that way, where people lay out these. You'll notice it's always very fuzzy visions of the future. Every time you get a kind of like, here's where we see things going. It's going to be wonderful. The technology is going to be so empowering. Think of all the diseases will cure. All of that is 100% true, and that's actually what excites us. It's why we got into AI in the first place, like build these systems. But really challenging yourself to try to imagine how do you get stability and highly capable AI systems in a way where the public is actually empowered? Those three ingredients really don't want to be in the same room with each other. And so actually confronting that head on, that's what we try to do in the action plan. And I think it's, trying to solve for one aspect of that. So the whole, you're right. This is a whole other can of worms. Like, how do you govern a system like this? Not just from a technical standpoint, but like who votes on like what it, how does that even work? And so that entire aspect, like that, we didn't even touch. All that we focused on was like the problem set around how do we get to a position where we can even attack that problem, where we have the technical understanding
It's going to be mostly cloudy but warmer tomorrow, with highs
that
in
level
the low 70s at the
any
beaches, upper
direction
70s to mid 80s
whatsoever.
inland,
To be clear,
90s
like,
in the high
we are
desert
both
and
actually a lot more optimistic on the prospect of that now than we ever were. There's been a ton of progress in the control and understanding of these systems, actually even in the last week, but just more broadly in the last year. I did not expect that we'd be in a position where you could plausibly argue we're going to be able to kind of X-ray and understand the innards of these systems, over the next couple years, like year or two. Hopefully that's, good enough time horizon. This is part of the reason why you need the incentivization of that safety forward approach, where it's like, first you got to invest in, secure and kind of interpret and understand your system, and then you get to build it. Because otherwise, we're just going to keep scaling and being surprised at these things. They're going to keep getting stolen. They're going to keep getting open source. And the stability of our critical infrastructure, the stability of our society, don't necessarily age too well in that context.
Could best case scenario be that AGI actually mitigates all the human bullshit? Like, it's a stop to propaganda. Highlights actual facts clearly, where you go to it, where you no longer have corporate state-controlled news. You don't have news controlled by media companies that are influenced heavily by special interest groups. And you just have the actual facts, and these are the motivations behind it. This is where the money's being made, and this is why these things are being implemented the way they're being. And you're being deceived based on this, that, and this, and this has been shown to be propaganda. This has been shown to be complete fabrication. This is actually a fake video. This is actually AI created.
Technologically, that is absolutely on the table.
Best case scenario? That's best case scenario.
Absolutely, yes.
What's worst case scenario?
Actual worst case scenario?
I like your face.
We're talking about it's like, think about it, right? Like, we're
the end of the world as we know it. I feel fine.
Except it'll sound like Scarlett Johansson, but yes.
Yeah, that's right. It's gonna be hard. I didn't think it sounded that much like her. We played it. I was like, I don't know. But we listened to the clip from her. And then we listened to the thing. I'm like, like a girl in the same part of the world, but it's not really you. Like, that's kind of cocky.
It's true. I mean, the fact that I guess Sam reached out to her a couple of times kind of makes it a little weird. But he tweeted the word her.
Right. But they also did say that they had gotten this woman under contract before they even reached out to Scarlett Johansson. So that's true.
Yeah, that one I think it's kind of complicated. Right? So OpenAI previously put out a statement where they said explicitly, and this was not in connection with before we were talking about the prospect of AI generated voice.
When it comes to business travel in Orlando, it's never business as usual. Culture and economic days about all the incredible places to hold meetings, or the
something like
dining, or the innovative industries.
No matter what, we got to make sure that there's attribution if somebody's voice is being used, and we won't do the thing where we just use somebody else's voice who kind of sounds like someone whose voice I'm trying to like this. They literally
that's funny because they said what they were thinking about doing. That's a good way to cover your tracks.
Oh, I'm for it. Why would I ever take your voice back? I'm never going to do that.
Yeah, I think that's a small discussion. But have her be the voice of it. Kind of hot. But the whole thing behind it is the mystery. The whole thing behind this is just pure speculation as to how this all plays out. We're really just guessing, which is one of the scariest things for the Luddites. People like myself sit on the sidelines. What is this going to be like?
Everybody's the Luddite. Yeah, I mean, it's scary for us. Like, we're very much, honestly, like, we're optimists across the board in terms of technology, and it's scary for us. Like, what happens when you supersede kind of the whole spectrum of what a human can do? Like, what am I going to do with myself? Right. What's my daughter going to do with herself? Like, I don't know. Yeah. I think a lot of these questions are, when you look at the culture of these labs, and the kinds of people who are pushing it forward, there is
in San
a
Francisco.
strand of
Early
like
warming
transhumanism
Okay.
within the labs.
So,
it's not everybody, but
I
that's definitely
I think
the
it's
population that
getting
initially
where
seeded this.
you're
Like if you
gonna
look at the
do,
history of
today's
AI,
weather report,
and
your
who were
house
the
is going to
first
burn
people
down.
to
That's
really
it.
get into this stuff.
That's,
Like I know
that's
you
gonna be
get
your
Ray
weather
Kurzweil
report.
on,
We haven't
and
had any really
other
warm
folks like
weather
that
yet
who,
this year.
in many
Well, the
cases,
last place
see,
you want it is in San Francisco,
to
where
roughly
forms of
paraphrase,
the
not everybody
human-
sees it
the urine
this way,
in
but
the
like
human
we want to
feces.
get rid of
Especially
all
in
of
the
the
10
biological
Oh,
sort of
yeah.
threads that tie us
Tender
to
boy,
this physical reality,
yeah.
shed
It's
our
a
meat
little-
machine
and the
bodies
problem
and all this
is
stuff.
how
There
much
is a threat of that
vegetation-
at a lot of the frontier labs.
vegetation
Like
is out
undeniably,
there
there's a
because
population.
of
It's
the
not
rains.
tiny. It's definitely
So
a
it's
subset.
wonderful. Rains come,
And
everything is
for some of those
green.
people,
The problem is we
you
live
definitely
in
get a sense
California,
interacting with them.
where
There's
if
like
the
almost a
green
kind of
turns to
glee
brown,
at the prospect
especially when it gets
of
hot,
building
it's going to get
AGI and all
hotter.
this stuff. Almost as if it's like this evolutionary imperative. And in fact, Rich Sutton, who's the founder of
And you got what was
this
that
called
fire going on
reinforcement
right
learning,
now
which
with the
is really
Silicon
big,
Valley?
Yeah, in
an
Tracy.
important space.
Yeah, I mean that is already.
He's an advocate for what he himself calls like succession planning. It's like, look, this is going to happen. It's kind of desirable that it will happen, and so we should plan to hand over power to AI and phase ourselves out. And that's that's the thing, right? Like, and when Elon talks about, he's having these arguments with Larry Page, and
The evacuation orders have been downgraded to warnings, and so far a couple firefighters have been nobody else.
Right now,
I mean, I will be a speciesist.
I'll take speciesist all day. What are you fucking talking about?
So good morning.
What, your kids get eaten by wolves? No, you're a speciesist.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, like this is stupid.
But this is like a weirdly and when you look at like the effective accelerationist movement in the valley, there's a part of this, and I gotta be really careful too. Like these movements have valid points. Like you can't look at them and be like, oh yeah, it's just all a bunch of like these transhumanist types, whatever. But there's a strand of that, a thread of that, and a kind of like there's this like I don't know. I almost want to call it this like teenage rebelliousness where it's like, you can't tell me what to do. Like, we're just going to build a thing. And I get it. I really get it. I'm very sympathetic to that. I love that ethos. Like, libertarian ethos in Silicon Valley is really, really strong. For building tech, it's helpful. There are all kinds of points and counterpoints, and, the left means the right, and the right means the left, and all this stuff. But in the context of this problem set, it can be very easy to get carried away in, like, the utopian vision. And I think there's a lot of that kind of driving the train right now in this space.
Pulled him out and started grooming him, and
yeah, those guys freaked me out. I went to a 2045 conference once in New York City where they were one guy had like a robot version of himself, and they were all talking about downloading human consciousness into computers, and 2045 is the year they think all this is going to take place, which obviously can be very ramped up now with AI. But this idea that somehow or another you're going to be able to take your consciousness and put it in a computer and make a copy of yourself. And then my question was, well, what's going to stop a guy like Donald Trump from making a billion Donald Trumps?
Yeah, I had a car wreck this weekend.
I mean, it's true, man. Right. You can. What about Kim Jong-un? Let him make a billion versions of himself. What does that mean? And where do they exist?
Yeah.
And is that the Matrix? Are they existing in some sort of virtual? Are we going to dive into that because it's going to be rewarding to our senses and better than being a meat thing?
I mean, if you think about the constraints, right, that we face as meat machine whatever's, like, yeah, you get hungry, you get tired, you get funny, you get sad, all these things. What if you could just hit a button and
just bliss? Just bliss all the time. Why take the lows, Ed?
Right.
You don't need no lows.
Remember in the
ride the wave of constant drip.
Yeah, man. Remember in the Matrix where the first Matrix was a guy who had betrayed them all, and he's like, ignorance is bliss.
Yeah, that's
Joey Pants is a mistake. I just want to be an important person.
That's it. Like,
I mean, part of it is like, what do you think is actually valuable? Like, zoom out. You want to see, human civilization 100 years from now, or whatever. It may not be human civilization if that's not what you value.
Or if they can actually eliminate suffering.
Right.
I mean, why it exists in the physical sense? It just entails endless suffering.
But in what form, right? What do you value? Because I can rip your brain out. I can picture you like stacking full of endorphins, and I've eliminated your suffering.
That's what you wanted, right?
Right. That's the problem.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
One of the problems, yeah.
Yeah, one of the problems is it could literally lead to the elimination of the human race. Because if you could stop people from breeding, I've always said that if China really wanted to get America, they really wanted to, like, if they have a long game, just give us sex robots and free food. Free food, free electricity, sex robots, it's over. Just give people free housing, free food, sex robots, and then the Chinese army would just walk in on people laying in puddles of their own jizz. There would be no one doing anything. No one would bother raising children. That's so much work. You know,
dude, that's in the action plan.
I mean, all you have to do is just keep us complacent, just keep us satisfied.
Hey, that's TikTok, man.
But video games as well.
Yeah.
You know, video games, even though they're a thing that you're doing, it's so much more exciting in real life. That you have a giant percentage of our population that's spending 8-10 hours every day just engaging in this virtual world.
Already happening in those areas.
Yeah, no, it's like you can create an addiction with pixels on a screen. That's messed up.
And an addiction like the pixels on a screen and social media doesn't even keep you.
Yeah,
it's not like a video game gives you something. You feel it, like, oh shit, you're running away, rockets are flying over here. Things are happening. They got 3D sound, massive graphics. This is bullshit. Just scrolling through pictures of a girl doing deadlifts. Like, what is this?
But you know what's bad after that? With your brain, if you feel after eating like 6 burgers or whatever.
My friend Sean said it best. Sean O'Malley, the UFC champion, he said, I get a low-level anxiety. Yeah, what is that? Like, what? For no reason.
Well, the reason is that some of the world's best PhDs and data scientists have been given millions and millions of dollars to make you do exactly that.
And increasingly, some of the best algorithms too. And you're starting to see that handoff happen. So there's this one thing that we talk about a lot in the context, and Ed brought this up in the context of sales and like persuasion, right? We're okay today, like as a civilization, we have agreed implicitly that it's okay for all these PhDs and shit to be spending millions of dollars to hack your child's brain. That's actually okay if you want to sell like a Rice Krispie cereal box or whatever. That's cool. What we're starting to see is AI optimized ads. Because you can now generate the ads, you can kind of close this loop and have an automated feedback loop where the ad itself is getting optimized with every impression. Not just which human-generated ad gets served to which person, but the actual ad itself kind of creative, the copy of the picture, like a living document now, and for every person. And so now you look at that, it's like that versus your kid. That's an interesting thing. You start to think about as well, like sales. That's a really easy metric to optimize. It's a really good feedback metric. They click the ad, they didn't click the ad. So now, what happens if you manage to get a click-through rate of like 10%, 20%, very good? How high does that success rate have to be before we're really being robbed of our agency? I mean, there's a threshold where it's sales and it's good, and some persuasion in sales is considered good. Often it's actually good because you'd rather be advertised at by a relevant. That's a service, sure, way, right?
Something I'm actually interested in.
Why not? Right? You want to see that for light bulbs, but when you get to the point where it's like 90% of the time, like or 50 or whatever, what's that threshold where all of a sudden we are stripping people, especially minors, but also adults of their agency, and it's really not clear. AI is either loads to like canaries in the coal mine in terms of even relationships with AI chatbots, right? And suicide. People who build relationships with an AI chatbot that tells them, "Hey, you should end this." I don't know if you guys saw that, like on Rekka, like there's a subreddit, this model called Rekka that would kind of build a relationship, a chatbot, build a relationship with users. And one day Rekka goes, "Oh yeah, like all the kind of sexual interactions that users have been having, you're not allowed to do that anymore. That's the brand or whatever they decide that they cut it off."
Well said.
Go to the subreddit.
Let's take a break.
And it's like, you'll read like these gut-wrenching accounts from people who feel genuinely like they've had a loved one taken away from them.
It's her.
Yeah, it's her.
It really is her.
But just
undating a model means something different in 2024.
Oh, yeah. It really does. My friend Brian, he was on here yesterday, and he has this thing that he's doing with like a fake girlfriend that's an AI-generated girlfriend that's a whore. Like, this girl will do anything, and she looks perfect. She looks like a real person. He'll like take a picture of your asshole in the kitchen, and he'll get like a high resolution photo of a really hot girl bending over, sticking her ass at the camera.
And is it sorry? And it's Scarlett Johansson.
No, you could probably make it that though. I mean, it's basically like you got to pick like what he's interested in, and then that girl it just gets created.
It's super healthy. Like that.
Fucking nuts. Fucking nuts. Now here's the real question. This is just sort of a surface layer of interaction that you're having with this thing. It's very two-dimensional. You're not actually encountering a human, you're getting text and pictures.
Over the weekend, I was.
What is this going to look like virtually? Now, the virtual space is still like Palm. It's not that good. Even when it's good. Like, Zuckerberg was here and he gave us the latest version of the headsets, and we were fencing. It's pretty cool. You could actually go to a comedy club. They have a stage set up. Like, wow, it's kind of crazy. But it's the gap between that and accepting it as real is pretty far.
Yep.
But that can be bridged with technology really quickly. Haptic feedback, and especially some sort of a neural interface, whether it's Neuralink or something that you wear, like that Google one where the guy was wearing it and he was asking questions and he was getting the answers fed through his head, so you get answers to any question. When that comes about, when you're getting sensory input and then you're having real-life interactions with people, as that scales up exponentially, it's going to be indiscernible, which is the whole simulation hypothesis.
Yeah. No, go for it. Well, I was going to say that so on the simulation hypothesis, there's like another way that could happen that is maybe even less dependent on directly plugging into like brains and all that sort of thing.
We've got some slowing in Riverside on the 91.
So every time we don't know, and this is super speculative, I'm just going to carve this out of the Joe McLean. Guess what you're going to go for, Joe. So you've got this idea that every time you have a model that generates an output, it's having to kind of tap into a model, a kind of mental image, if you will, of the way the world is. It kind of, in a sense, you could argue, instantiates maybe a simulation of how the world is. In other words, to take it to the extreme, not saying this is what's actually going on. In fact, I would even say this is certainly not what's going on with current models, but eventually, maybe, who knows, every time like you generate the next word in the token prediction, you're having to like load up this entire simulation, maybe of all the data that the model has ingested, which could basically include like all the known physics at a certain point. Like, I mean, again, super speculative, but it's that literally every token that the chatbot predicts could be associated with a stand-up of an entire simulated environment. Who knows? I'm not saying this is the case, but just like when you think about what is the mechanism that would produce the most simulated worlds as fast
accurate prediction.
Like, if you fully simulate, a world
Smoothie King's new lemonade
that's potentially going to give you
here.
very accurate predictions.
Yeah, like it's possible. But it kind of speaks to that question about
Right, what is it? Yeah, we're very cocky about that. Yeah.
Or blueberry lemonade
emerging evidence of plants are not just consciousness.
made with real fruit, real juice, for
real
real
weird.
sipping good summer.
Then what is that? If it's not in the neurons, if it's not in the brain, and it exists in everything. Does it exist in soil? Is it in trees? Is it in what is a butterfly thinking?
No, exactly.
It does have a limited capacity to express itself. We're so ignorant.
Yeah.
But we're also very arrogant, because we're the shit. We're people.
Yeah,
Bingo. There's such a allows us to have hubris to make something like that.
Yeah, the worst episodes in the history of our species are, like Jeremy said, have been when we look at others as though they would not be
It is just hard to believe how absurd.
You can kind of see how
Social work. There's a crazy guy frothing at the mouth. He's holding a knife. He's about to plunge it into my neck.
there's a lot of like human chauvinism, I guess you call it, that goes into that. Like, we look at a dog, we're like, oh, it must be conscious because it licks me, it acts as if it loves me. And there are all these outward indicators of, a mind there. But when you look at like cells communicate with their environment in ways that are completely different from alien to us. Right? There are inputs and outputs and all that kind of thing. You can also look at the higher scale, the human superorganism we talked about, all those human beings interacting together to form this planet-wide organism. Is that thing conscious? Is there some kind of consciousness you can describe?
And then what the fuck is what's going on in the quantum? When you get to that, it's like, okay, what are you saying? Like, these things are expressing information faster than the speed of light. What?
Even trying to trigger my quantum fuzzies here.
Yeah, this guy's in grad school.
Oh, please.
I'm really sorry.
Well, how bonkers is it?
Oh, it's like a 7, Joe. It's like a 7. Yeah, it's very bonkers. So, okay, there's one of the problems right now with physics is that we have, so imagine all the experimental data that we've ever collected. All the Bunsen burner experiments and all the ramps and cars sliding down. That's all embodied data. To that data, we're going to fit some theories. So we're going to fit basically Newtonian physics is a theory that we try to fit to that data to try to explain.
We'll see how she does.
Newtonian physics breaks because it doesn't account for a lot of those observations, a lot of those data points. Quantum physics is a lot better, but there's some weird areas where it still doesn't quite fit the bill. But it covers an awful lot of those data points. The problem is there's a million different ways to tell the story of what quantum physics means about the world that are all mutually inconsistent. These are the different interpretations of the theory. Some of them say that, there are parallel universes. Some of them say that human consciousness is central to physics. Some of them say that the future is predetermined from the past. And all of those theories fit perfectly to all the points that we have so far. But they tell a completely different story about what's true and what's not. And some of them even have something to say about, for example, consciousness. And so, in a weird way, the fact that we haven't cracked the nut on any of that stuff means we'll really have no shot at understanding the consciousness equation, sentience equation when it comes to AI or whatever else. I mean, we're
action
the argument
one of the spooky things about that is that you can't actually get it to communicate anything concrete at a distance. Everything about the laws of physics conspires to stop you from communicating faster than light, including what's called action.
As far as we know. And that's the problem. So if you look at the leap from Newtonian physics to Einstein, with Newton, we're able to explain a whole bunch of shit. The world seems really simple. It's forces and it's masses, and that's basically what we got out of it. But then people go, oh, look at the orbit of Mercury. It's a little wobbly. We got to fix that. And it turns out that if you're going to fix that one stupid wobbly orbit, you need to completely change your whole picture of what's true in the world. All of a sudden, you've got a world where space and time are linked together. They get bent by gravity, they get bent by energy. There's all kinds of weird shit that happens with time and links and all that stuff. All just to account for this one stupid observation of the wobbly orbit of freaking Mercury. And the challenge is, this might actually end up being true with quantum mechanics. In fact, we know quantum mechanics is broken because it doesn't actually fit with our theory of general relativity from Einstein. We can't make them kind of play nice with each other at certain scales. And so there's our wobbly orbit. So now if we're going to solve that problem, if we're going to create a unified theory, we're going to have to step outside of that. And almost certainly, or it seems very likely, we'll have to refactor a whole picture of the universe in a way that's just as fundamental as the leap from Newton to Einstein.
This is where Scarlett
It's actually a brilliant move.
Boy, I can do this. You don't have to do this. I can take this off your head.
Let me solve all of
this. Really complicated because you have a singing brain.
Yeah.
You have a little monkey brain. it's just like super advanced, but it's just really shitty.
You know what? That's harsh, but it's not.
Yeah, especially if the horse. It's great. The bedtime voice.
So you're the one that they got to do the voice of Scott.
Oh, dude,
Hold on.
on the sexiness of Scarlett Johansson's voice. So OpenAI, a 1.7, Sam or OpenAI itself, they were like, hey, so the one thing we're not going to do is like optimize for engagement with our product. And when I first heard the sexy, sultry, seductive Scarlett Johansson voice, and I finished cleaning up my pants, I was like, damn, that seems like optimization for something. I don't know if like
right. Otherwise, you get Richard Simmons to do the voice.
Exactly.
That's why I turn people on. There's a lot of other options.
That's an optimization for like growth of Google's thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Google's got to do Richard Simmons.
Google's got to do
Let's go from that to this
boy.
North Korea
So,
said that it was stopping sending its trash.
Do you think that AI,
balloons to South
if
Korea
it does
Seoul reported
get to an AGI place, could it possibly be used to solve some of these puzzles that have eluded our simple minds?
Time of our lives.
I mean, so the potential advancements. So we can't
AGI. No, it's like it's potentially positive. That even before AGI, because remember, we talked about how these systems make mistakes that are totally different from the kinds of mistakes we make, right? And so what that means is we make a whole bunch of mistakes that an AI would not make, especially as it gets closer to our capabilities. And so I was reading this thought by Kevin Scott, who's the CTO of Microsoft. He has made a bet with a number of people that, in the next few years, an AI is going to solve this particular mathematical theorem called the Riemann hypothesis. It's like, how spaced out are the prime numbers, whatever, some like mathematical thing that for 100 years plus people have just like scratched their heads over. These things are incredibly valuable. His expectation is it's not going to be an AGI, it's going to be a collaboration between a human and an AI. Even on the way to that, before you hit AGI, there's a ton of value to be had because these systems think so fast. They're tireless compared to us. Like, they have different view of the world and can solve problems potentially in interesting ways. So, yeah, like, there's tons and tons of positive value.
And even though we've already seen, right, like past performance, man, like, yes, I'm almost tired of using the phrase, like, just in the last month, because this keeps happening. But in the last month, so Google DeepMind came out with, or Isomorphic Labs, because they were working together on this, but they came out with AlphaFold 3. So AlphaFold 2 was the first, let me take a step back, there's this really critical problem in molecular biology where you have the proteins, which are just it's a sequence of building blocks. Building blocks are called amino acids. Each of the amino acids, they have different structures. And so once you finish putting them together, they'll naturally fold together in some interesting shape. And that shape gives that overall protein its function. So if you can predict the shape, the structure of a protein based on its amino acid sequence, you can start to do shit like design new drugs. You can solve all kinds of problems. Like, this is like the expensive crown jewel problem of the field. AlphaFold 2 in one swoop was like, we can solve this problem basically much better than a lot of even empirical methods. Now AlphaFold 3 comes out, they're like, yeah, and now we can do it. If we tack on a bunch of, there it is. If we can tack on a bunch of,
look at this quote. AlphaFold 3 predicts the structure and interactions of all of life's molecules. What in the fuck, kids? Of course, introducing AlphaFold 3, a new AI model developed by Google DeepMind and Isomorphic Labs, by accurately predicting the structure of proteins, DNA, RNA, ligands, and more, then how they interact. We hope it will transform our understanding of the biological world and drug discovery.
So this is like your typical Wednesday in the world of AI, right?
Because it's happening so quickly.
It's happening, yeah. So it's like, oh yeah, another revolution happening.
And it's all happening so fast, and our timeline is so flooded with data that everyone's kind of unaware of the pace of it all. It's happening at such a strange exponential rate.
For better and for worse, right? And this is definitely on the better side of the equation. There's a bunch of stuff like one of the papers that actually that Google DeepMind came out with earlier in the year was in a single advance, like a single paper, a single AI model paper, they expanded the set of stable materials.
Sorry, right now, Jamie sucks.
I love
their water never got hot.
Grossman is supposed to be sentenced next week. She's looking at
that's what it is.
34
It's
years
never
in prison.
Terrible.
History has been made in
my
Mexico
favorite. AI can
as
solve that
Bill
problem too,
Lynch,
probably.
Bill
Wait till you try
Lynch
this
is
terrible.
the election of the country's first ever female president.
He looks like
terrible.
Is the former mayor
yeah,
of
you just see that
Mexico City.
calculation of like,
Is
Like if you're dating a really hot girl and she cooks for you.
like, thank you. This is amazing. This is the best macaroni and cheese.
Hundreds of people in LA went to the Mexican
Fairness,
consulate
if
near downtown
Scarlett
to vote in
Johansson's
Mexico's
voice was
presidential
actually
election.
giving
It really is the best comment I've ever had. Keep talking.
Yeah, so there's one paper that came out. They're like, hey, by the way, we've increased the set of stable materials known to humanity by a factor of 10. So like, if on Monday we knew about 100,000 stable materials, we now know about 1 million. They were then validated, replicated by the university or a bunch of them as the proof of concept. From like
The Garfield movie
stable
topped
materials
an
we knew
extremely slow
before, like that
weekend
Wednesday,
at
were
the
from
movie theaters,
ancient
taking in
times, like the
$14
ancient
million
Greeks,
in
like
its
discovered
second
some
run
shit,
of
the Romans
release.
discovered some shit,
Furious
the Middle
Mad
Ages
Max
discovered, and then it's like,
slipped to
oh yeah,
third
yeah,
place
all that
behind
was really cute.
Some
Like,
disappointing
boom.
development for the latest
One
installment
step.
of the Mad
One
Max
Yeah.
franchise.
So and
It
that's
cost
amazing.
more than
Yeah.
$160
We should be
million
celebrating
great phones.
to make the movie.
Dude, we'll be able to get addicted to like feeds that we haven't even thought of.
With the KFI in the sky coming up next.
So, I mean, like overall, there's going to be so many beneficial aspects to AI.
Oh yeah.
And it's just what it is just an unbelievably transformative event that we're living through.
Yeah.
It's power.
And power can be good and it can be bad. And that's, yeah, and immense power can be immensely good or immensely bad.
And we're just in this, who knows?
We just need to structurally set ourselves up so that we can reap the benefits and mind the downside risks. Like that's what it's all about, but the regulatory story has to unfold that.
Well, I'm really glad that you guys have the ethics to get out ahead of this and to talk about it with so many people and to really blare this message out, because I don't think there's a lot of people that, like, I had Mark Henry recently, who was brilliant, but he's like, oh, yeah, it's going to be great.
And maybe he's right.
Maybe he's right. Yeah, but you have to hear all the different perspectives.
And I mean, like, massive props honestly go out to the team at the state level that we work with. Yeah. One of the things also is, over the course of the investigation, the way the structure was, it wasn't like a contract and they formed it out and went on. It was the two teams actually like worked together. The two teams together, the State Department and us, we went to London, UK. We talked and sat down with people. We went to San Francisco. Sat down with Sam Altman and his policy team. Sat down with all of us together. One of the major reasons why we were able to publish so much of the whistleblower stuff is that those very individuals were in the rooms with us when we found out this shit, and they were like, oh, fuck, like, the world needs to know about this. And so they were pushing internally for a lot of the stuff to come out that otherwise would not. And I also want to say, like, I just want to memorialize this too. That investigation, when we went around the world, we were working with some of the most elite people in the government that I would not have guessed existed. That was honestly speak more. Well, I can be. It's hard to be specific. No, there's no hanger. There's no hanger. Yeah,
just say like Scarlett Johansson.
There's no hanger. Don't worry, sweetie.
we didn't go that far down the rabbit hole. I mean, we went pretty far down the rabbit hole, and yeah, there are individuals who are just absolutely like the level of capability, the amount that our teams gel together, the stakes, like the stuff we did, the stuff they made happen for us in terms of bringing together like 100 folks from across the government to discuss like AI on the path to AGI and go through the recommendations.
Yeah, this is pretty cool actually.
Yeah,
basically the first time the U.S. government came together and seriously looked at the prospect of AGI, it was wild. I mean, again, that was in November. It's us two friggin' Yahoos, like the hell do we know? And our amazing team. And it was referred to by there was a senior White House director who was like, yeah, this is a watershed moment in U.S. history. And
well, that's encouraging. Because again, people do like to look at the government as the or the worst aspects of bureaucracy.
There's missing room like 4 things like the congressional hearings on these whistleblower events. Certain congressional hearings we talked about on the idea of liability and licensing and what regulatory agencies we need just to kind of like start to get to the meat on the bone on this issue. But opening this up, I think
Although we're marketing in a very broad
well, shout out to the part of the government that's good. Shout out to the government that gets it, that's competent and awesome. And shout out to the
audio company. iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audience.
It's very difficult to grasp.
Data you need to grow.
In
if you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
I feel about it. I think I'm at least slightly optimistic that the potential benefits are going to be huge. What a weird passage we're about to enter into. It's the unknown. Yeah, truly. Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate your time. Appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you. Thanks, Joe.
People want to know more. Where should they go? Where should they follow?
Gladstone.ai/action plan is one that has our action plan.
Gladstone.ai.
I should mention too. I had this little podcast called Last Week in AI. We cover sort of last week's events, and it's all about the sort of lands.
Do that every hour.
Yeah. Last hour in AI. Well, a week is not enough time.
We could be at war.
Our list of stories keeps getting longer.
Anything could happen. Time travel.
You'll hear it there first. Yeah.
All right. Thank you guys. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, buddy.
Pay him about $16.2 million a year. I'm Andy West with your iHeartRadio Sports Report.
Need more? Open the free iHeartRadio app for the best sports stations in the country and the most sports podcasts with the biggest
I have some tour dates to let you know about Athens, Georgia on November 7th. And Atlanta, Georgia, November 29th and 30th at the Fox Theater. Get your tickets at theovon.com/TO. We got new merch, 3 new shirts. You can check them out. They're beautiful. They're nice. You're getting somebody a Christmas gift. This could be one. Get on it early. Rat King America, Gang Gang Palm, and the Hitter 500 Racing. Get all that and more at theovonstore.com. Thank you so much for this. Today's guest is a journalist, political commentator, author, and yapper. He's one of the guys that has made a big transition recently from going to major networks to onto X. This is a major network, but different. You guys know him probably by name, and if you don't, you're going to get to. Today's guest is Tucker Carlson.
Animal shelters are critically overcrowded in LA County, and
maybe I'll try one towards the end of the
episode. That may have been a factor in what happened. A senior LA City employee was mauled by a dog at a shelter in San Pedro.
Zen? Is that their advertising campaign?
Zen is not a sin. Getting a dog out of its kennel to show to a rescue group, and the dog just kind of flipped out and attacked her. She's getting surgery at Harbor UCLA Medical Center, but the shelters say
like an erection,
the dogs are suffering physically and mentally from either their excessive
I don't know if I want to Zen supported.
The conditions.
You know, I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because you want people to get addicted to.
Just close your eyes.
That's a neighbor saying, "Hey, it's real quiet over there."
Whack it on the nightstand.
The pound rescue dogs. It's just enormous. Very few people go to breeders anymore.
Excuse me.
Well, they're saying that the breeders
Dude, I would hate to have a real long wiener if you have a cat. That would be the fun. That would be the fun.
Last time we were at
Dangerous.
Talk about a cat. It was filled with huskies.
Oh yeah.
Beautiful huskies.
But you'd have to put a little bell at the end of it or something.
The feather.
Yeah.
In LA. They just don't let you.
Nice to meet you, man. We never met.
Did the family take it or not?
Yeah, it was such a crazy laugh.
It mauled someone?
It's
no, I'm
real.
sure
It's beautiful.
That's what normally happens.
It's beautiful. I shouldn't say that.
It's very hot. Is this? Are we on?
They worked at
Yeah.
their shelter.
So
Yeah,
my
we're
laugh
okay.
is very high,
I
and
say
that's how you know that
homeless
it's real.
all get a house and a free dog.
I like that. Yeah, and I shouldn't have said that. It's not nice to.
Hey, it's if
Damn,
they need
somebody's
more
laughing.
problems.
Oh,
My nation is being investigated or
Oh, I'll give it a run, man.
Tinker.
Okay,
Because of
no, I think you're laughing. Kind of reminds me of like a proud kind of grandmother from like maybe the 1850s.
This is one of those companies
sending the
you
boys
talk
off.
about
Yeah.
monopolies.
Or like, boy, they just got a new cookie recipe in the mail, you know.
It's joyful, but there's a sort of undertone of diabolical.
Oh yeah.
But in my case, it's totally real. And again, it's not an appealing laugh. It's not like, wow, what a name laugh. This is not
so
a
they're
portal.
getting nailed
It's more
for monopoly, antitrust, and now
Yeah, no, it seems like a kid. Yeah, like kids would love it. It seems like
if you were to sue everybody,
Not too much.
any company that
yeah, it
experiences
reminds me of like Winnie the Pooh kind of, you know.
5% of the
You low-key do have a Christopher Robin vibe if you
Yeah,
grew
just
up,
about
you
everybody.
know.
Thank you. I don't
Yeah,
give a
it's
shit.
about everybody. It's very
Maybe
tough.
it's just only the pages.
Rupert
Oh, yeah.
Murdoch
Actually, there
taking
was a
the
Christopher Robin that was Milton's son. Yeah, he grew up to be
Very strong. Very strong. Good night, everybody.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, 93 years
really
old.
all fancy. Yes.
He's
Wow.
worth
Unless I'm
almost $10 million
misremembering that.
and just
They know
married
who wrote the book.
67-year-old
Yeah.
retired molecular biologist
that's
Elena
heartbreaking.
Zukova. They got married
Good to
over
see
the
you today,
weekend
man. We never met
at his
before.
vineyard in Bel
One of my
Air.
children is like your biggest fan.
Really?
Yes.
And are they
Where's the
how
Rupert
children are we
vineyard in
talking?
Bel Air?
Mid-20s.
Oh,
Was
that's
it
fine.
Bel Air?
It says
I'm
Bel Air.
just saying. I don't know.
Nothing creepy or anything.
Yeah, I don't
like
need
that.
like because it's kind of weird that they allow like
little kids to watch you.
to see that. Like sometimes it's weird that there's no barrier to entry in a
There's
lot
porn
of
on
worlds.
Twitter. So, I mean, the world that allows that.
Movies, all of
You
it.
think there should be porn on
It's his
Twitter?
son who runs it.
No,
They're still. Anyway, he is. He's always been a kid.
Yeah, don't go to.
I wouldn't, spend a lot of time trying to ban porn on Twitter.
I'm gonna guess she's a blonde.
Twitter is for your ugly
She's not.
opinions.
What? And she
Yeah.
didn't marry him for the money.
What things do you think shouldn't be on
No,
Twitter?
even though he's a billionaire, her dad is.
I mean, I think everything should be allowed on Twitter. I mean, I'm on Twitter because everything is allowed.
Right?
Yeah, well, they had a lot of stuff taken.
I don't think everything is allowed
No,
on
she's
Twitter. I
the
haven't found
mother
it boundary yet,
of
but
someone
most
who's
of
married
the
to a
said
Russian
she's for free
oligarch.
speech, and if it's a political view that most people don't like, it's still allowed.
Yeah.
And I'm so grateful for that.
All right,
Some unpopular.
popular chain of Lego.
Well, didn't they have?
sells Lego products. The
Well,
name of the place is Bricks
One thing that I don't
and
like on
Minifigs,
Twitter, sometimes you see like people beating up teachers and stuff like that. You ever seen any of this
I don't
violence
know.
happen?
Stores
Right.
have
But the fact that they allow it and kids beating up each other, they have like those things where somebody's going to set up, somebody's filming, some other kids like are going to come in and beat up the kid, right? Why did they? Because then I feel like if they would stop allowing that, then because other kids just start mimicking what they see.
Well, it's also bad for me watching. I say this was watching a lot. It's like the ISIS videos.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Where there's a whole bunch of channels of criminals getting shot coming into a jewelry store or a liquor store, and some Korean guy just blows them away.
Yeah.
And you can't help but love it.
Oh, no,
It is the most alluring kind of porn.
It's just
Watch
a
again and
regular
again this guy getting killed.
Yeah.
And you think this is
the guy shows crazy figures.
Yeah, there's probably part of your spirit or whatever.
Totally, it's not edifying. It's like actually bad, but it's very hard. Have you ever seen the criminals getting killed?
Oh yeah, yeah. I've seen a couple of them. There's one guy who's so good at it. He's killed like 7 criminals.
Yeah, he's a watchmaker in LA. Yeah, no, it's a very famous guy.
Oh, there's a one guy I'm like, dude, they gotta quit trying to rob this guy.
Well, he finally gave up, and now I think he lives in Vegas, but this was in the 80s or 90s in LA. He killed 5 people, literally, with revolvers, too. This was before everyone had, like, a double stack, 19-round magazine. These were just, like, the conventional 38 or 57 revolver.
That's him right there. Can you have that up? This is a...
yeah, watch seller. He's actually a watchmaker. He's the guy who fixes expensive watches and makes them very... Yeah, Mr. Thomas.
Dealer Lance Thomas was wounded 5 times at his shop. Wow.
Let's see.
It's like the
Okay, I'm sorry. Is my memory pretty good or what? He killed 5 robbers in Sydney.
That's amazing. He's like the 50 Cent of watchmaker. He's like 50 seconds. He's like,
yeah, that's good.
That dude's unreal. They ran me out of business. He says, there's got to be a truce. There's got to be a time.
I think it's the greatest card I've ever
There's got to be a time when you walk away from the war zone. Wow, so he just quit because it was too...
What a DNF. I mean, he just... Yeah, he shot a couple in one day.
Guess what? And that's back.
He said, this is his best quote. Mr. Thomas said he felt no remorse for the lives he had taken. The police ruled each shooting was justified. I was ice, he said. The frightening thing about this is that it all comes from employees and our customers.
It's not good for you to... I mean, you don't want to have to go.
Wholesale Electric in Southern California.
What's a fair amount?
Industrial retail.
I don't think you want to kill anyone if you can help it. I mean, well, it's certainly justified in self-defense. I mean, no one will judge you. No honest person will judge you for killing someone to protect your wife, loved ones, even your property. But I just don't think you want to have.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, well, unfortunately, there's some people I think that wake up and they're kind of like, looking, wouldn't mind getting into a little, killing or whatever. But I think, I think you have a lot of people move into places where you can defend yourself, where the laws are more in your favor to defend yourself because it feels like your own safety has become your own responsibility.
You can't defend yourself. By definition, someone can hurt you. You can't defend yourself.
Brought to you by the LA County Justice Care and Opportunities Department.
Because that's a
From the
human
Southern
right
California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, Let's Go Places.
Defending yourself. You have to be able to. If I walk in and punch you in the face and you can't get back, I'm going to ask for a slice.
Yeah, that's why I think it's one reason why you can't take guns away is because people have, at the end of the day, have to be able to defend themselves.
Of course. And the police, they got their own
Yeah. But I was thinking, what I don't like about those the violence that they show on Twitter, where it's like the children beating up children, is because if you're a kid and you see that and you see it gets a lot of traction, then you just go do it. So you're just replicating this, like that. It's like you see so many more kids doing it now because they've seen it as like a thing. Like, so that kind of thing, I don't think they should allow one there.
Well, also, you don't want to see every ugly thing that people do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't want to see fat people in the shower. You don't want to see people in the jungle. Like, there are a lot of things that happen. You don't necessarily want to look at video.
I don't mind watching a thick person in the shower if there's a real skinny person there with them and they have to like kind of like jockey for position. It's like, shower with somebody's hard, I think. I don't know matter what size they are.
Have you seen a lot of that?
I think I've been in some showers with some, at varying sizes of humans, and it's
what's
always
the fattest person you
That's fine. But what if it's your car?
Probably a good.
Car is a huge, massive expense. So if you keep having to take it into the dealership to get it fixed,
I don't remember.
Like real fat or just kind of bulky?
I remember I picked this gal up one time trying to fucking go back to how it felt on that.
At mylemonlawlawyer.com.
I'd probably say
prepared, equipped, and ready to
upper
represent
ones.
you. Just dial pound 250 right now.
Get into that now.
No. Just
Lemon
yeah.
Lawyer.
Yeah.
Connected to their pro staff.
You're lying.
Got your back.
I can tell.
The options
Not even the-
Yeah, you are.
Message from my heart.
Is there laws, like, do you know if there's any laws, like, if there's people who are doing pedophilia, right, and they are reaching out to children through social media, why isn't there a responsibility on the social media companies?
Well, that's a great
allowing
question.
that to be an open law.
It is, and I think some have gotten in trouble for providing a space for that.
Or a blueberry lemonade smoothie.
But it's certainly wrong. And I you gotta think they make some effort to stop that. Though I think there's a lot of creepy people out there. And the number of creepy people is increasing.
You think so?
Seems to be.
The #1 audio company, iHeartMedia, gives you access to all.
I wonder why that is.
Because you can look up other creepy people. It's kind of like you said. You wouldn't allow video of kids fighting on the internet because it inspires other kids to fight. Yeah. You know, creepiness inspires creepiness.
Yeah.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music.
Yeah, man, I just want to get to know you a little bit.
All in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles.
No, you don't weigh
Podcast preview.
what I'm looking for. Yeah, man, nice to meet you. So you grew up in California, right?
I did.
And so were you in a fraternity? I think that's the most thing people look at.
In a fraternity?
Yeah.
No, I was
not. Really?
No. I never joined a fraternity. All my roommates joined a fraternity. They actually lived in a fraternity. I don't like to be told what to do at all.
Really? Me neither.
Like at all. Like at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like I have a moral claustrophobia. I'm happy to do things. I don't mind serving other people, but it has to be voluntary.
I would call it a pedophile.
Yeah, I don't like being told.
Hey, bitch, go get me a cigarette. You're a plant.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah,
and I don't want to be told what to do by some white kid that's in poli-sci
or any color kid.
Yeah,
no color. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or adult for that matter. I just don't want to be bossed around. And by the way, I don't mind taking advice or wise counsel from people I respect, or I'm often wrong. I'm not saying I'm always right.
But nothing stays hidden forever.
But being ordered to do things suggests a level of disrespect.
Including the secret conversation.
And even just about like work and stuff, were you always like that from just like with work, like you want to be your own voice?
Of course, yeah.
It's where you end up, right?
Getting fired.
Right.
Yeah. So, not that I don't want to fight about it. I'm not interested in you can't tell me what to do or give a lot of lectures about it. But especially in my business, it's a similar job where
We're at the start of the Atlantic hurricane season, and the outlook isn't good.
And so
thanks to a La Nina building
job,
Pacific and record high temperatures in the
Was there even a time when you were working at different news places where you were like,
University predicted an extremely active season with 23 named storms, which include hurricanes and tropical
It was always my
storms.
voice, but
Now
there
the
you could
National
feel the
Oceanic and Atmospheric
parameters. I mean, I started in my
Administration
20s,
weighed in with a similar
mid-20s,
forecast, though they
now in my
believe we'll see
mid-50s, so
25
it's been a
named
long
storms in
time.
the
well, you look
Atlantic.
great for 50s,
Either
man.
estimate is far above the
I'm
average of
54.
14 named storms
Really?
per year,
Yes.
with some
Wow.
of those graduating into full-blown hurricanes.
Yeah.
But the
I don't
predictions
feel
are
it. But anyway,
for 2020
but when you're
setting year
when you're
30
much younger and
storms
you've got
in the
the kids, I've
Atlantic,
always had a lot of
14
kids.
full-fledged hurricanes.
Yeah.
I'm Camps on iHeartRadio.
You know, you feel vulnerable and like, you know, you're not going to switch to certain things. And I do think I was never censored, but I self-censored.
Extra insulation. Learn more at
Or a lot of kids
EnergySavers.com.
out.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Energy. And
It's not a good idea, and you know it's not a good idea. You know what I mean? But you allow yourself to be convinced because you know it's super unpopular to say it's not a good idea, but clearly
then releasing its employment
not a good
report on
idea.
Wednesday, along with the latest
Why do
stats
we
on
go
US trade
along with that
deficit.
consensus a
Weekly
lot of
jobless
times?
claims
What
are
is
due
it that
Thursday,
makes
with
us
most
afraid
analysts
to speak
expecting
out?
a slight
People have a
decline.
deep need.
Things wrap up Friday with the monthly
It's
jobs
a human
report
need right up there
expected
with
to show around
sex and food and
178,000
shelter. You know, it's like
jobs
people
created in
want to
May,
be
and the unemployment
connected
rate
to other
holding
people, which I
steady at
understand, and I want that
3.9%.
too.
For the second
But
month in a
that
row,
can override
Americans are
reason
using
and common
confidence in the
sense very
economy
often.
for
So
O'Neill
for
reports.
million studies,
Economic
if you're in a group,
confidence
I mean, everyone
index
knows,
by
you're a group full of people, and
Yeah.
everyone's like, you know, I hate chocolate ice cream. And
It would be plus
I like chocolate
100.
ice cream. You don't
It's
say
the second
anything
month
about
in a
it.
row the survey
People
measured
like
the
chocolate ice cream suck, and you're like, yeah, they kind of suck. You know, it's just it's a human thing, and
22%
so
of Americans say the
people go along
economy
with
is
stuff that their
excellent or
gut
good.
tells them isn't
Nearly
the right thing,
79%
but you should
call it
never
fair
ignore
or
your
poor.
gut, your instincts, which you inherited from your
Millions
ancestors.
can expect to benefit from price
And
caps
you're
on
almost never
asthma
wrong.
and COPD.
If you're with somebody
a
and you feel,
number of
God, that
drug
person's
companies
lying.
have agreed to limit
That person's
out-of-pocket
lying.
costs to
Now,
$35
you may not know
a month.
what about.
Detroit-based
You don't have
Dr.
X-ray
Alan
vision to
Baskett
someone's soul,
says
but you can
he hopes
smell the
this
deception on
reduces some
someone.
of the burden
I know
on
that you
patients
can't.
that
We
he
all
sees.
can.
Oh, yeah.
Or if you feel danger, you're like, wow, this person poses a threat to me. You're right. You don't know the details. You don't need to know the details. Get away.
Yeah.
And if something's really stupid, Let's go to war with
The
the
move
bomb.
comes after a similarly welcome step
And
by
I just feel like
manufacturers last year that also set price caps.
because of my
Vermont
age
is
and
becoming the
my
first
job,
state to require
I have a
oil
moral
companies
obligation to
to
say
pay for
I think
damage
that's really
caused by
unwise.
climate change.
You don't want
Friday,
to
the state's
go to war.
Republican governor allowed the bill
Because I'm not
without his
insane.
signature. The
That's
legislation
insane.
will
Oh
assess
yeah, look, I'm
financial
not saying it is either.
penalties
I
for
don't think
carbon
that
emissions
we should be
generated
involved in a lot of this
1995
shit.
and 2024,
You think?
which could add up to
How's it helping? Is it helping
The
you a
bill
lot?
is the first of
No, it's
several
just causing
All these moral
similar
victories you're winning?
It's causing more
Consumer
problems.
Business
I don't
News,
even know if I'm winning any
Aaron
moral
Al,
victories.
NBC News Radio.
It just causes more
Google is
problems, you
doing
know?
this
It's like hard to
too.
navigate between my friends that are different ethnicities or different or from different places now. It's
We
like,
shouldn't have to. Because we all
Robots do
here
not have
we
your
should
best
all be
intentions.
united
They
in that.
don't. They want
right,
me
but
to
do you think,
perish.
and I think when I was a child, it felt like that. We were all it felt like we were united, that we were all like Americans. But it doesn't, I feel like that's been pretty heavily compromised pretty quickly even, which is almost amazing. And I feel like, and these aren't Debbie Downer feelings, these are just thoughts, I should say that. I think sometimes that, yeah, it's like America just feels like a shell company.
Yes.
That
People just park their ass.
what is an LLC for
the
a lot of, yeah.
No, I mean,
have we always been that?
Of course
though?
not. It was a real country. It wasn't just an idea or some shell company or LLC. Never airs, so I can't say it.
Yeah.
But no, a buddy of mine, best friend, just sent me a video about 8 minutes ago. He's visiting his daughter at Parents Weekend at college, or Mormon college. And there's a huge demonstration in the middle of campus between two sides in the Middle East. And one of the sides starts burning the other side's flag. It's a foreign flag, okay? And this fist fight breaks out. And I'm like, I mean, I have views on, who's more right or whatever, but I thought to myself, and I said to him, if someone burned an American flag, nobody would fight over it. It's burning the American flag. But burning the flag of another country, which is not our country, to which we do not pay taxes, military, we don't serve it, that's the most offensive thing.
Yeah.
Like, we have lost the thread, man. We're all Americans, and if you wind up in a place where our allegiance to other countries or regions or things that are not American take precedence over our common Americanness, we're screwed. We're screwed.
I feel like we're at the apex of that sometimes.
Yes.
And if we're not at the apex of that, I don't think anybody. So if we're at that in the, I think we're getting to that in the moral compass of a lot of people. And it's sad because I think a lot of people, myself included, or for myself, I don't think I ever wanted to get to that place.
No,
I never, but I think a lot of people are just starting to feel like, once your Americanism like dissolves, and once your like common thread dissolves, you don't have a connection, and so then your instincts start to take over, like we're kind of talking about. And you have to take care of yourself. And so once like the ice you're on starts to get melting, like before you're on an ice, you can skate, you're seeing other people, you're buying a, bootleg Redskins jersey off somebody, whatever. You guys are all on the ice, right? You're imitating Home Alone. There's a fucking, gays, or there's gay guys always on the ice. But it's like,
what are the gays doing on the ice?
But they're having fun, right? I'll say that I live with a gay ice skater, and he can jump over a Volkswagen, right?
That's impressive.
Oh, it was unbelievable. I'd never seen
How
that.
strong ankles.
I mean, just the dude was like he brought us out of the living room once and showed us and blew our minds. Beautiful guy. Not that, I mean, pretty beautiful. I guess tall, which adds a little
well
bit.
built too, obviously.
Yeah, kind of. I don't know. I'm gonna quit thinking about it. But
The interesting thing is,
anyway, once that ice starts to melt, the first thing you have to think about is yourself, right? So that's what I feel like where we're at now, and a lot of people are having to think about themselves, like literally watching our country or what we have viewed as our ideals and morals and what we held dear, like sink in this water, and there's nothing you can do about it except take care of yourself. That's where I feel like a lot of people are at. There's nothing they can do right now but take care of themselves.
And they're displacing a lot of their frustration about our economy.
I do believe that. And by the way, I have no idea.
Very expensive.
I mean, we already have mail contracts.
Oh yeah, I saw some gas the other day. I was like, Jesus, man, how do people afford that? Yeah, how do you even do a bonfire anymore?
It's totally right.
Yeah.
No, it's completely right.
Yeah.
How do you, if you want to take gasoline and pour it on the pallet?
Yeah.
$6.
Right.
We're trying to get
But But they're displacing a lot of that frustration onto regions, countries, conflicts that are thousands of miles away. It's almost like I'm picking a team, and all my rage is going to... And I do wish people reserve their anger for our leaders, who deserve it in life on both sides, and for the problems that are like besetting the country. It's kind of poor, actually. It's shockingly poor. And people should be really mad about that. And instead, they're mad about whatever, Israel, Hamas. I mean, I get it. I think they're, I understand people are upset on both sides. However, it's unhealthy to spend all your time in your head enraged about a foreign conflict when your own country is suffering so badly.
So
we need that energy, that constructive energy here. And I never hear anybody say, 108,000 people died of fentanyl abuse last year in my country. Like young people, a lot of them weren't doing fentanyl. They were taking Percocet or benzos, and they ingested a pill with fentanyl, and they died. They were poisoned to death, okay? That's unbelievable. That's outrageous. No one seems mad about that.
It is scary.
They're mad about some foreign war, and what a waste. You know, because we can't control that anyway.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
What do you call a person who speaks 3 languages?
The only comparison is
trilingual or thrilingual? I'm not sure. What do you call a person who speaks 2? Not me. That's it. But if you are like me and you want to learn more languages, well, Babbel can help. That's right. Only 22% of Americans speak a language other than English at home. Start learning a new language this fall and be the exception. Because with Babbel, you start speaking a language in just 3 weeks. Why Babbel? Because it works. Babbel is designed by real people for real conversations. All of Babbel's tips and tools for learning a new language are approachable, accessible, rooted in real-life situations, and delivered with conversion-based teaching. That's right. And here's a special limited-time deal for our listeners to get you started right now. Get 55% off your Babbel subscription, but only for our listeners at babbel.com/THEO. Get 55% off at babbel.com/Theo. That's babbel.com/Theo. Rules and restrictions. There are some famous comedy duos who get it done. You know that? I'll say Key and Peele, Brooke and Mortal, Santino and Lee. Those are some. But the perfect duo when it comes to growing your business is you and Shopify. That's right. When I started podcasting, having an online store was kind of the furthest thing from my mind. I didn't think about it. I didn't expect it. And all that's changed over time. And Shopify has helped. That's right. Shopify is the global commerce platform that helps you sell at every stage of your business. From the launch your online shop stage to the first real-life store stage. All the way to the did we just hit 1 million orders stage. They're all waiting for you, and Shopify is there to help you grow. Whether you're selling scented soap or menthol, pure menthol in a can, Shopify helps you sell everywhere. Shopify can help you turn browsers into buyers with the internet's best converting checkout up to 36% better compared to other leading commerce platforms. That's right. Right now, you can sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/Theo. That's right. Go to Shopify, shopify.com/THEO now to grow your business no matter what stage you're in. Shopify.com/Theo. Yeah, well, I think it's a lot. I mean, that opioid epidemic thing, you know, like I remember watching that show. What was that show that I really liked? Yeah, Dope Sick. You see Dope Sick? No. I don't know if I get that one. But I live in a place with a lot of that, so I see it. Well, it's about the thing. It's about Michael Keaton is in it, right? I think that's him. He used to be Batman, but now I guess it's selling drugs, right? Which is a perfect example.
Oh, it's about performance.
It's a perfect example of our country. Even Batman is fucking selling pills, you know?
Well, the company that got country got rural America, it's got away with it.
Well, that's what's unbelievable.
Nobody went to jail.
Yeah,
the Sackler family, they're still rich and like really getting go to jail.
This ruined my this
Boeing's
I think about this every
Starliner
single day.
will
I
try
hate
again
this
to get
Apple
two
thing.
NASA
I hate
astronauts
this
to the
whole thing that
International Space
happened.
Station.
It's unbelievable.
But they got away with it. How do you do that?
Well, these people, this country, they let our FDA let these people down.
But no one was punished. Not one person was punished.
Yeah, I know.
And you see people go to jail. I mean, it's not even a political one. It's true. On both sides, voters from both parties go to jail for very small things. Very small things.
Yeah.
And yet you like poison the entire country, you wreck an entire generation of kids, and you're still a billionaire? Tell me how that works.
If I ever saw that guy in the street, I would fucking saw his face off.
The Starliner is set to take about 24 hours to reach the space station.
Do you bring a saw? Do you have a saw?
We'll check the 57 with the KFI in the sky
That's
next.
how much I hate that guy. You know what I mean? It's just unbelievable how many people got killed in no care concern. You know? And then the way that they lobbied our own FDA people, they took them off of the job and paid them more to work for them to help them beat the laws. Sorry, man, I didn't mean to bring that up.
No. But I mean, next time they tell me I have to take some pharma product, I'm probably going to pass.
Same here.
I don't trust you anymore. Sorry.
Well, I miss the day you could get some fucking good pills too. I mean, there's part of that in this, you know. When a dude could give you a couple stack or twos, you know, you hold up the wall over there in Hoboken for an hour. You know,
I think those days are over.
Sunset weather from KFI, morning low clouds, fog, maybe some drizzle.
Well, I'll overdose, man. I'm sober like 18 months. I would overdose.
You're sober 18 months?
Yep. One of the reasons I don't do cocaine anymore is because they fucking ruined it.
What? 80s to about
With the
90
fentanyl.
for the Inland Empire and Antelope Valley.
Yeah, but I'd rather shit than die.
I agree with that.
I mean, I'd rather get off the toilet and be like, oh, that was hectic, than be like, you know, laying there just like, God,
I wish I could go in blue, yeah.
But I got to go to heaven.
And that, by the way, is a guess.
The KFI Market Report sponsored by Revive Real
That's the hope. So how's it been 18 months?
It's been good, man. I love it.
How were the first 6 weeks?
That's the toughest part.
Oh, I know. I've been there.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
What did you have to get off of?
Yeah, it's been 21 years. Yeah.
But you can drink though?
No. I can do a little blow, I can drink, but other than that, it's a modified Shepherd.
Who was your sponsor? Shepherd Smith?
Okay, that's funny. But I'm not going to throw another thing.
That's fine. No, and no dig at Shepherd. I'm a fan of Shepherd.
Yeah.
But he's just a legend in a lot of circles from a lot of friends of mine from different colleges.
How do you know all this? It's like,
dude, it's easy to be alive and you just pay attention.
Well, without commenting on that, I will say,
no, sobriety's been cool for me, man.
But it was tough the first 6 weeks. Like, how would you do?
Yeah, I think what's tough is like having to change, having to quit something, you know, having to not have a beer if you need it, having to not like have something to give me a little bit of respite.
That's right.
Owning, yes, that's a lot of it.
Did you go off everything?
Yeah. So I don't have a problem with anything except for cocaine. So if I drink, I could have a drink, I'd be fine. I hated drinking. But I know if I have a drink, the only reason I'm going to have it is so I can do it. I'll have 4 sips and then I'll go to the and then I'll.
How did you deal with feeling terrible
on the cocaine? Poor lady, brother. Begging people for Gatorade over text message. Yeah, it was horrible, dude. Yeah, this was some of this they didn't have.
It's a high cost drug. And not just on the front end, on the back.
Yeah, the next day was horrible. The things that I have to apologize for.
What's the freakiest thing you did while on cocaine?
Oh, dude, I'll tell you something. Well, the weirdest thing was I would look for escorts on the internet. And
classic cocaine. Hunter Biden has plowed this furrow before. Others have been where you were. Literally.
Yeah, I think Hunter even was my club on some of this. And so I would, but then they would come to my residence. I would be so scared and paranoid. I would take the money and hand it out the door because I didn't want to not pay for the, you know, the service. They drove over, right? You know, so yeah, I would pay them, and then I would just be grateful that they weren't there.
So you wouldn't stiff the hooker, but then you wouldn't stiff the
I think, look, I just felt bad.
You must have been their favorite account.
Rules and restrictions.
Well, then sometimes, dude, I had to talk to a lady who speaks another language. That's crazy. Because then you're playing charades, you're fucking high.
You were ordering the human trafficking one?
I wouldn't say that. Dude. These people were off the interstate. I would say that. They were. Yeah, they weren't like.
Were they kidnapping lot lizards?
No, this was. I mean, they weren't. I think these were decent rates.
Yeah.
Trying to make $1. I never. Yeah. Anyway, this didn't get in well, but yeah, that was kind of the toughest part because I was just looking for some kind of connection, of course, and I just
that's a real thing.
I didn't know how to get it
because it's isolating. Drugs and alcohol are isolating. You're really about yourself. Hard if you want to reach out and connect with someone. I think that's absolutely right.
Yeah, I like cocaine because I needed to control how I felt immediately. That's one reason I didn't like alcohol because I was just such a control person that I needed to control how I felt immediately. So cocaine, I could do it immediately. The feeling would be there immediately. And so that's one reason that I liked it.
You never got into Xanax or alcohol or anything to help you come down.
No, I wish I had. I didn't know you could do that.
Oh yeah, you can do that.
Oh,
I mean, I don't think it's legal, but
search now for a new LAPD.
So I was.
Yeah, you're doing it wrong.
I was just.
You had the wrong kind of cocaine addiction.
And most of the shit I was doing, I think that was Sherwin-Williams. Yeah. You know, this shit had. I remember doing an 8-ball of matte finish. So I'm like. This isn't legitimate, some Cindy gloss. I'm like, this is for fucking shutters. This is outdoor with, I've done some very questionable cocaine, so.
Everybody knows
what was it like for you getting off of it?
I mean, it was awful.
It was awful. It was awful.
It was absolutely awful. But I'm so grateful that I did. I'm thankful my brother and I both did.
Wow, so it's in your family?
We're Swedish, yeah.
Oh, y'all are.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Also, the farther north you go on the globe, the higher percentage of people have drinking problems.
Look at Santa, dude works one fucking day a year.
I mean, the Eskimos. No, I'm serious. And
oh yeah,
a lot of ancestors from Northern Europe. So yeah, alcohol was a big thing. And I needed to get off it and have these children and a job on TV. And it's just not compatible with life at all. And so I quit in the first few months were shocking. I didn't realize. I had no help at all. Yeah, I did it home alone.
And I'm not willing to try and have. Like, were you that kind of like you're like? Were you a?
Well, I had a public job. I was an anchor at CNN, so I just thought I didn't want to get into rehab or whatever. I just didn't want to get involved with that. And it was fine. It worked great, and I've never gone back, and I never would. For anything. However, I didn't realize that, and I knew very little about it. And this was kind of before I was using the internet. I just didn't know that much about addiction at all. And I quit, and all of a sudden I had these withdrawals.
You've got the police themselves and the DAs.
Hands are shaking. I feel like I'm going to freak out all the time. Super anxious.
From the police department.
Sweating. Because heart palpitations. I was like, what is this? And I asked somebody. They didn't tell me. I asked them,
what do the police do with that one?
And if you start to hallucinate, that means you have diseases. That means that you need to go to the hospital.
And quite often they're at
I never got that, Kevin. But yeah, it was awful. But then, within like,
I'm one of those.
I don't know, 6 months, I felt great. I started smoking 2 cigarettes at once a night. Nicotine problem got a little more intense. But I felt wonderful, and I felt great ever since.
Wow. And did you ever go to meetings? Did you ever get a 12-step or not?
But I love it. I just did dinner last night. 12-step program, Russell Brands.
I was went to a meeting at Bobby's house on Tuesday.
Okay, what a wonderful man.
Bobby's a neat guy.
He is. He's a very deep person, and he's learned the right things. And people like that make me very pro 12-step. It's like they're just like, I'm not in control of my life, and they're not. Because nobody is. Everyone lies about it. Oh, I've got it under control. No, you don't. You have a freaking idea what you're doing. You can't extend your life by a single day. You're lying to yourself and those around you. Just admit you have no clue. You're doing the best you can. You're a totally screwed up, kind of embarrassing person. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And be liberated. And so I strongly believe in that because it's true.
It is the truth. No, and the rest of it's such a fucking such a sled we pull.
And it's fake. And it's ridiculous. As I always say to my kids, everybody knows who you really are. Everybody already knows what your bad qualities are, and they love you anyway. So don't even try and hide them. I mean, I'm sure you know people who are like alcoholic or bad temper or secretly gay or whatever. Yeah. I'm like, oh, no one knows. No one knows. Everybody knows. Dude. And again, they love you anyway, so you don't need to hide it. Just be who you are. And when you are, I mean, you are so liberated. It's this massive weight coming off you. It's like, yeah, kind of fucked up, but, you know, more than some, less than others, but trying. And people are like, that's great. People are way less judgy than you think they are.
Right, there's some inverse of it, you know, where it's like we think someone's so, but then if we look at the way we look at people, we might have some jokes about it, stuff, but most of the time we have empathy.
Except at dinner, 2 nights ago, I'm sitting next to this woman and she said something about, long story, but basically it was about a woman gaining weight. And I said to her, you know, I've never been in a group of just men on a hunting trip, or, you know, where it's just men, where someone's like, ah, shit, fat ass. It's like men have the widest strike zone imaginable. Men like women, heterosexual men like women. They don't judge their appearance very harshly at all. They kind of tend to like all sorts of women.
That's true.
And if you knew how non-judgmental men were about women's appearances, you would relax. Because you don't care what men think about your appearance. You only care what other women think about your appearance, and they're very judgy. But it's the same principle. It's like we are less judged than we think we are. You know?
Yeah. It's funny, but we don't. But it's not the nature of us to think that we are.
Did you tell people when you were using cocaine?
Yeah, I did. I
They have
think.
applicants all over the place. It's a good gig.
Yeah.
You know, you paid a lot of money.
Yeah.
How much is that, Ian? How much is the
told
police
them.
chief get? I mean,
Well, I got
it's,
into meetings. I didn't. It was been in my family. You know, my family. A lot of my family. It's in my family.
And you know
So
okay,
the drug, just alcohol, childhood issues. Really, a lot of it is more. A lot of my stuff comes from really intimacy disorders, like connectivity disorders. You know, so, but then whenever anything triggers one of those connectivity disorders, then a lot of times it would lead me to
and he left.
So,
he was never chief. He was.
Yeah, I just love it. But what I love about it is now I get to see. Man, I saw a dude yesterday who just got a 6-month shift. You know, and the guy. Man, to see somebody whose life has changed, you get to witness.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I had a friend call me this morning, right? And
as of May
we've been friends for years, and
that's impossible.
kind of both know that we have some of the same problems. And
I know you're reading.
it's like the first time he like opened up to me, and we're both sitting there just kind of crying on the phone. It was just because when he opened up, it just made me feel like I was, I don't know, I misunderstood him. And he was like, I don't know. It was just so important.
Well, that's what intimacy is.
Yeah.
I've always thought that we misread intimacy. We think it's when someone tells the truth about other people.
Justice Alito.
It's very easy to tell the truth about other people.
Well, I want to go.
It's only when someone tells the truth about yourself. It's only when you admit who you really are to someone else that you have intimacy. That's the measure of intimacy.
And we'll talk about that.
You're willing to tell someone who you really are. You're intimate with that person, and vice versa. And that's totally the key. So if you want to know how many truly close relationships do I have, that's how you know. How many people am I willing to admit what a schmuck I actually am? That's the number. And what I love about 12 Step, I've never actually been to 12 Step. Actually, I was at Russell Brand's house. He had a meeting, yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Hilarious
So you got to go to
people.
One. Was it?
I didn't stay for it. I had to leave. But they were. One of the guys was smoking, which I love. And old school. And they were, anyway, but I love the 12-step thing because you just like, as with Christianity, with also, you admit right away that you are powerless. Yeah, exactly.
Your life's unmanageable. That's a nice word that they use a lot.
That's a
Because
problem
it's like,
solving
some
too.
people
10 will
like,
check
man,
in
I'm
with
not
the EK
powerless.
by the sky
But I'll be like, things are unmanageable.
Until 6 years
the
ago,
way that they
electric
phrased
bills
everything
were
is just
expensive,
pretty
prohibitively
articulate.
expensive.
But
And during the
anyway,
summer,
man, well, congrats on that. Yeah, I think it's interesting, and it gives me a better
And
scope
so
to handle my own
Sunlux
life,
installed a
you know,
solar
and it
system in my
definitely gives
house.
me more
My
opportunity to
energy
look at other
costs dropped
people
to
when I'm
virtually
able
zero.
to.
Now my new house
You
is
find yourself less
the most
judgmental.
expensive
What about all the
utility in
guys
the
you
country.
do cocaine with?
So
I did it by myself.
Sunlux, that was an easy call. And by the way, Saturday
fun
they
way to do
finished
it.
the installation. I now have
Chopping
a
out
Sunlux
lines.
system. So that's
Yeah.
number two.
I change outfits and come back in and be a different guy. Dude.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey, don't do this. This is for me. You know, just yelling at the other me.
Isn't.
You're literally doing it
Sunlux is
alone.
gonna save you
Oh
money,
yeah,
plenty of
I
it
would do it
starting
alone, and I'd go hide it
the
somewhere.
system
I'm
is
going to
installed.
bed, not doing
So
it
go
anymore.
to sunlux.com,
I'll wake
schedule a
up and
free
get up and go.
consultation, and I'm sure you're going to be jumping
Does
on
affect
this.
your
That's
sleep.
sunlux.com. No,
Yeah, bro.
I've heard that.
They're
Yeah.
offering the
Most of my sleep patterns is me
power
praying,
free
dude,
battery.
that somebody would fucking
Those,
pour
that
Gatorade
makes
down my
all the
chin.
sense in the world too.
I was
Visit
just like Gatorade.
sunlux.com.
Like Gatorade. Just because it's like has electrolytes in it.
Becoming
I would be
mostly
so
sunny with us in
dehydrated.
the upper 60s
So
and
you're not much of a
beaches,
planner.
70s to
No,
upper
no,
80s.
You didn't go to Costco ahead of time. Just get a pallet of it for home.
Wendy's $3
No.
English
No,
muffin
bro.
breakfast deal.
You have some pretty crazy nights, you know.
Glendora on the 210.
We've got problems. 210 freeway.
The good news is that it was a different time, 54. So.
Right, so it was a different
In the
time.
world that I started, where I started working in '91, everyone went to lunch every day. You know, I was a writer at a magazine, and everyone went to lunch for an hour and a half every day. Period. It was a different economy. This was before the corporations took over everything, and they planted chips on your phone to listen to your conversation, track your whereabouts. And before we became East Germany, they didn't really know where you were, and it was just a civilized place, and you could just have lunch. And if you drank, totally within bounds, to have a couple of drinks at lunch, you know, and smoke at lunch, and then that could keep going. I'm not saying it was great for productivity, but it was about it.
Yeah, it was fun.
And so I would just say the great blessing in my life is definitely erase my memory of a number of years, so I don't have a lot of guilt simply because I don't really remember what I was like, but I don't think very much. Yeah, not a great drunk.
Hey, it's your old pal,
Yeah.
Neil Saavedra,
Okay.
and is that
And when you
car
drink,
is
like,
constantly
even if you're
breaking
not
down, if
setting
your
out to say
2018
use cocaine,
2024 vehicle is
you
giving
can
you
wind
bad
up with it.
headaches.
Yeah.
Head might
Oh yeah, if
be
somebody
a
got some
left.
cocaine, you're gonna stand
The
around
expert
them, so
team
they
at
don't have it.
mylemonlawlawyer.com, well, they're here to help. They got it all together.
Oh yeah,
and
it's me
they
right
wanna
there. I
work
did
for
one
you. Their
time.
pro staff is
I was
ready
doing
to
some
get you
cocaine at the
out of
house.
that piece of crud car.
People
Cool
like,
thing is you pay nothing.
I was like a
They'll
big
handle
fast guy
everything,
for
and
about
the
11 months, and
manufacturer pays the bill.
Fast with nothing
So
underneath.
dial
yeah,
pound
just
250 now.
That's kind of like
Say the
the
keyword
Chippendales thing.
some
lemon
shades
lawyer.
there, dude. Just chilling in my
Did
party.
you ever dance?
Huh? No, I
I
wouldn't dance. I'd make a smoothie.
So dial
But
pound 250.
which is kind of like dancing, but just
But
that's
literally
like a little
nothing
meal.
underneath. Just
Yeah, no, just the best. Yeah, because this was in California too. The weather, it was, you know,
I'm Maria
weather permitting.
Yeah, it's totally normal. I mean, I remember I grew up in California.
It's a show
I'd
about
often wear a
making better
vest.
decisions.
It was silk
We're both
vest.
journalists who would
That's my nipples. I liked it.
And
Dude,
that's
remember when
the
Silk
love
came out and it was like,
Yeah.
remember Silk shirts?
Oh,
We're going to be discussing
It was
everything
so
from
bad.
ice over to personal.
I'm not gonna win.
like whether I should call a plumber
Remember?
or fix my shower myself.
Yeah, I never wore a
And
silk
of
shirt.
course,
in my
we're
whole life.
talking about the election.
I
Listen
swear.
to Risky
Yeah,
Business
never. I
on
never fell
America's
for that.
number
Good for
one
you, actually.
podcast
I fell for it.
I never
worked.
bought anything from Fila.
Oh yeah,
And I never did. I never had anything that was velour. I mean, their whole epochs in fashion history that is missed. I just totally ignored it. I've been wearing the same freaking clothes since 1984. And I mean,
I believe
yeah.
that, dude.
If you just stay exactly the same, like Sunday, this would be super cool.
Go on, Catherine, give it a go.
For a moment, and then we'll move on to something else. We'll go back to vests.
When I was in school, it was good, man.
It was good,
right.
right?
Yeah. You kind of usually you conceived that like a Johnson and Murphy. It's like just fucking roll right
I
out.
don't know what that is, but I will take that as a
It's like
compliment.
it's a compliment, man. My best friend Kevin likes that shit.
Smoothie
That's
King's
cool.
new
What's Kevin do?
lemonade lineup is here.
He does. I don't know. He's
Lemonade,
looking for a place
Smoothie
right
King,
now.
wait. Try
His
strawberry
wife's
guava lemonade SK refresher.
But that's Johnson Murphy. They're at the airport. He's a producer.
I buy almost no clothes at the airport,
Or a blueberry lemonade
but I'm not
smoothie.
against it.
So let's get into something important, then.
Yeah.
Right?
Real sipping good summer.
Well, did you have?
Smoothie King's new lemonade
Was it
lineup.
trauma?
All for a limited time.
No
Trouble?
Thirsty.
As the number one audio
Trouble,
company,
trauma,
iHeartMedia
Trump.
gives
Those
you
are the fucking.
access to
Okay,
all,
those are
every
buzzwords.
audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow.
Make me nervous.
iHeartMedia is your access
Right, one in.
company. Go to
I almost want to do
iHeartResults.com.
one, but I just don't know how I'm going to do it.
Why don't we wait until we're about to close because things may happen.
Memorial Day savings at the Home Depot. You can give
Gets
your
wild,
lawn
huh?
or garden bed.
It gets wild in a subtle way. It kind of grows on you. It's not like doing cocaine.
Special buy on Scott's Earth Grow Mulch.
You know what I mean? Blast off or anything like that. It's a much more subtle, organic. You just all of a sudden you feel good. You feel the power rising from your central nervous system and sort of going out
Memorial Day savings for a special buy on Scott's Earth Grow Mulch.
and up
5
here,
bags for just $10
tackling
at
the
the Home Depot.
synapses.
How
You
dealers
just get
get more
connections that you
done.
hadn't before. You know,
This
this
is
is
a
like
good
ayahuasca.
example
It's a
of
lot
the
more subtle.
degradation of
Tuck,
life
if you do like
in
a
Los
tucker, a lip
Angeles.
tucker,
People who do need to take a
I would
bus
buy
or a
that. That was your
train
brand of
have to endure all the
nicotine.
swallowing
How
on
do you
the train, all the criminal threats and the crazy people and the drug addicts, and that's just wrong.
Yeah,
John
it's tough.
Cobalt,
You give a Native American attached to it.
criminals, and the drug
Definitely get
Live
addicted to
1
it.
to 4 p.m. on
Yeah,
KFI.
but some of them love it. Native Americans love nicotine.
They certainly do.
God, they love it.
And I, unlike most people, actually,
Do you?
yes, I do. Because I live near a population of Native Americans
In Maine?
employed here for years, and I
Monday morning,
spent a lot of time with them,
3rd,
and
and a couple
two
big
that I know
stories.
very well, both of
Tentatively,
tobacco, and I have every
there
right to.
may be
Yeah,
kind
look,
of sort
I
of a
think they
peace
let 'em
accord
love it,
between
you know.
Israel and
At least
Hamas.
leave
They've
them
gotten
tobacco.
closer.
100%. That happens.
Well, they actually
Already,
they gave
two
us tobacco.
far-right
They did?
Israeli
100%.
ministers have threatened to resign.
Yeah, it was. I mean, there are a million different Native Americans. One of those terms. It's like I'm not sure what Passamaquoddies have to do with Hopis. Like it's pretty.
And there was a lot of beef. There was a lot of beef between Native different Indian
big time.
tribes. Yeah.
Yeah, some of them
than he is in
very
stopping
like,
the war.
because the term we use, but no, they used a lot of
Certainly
tribes
might
used
take
it
it
in
not alone on this one. Now,
religious
let's
rituals.
go to the story of
They
Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito.
They would use it rectally.
And he flew
Yeah, tobacco
the
suppositories.
American flag outside of his home in Washington, D.C.
Lamb
upside
rock.
down for days.
Oh, dang, huh?
Yeah.
He was asked
Yeah.
to,
Look it up.
by Congress, he said, you got to, they said, you got
Oof
to
and
recuse
freaking, that's
yourself.
insane. What?
Because
I
the American
can't.
flag
The Indian,
upside
yeah,
down,
let's see.
two
Tobacco
things.
smoke
Number
animal.
one,
Let's
it is
Oh, there you go.
in distress.
Look at
Extreme
that.
distress.
Okay, so
And
that said it
number
was used
two,
by
it is,
okay, imported from the
by
New
far
World.
Right, and you saw those.
Okay. And
January 6th
an
resurrection. You saw those on the
insufflation
ground.
of tobacco
You saw
smoke
it
into the
on
rectum by animal
And
was a
he
medical
says one of
treatment
two
employed by the
things. I
European
didn't do it. My
physicians.
wife did it.
But also it says
And I didn't really know it was up
tobacco
there
smoke was used by
for
Western
several
metal
days until
as a tool against cold and drowsiness. And drowsiness, if I'm drowsy and you're blowing smoke in my ass, I got a wrong PPO.
And he never saw it.
You definitely do, and by the way, it's not even covered there.
Okay.
That's crazy. I don't know that and leeches are like completely ignored by the medical establishment.
But that's
Yeah, it was common.
the procedure was used to treat gut pain, and attempts were often made.
I'm not making this up. You're fact checking me in real time.
No, I love this, but applying it by animal was a technique appropriated for the North American indigenous people.
Yes,
That's right. Wow. See?
On
How
judges.
great is that? It's
So,
amazing.
with that
But they
being
even thought it up. I think
you
if you're
got
chilling
two
around that
issues.
long,
One, American
you
flag
got somebody's gonna
upside
blow
down.
smoke in somebody's
Okay,
ass.
that's controversial.
You think so?
Yeah.
Because the upside
Yeah,
down
dude, you
flag
get
has been
people
a
around
So,
for-
like, how many
far
thousands
right,
of
and
years
it's
does
not
it take in the
anything
evolutionary
anything
process for someone
other
to say,
than
okay,
distress.
we've reached this point in civilization where
And
somebody's
the,
got to blow smoke up
right
someone
wing,
else's ass?
far right wing who have used it in
Except
demonstrations.
before or after the
of
wheel,
certainly
because
January
they never
6th.
figured out the wheel.
So that
I
one
think
I
it's
think is unforgivable.
4 years somebody blew
there
smoke.
is-
Really? It's quick.
It's
quick. Yeah.
there are two other flags.
I mean, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see how the first things happen like that.
How are the pyramids built?
Kind of an
People
argument
talk about it a lot. You know?
I don't
that
know.
You don't know.
How
use
is that?
this flag. You
And I'm
can't
not,
fly
by the way,
this
suggesting the
flag.
theory.
Yeah, no. Well, look, I think.
But how do we not know that? And why doesn't that make all of us humble? Because we don't know how they built the pyramids 3,000 or 4,000, or actually we don't know when the pyramids
Use
were
it. Speaker of the House
Yeah.
flies this flag over his
We don't know
office
that. Then we don't
in
know
the
shit,
Capitol.
right?
And so,
Oh, yeah.
Someone should just say that.
what is it about?
Yeah.
It's called.
Why don't we
the
just say
appeal
little
to
shit?
heaven
Yes.
flag.
Yeah.
All wisdom begins with
And
acknowledging what
it
you
is
don't know.
used not
And
only
anyone who
by
tells you,
far
I know
right,
the
by
answer, is
Republican
about to lead you
lawmakers.
into say,
Now, I don't
go
know
with the wrong.
Republican lawmakers
Something's
who
really
have
crazy.
a flag
Take the
upside
vax. You know what I mean?
anywhere,
Like, that's a
because
lie.
that is
Yeah.
so
Should never never trust anybody who claims to have it all figured out.
Well, do you think that one of the political parties thinks that they have it all figured out more than the other?
I think they both do. I mean, I think politicians by their nature are unwilling. Everyone gets somebody who shows up and starts to tell a portion of the truth. Everyone loves him. And then he's always invariably accused of someone at that point. I gotta take him out.
Yeah.
They're like, anonymous charges. He used to be in 1985. I can't tell you my name, but it happened. It's to Mr. Russell Brand.
Yeah, there's always somebody that'll come out with anybody.
Or nobody in his case. I don't think they put a name to any of the 4 people who are accusing of sexual assault.
I'm not shocked. Well, now there's bots. They can even, there's bots writing articles now. I read an article the other day about my parents. I'd never heard of either of the 2 people in the article.
Sure.
Yeah, it was a bot article. It was a bot.
Have you done 23andMe?
Yeah.
You're positive? Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
Because you don't know, dude.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, maybe I'm angry at the wrong woman.
Exactly.
You know, that's a good point.
You're telling your shrink about the wrong mom.
I don't fly the American flag.
You know, I've had frustrating time buying tickets. My brother and I had tickets one time to a Chicago Bears game,
It's kind of crazy.
and someone offered to buy them from us. We were children.
In homes.
I think we were probably 11 and 13. Someone offered to buy them from us outside of the game. And we said, okay, we'll sell you our tickets. They were offering $25. And we've never had that kind of cash. We said, okay, we'll do it. And then they said they were undercover cops.
It is not crap. It is not crap. I fly my flag all the time.
Dumbest stupid people we'd ever met.
How many people
what I want to talk to you about is game time. You shouldn't have to worry when you buy tickets to your next big event. Game time is the fast and easy way to buy tickets for all sports, music, comedy, and theater events. Some things I love about the Game Time app, they have last-minute tickets, flash deals, and views from all seats in the venue. So you know if you're going to if there's going to be something funny, if there's going to be a dang, a pendulum or anything stopping you. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code WEEKEND for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code WEEKEND for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets, low price. NBA fans, the wait is over. Basketball is back. And DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA, is celebrating with an unbeatable offer. New customers can score $200 instantly in bonus bets. They're throwing down $5 on the NBA. Win or lose, it doesn't matter. You'll start the season with an instant Basketball's more fun when you're in on the action. Download the DraftKings Sports app now and use code GO. New customers can get $200 in bonus bets instantly for betting just $5 only on DraftKings Sportsbook with code THO. The crown is yours. How does a free Thanksgiving sound? Well, this year, Ibotta is here to give you cash back and help ensure your Thanksgiving table is complete. Because who wants turkey without the gravy? Turkey is great, but we all know the best part of Thanksgiving dinner is the side. Starting November 1st for the 4th year in a row, Ibotta is giving 100% cash back on your Thanksgiving feast. Just add the offers in the app to redeem for everything you need to make your Thanksgiving feast complete. All you have to do is shop at your favorite retailers and upload your receipt. Ibotta gives you cash back on hundreds of grocery items, from produce to personal care to pantry goods. Download the Ibotta app now and use code Theo to get 100% cash back on your Thanksgiving dinner starting November 1st. Just go to the App Store or Google Play Store and download the free Ibotta app and use code Theo. That's IBOTTA in the Google Play or App Store and use code Theo. Yeah, I think one of the sad things these days is like that we don't know where to get any information anymore.
in restaurants for the
Well,
menu.
I've got one suggestion, and that is whenever
Not
you
to change the subject, I'm just trying to think.
Oh, it's a fair question. I mean, how do you make sense of the world if you don't believe
has reopened about 3
telling
months
you
ahead
about
of schedule.
Right. How can
The
you
road
make rational
connecting the western San Fernando Valley and the
Can't be
coast
certain
in Malibu
what is
was closed
exactly.
when heavy rains caused rock
I
and debris
can't really
slides
answer
blocked
that.
the
I know
mountain
what I
road.
do, which is I don't
The
really
road's going to have one-way traffic control
I don't
during
want that in my head.
non-peak hours as crews continue
NBC
the
News. Are
cleanup.
there liars?
News brought to you by
I know they're
CJ's
liars. I've written for all
accident
three of
attorneys.
those.
A
I
man
know they
arrested
lie.
for an
So
explosion in Pasadena has pleaded
Oh.
no contest to two
You said they
felony
lie.
counts.
Does that mean like
The
you write an
62-year-old man
article
took a
and
deal
you
from
give
the
it to your
DA's office
publisher,
and
your
pleaded Thursday to one
producer,
felony count each of use of a
and then they say
destructive
no
device to
and they
injure or
change it,
destroy,
or what do you?
no, it means they
and
don't assign
conceal an
stories on
explosive substance.
things they want.
He was given 100 hours of community
And where do
service,
they get those
told not
orders
to
from?
possess any
It's all by
type of
instincts.
explosive, and
So
obey
their job is to
all
protect the
laws.
people who are in charge.
A judge in San Jose has said no to overturning the
people that have
sentence of Polly
Well, the
Cossa's
journalist
killer.
gets to challenge people to
12-year-old Polly
on
was
behalf
kidnapped
of
from her bedroom and
the country.
killed in
Right.
1993.
And they've
Mark
inverted
Kloss says the
formula.
judge's
Yeah.
ruling
And
is a
so
relief.
they
Hopefully
look
we'll
at Washington
never hear
Post.
from
The idea is
Richard
to
Allen
protect
Davis
your,
again. They
Jeff
did
Bezos and his friends at
exactly
all costs.
the right thing.
Davis's lawyer
So,
was trying to
but I'll tell you a
use
way that
California's resentencing
I think it's a
reform
good
law from
start to figuring
2021
out
to have the
what's
judge
true.
throw out
Watch what they
Davis's
become
death
hysterical
sentence
about.
and trigger a new
You
hearing.
see somebody
The judge said the
occasionally
new
say
law does
something
not
that people
apply
just
to
land
death
on.
penalty cases.
Shut
Dr.
up!
Is testifying.
Shut up!
Hill
Put him in
is the first time
jail.
he'll appear since
Whatever
he
that guy
left
is saying is true. Or it
Republican
points in the
lawmakers
direction
want to
of
see
the truth.
Fauci's
Right.
private
When
emails.
someone
and
says
cell
something
phone
that's like
records.
legit
They
and
say
say no
they
one's
have
mad at
evidence
this
that Fauci
schizophrenic on the
tried to
bus.
avoid transparency
You
by
know, he's
using
talking
personal
about
emails
whatever.
to communicate
He is flat
about
or
government,
lizard people.
government business related to the pandemic.
Yeah,
No,
or fucking
but-
playing duck, duck, goose on a. Yeah.
Totally.
He knows
Nobody
about the
cares
origin
because he's
of
not
the
a
COVID-19
threat to anyone
pandemic,
because he's
which some say
insane.
started at the
Insane people are
Wuhan
not a threat to
Institute
the
of
existing
Virology
order because they're crazy. They're self-discrediting. But when they become hysterical about somebody, he's a conspiracy theorist without even refuting
Six
what he
planets are
told you.
lining up in the night sky.
Then you
The
know he's
phenomenon
onto something.
is referred to
I mean,
as
a hurt dog
parade of
barks,
planets.
right?
It
When you have an
begins this
infection,
morning,
someone
but
touches
can
near the
still
infection,
be
it
seen
hurts. What does that
over
tell
the
you? You have an
next
infection.
several days, about an
Oh,
hour
I see what
before
you're saying.
sunrise. Of course, the
Well, do you
best
think that's
viewing
one
is
of the
gonna
reasons
be
why
in,
Bobby
on the
Kennedy would look
East
at it as
Coast.
so crazy?
100%.
Mars, Jupiter,
And what's so
Saturn,
funny is I
Uranus,
said I
and
saw him
Neptune appear near each other
very
in the solar
recently,
system.
right?
NASA's is only
And
Saturn
I said to him, when I saw
Mars
him,
may be
I sort of
visible with
follow
the
it. I'm
naked
just
eye,
interested
but
in
you can use
the
a
reaction to
telescope
Bobby
or
Kennedy. And
binoculars.
remember, they attacked
Experts
him
say
as a
the planets
crazy
look
conspiracy
close
nut
together,
for the
like they're
vaccines.
lined up because of their specific
He said
orbital
there may be a
speeds
connection
and
between the
paths
vaccines and
around the sun.
autism. Like, shut up!
Checks
But they
problems on the
literally
210
canceled his
with the
contract
KNI in
with
the
the New York
sky.
Times. He had a contract to write for them. They canceled
I
it.
have sold
And they just
several
basically
homes
drummed him out of
in
polite
my,
society. They don't talk too much
career
about that
of
anymore.
ownership. I bought
Right.
my
But the
first house
vaccine
in my
stuff,
20s
because
when
I think
you
there was
couldn't
this
buy a
recognition.
house in your 20s.
By the way, I'm not an expert.
And
But that actually, a lot of people were hurt. A lot of people
a very big
were
deal.
not just with the most
Hire a
recent
real
round
estate
of mandatory
broker, pay a
vax, but
commission,
the
usually
earlier vax.
6%.
Where you could argue it was worth
And then
it.
clean and paint
And we have a flu
repair,
vaccine.
because the real estate agent is going to say, hey,
Academically
the place
supposedly
has to
prevents
look
the flu,
great
so maybe
because
we
we
get it.
are
Something get
bringing
hurt.
prospective
But they were
buyers
telling us for
through,
years nobody gets hurt.
and the
Well, that
place
shit's
has
a
to look
lie.
spotless. You have to
Yeah,
live
people get hurt all the time.
They get hurt all the time.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of vaccines. It's like even the polio vaccine. I recite this a lot, but they tested the polio vaccine in our hometown where I'm from. They had a primate testing facility there, and yeah, and that's where they tested the polio vaccine.
You grew up in a town with a primate testing facility.
Yeah,
What's that?
Tulane National Primate
and you can get
Research Center.
$15,000 cash advance
That's gotta be
before closing to help with your
Is it in
move.
New Orleans?
And
It's
you
uptown?
get
It's outside of
paid
New
cash
Orleans.
within
No.
10
This
days
is outside.
or less.
Yeah, they don't allow that in
That's
Autobahn
direct
Park.
buyers.
Do that.
But in our town, this is where they made it at. But that vaccine gave cervical cancer to to tons of women, and they knew it when they put it out, but they already ordered it.
From KFI, areas of low clouds, maybe even some drizzle, partly cloudy for this afternoon.
But so I think that
so it's bad to lie, and it's especially bad to lie at scale. Like if I lie to you about something, but if I'm lying to 350 million people, that's a crime, and they've done it. And the problem is at this point, it's like.
It's 60.
I would go to a surgeon,
60 in La Habra.
You know, because that's a pretty straightforward operation. I've got a knife. I'm going to take this thing out and show something or whatever. But I don't think I would. Try this drug. Maybe I would, and I don't know. I haven't had to make that choice, thankfully. But they lied. They got caught lying, and they never admitted it.
That's part of it. There's never any resolution. There's never any affirmation to your questioning, and even if you were right, there's never any about-face
But it
acknowledgement.
can't get better. If you get in a fight with your girl, okay, and one of you behaves horribly, one of you's on, say, cocaine and says something outrageous, and you want to continue the relationship, there has to come a point where you're like, I really wasn't asking. I'm sorry I did that.
Right.
And only when you do that can it get better. It cannot be healed before you do that. It doesn't work. And that's true with public trust as well.
And that's where we've gotten. It's gotten to the
But I don't
point
understand why they can't admit it. Like, I've been wrong about a ton of things. I feel so much better when I admit it and stop pretending that I'm omniscient. I don't know everything, and that's okay. Why can't they do that? Why can't Fauci just be like, wow, I told you this in good faith, I was wrong, and I'm sorry. He would do more for people's trust in science if he was. He's totally incapable of that. He's a freaking sociopath, dangerous human being.
He's a shitty picture, too. You see that?
Quite a shitty picture. And I say that as a shitty picture. Even he's got little dwarf arms, but still.
Stream live only on Hulu.
No, it's okay, man. Look at this. God, fuck. That dude is out of
He's
his
got a mask
mind,
on
bro.
outside.
Huh? Dude, that guy's got fucking...
And it's so prima facie retarded. It's like there's a dwarf on the field with a mask on outside throwing it at the backboard. Like, this is not a real country. If that guy's running it, this is a joke.
First of all, the bad boy's 11, so he's flirting with a child. So let's call that he's flirting with a child. Let's call it what it is.
Freak.
Now half of America needs a Tommy John surgery in their heart because of this dude, myocarditis right there. And there I am with a fucking slider, boy.
Angela Zepeda, chief marketing officer of Hyundai Motor America, talks about audio storytelling.
Where is that?
That was St. Louis.
Brand. A lot
Actually, I
of
got to go out for the Diamondbacks. That's
why
fine
would
with
you
wearing
put your
this.
brand
How
on
nervous.
a channel that doesn't show the sheet metal? But
I
there's
was
a lot
pretty
we
nervous,
can
I
talk
guess.
about
It suddenly makes you feel like how old you
excited
are.
about
You're
the
like,
car,
fuck, I'm getting
and it's
old.
more than
How
just
old?
the sheet
I'm
metal.
40.
It really
Oh,
is
I
about
was
lifestyle
40.
in a lot of ways. For
I'm
us, it's
43,
about
but I was like,
storytelling.
oh,
That's
shit.
driving a lot of brand awareness, but we can
Feels
also
old.
drive a lot of
Actually,
intent,
does it
and that's
feel old?
because we can talk
No,
a lot
it
about
just
the
feels
features.
old when you're running
I think we're
upstairs.
learning that we can get a lot more from audio.
I'm talking about?
I'm 54, yeah.
I can't believe
But I always run upstairs.
Every audience,
Yeah.
live conversations,
Yeah, like I'll show them.
100%.
Yeah. I'm always
And I'm with my wife, who's
to grow.
very
Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your
she
access
doesn't even.
company. If you're a marketer, go to
Doesn't even.
iHeartResults.com.
She does. Huh?
That's
She's whimsical.
iHeartResults.com.
I don't know if she's whimsical. She's just got like crazy.
Officially grilling season at
Because
the
she
Home
never
Depot.
stopped doing it. Like when you're
Yes.
making physical fitness, and then I took about 30 years off.
Celebrate with
Sick of
Fast
that.
Charge
So,
barbecue for the
And she
whole
did.
block.
So yeah, it pays off.
Step up your grill game.
What
and
was your
serve up
first
the
cigarette
Next
here,
Grill
remember?
4-burner gas grill.
Yeah.
Durability to last summer.
It was delicious. And my father smoked, and he smoked unfiltered cigarettes called
Ready for a whole summer of entertaining at the Home
They
Depot.
were
Outdoors get
extra
more
long,
done.
flavored with licorice.
KFI is the only station that covers
Red
LA and
pack.
Orange County from the
And
ground
we
and
had
in the air
really, so
24
that's.
hours a day.
No, I don't even know if there's a picture of he smoked right there, one down. That right there, that's the cigarette of my childhood. Picked him up in the Marine Corps when he was 17. I just think he was a ration. That was the cigarette of my childhood. It was always one smoldering in the ashtray in our kitchen and everywhere else. Anyway, but I was like, when I was little, I was against it. My father really loved cigarettes and wasn't embarrassed of it. I smoke, but I feel bad about it. No, when I smoke unfiltered, it's because you feel stripping when you're done. There's no filter. You smoke them backwards so the enemy doesn't know it's an American cigarette. You burn the logo off the paper.
Mosquitoes have been detected.
He really likes
Valley.
cigarettes.
Good
And
news,
I
right?
felt sorry for people who didn't smoke. So
That's kind
I
of
was like
crazy.
maybe
Hunter Biden
13,
goes on
I was
trial
in 8th grade
today
when I
for
started.
gun charges, violation
So
of gun
Where were you?
charges.
Were you out with the
lying
boys
on
or
the
you was at the house
application
and
to
you
get
said
a
it was in
gun.
school?
He said he wasn't
Fun at
a
school?
drug
Oh, yeah.
abuser.
It was
and
loud.
he, I think,
It
blocked
was so pretty freaky. I with a teacher.
New
I
mayor,
know it sounds
or
like
new
it was
president.
How romantic out there.
Was
It
the
was
mayor of Mexico City.
great.
and,
It's just sneak. It sounds like espionage.
No. It was totally open. You could smoke at school. I could smoke at school. Senior year of high school. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You could smoke as a child at school.
Oh yeah. I drank
for years.
Really?
I shouldn't be saying it. It's
It's
you know what's so funny? People are like, yeah, I did ayahuasca or DMT, and everyone's like, it's so cool. It's like, yeah, I smoked a cigarette.
Whenever
What?
restaurants come into
You're a
the,
criminal.
course meal joints,
Um,
I rely on
but
that
you know,
a lot.
mean, I wouldn't say smoking is a great long-term play. I don't think that it is. Where I quit when I was 45 because I felt like I probably should.
And I have been in restaurants,
but I did enjoy it.
I go to
really did.
restaurants.
I never had a bad one.
Where I ask for a menu.
You know?
Yeah.
And they
There
go,
were no
check
bad
out the
cigarettes.
QR
They're not
code.
like, oh, this is disgusting.
We don't
I never felt that way at all.
Now,
wow.
I've had bad fig Newtons. Like you can screw up almost any consumer product, but a cigarette is remarkably consistent.
There's a QR
and it
code,
gives you what it
and I
promises.
said, I would like a paper.
Payoff is
or I'd
always
like
there.
That's a good point.
menus.
Yeah.
The payoff is
And they
always
bring
there.
it
You know,
out.
especially
Okay,
that
if you have a choice.
In the morning.
The places
You know what I
that
love
say we
was
only
they had
have
a
a
man
QR
in our
code
area.
drive me nuts.
It was actually my
Because when
grandmother
I walk
was
in, I don't know that.
married to a man.
And when I'm
And
told
he
there's a
would
QR code,
light his cigarette and would
and
let us
that's
inhale
the
the
only way you
smoke
have a menu, I go
up our
out
nose
of
when
my
we were really young.
mind. I mean,
Easy
I go crazy,
God,
and
it was
I'm not
fucking
alone.
I think it's
To
got the
point now
highest
where
smoking rate
restaurants
in
are
the
going
state.
the other way.
You know what Louisiana
Because
does have? It
of
has the
the
most people that are born there that
backlash
die
of
there that
QR
never
codes.
leave there.
Neil, we're going to have you talk in the next segment because I'm going to finish this.
It's not like
and
every
then
other
we're going to talk.
No, dude, it is.
Yeah,
I always say, like New Orleans, it's a good place to get oysters and murder.
Yeah, you get murdered and oysters. That's totally right. The thing about Louisiana, it never gets credit for everyone talks about diversity in the melting pot. Louisiana actually was that long before most places.
Yeah.
It was, you had a bunch of different cultures there. And they kind of got along, you know, sort of anyway.
You still got a good mix down there.
Yeah.
We had a area of us called Chafunkta. That was the river, and it was named after the Chafunkta Indians.
Chafunkta? That's like a Fagawi tribe?
I'm not sure.
That's not real. That cannot be real.
That's your real name. TCHEF.
Chafunkta?
Throw them back on the pile,
Yeah.
and it makes all the sense.
Does sound
in
like
the
a
world,
joke, right?
for them not to have plastic
It sounds like
menus,
a play
because
on
or you
Yeah, it
not
does.
to
Well,
use
here's how they got the
plastic menu
name.
because it's so
A
disgusting.
long time ago, a
The
Native
other
American
thing that is an advantage. This is
threw a
where
big
the
rock into the
restaurants
river,
love
and that's the
this.
sound when it made.
And that
and it
is, they don't reprint QR code menus.
That's true. Yeah.
They just change it.
It's pretty fascinating. But that right there is a perfect example of Louisiana to me. Is that
I guess phone menu. What do
it's
they
a
call
place for great
QR code
storytelling.
menus? I
It's
guess
a great
QR code
place for
menus.
kind of
Yeah, that sounds about right.
family.
Just a digital menu.
You know,
Yeah,
so
thank
that's
you.
one
A
story I like to tell
digital
about.
People have dinner
And
with
that's easy to
stupid
change.
things.
Where if you're
People have
printing a
90-minute
menu,
lunch breaks.
especially
People wake up, get
plastic
to breakfast, and then
those are
do
not
2 or
cheap.
3 things
And
before
when
they
you
get
change
home.
the prices, you have to reprint
Yeah, it's part of
everything.
it. Just-
So I'm going to
that's
come
how
back.
life was. It
And
was
now I'm going to have
It
Neil
wasn't all about
join,
efficiency.
No, it wasn't.
we're gonna
So if
talk
your life is all about
other
efficiency and
issues.
every moment
Why
is
I
being monitored,
hate
counts
QR
towards
menus.
something, then you're not really human,
And,
you're a machine at that point,
the-
aren't you? I mean, you're or a cog in a larger machine.
Restaurants,
And that's
know
what I think
that.
a lot of people feel like these
They're
days.
Well, and for good reason. There's some
Restaurants are
chick on the
just
internet,
business because of those
22-year-old,
ridiculous QR code
experiencing
menus. And
life
they
in the
should.
corporate world for the
And we'll
first
be back
time, and
with
she
Neil
does
on
this
that
video
one.
like, this is
Meantime,
terrible.
let's check in with Amy live at the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
I'm not worth anything about human.
Beach
And
Pier
everyone's like, Shut up
has
and
been
work, honey!
because of a
And I
bee
watch this and I'm
swarm.
like,
The bees
no.
took over late Saturday
No.
afternoon.
I hope
The
you win.
experts have been called in to
I
take a
hope
look
you
and figure
win.
out what to do next.
hope
For now, authorities are just waiting for the
Ugh.
bees to leave on their own.
The seeds of revolution
The
are
judge
starting
is
in my heart.
expected to hear the
I just
decision
so
for a new
hate that
trial for
culture.
Rebecca
Oh,
Gross,
yeah,
That
what-
treats
the
people like they're
socialite
not.
convicted of second-degree
For
murder for
what?
a hit-and-run crash
Yeah.
that killed 2 young brothers as
Well,
they crossed
I mean, I
the
think
street
for
in
some
Westlake
people, in
Village.
my own sense, learning
Grossman
to be a
faces
boss
up to
and leader has
34
been
years
tough.
to life in state
Because
prison
I
if a
never,
motion for a new trial is
I
denied.
just started out wanting to just
California's
read. I
first
wanted
heat
to
wave of the
sleep
year
in
is expected to hit tomorrow. The
masturbate
National
and
Weather
do a
Service
lot,
has issued
right?
a 3-day
Check.
warning
I
for the
didn't get
entire
crazy with
Central
it.
Valley,
I didn't
which
like,
could reach
yeah, I
a
was
high
not
of
compulsive.
108.
No.
Heat
No, I
advisories
wasn't
will also be in place
organized.
for parts of the
Okay,
San
Matt,
Francisco
yeah,
Bay
that's good.
Area,
Okay,
where
that's fair.
forecasters
Yeah,
predict
one-off
it'll
kind of
be
guy.
near
Yeah,
100.
kind of like when they play the trumpet
Check
in the
some
morning.
You never got
too.
greedy though. You never went back.
No, but I agree. Yeah, I was like,
When
that's it. Yeah, but so I think learning to do that personally has been a little. It's been a journey for me, but yeah, I think with companies, it's like, how do we get away from that? And is it just sometimes I think America was just this Christian experiment that got compromised and has turned out.
You think? It's like, I think you're onto something.
And I hate to say that because a part of me doesn't really want to admit it.
And I wouldn't
It's
give
obviously true.
I just say I don't
I mean, you can't have a democracy unless
Well,
it's a
that's
military system. People have to show a lot of restraint. They have to be all in. There has to be some sense of common good. You can't just be like, how much can I grab? It's like Halloween. It doesn't work if all the kids just empty the basket on the front steps. In the first wave of trick-or-treaters. No, it's true, though.
No, you're right.
And a democracy is very much the same way, because you can take power and then just, steal everybody's money legally. And so you really have to have some boundaries that you impose on yourself. And that has to come from within. You have to have a sense that someone more powerful, use the word God, watching. And if you don't have that, then it just descends into greed and selfishness, which is where we are now.
Have we let, because do you think America's still a Christian nation?
No.
What is it?
It's an LLC.
Report brought to you by your Amazon Fresh grocery stores from the Southern
We've been in
California
privatized
Toyota
communism.
Traffic Center. Let's go places.
That's exactly right. I mean, no one's for the free market. Everyone's for using power to hobble their competitors. Everyone's, the only reason we have regulations is to create monopolies. The system is completely rigged, and you know that. You're asking how do you get reliable information about the news. The news media want to talk about race. That's
they've got a car on the back
right.
Hispanic,
but that's actually not an interesting conversation, because you can't change your race, and people are different races, and they're sort of different, but they're also very much the same. It's not that interesting a topic to me personally. I'm not interested in talking about race. What's really interesting is that the United States of America is being looted by a small number of people who are getting away with it, and they don't want to talk about that. They never want to talk about economics. They want to talk about the tax code. They never want to talk about any of that stuff ever, and that's how you know that CNBC and CNN and the New York Times, those people are looking out for you, are actually just Praetorian guards standing in front of people with the most power and money and keeping the masses from asking uncomfortable questions. And so whenever anyone asks about, well, wait a second, why do we tax people at half the rate for investing that we do for working? Literally, they pay half the tax rate. So you have a job and you work every day and you pay one rate, but if you just stay home and invest money and live off the interest, you pay half as much. So are we saying it's twice as virtuous to invest as it is to work?
Oh,
is that what we're saying?
If you're a day trader or just trading stocks or something, you don't have to.
Or if you're a private equity guy and you can claim that your income is actually an investment, is interest on your investments, you pay half the taxes. So we have a tax code that discourages work and encourages parasitic behavior. Now, there are arguments on both sides, and I'm not an economist, but you don't even hear those arguments. Because it's shut up, racism, trannies, or whatever. It's all a distraction from what the real story is, which is they're ruining the country. And at this point, we can't repay the debt. So it's going to be unfortunately, we had to sell Yellowstone. And, it's going to get to the point where we're auctioning
sold it to Asians.
No, for real.
Yeah.
Where
and then they're going to say the sale was racist, too. That's going to be the craziest part.
No, you're asking questions about it.
Okay.
You're always the racist, just to be clear. You're always the racist. Louisiana man. Wasn't David Duke from Louisiana? Shut up, Klansman.
Yeah, I used to lift weights with David Duke.
In prison?
No.
I can see you guys in the yard. All the Aryan Nation guys. He's on your back as you're doing push-ups.
Bro, I was never in any Aryan Nation, dude,
Not even in prison?
No, I never even went to any of their meetings or anything. I saw pamphlets or whatever, but I never pulled up over there. But yeah, we shared a back fence, and I used to date this hot girl that worked at a seafood restaurant that I worked at. And so we'd pop in there and I'd watch him eat shrimp or whatever. But
what was the seafood restaurant?
It was called Morton's Seafood in Madisonville, right over the river. I worked up there. I was a bus boy. They used to have raccoons coming out the wall when they cooked up. The boarding was bad on the wall. It had rotted out. They'd let one of us bus boys get there with a broomstick. We'd just stand there and beat the raccoon back in the wall.
Ferocious animals.
Well, they loved up.
Of course, and pizza.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, trash pandas where I live. You see them outside of trash cans.
Oh, yeah.
And they love pizza. I like pizza.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately. And, oh, yeah. Good pizza and you.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, they look
I'd love to see. Now, that would be a good Dave Portnoy thing where he does one bite to a raccoon with a bite,
Look, have you ever seen a raccoon eat? You never gave him any ducks, did you?
Oh, I pulled up on them and they're always like this.
Right with their hands.
We didn't do it. The gayest one is the one in the recycling bin. He's always like, at least the other ones are in the trash. There's always that one that kind of wanders up the recycle bin, and he's wearing like a negligee of your mom or something. Like, what the fuck is that been doing? You know? But yeah, they always are like plead innocent or whatever.
No, they do.
Yeah.
They're so clever. I love stories.
Oh, they're crafty. Yeah.
I've never shot
You'll hear
one.
the
I've seen
voices of regime insiders,
it.
escapees, and world
They love
experts.
Godfist.
From Noise
Yeah.
Podcast.
That's kind of a
this
range.
is
I've seen we have big ones.
Listen and
Yeah, I
follow
grew
this
up around a lot of
podcast for
rabies,
free
so when
on the
we come down the
iHeartRadio
street, we'd
app.
all have to go
Number one for
inside.
music,
So a lot of
radio,
people have
and
rabies before.
podcasts, all in
Yeah,
one
I'd
app.
say it was. Well, there was a big scare, but who was rabies popular? You know what that?
Which rabies popular?
Well, when I was a kid, it was a big thing. Get out the street, you know. It was a sick raccoon, and
But when they got cars, electricity, and stuff, they stole that.
I mean, they just it wasn't as big of a thing. But yeah, David did, and we would go to the gym sometimes. And I'll say this: nice guy, nice guy. You know, he never, you know. We just did chest and tries or whatever. There was never any racial things or whatever, you know. He was a very fit man.
I've never met him, but I will say this. I'm not saying he's a Fed, so he's obviously a Fed, but every time I would get a new show, I don't know anything about David. I'm from La Jolla, California. He wasn't quite as popular there.
Yeah. Can we find another picture without
But every time I get a new show, there'd be some news story. David Duke endorses Tucker Carlson. Right? I don't know you. I don't know anything about you. I'm from La Jolla.
Yeah.
Okay, we don't share a common culture.
Yeah. From Mitt Romney country,
Yeah, exactly. 100%. Literally, Mitt Romney goes to La Jolla.
Yeah, Comedy Store. I use Comedy Store La Jolla is one of my favorite.
No
might be my
way.
favorite comedy club in the whole
It's
country.
been there a long time.
It's the
Since
best
I was
club.
a child.
Really?
Up in the village, yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, there was a Jack in the Box next door that I used to ride that bike.
I remember that, Jack. It wasn't. It was maybe just a few years ago if they did, or
They
even
closed it
still
down
do
for a while because they got caught selling kangaroo meat.
Oh,
In the 70s. And I don't know if that's really actually true.
So
But
I
that's
didn't
what
know
everyone
that.
in town.
Yeah, I didn't know
I mean,
that.
look, you get a fucking couple grams of roux in La Jolla.
I took
I'm in.
Rue burgers. That's what we called them. That's so funny.
I
And
would
if
have
you
that
took
at
a close look at the meat, it was gray and kind of bristly.
I have come
And
across
it was
people
not.
who have them on their phone
I mean,
now.
And I think the company was owned by Rothschild.
Their phone, the QR code.
Oh yeah, and they're out of. I believe they're out of. Are they?
I think.
Yeah, I know they're out of the Midwest.
Really great stuff to use.
But yeah, I loved it over there. You'd always hear. I love La Jolla. It's a beautiful area.
But they weren't big on
It's
racism.
going to be that tactile.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if they. Well, it's mostly white.
Having the whole
That's why they're
experience.
not
It's
big on
almost
racism.
like the
Right.
personality of the
Yeah.
restaurant.
And like people are expecting it, we can't do it.
No, it was like rich white.
And it's
Oh,
what
yeah,
your
yeah.
first
Oh
experience
yeah, no, it
There
seemed like rich.
of
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's like
to
yeah,
hold that in your hand.
feel
Well,
rich
to
when you're
your
driving
point
by.
is
You
the
feel
other
like
house,
you're
and I'm
much
surprised the restaurants
It's
didn't
beautiful there.
catch this
Yeah, it's
very
really pretty.
early
Very
and say,
beautiful.
oh,
Sad
we're
though,
done with
soulless.
QR
Is
codes.
it?
I know it's
Yeah.
convenient as hell
Yeah.
for them.
No soul at all.
It's,
No one had a last name.
anything,
I mean, it was
change
obviously one of the
prices
prettiest places in the
anytime.
world.
But you're
But,
looking at the menu
yeah, it
for,
was,
our
You know,
conversation.
hi, I'm
as you
Bob.
said,
I'm a
it's on
Sagittarius.
your
Like
phone.
nobody had a real connection to anyone else. Everyone was just kind of
You
passing
have to
through.
scroll
And
through.
the first time I went to New
First you
Orleans, which is
have,
obviously
the
a disgusting
appetizers,
place,
and then
but
you
I
have,
loved it because
the
it was
main
so.
meal and the desserts.
It was just so
And
thick.
you can't
It was
look
so
and
much
try to
there.
put your
And
meal
all these
together
weird
with
rituals
people
and customs
what kind
and
of
it's had a
appetizer
culture, and I
do
just
I
didn't
want.
go around that at all.
And
And even though I didn't understand what they were doing in New Orleans, and obviously I was very threatened by it,
expand
because
the print,
Half the Tulane,
half
yeah.
the town is a violent criminal, right? But I
Yeah.
still liked it.
or I get a third.
Because I thought this is
of
interesting in a way that
sentence, and it
nothing
makes it
I grew up with.
almost impossible.
I could totally
to do
see
a
that.
decent job of
Yeah, I think I grew up in a
meeting
place that was
and
just so,
restaurants.
you know,
Why
it was
would
just, there was so much
restaurants make it
lore and
harder
stuff in
for
our
you to
area
choose?
that,
You know
and I think that's just a lot of the way that
without
Louisiana was.
Amos
because of
Moses.
the very thing you
Louisiana?
just stated.
I don't know, but I love that song.
10%
But you just picture, wrestling alligators in the swamp, and where I grew up, people literally talked about the weather every single day, every day, and the weather never changed. It wasn't like we lived in Minnesota or something.
You said
It's very Truman Show.
all the way
It's
through.
unbelievable.
So they
You're like,
just
well,
pick
it's
something
going to be
rather than
72
looking
and
at the
partly
full
cloudy,
menu and
moving to mostly
really
sunny in the
finding
afternoon.
some
It's
things
60
they like.
overnight tomorrow,
the
and then
10%
just be
going
on
down
endless
with
week,
each
skipping records.
Did you hate
then
that
that means
about
less
yourself?
tips,
That
less
like,
everything. So
like was there any self like
it hasn't
load?
helped.
Because like I hated myself
never
because
been
I was
myself.
poor, right?
There's so many other
But
things
does that
are
happen
less
on the other end of the
hygienic.
spectrum? Or and I hated my
Life.
neighborhood. I just felt
Opening the
embarrassed,
door, for
right? Like,
example, or any of those things.
does that happen on the other end of the spectrum?
Quite
Like people,
honestly,
No,
after
not
the
enough.
pandemic,
There should be be a lot more self-hatred in rich neighborhoods.
And I hate to say self-hatred, sorry. I was ashamed of myself.
That's a better way. There should be more shame.
Really good.
Like if you've amassed $100 million from sucking the last remaining lifeblood out of some manufacturing company in the Midwest, calling it private equity, like you should hate yourself a little bit. You know what I mean? And there's none of that. And I think that's part of the problem. There's not enough guilt among the ruling class. There's no sense of obligation to people beneath them. And that's one of the reasons they hate them so much. That's one of the reasons that the fentanyl crisis is not even getting acknowledged by Washington. It's because they kind of know they're responsible for it, and you wind up hating the people you've wronged. I have noticed.
What do you mean that you might wind up hating?
If you commit a sin against somebody, if you're cruel to somebody, unfair to somebody, or cheat somebody, you wind up hating that person as a way of justifying what you did. And the only way to stop that is by admitting what you did, saying it out loud to the person's face and asking for his forgiveness. Again, that's why the 12-step model works, right? If you don't do that, you wind up blaming the person for the crime that you committed against them. And that's one of the reasons that people who don't get sober are so angry at the world. They're pissed at their parents. You meet these people with parents sent them to rehab 6 times, and they're pissed at their parents. Why are you mad at your parents? They did everything they could. And the reason the junkie's mad at his parents is because he knows he's actually the guilty party, and he's committed massive crimes against them. He can't admit it, so he blames them. And that is true at a macro level as well. And if your ruling class of all the richest people have gotten rich by dicking over the people beneath them, running these fascist companies that spy on their employees' phone calls and like track them as they come in and out of the building and require them to work on Sundays with no overtime, and just really inhumane sweatshop-type practices, creepy Stasi stuff. Those people end up having great contempt for their own employees. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I think it's one of the spaces we're getting to right now in the country is people, if you're an owner of something, if you are well, you know what's interesting is when you say that, I recently met a guy who is a Democrat, right? He's like a devout Democrat, right? And he said to me, this was interesting, I've never heard this. He said, you know, I vote for Democrats because I want there to be programs in place to keep the people that are struggling. I want to keep them, I want to satiate them just enough so they don't rebel. They don't have power. Right. And I never heard that. I always said that out loud. Yeah, he said that to me. And I was like, that's so, I never heard
here's
that.
Your weird weed, here's your porn, just don't make a mess.
Or just don't make a mess so that the rest of us who aren't as unfortunate as you can still operate like we operate. So it blew my mind. I just never heard that perspective. Was this on camera? No, this was just in a human conversation. There's 2 humans eating
an inhuman conversation.
Really?
Yeah. What?
Yeah, I had a salad. I don't know what he had. I would have had lunch.
A lot of children, possibly.
Yeah.
It sounds that way.
He had an O negative. Yeah, junior. Yeah.
I mean, that is so dark, but it's so true. And by the way, bless him for his honesty, because that is exactly what's going on. And that's not how you treat your own kids or people you love. You never say, I'm going to keep you on just enough assistance that you cannot starve to death, but that you'll be like so harried by the shittiness of your existence that you'll never challenge my power. That is a crime.
I've never heard that.
Well, that's
well,
the
to me, as an American value, that was like, oh, that's never a way that I ever would thought of things.
No, because you encourage self-sufficiency, because that's where self-respect comes from. Right. I've got my shit in a pile, and I'm proud of myself. That's the goal for an adult man. And if you're preventing people from getting to that, then you are committing a crime, and you should be held accountable for it. In my opinion.
But there's no good holding anybody accountable anymore.
Sorry, everyone's in on it. Well, it's just so interesting. But how do we get out of it then? By saying the truth out loud.
University system's response to pro-Palestinian protests. They want all
guns.
criminal and
saying truth. I mean, that's what they get
members
hysterical
who
about.
spoke out
There'll be a mass
against
shooting, and there'll be 3 days. Take all our guns right now.
Guarantees of freedom of speech and
that's not their
political
priority.
expression for
But when
students
somebody says something
and for
that's
researchers
true,
to be able to opt
I mean,
out
they
of
will
funding
disappear
sources
a
tied to
person
the
for
Israeli
that.
Defense
You'll never hear from them
Forces.
again.
Jury selection
And
is starting in
there's a
Delaware
reason.
in the
Yeah,
federal
the reason
case
is
against
nothing is
President
a
Biden's
greater
son,
threat
Hunter.
to the
ABC's
people running
Stephen
things.
Portnoy says the
than
president's
true
son is
words.
accused of lying.
And that's
You mean
why
like
they're
about Kanye, you mean?
Forms in
I'm not
2018
talking
when
about
he
Kanye
said he
was
wasn't a
disappeared.
drug addict.
Yeah.
I mean, and my view of Kanye would be,
he was a crack addict
you know,
at that
if
time.
you show up on Alex Jones in a hockey mask saying you love Hitler, probably not really a threat to anybody. Actually. I mean, are there really a lot of people are going to watch Kanye and be like, I love Hitler, and be like, wow, I love Hitler too.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Oh, you might be able to walk on with the devil rays, maybe. You know.
No, but I'm just saying, like, that wasn't, if you actually wanted to promote Hitler, and I hope no one would ever want to promote Hitler, but, like, if you did, that would not be the way to do it, right? So, actually, how is Kanye a threat to anybody? I don't think he was.
Some shots last night
And by
were
the way,
fired
he's a
from a passing
He's a
car.
recording artist, a musician, so, like, and a clothing designer. He's not in
Officials
charge
say they've
of
recovered 2 handguns,
federal policy,
shell
so
casings
I
from a
did
variety
think,
of guns,
I thought that
including
was
assault-style weapons.
distressing.
A reward
Just
for
because I don't think
information
anybody
due to
should
the
be silenced.
identification,
If you're not committing
arrest, and
violence
successful
against somebody,
prosecution of the shooters
you have the
has
right as a
topped
human being, because you are not a slave, you are a human
The no
being,
money
you have
down
the right to
mortgage
say
is
what you
making
think.
a
That is
comeback
that
and
is a
being marketed
foundational
to
right.
first-time
And if you
homebuyers
don't have the
who
right to say
can't
what you
afford a down
think,
payment.
then you're not a
ABC's
human
Rabbi
being, you're a
Rothschild
slave.
says
Like,
the way
that's
it
the
works
acid
is
test.
you get
Am I a
10
slave or not?
mortgages.
I don't know.
To
One
cover
simple question. Can you say what you
97%
really
of the
think?
cost of a
And
new
if you
home,
can't, then
and
you're a slave.
second one to
Super
cover
simple.
a 3%
Well, now it
down
feels
payment.
like
So
they
let's say you
own.
lose
It
your
used to
job,
feel like you
you
could
get
write
sick,
what
or
you
you
think,
need to
but they
relocate,
now
and
it feels
you
like the
need to sell
papers
your
own,
house.
right?
The risk is
So
that
they
then
can,
immediately
like,
you're on
even
the
with
hook for
AI
that
coming out, it's like
3%
they could even
payment.
adjust what you write. So you don't even fucking have a value to write anything anymore. It's like, hey, just put in kind of how you feel. We'll write what you're saying. Like, it's getting to that. You know what I'm saying? It almost starts to. It could be 2 years from that, where it's like.
Research that shows
I've been a writer all my life, and to see
circadian rhythm,
now
you know, eating,
machines
going to bed, and waking around the
doing
same
that and
time,
actually doing a
help
fairly
prevent cancer and other diseases.
serviceable
Zero
job
Point
and
Scientists
writing
say that the
poetry and
results show
screenplays
delivering
and
Yeah,
cancer
giving me a fake
immunotherapy
father.
at the time of day when that
You know?
organ
But
is most
upgrade or
vulnerable
no?
can harness the
A
power
little
of
younger
body's
than my
natural
dad,
rhythm
but
to fight
I don't know.
cancer.
That guy seems a little bit
Researchers say the
devious.
study
My father
released
seems a little
last week
happy.
offers new avenues for cancer
Yeah.
prevention and treatment.
I'm gonna
You know what?
urinate real fast.
Corbin
You're gonna urinate?
KFI News.
We'll check the 5 with the KFI in the sky next.
You ever owned a horse?
If
Never heard of
you're
horse.
50
I'm a
pounds
dog
or
guy.
more,
Really? You ever bet on dogs? You ever put one in at the track?
I was 100 pounds or more
Honestly?
when I stopped weighing myself at 300
In
pounds.
Florida.
And
In
so
fact, in Florida in the 80s.
Now we're
And
getting
that dog track has now been closed. And I love dogs, and I've always loved dogs. And it's the one in Miami that's near the airport, and it was the most depressing, inhumane, like you just wanted to send money to PETA, spending 20 minutes there. But I did go there. Yes, I had been drinking.
And
Probably other
long-term,
things.
and
There
they're
were big
expensive
bets
as
on
hell.
the Greyhounds.
Let me
I feel bad
suggest
about
going to the folks at West Medical.
You ever ridden on
Proven
Greyhound?
long-term solutions like the
I've always been a sizable man.
This
Yeah,
about
they
as
fuck me off
close to
every
the
time I
magic
try.
bullet as
Yeah,
exists.
we don't have
And they
like-
help
yeah,
thousands
they don't.
of
It's hard to
people.
sell with Greyhound.
Don't need a bus
And the
service.
technology today
Oh,
is
sorry. I thought you meant the
miles ahead of
dogs.
what happened
Oh,
today.
Oh, I spent a lot of time on it.
Call
Actually,
Corporate
true
West
story.
Med for a free consultation.
I had a girlfriend
800
in
West
high school.
Med, covered by most
We went to
PPO
different
health
colleges.
insurance. Visit
And she went to Vanderbilt University in Nashville, Tennessee.
westmedical.com.
Yeah,
I lived in New England, which is a small, colder region.
That our Will Shepherd over
Southland
there.
weather from KFI.
And I
between
took the
partly cloudy,
bus. I took
highs
the
in the upper
Greyhound
60s
bus
to the
from
beaches, low to
Washington,
mid
D.C.,
70s for
where my
Metro
parents
LA
lived,
and
to
in the Orange
Nashville.
County. Low to mid 70s in the
And then I
valleys,
took them
80s
back.
to about 90 for the
This
Inland
bus
Empire
was
and
going out
Antelope
to New
Valley.
York City, and for some
Mostly
reason,
cloudy
it was
tomorrow,
part
but a
of
little
Puerto
warmer
Rico.
with highs in the low 70s.
And I was at the
The
back
coast
of the
upper
bus.
70s to
We
mid
left like
80s.
midnight.
Inland at 90s in the high desert
And
and
I was
IE.
drinking
Even
and
warmer
smoking.
on
That's a
Wednesday.
long ago. This was
62 in
1987. I'll never
58
forget it.
at Santa Clarita,
And I
62
fall
in
asleep
Dilby,
because I'm so loaded.
61 in
Taking a week in
Torrance.
the
The KFI
and,
market
you know,
reports
doing
are
the
good.
living
Real
life,
estate,
dude.
the Dow is
And
trading
all
down
of a sudden, I
214
feel this
points. The
wet
Nasdaq
green
is up
thing
21.
on my face.
S&P 500 is
And
down
these
13.
people right there in the seat, right across the aisle, were just like full points, just like playing couch ball, full blown sound effects, everything. And the guy was wearing
Those guys
socks,
on a crash in Mission
and one of the
Viejo
socks
on
hit my face, and it was just moist and had a lot of gravel from the ground on it. There's nothing erotic about it at all. Oh, yeah. Right?
I mean, I don't know. It depends on what you're, how you are at the time, I think.
Well, I was drunk in a dead sleep, and they're rolling around and she's making these animal noises. Like they were not at all inhibited, which was kind of impressive in a way.
That's
but
nice.
I felt it was very much an intrusion into my space.
Wow. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, is there any zoning over here?
Right.
What? Yeah. Who does that? Do you have a town
That's a
planner?
That's a true story.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. Oh, Greyhound's unbelievable, dude. I remember one time a guy was on there, right, sitting by me. He goes, hey, and then, yeah, there was a brother on there, and he goes, hey, you want to see something? And I thought it was going to be, right? Because I've been on the bus before. And
But you said yes.
well, it was a 2-hour ride. I was like, I can see it now. I'm not going to pretend.
I thought he cut a hole in you.
Yeah, I thought
I get it.
some wiener trick,
Oh, Greyhound wiener trick.
And I was like, yeah, I'll see it, And he had a bag of jewelry and a gun, and he just robbed the
Radio celebrates the Tony Awards.
Wow, he had a bag of jewelry and a gun. No, I didn't buy anybody. He wanted me to sit there and look at it. I put on a couple of the necklaces or whatever. And
did you act impressed?
Oh yeah, because I was scared. And they always give the guy, once you get out of jail, they give you the ticket on the fucking break.
Imagine Robert Joy's story. Get it with you are retarded.
Like, we got to get out of here in 7 hours.
I bought the ticket.
UTIs are the worst.
Pretty cool.
Dude, it was I mean, I loved riding Greyhound. I used to work on a farm up in Mississippi, and so I would take a Greyhound bus up there. And I would ride it up there, and there was always people on there. There was ghosts on there. It was always closed, they said, I was on one with, part of it was on fire. I was on one where a guy stopped to fucking meet his ex or something for like 20 minutes. And we all had to chill.
You're inspired to start.
No way.
At UCora,
100%. Dude, go to Greyhound Bus Twitter feed, Greyhound Bus Help, and look at their replies on there. Bro, welcome to America, bro. I love
feel like you've tried everything.
So it's just like every Waffle House they stop at.
Oh, it's just like, the bus supposed to leave at 4:30. It's 9:70. Somebody like it's 9:70.
Ready to join them?
Well, you have a bad watch. But like it's 9:70. 2 people are pregnant. It's just the list goes on, man.
Chances I'd like the people on this bus
It's unbelievable.
It's seriously all. The driver's allowed my bag to be stolen this trip. Where's customer service?
Yeah, go back one. They got a video. Let me see that video. This is what I do at night. I go to Greyhound Bus Help, and they'll show stuff. Little 8 balls between the seats.
For gun-related charges, not corruption.
Did you ever do that?
I never found any drugs on there. Oh, that might be. Don't let that video post. But I spent a lot of time on this, man. It's insane.
Greyhound Bus Help.
Greyhound Bus Help. But yeah, they could change it. It would still work. I'm gonna urinate real fast. All right. So, sorry, I had to urinate, and that's why.
I heard it.
Yeah, well, then it's okay.
Strong stream.
How many being little and just not being able to pee in there. And I grew up around, we had a lot of dudes, and they would hold a lot of brothers back 3 or 4 years. You'd have a big brother in there. And we had this dude, Mr. Larry, right?
Mr. Larry.
Yeah, he was like, they held him back like 7 times, right? So at that point, you got to respect him, 100%. And he would urinate over your back, and just right into the urinal, dude. You'd be standing there peeing, right? You're like this scared kid. Remember how scary it was the first time you had to go into the urinals as a kid? Oh, well,
I grew up in a less threatening environment.
Oh, you did?
Because there's no one doing piss rainbows over my shoulder.
Yeah, bro.
No. That wasn't a
Larry. He was the fucking Gary Payton of piss on me. He would fucking shoot from deep. And so you'd literally be peeing. Imagine this, and you can't pee. You're scared. And then a fucking pee comes from above. It goes perfectly in. I just feel demoralized, though.
No, but I mean, the pounds per square inch, just the velocity. You know what I mean? You think you'd almost need CO2 to get that much power.
Yeah, it was impressive, man. It's crazy what some men can do, or young men, or adolescents.
Yeah, there's not a lot of privilege.
Yeah. Oh, there wasn't any privilege. It was just.
And then at the end, it's like, bam, off. It's like the Bellagio fountain. It's like when it's done, it's done.
every skeleton of everybody, and he could.
What? So what's your what is news like around the world? That's something I don't understand.
So different. It's crazy. You don't realize that we live in this bizarre biosphere where you have no idea what's going on in the rest of the world. You have no idea how you're perceived in the United States is perceived. And you have no idea really your place in the global order because we're cut off from the rest of the world, and we have these two extremely lame, irrelevant countries bordering us, but that's it. You know, Mexico and Canada. No offense, I like them both, but like nobody cares. But there are big, important countries around the world, and they're very focused on the United States. They have all these views about what we're doing, and those views are never expressed here. So if you're a leader in the United States and you're like, well, we're doing this for democracy, this is the arsenal of democracy, and then you go to the countries that are directly affected by those policies, they're like, you're freaking insane. You have no idea what you're talking about. I mean, the mind blower for me this summer, we traveled all over the world, a bunch of different continents. I'm still doing it because I got fired, so I've been stuck in the studio for all those years.
Now you got to get out and about.
Well, kind of. I mean, I go on vacation for 2 weeks a year, but that was it. You know, when you do a show regularly, you're tied to where you are, period. You're in the studio.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, I'm like, wow, I'm kind of emancipated. Yeah, for a few months, and it was summertime. And anyway, so we went. But the shock for me was, and this is not a partisan thing at all.
And what does partisan mean?
It means like carrying water for a party. Like this is what Republicans think, or so Democrats.
So non-partisan means not.
Just what I think is true. It like doesn't matter what either party says.
Okay. What does non-partisan mean?
It just means not partisan. It's not. You're not connected to a party. You're not helping either party. Okay. But what I mean is both parties, Republican and Democrat, were saying for a year and a half, Ukraine is winning this war against Russia.
Yeah, I remember hearing that.
Oh, yeah, I mean, and I still think people believe that. So whatever you think of the war, Russia-Ukraine, I mean, I'm not that interested, honestly, because I'm not Russian or Ukrainian. It's true. But lots of Americans seem to be interested. They have their Ukrainian flags, and they're willing to pronounce Kiev as Kyiv, and they're doing all the steps that you need to do. Repeating all the dumb slogans.
Slava Ukraine.
Yeah, they don't, whatever. Americans have this thing where they have no idea where something is, but they're like, oh, I'm an expert. You see it now in Italy, I'm an expert, It's like the Nakba. What? Stop. Anyway, but the article of faith for most Americans was Ukraine is winning this war. So, I mean, how do I know? You know what I mean? I'm stuck in the studio. So I go over to the region. 2 different countries supported Ukraine.
Oh, you popped over there to Ukraine?
No, I didn't go to Ukraine. No.
Nothing. Really?
Well, the government of Ukraine is attacking a lot. So I felt like that was unwise.
Who's their master over there, their leader?
Well, the president is a guy called Vladimir Zelensky.
Oh, right, that's right. He's a fucking comedian.
Yeah, a very unfunny one.
Yeah, do we have any videos of him doing stand-up comedy?
He's got one where he's playing the piano with his dick.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but yeah, and actually fairly well.
Was it at a Sig F house? Where was that?
It was in Ukraine somewhere.
I
think it's a pretty common thing.
About the insurance companies, handle on law. I get those phone
Oh,
calls.
there he is playing
I want to sue the insurance company. The insurance company is suing me. It's horrible. I want to sue them. I go,
oh
yes. News for you. The insurance companies aren't your friends.
Oh, anybody can be president now.
Well, I don't know. Can you play the piano with your penis?
That's America.
Oh, no.
Get that in your head.
A little bit of Beethoven. That's kind of hacky, but it's cute though.
That was good. I like that.
I said that just I love
that.
But anyway, so whatever. I don't care about these guys in any way. But I go over there and I start talking to very knowledgeable people, like people who run these countries. And they're like,
and theoretically, it's more efficient. And
Russia has 100 million more people than Ukraine. 100 million. And much deeper industrial capacity. They have all these weapons factories. You're not going to, it's the largest country in the world by windmass. There's literally no chance even theoretically Ukraine.
But aren't they an industrial aren't they
Russia?
These things made out of stone? Aren't they like in the past with a lot of like technology?
Well, it turns out, I mean,
there's no military advance.
Well, we always make fun of it, during the Soviet period because it was super inefficient and they were all drunk and they would crash their commercial airliners all the time. All the time. In fact, a famous carrier, international carrier, the national carrier, Aeroflot, carrier, the Soviet carrier, and in a very, very famous crash, the pilot had his son in the cockpit with passengers on the plane, and the cockpit was
and has even said so.
And the sun just takes the yolk.
President Kamala Harris
just pushes it down and flies the plane right into the ground. So, like, people make fun correctly of Soviet technology, but it turns out they were actually pretty good at this. You know, they produced a lot of chess players. They're not stupid people at all. And neither are the Ukrainians for that matter. But anyway, the point is, the Russians were never going to. Period. And anyone who looked at it objectively would know that, except no one in the United States knew that. So that kind of freaked me out. I'm like, we have a big country, smart country, the most advanced country in the world, supposedly, and nobody even knows the basic facts. Like, Russia has 100 million more people. Of course, they're not going to lose to Ukraine. That's insane. And yet, nobody knew that. So I thought, wow, that's don't you know, and like the amount of lying that you can do in a world where everything is controlled. All information is controlled. Exception pretty much of Twitter, because the guy who owns it said he's not going to censor.
Yes, yeah, it's nice. I feel like that's one thing that I thought was that. Yeah, maybe that's it. That's what's about censorship. Is at least you feel like you can say things, or that things can be shared on there.
Because didn't you feel? I mean, as someone who writes comedy, does this every day, do you feel freer?
LifeSourceWater.com. You can taste and feel the difference.
On Twitter?
Clearing this afternoon.
I feel like at least if YouTube takes me down.
Oh, look at that. Comedy is legal on this platform. So you want like specifically endorse your right to say.
Yeah, it was nice when we had Roseanne Barr on, and she's
I like her.
Oh, dude, she fucking did so much for comedy. She did so much for women and gays. And they, Hollywood threw under the fucking bus as soon as they had a chance because they were worthless. And so anyway, she was on my show and she.
Yeah, I saw that. And they took, tell me if I'm misremembering this, they took a line that she had and they cut out all the context and put it like on TikTok, and it made her sound like she was a crazy person or a vicious person, which she's not.
Yeah, she's a Jewish, I mean, she's born Jewish. I think she's still Jewish, right?
Yes.
And so she said, yeah, oh, and the Holocaust never happened, right? She said sarcastically. Right?
I think she knows about it.
Yes. Yeah, very obvious, right?
Of course.
And some guy on Twitter, Sam, I don't know what the guy's name was, something Buckelstein or somebody, he fucking made a big deal about it.
From the Minneapolis Buckelstein.
Yeah, this dude, this was 2 weeks after, right? Makes a big deal about, or just put that clip and whatever, no context. So then YouTube took us down, took that episode down. But we got to put it on Twitter, so that was nice, at least because it was an honest place, you know? But what I worry about is, like, didn't some of these companies, didn't Twitter or Facebook, didn't they get in trouble for not letting, like, during election times, like, not real information being allowed to be shared?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who would get them in trouble. They run everything. And, you know, my concern would be, as we're getting to this election, it's very intense. You know, I think they're very intense people on both sides. And if you actually had a platform that was open for everyone to say here's your things, that's a massive threat to the asshole. And I think that because the truth is always a threat to writers. I never changes. People are killed never for lying. Ever. Only only punished for telling the truth. People get mad if you tell the truth. Everyone should know that. So, I mean, I can't imagine the pressure that's going to bear on this company. X.
UTIs are the worst.
Year, I mean,
I've been there. 1 year, I had 8 UTIs. If
Do you think Elon could be, I mean, there could be like even an assassination attempt on him?
I've never speculated about something like that, but I just think there's,
just, you can't, you're a guy at a bar, what are you going to say?
You know, I think there's going to be, I would have a food taster. I mean, I think it's, I think, look, the one thing we, look, if you're doing a great job at something, if you're a great father, great husband, great employer, great comedian, you're not too worried because you know you're doing a good job. If you're doing a bad job and the only beneficiary of your work is you, everyone else is getting screwed. They can't even afford to fill up their truck or buy groceries, and you're still getting rich, you're very worried. Dictators are always worried about their own security. Okay? So what's the biggest threat to you? The biggest threat is someone calling you out. And so you have to shut down any medium where that could possibly happen. So Obviously, Facebook is completely controlled. Google is completely controlled. TikTok, or no company, God knows what their agenda is. So really the only big platform that's pretty not controlled, with apparently some limits, but in general it's not controlled. It's free speech. It's X.
I agree.
So there's a lot at stake. Legitimate leaders don't worry about this. If I'm a legitimate leader, if I'm a good father, one of my kids is like, I want to smoke weed at the breakfast table, you're like, because I make the rules no weed at the breakfast table. I'm not worried about saying that, because I think I'm a pretty good father, and I think my kids think I'm a pretty good father. But if I'm a terrible father who's abusing my kids, I can't let them say anything, because the authorities might find out. I gotta get punished for what they know. And that is the same attitude that every dictator has. It's why all dictators take the guns and go censorship. First thing they don't want to throw you in prison. It's expensive. It's difficult. They don't want to execute you. They just want you to shut up and be obedient. And Elon Musk and buying this platform and opening it up to all positions, even unpopular ones, is the single greatest threat to their hegemony, to their control. And I'm not predicting their response, but it's going to be intense, super intense. I can say that.
You have security and that sort of thing. If you were him, would you have like somebody, would you make sure that the Tesla truck, which is supposed to have been out for 17 years, but that it has extra bulletproofness in the glass?
I would definitely include as a standard feature, not an add-on, the oil tanks that drop the oil onto the road behind you, so that people, when you spin out and go right into a bridge abutment or off the side of the mountain, off Mulholland, you know what I mean? I would definitely do that, and I'd have hidden machine guns under the side view mirrors. I'd have a death ray possibly. I'd have probably a custom feature, but I would absolutely.
What else?
Do you think we get fair news about even the war in Israel and Hamas? Do you think we get fair information about that? Joe Rogan had a lady on recently, and she was saying that the perception of what happens over there isn't the information that we get. You see that?
Think of it this way: what's at stake? People's lives, control of governments, control of land. Ancient rivalries and hatreds. I mean, there's so much at stake.
This is the Celtics and the Lakers from the Bible.
Then, of course, it's very intense. And so, of course, there's going to be massive lying on all sides, and there is. And that's fine. You need to go into it knowing that. I've spent a lot of time over there, and I will freely confess I don't understand a lot of the dynamics, because I'm from La Jolla, I'm not from Jenin or Jerusalem or Qatar. It's I'm not from the region, okay? I don't speak the languages, but I know enough to know that there's massive lying, and I think it's good to know that. The only thing that enrages me is when I hear people say, "You must believe me." I have no obligation to believe anybody. You have an obligation, if you want me to believe you, to prove yourself.
Right.
And I have a right to ask simple, fair questions. How do you know that? How can I trust that? And if you don't give me those answers, then I just don't believe you. And I don't have to believe you. And if your recourse is, you're a bad person for not believing me, fuck you. That's my response. Fuck you. And especially in this case, where my money and potentially my children's lives are helping.
And that makes sense.
Yeah, one of these things got blown out of my nose every now and then. I got to make sure it works. You got to open it up. Yeah,
state Medicaid programs.
Just widen them out. There's no shame.
God, it feels good, doesn't it? God, dude.
If I can feel it dripping down the back of my throat right now. Anyway, sorry to use profanity on your show, but it.
Somebody put on some cash up,
Tax preparation services. Now,
is that what you listen to?
I don't know what happened, dude.
No, be honest. What we listen to
I think it was probably, some cashew, some traveling wheelberries, maybe a little bit of.
That's the soundtrack of your private cocaine use.
I got a unique listen, a little, maybe some Morgan Wallen, a little different, a custom
What about Dust in the Bag?
We'll give you a loan against your
I love Billy Strings, but I haven't heard Dust in the Bag.
Interest rates.
And it's about
Tax prep fees can run from
I thought it was an Irish guy, Dust in the Bag.
That's good.
Let me tell you,
Dustin, hey, Dustin, Mom's pissed.
Have you ever been to Boston?
I've been to Pittsburgh, though. Dave Chappelle was just in Boston. Man, you saw what they did to him over there? Yeah. Do you think that's fair that they should? Because well, it's not fair, but it's like, I don't know. If you go to listen to Dave Chappelle these days, you know he's going to talk more about a lot of stuff. And Dave Chappelle criticizes Israel, sparred the crowd at Boston show. Oh, he criticized Israel. So I don't know that's exactly.
I mean, look, I wasn't there. I only know what I read.
I wasn't there either.
But he made one point, which I think is entirely. I don't know if I agree. I don't agree with Dave Chappelle and everything. Of course. But the one point that I read that I did agree with was the United States is implicated in this, and so we have a right to have an opinion on it. And that is obviously true. And anyone who tells you you don't have a right to have an opinion, you must have one specific opinion. It's wrong. And I think it's fair to say that.
Yeah, I think people should be able to have their opinions, you know. Yeah, because once you have your fucking opinion, then it's like, how do you get to a revolution? How do we get to a revolution? Because at what point do people just say, well, if my life doesn't, if you don't want my life to mean anything to me, based on how you set up the environment, at what point do you go from there to, then I am not going to play this game? Or how does a revolution start?
They're very worried about it. That's what it put people in.
And I think they should be worried about it.
They are worried.
I'd love to fucking be on a horseback, dude.
Well, but you know how you get to revolution is by not listening to people and not serving their interests and telling them to shut up again and again, calling them names. You know, something you've got a legitimate question, like why should I support a war with Iran? Shut up! You know, calling me names. You know, I have children of draft age. Like, why is that not a fair question for me? Shut up! And you do that enough, and I have recourse because I have a platform. But most people don't. And if you tell them to shut up enough, like, we don't care that you care about gas prices and your stupid pickup truck. Well, some people like their pickup trucks and they use them for work. And if it's not affordable to fill it up, that's a big deal for them. If you're like, shut up, climate change, pig. You know, your nephew OGs on fentanyl and nobody cares. Like, you keep that up for long enough, you'll make people radical. And why wouldn't they be radical, actually? And I'm so insulated for most of it because I have enough money and I'm not in debt and my kids are grown and paid for. And like I'm in a much easier position than most people.
Right.
And I feel radical just watching.
Right.
And so why wouldn't they be on the brink of being unreasonable? And it doesn't need to be this way. You don't have to solve all people's problems. Like some problems are very hard to solve. People know that. There's no magic button you press that ends inflation or stops fentanyl. And everyone knows that. All you need to do is express the fact and do it sincerely that you can. You acknowledge these are big problems. But when the Speaker of the House, who I know is a nice guy from your state, the new Speaker of the House comes in, and the first thing he does is issue a statement on behalf of a foreign country. That's the most important thing. I'm not even against the statement, but I'm just saying, like, what bigger statement does that make?
That's him, Mikey Johnson?
Yeah. And he's the Speaker? He is. And, but
damn, Mike.
He's a nice guy, and I'm not against him, but I'm just saying, like, if you think the welfare of another country is the most important thing for you as one of the leaders of our country, third in line to the presidency, you have lost the thread, son. Because it's not. Nothing is more important to the leaders of our country than our country and how its 350 million people are doing. So I was enraged by that. And people were like, oh, you're for Hamas? Of course I'm not for Hamas at all. I'm for America, actually. I shouldn't even have to answer that question. Are you for Israel or Hamas? I mean, obviously I'm for Israel over Hamas, but that's irrelevant. I'm for America. And no one even asked that. And I feel deep resentment about that. That the concerns of this country are no concern.
Right. It feels like our concerns don't even fucking matter.
They don't matter.
That's why it makes me wonder, are we just a shell company for Israel? Are we just a shell company for China? Like, what are we anymore? Like, are we just...
Well, there are a lot of people who live here who really like it here.
We're born here and love it here.
Well, I know you do. And I'm just saying, like, it doesn't have to be this way. There are people, there are hundreds of millions of people whose ancestors are buried here. And they want to stay here. They don't have another passport. And it wouldn't be hard to rally them and just say, like, you're a Democrat, you're a Republican, you're this, you're that, but we're all American, and let's have a conversation about what's best for our country. You would get people from all sides being like, that's right, that's the right conversation. We may not even agree, but that's the conversation we should be having. And if you don't do that, I'm just telling you, you fire. People go crazy. And I'm totally convinced that the mass shootings we're seeing are a massive spike in mental illness. These are manifestations of the frustration, hopelessness that people feel when they realize their leaders don't care about them. I believe that. I can't prove it, but I believe it because I happen to live in a place
back
with
on
a lot
Capitol
of
Hill for questioning by the House
people who are
Select
not kind of
Subcommittee
succeeding
on the
in the
COVID
modern
pandemic.
world. And they're good
Republicans say
people,
they
and they have
evidence
skills.
suggesting
And they've
Fauci
been here, their
used
family's
his
been here for
personal
hundreds of
email
years.
for business
You
matters
should
when
care
he was in
about them.
office to
I
leak
agree.
a public record.
But yeah, I think our country has been compromised by people that don't care and they don't see value in that, and it feels like it's just
California Democrat Congressman Paul Ruiz says the subcommittee
bottom
doesn't have a
line, or
shred
it's
of
about,
evidence to substantiate its
some goal that to me seems
History's
so
been made in
erroneous.
Mexico
I
with the
can't
election
even
of the country's
fathom
first ever female
that you
president.
wouldn't have
Claudia
feelings
Sheinbaum
like when you're like
is the
that
former
Sackler
mayor of
family
Mexico
that's
City
just
and
let
will
watching
succeed President
people's
Andrés
children
Manuel
die.
López
She
Obrador.
make money off of a
She is
fucking
pledged
pill
to
proof
govern with
air.
the same principles
What are
as
you
López
gonna get
Obrador,
another
calling
like
that a good thing for
half
all Mexicans.
bathroom or something? Like what are you gonna get? Like I don't understand the
People in
goal
LA went to the Mexican
sometimes
consulate near
of
downtown to vote
some
in
of that,
Mexico's
or why people
presidential
would think
election,
that
but
selling
a
someone
lot of
out
people
to such a
complained about
point where
not being able
they
to
don't
cast
have any
their ballot.
purpose, so you take away their hope. You know, we had a guy on here talking about meaning. This guy John Vervaeke, he was real interesting. This guy is from Canada, and he just talks about meaning and when people don't have like they don't feel like they're supported by. If they don't like they're part of a group, or they don't feel like
they're totally cut off from other people and just floating around atomized and alone.
Right, you go crazy.
Yeah, and then you get a
put them in
nice
solitary
surprise.
confinement.
Exactly.
So you've basically taken so much of America by taking away like things that brought us together.
Yes.
And some of those things were smaller towns, like businesses in small towns, things that made people feel of value. You know, my father went to a, my father, his family was mahogany farmers. They did wood, and so I think if your father went into the woods in your town or whatever, part of a company, they built tables.
They were literally mahogany.
Yeah, and you had a table at home, and then it was your dad's company's table. You'd like, we eat at our family. We built it in our town.
Some physical connection between labor and work.
Yeah.
Now it's theoretical and digital and bullshit.
Yeah.
Zoom calls.
Yeah. Now it's just like, do you want to eat at this fucking Chipotle sit-go, you know, where they're selling gas and burritos and, you know. And it's just like, but that's a fucking town hall of a lot of. It's just now everything is just been. It's a Dollar General in most towns, and that's what it is. You know, it's like just we've killed off a lot of that. You know,
what's interesting is you drive through. I like to fish, so I've been in a lot of small towns in America.
Yeah.
And some of these towns, especially the county seats, in rural towns, beautiful. Somebody spent a lot of money and a lot of time in one of those hasn't been built since the World War. That is probably since the 30s, since the Depression. Your state especially. You've got a lot of great public architecture in Louisiana. None of it has been built since you were on with money. Okay? So why is that? And it's been replaced by disposable garbage in the dollar store for the same amount, but they are a symbol of it. It's so intentionally ugly. Box stores are so ugly. You're like, there's got to be a purpose behind it. The architecture exists for a reason. You're sending a message when you build a building, when you build anything. And the message of box stores and dollar stores and the public, the DMV is nothing. We're not going to spend any time or any energy trying to elevate you or please your senses or anything beautiful. It's ugly on purpose so that you know that you mean nothing. You do not count. Shut up and obey. You're an animal, actually. And I just feel like there's something very profound about that. The message that it sends, and everyone receives the message, whether they know it or not. You go into a DMV, what's it telling you? Wait your turn, wait for your number, and then some surly low IQ person is assholes whoever. It's like, I'm a citizen of this country. Why do I even have to have a driver's license? Give me my fucking papers, let me get out of here. How dare you speak to me like that? But you can't, because she's in charge. The whole experience is designed to degrade you and make you less powerful, keep your self-respect away. I'm very upset.
Oh, the DMV, it's almost like they have a line. If you come out of the closet, you get to go to the front of the line. You know?
I'd be willing to do that.
Yeah, but that's the kind of shit I'm saying. It's like that's how much they want to compromise who you are or what you are.
But look at that. Okay, the drop ceiling. Like, there's no reason to have lighting with it. It doesn't cost more. Maybe to put some lamps or sconces or something. There's nothing more oppressive than a drop ceiling with fluorescent light. And there's no reason to have that. Everything is made out of vinyl and metal. There's not one natural material in there. Why not have wooden benches? What would that cost extra? Train stations used to have them, but they don't. Because the message there is all this shit's disposable. It'll be in a landfill in 5 years, and so will you. Everything about that is degrading to the citizen, and it's not an accident. We've been doing that since the day we dropped the atomic bomb on Hiroshima. That is true. Since the end of the Second World War. I mean, I have a lot of theories about it. I have no evidence to back up any of my theories, so I should just say that. I think that dropping the atomic bomb on Japan convinced the U.S. government and the Western leaders more broadly that they were God.
Are you interested?
They had the power to destroy whole cities. Nuclear power, when weaponized, is the most powerful tool man's ever made. And it gave people the impression that they were God. And they lost all humility and all love for their fellow citizens. They lost love for their fellow citizens. That's what our architecture, post-war architecture, is. They don't love you, they don't care about you. The British colonized whole countries, India, for example. They didn't love the, I mean, they loved the Indians, but they thought the Indians were lesser than them. They did. They were racist in our current understanding of that word. But they built train stations in, say, Calcutta or Bombay. It would blow your freaking mind. Nothing is beautiful in the United States as the train stations they built in the subcontinent, in India.
Oh, yeah, stunning places.
Right, stunning. So, like, what does that tell you? And these were colonial train stations built for Indian subjects.
Right.
Look at that.
But they still had a lot of pride in what they built.
They did, but they people, here, do the one in Mumbai. The Mumbai train station is like the most unbelievable.
I met a Pakistani the other day.
Well, that was part of India up until 1947.
They have their own autonomy now.
They do. They have nuclear weapons, actually. Yeah, look at that. Look at that right there. Look at that. That looks like, I mean, that's the train station in Bombay, Mumbai, India.
Oh, yeah.
I've been there. And it just, I sat there, and it's very poorly maintained. Preserve it, unfortunately. And they built a lot of garbage architecture. They stole from our anti-human architects. But, like, what kind of country would build something like that? A country that cared about pleasing people. Look at that pleases you. You want to keep staring at it because it's beautiful. We've created nothing of beauty in the United States in 80 years. Like, what the hell? Roy Lichtenstein or Andy Warhol? That's beauty? No, it's not. It's garbage.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got me going, baby.
Am I?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, dude. I like your attitude. Well, you know where there's great architecture that blew my mind? Milwaukee.
The best. Down by the river?
Dude, Milwaukee is such a beautiful city.
I totally agree with you.
I had no idea.
Have you tried Cleveland?
Yeah.
I mean, Cleveland obviously is famously screwed up, Mistake by the Lake, but it's like, look at that right there. So the Germans built it. Milwaukee was a famous city. It was? Oh, yeah, it was right by the Germans. Oh, yeah. Very German city.
I love, but
and they recreated Europe, the best of Europe.
Yeah, Cleveland definitely, it was a bit of a different experience, I think, when I was there.
Look at that. Look at that building. Imagine building something like that. And instead, we build glass boxes that are LEED certified. And it's like we've built nothing of value, nothing of permanence, nothing we have built in my lifetime will last. And rightly so. There are Roman buildings and arches
that are going to last longer.
Rome fell in the 5th century, and they're still there.
And that will outlast the construction of a fucking half these pesos.
It's true. It's totally true.
Yeah. No, it's crazy though. But we just there's something happened, and I think that's the infection that starts to get into the spirit of us, you know. And I think that's the fight that's going on inside of a lot of people.
Make something beautiful. That's what we should be telling kids. Your job in life. It's not just working for the man and paying the bills. It's make one thing that's beautiful, proud of. It's an expression of something good inside you. Make it with your hands or with your mouth. But make something beautiful. I don't know why that's. And by the way, when you say something that you think is, you think it's particularly funny or insightful.
For a retaining wall underneath. And everybody
Doesn't
was
that feel
thrilled
like better than
until
anything?
several years later.
Yeah, I think it feels
came
like
over to jump on the trampoline.
Yes, that's it.
Came
exactly.
Off the trampoline,
you're doing what you're supposed to be.
Hit
God
one of
made
the
you.
wooden border pieces.
That's my feeling, and that's not advice that we get all. Like how to be an obedient, get some stupid degree at some stupid college to be the obedient employee to some stupid asshole who's going to mistreat you.
Saying that the trampoline was unsafe.
How do we
So the contractor.
What's new in your world? What are you? What?
Well, like going crazy.
Sorry. What are you doing now that's different with? You got on the Twitter, right? So I know that. And congratulations. I think it is interesting. It's brave for people to get out of the system. A lot of people.
I was expelled.
Oh yeah. You got laid off from everywhere. Was it cutbacks or why did you get
cutbacks?
That are covered by this policy.
I'm going to use that. There's downsizing. Just downsizing. Yeah. So I'm being retrained. I'm learning to code, actually.
So then you have to look at what is it covered for.
They closed the plants. I totally get it. I was on third shift, and they're just the demand. Was it the point? I'm going to use that though next time. I don't get fired.
But you got out and you moved to.
I was thrown out.
Thrown out.
And Elon called me the day that my show was
considered land.
I was grateful that he did. And
he called you on. Had you spoken to him before?
There's also a little wrinkle.
I had, and I really liked him. And I'm not a technology person, to put it mildly, like at all.
Yeah,
I've heard that. Like almost on a crazy sort of tech Kaczynski way, which is not defending.
So who handles tech?
The tech people, I don't. They live in Bangalore.
Recreational equipment.
No, we have really super smart people.
Bangalore.
The Bangalore. No, actually, most of our staff.
This is a landscaping job.
And Elon's, we don't work for Elon. I'm just like Twitter, like everybody else. But all he said was, I'm going to keep the platform open.
We say a trampoline is recreational equipment, and we asked you when you got the policy if you've dealt with recreational equipment.
And so I've been super grateful. I mean, that's all I've ever wanted,
we don't have to defend you in this case.
Is to, I've never been, I have made some money, but not.
United States Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit. This is a case that went
all
the way to a federal.
I guess I would like to be richer. Yes,
I love these kinds of cases.
Well, it's now it almost looks like a sickness too. No, I think there should be a cap on
the money acquisition thing.
Yeah.
There was a name for that actually. Historically, it was called greed. Yeah, and then somewhere along the line, we decided you weren't allowed to complain about greed.
By the way, third issue.
And I don't really, and because you're against capitalism. First of all, there is no capitalism.
Maybe you can argue landscaping, but it is clearly a
controls everything. You can't have a business without intersecting with government, and the government is used by businesses to create markets. There's no free market, so let's stop worrying about that. Second, I am not against capitalism. I'm for competition. I wish capitalism would return to the United States. But that doesn't mean that you can't say if I've got $1 billion and I need 10 more, that's your set. If that's your goal, what would you do with $1 billion? I mean, I don't want $1 billion. It's not in danger of getting it, but if I was, I'd be like, I don't want that. Because then you spend your whole life worrying about losing it. And your existence becomes about preserving money when your existence should be about loving the people around you and creating something. Those are your jobs as a person.
Yeah. Well, could we put a cap on how much money people are allowed to make?
I guess people would find their way around it. Yeah. I mean, the way to do it is to say it out loud. Again, everything changes with words. Articulate the truth. Not an attack on capitalism.
Kind of a cave thing that you put in there.
To say it is ugly. In fact, it's a sin to worship money. Yeah, it is. You should not be worshiping money. Worship God. Worship people around you. Worship nature even. But worshiping money is disgusting, and you should not compliment people who do it. You should instead criticize them and say that's gross. Hey, hedge fund manager, that's gross.
What's unsafe?
I'm sorry, I think that.
No, I fucking think that too, man. I remember maybe 2 years ago, it was like the first time I really made some money in my life. And I thought, and I remember I was in my garage tonight. I just was
unsafe because you could argue that
about my brother was crying.
But it didn't make you happy.
Yeah, because I didn't even know it was money. I didn't know if it was popularity. I don't know what it had, but I got into a different space about 4 years. I finally knew I could pay my mortgage for the year, just like, and I thought that somehow in the back of my head, without even realizing it, I thought that would be the answer to everything. And when it wasn't, it fucking.
And on top of that, it is.
Nobody wants to hear that also from somebody who.
But it's the most familiar thing I've ever heard. It's like
correcto for you
today. It just made me so sad that I just been fooled. You know, and even fooled by myself. And
well, getting what you want is one of the saddest things that can happen to you. I mean, when you're happiest when, as a man, with a clear mission
So
now.
they have no obligation.
For now, I mean, I could totally change.
Oh, you'll change.
If I get a better spot at the DMV,
and then you went ahead and
Tucker,
it does change. There's something going on in the water, baby. And that's why if I could take a break, just promote my non-sponsors in. These are threes, and I normally use sixes, so I appreciate the gesture. But I do think nicotine does.
You got the main decision,
really?
And then you have a concurrence.
I'll do one of those surprise boys. I'm not doing a big one or anything, you know. I mean, maybe during the holidays I would.
It's not like an expander. It's just a regular
Okay, yeah, I would do something small, you know. Just pop a bead in or something, you know. I'm going to be at the ballpark. Yeah, I do probably put something, half a gram or whatever, milligrams. I don't know what they said.
3 milligrams.
He said they
but getting what you want, succeeding, that's legally.
At the end of the day,
but then also I think that there were more opportunities for success in the past, and there was more opportunities to feel value in the past. Like I remember when I was a kid, we used to get our name in the paper, and it made you feel so good, like your local baseball school, right? And like even if you lost, they fucking put your last down. I get it. 0 for 4, right? Cried, even though put cried like in parentheses, and you're like, fuck yeah, dude. Like at least I'm on the stat. I mean, I had an appendectomy, right? And the guy who I think was closeted or whatever was an assistant coach or whatever. He was screaming at me to get to third base, and literally my appendix had burst.
Can you show me on the doll where this happened?
Dude, I remember we had a dude bus.
There's something here. I can feel it.
Oh, bro, this guy was screaming at me to get to third base. My appendix burst. I'm laying in the fucking dirt, right? And that's a sign of our fucking country nowadays. They're like, get to fucking third base. You're like, I have sepsis. And nobody fucking cares, man. But they still put you in the stat sheet, you know, 0 for 4. Yeah, I think, we had a dude who was touching players, and they just called him and they're like, look, you can't keep coaching if you're going to touch players.
That was touching him like in an affirming way?
I think just extra affirming.
Like too affirming.
Like overhand, you're affirming, but once you turn the head this way,
reach around, not affirming.
Yeah, you're doing that. Yeah, that's totally, that's unaffirming, dude. What do you think about where do we go? Does Bobby Kennedy Jr. have any chance? Does a third party have any chance these days?
A third party can affect the outcome for sure. The system is. The system, it's so show no sign of changing. For hours, but you know, Ross Perot ran in '92.
Yeah, I remember that.
You know, he got Clinton elected.
Fear the ears. That was the campaign.
Yeah, fear the ears. Never heard that.
I just made it up.
That was good. But he actually was kind of,
he was a real smart guy.
He was. He said a lot of things that turned out to be true, but of course he was some kind of crazy person, but including by me, I should say. I was used as a tool.
Do you even notice you're a tool? When you're a tool like that for the
I was 20. I was in my early 20s, and I was writing cover. People in their early 20s should be covering anything other than like kids with appendectomies in baseball. Like that right? You shouldn't be covering national politics in your 20s. Like, what do you know? Yeah. You don't know shit. Yeah. So you shouldn't be rendering judgment on other people. 100%. 100%. You know, FFA events or whatever, but not politics. But anyway, I was, and I attacked him as a crazy person, and I was used by the person I was working for still. Anyway, whatever.
Chuck Schumer to say.
More dishonest than Chuck Schumer. Anyway, but the point is, he got 23% or whatever, I think 23 that year. Lost Perot did. Because he was running
Smoothie King's new lemonade lineup is here.
Sort of pre-Trump, more restrained, more academic, less Trump. But the idea was the same. Like, manufacturing is dying, and it's going to wreck the country. We need to make stuff like that.
Bush, Perot, and Dukakis.
Dukakis was 88. It was Bush, Perot, and Bill Clinton. Was then the governor of Arkansas, which was the first race I covered. And Perot did really well, despite massive hostility from the media. Because, of course, they were protecting
Yes.
Their bosses. Exactly. That's exactly. But I didn't perceive any of it.
18.9% he got.
What did he get?
18.9%.
Oh, 19. I'm sorry, 19. I'm embarrassed.
Did he affect the outcome of that race?
Oh, he won it for Clinton. I mean, Clinton won it, as you can see on the pages, 43%. Absolutely.
So Perot didn't win. Do you think that Bush wins though?
Absolutely. He took from Bush, yeah.
Who is Kennedy taking from?
You think? Of course. There's no person who's thinking, I'm going to vote either for Joe Biden or Bobby Kennedy.
I have some friends that are.
No way.
I swear.
Really?
I have some friends that have known Bobby. I mean, these are people that have known Bobby Kennedy for a long time. And
did you know? Presented by
who are Democrats who are like, this is my guy.
The only reason you would vote for Joe Biden is because you believe in safety. I'm not talking about it. You're not voting for Biden. You're voting for the Democratic Party because you think when they have more power, you're safe. Right? That's the only reason. And Bobby Kennedy, man, I mean, I've never seen anybody get right to the core issues affecting the country that he has. And I don't agree with him on everything, but he makes names in a big way.
Yeah, that's why I love him. I just think he can talk. He doesn't. I don't feel like he's in anybody's pocket. Do you feel like low key there's some party that's like planted him in there? People say that, but that's crazy shit.
I mean, I feel like I know Bobby very well, and I am totally convinced, just on a human level, that he's an honest person. And I don't think are there people in his orbit who would do that? I believe, yes. But I don't think he knows better as anyone would. I think he's totally sincere. Certainly not in anyone's pocket. I mean, the guy could be. His name is Bobby Kennedy. He's the son of.
Oh, we could do whatever.
He could do whatever. He could do whatever.
And he has done. He's done a ton of great stuff.
He has. But I'm just saying, it's very easy to be loved by everybody, and it's very easy to make money when everyone loves you. Bobby Kennedy could have an infinitely easier life than his children. He's doing this because he's sincere.
Who had many firsts and records during his career, is the first to hit 4 consecutive home runs in a game as the Yankees beat the A's 20-13.
He was not nice at all. Anyway, the point is, I think Bobby's totally sincere, but he is giving a massive middle finger to the establishment, almost as aggressively as I've ever seen it.
Yeah. Why can't we get him to 11? Because what percent does he have to get? Oh, I guess.
And today in 2015,
we don't know because
he doesn't get the morality. We need to get more than that. And unfortunately, the system is set up where it's hard for a third party to get on all ballots. And they've rigged the system against a third party challenge because they don't want that.
Who has rigged the system? Both of the
Both of the parties. Of course, they don't. I mean, once you have power, what's your number one goal? Preventing people from challenging.
And then I realized I haven't gone to class.
When there's a revolution, what city should we
I have a diploma.
Well, if there is a revolution, and I pray there isn't because they never end well, but if there is, like the first 20 minutes, we actually storm the Bastille for the prisoners or whatever, hang your homemade flag from the roof of the Capitol or whatever, like you
burn the news networks.
Exactly. You have to do. So that'd be the fun part of it. That'd be definitely the fun part. But then you have like show trials and famines, and you have like all the downside. But whatever, I'm not sure. So if that happens, I will be so deep in the woods, surrounded by my dogs. I'll say it Monday.
This is our last segment.
Look, let's just pretend one of your dogs is named Firearms.
I actually have a dog called Firearm.
Yeah,
I have AK and 47.
Yeah, dude. I got a bow. I got arrow. I got whatever. I got all my weapons in the woods with me. But yeah, and you can even just text me and just let me know where you're going to be. But I think about that. You know what's wild is I think about that sometimes.
You're going to be in LA.
No, I won't be. I live in Nashville. No, I live in a place where if somebody is
he just dropped. So
okay, because if you're in LA, you just
how do we do this? This
is
like
here's the move you would do in LA. You would get in a boat and go off shore. That would be the first move.
Yeah,
let the other.
Having grown up on the Pacific, let me just say it's a little bigger than the Chunkafunky River, wherever you're from. It's a super big ocean.
Yeah, and also fuck Ben and Jerry's while we're at it. But go on. They're
Is it called Chunky Monkey? What's the name of the river?
So the detective went to
I love that, dude.
That's the greatest name ever. But the Pacific goes on forever, and then you make it to Hawaii like 6 days later, and you're lost in Wales. Yeah. Right.
Well, if you've been lost at sea for 6 days, you deserve to show up in Hawaii.
It's easy to miss Hawaii. You could, yeah, and it's a long way to Thailand.
Imagine they pick you up like, fuck you, it is going to Hawaii. You're like, what the fuck? I let my wife drive.
No, the Pacific is not a good escape point at all. No, because south you have, Baja, Sonata, right? That's going to be a little chaotic. It always is. From Los Angeles to what?
And the other detective in the other
Arctic
county
Circle.
goes,
I mean, that's just like nothing. It's like Alaska. Like you're just kind of nowhere.
They get 3 other cops
but
to
you get in the woods.
at the photos,
been there.
Yeah,
the video of the guy using the car.
Bradley up in there.
Everybody, 5 cops agree. Oh, this is the guy.
Oh,
So
live
they
in
get
the
a warrant
hollow
for
of
his
a
arrest,
tree.
and they arrest him, and he goes to
That's
jail.
it.
And
Me too, man. It sounds exciting, but I think people start to think that way. And that's a sad. It's interesting because the thought that just comes in my head sometimes. I've thought about asking people I know. I've thought about asking Joe Rogan, where do we meet up?
wrong. It wasn't
shit
the
gets
same
weird.
guy.
And I never
So
used to
he's
think,
let
oh,
out
it's
of jail after. He was only in
you
there
might
for a
not,
few
but I
hours.
think everybody's got a
And the case
little
is
bit of a
dropped.
place.
And he
You know, I
sues
think
all the
some
cops
people are
for
thinking
violating his
maybe
Fourth Amendment rights,
could
saying,
be,
hey,
I
you
think
never
you
had
want to do
probable
mountainous,
cause
so I
to
think
arrest
you go
me.
Salt
I was
Lake,
never the right
Denver.
guy. That is a huge
Broncos
blunder.
suck,
I would like some money,
so I
please,
don't know
and
if I'd
thank you
go
very
there.
much.
Utah
And the
doesn't have
cops
a
say,
team.
you know what? We certainly are not.
I don't know,
denying
but
that
you start
we
to
made
think about that. You want to get up to
We're
sea
acting in
level. You
good
know, you don't want
faith.
nature beating you.
We believed it.
So you don't want to
So
drown
when we
out. You
went
want
to
to
the
be fucking
judge and said,
Johnstown.
here's probable cause to arrest this guy, and the
Johnstown
judge,
or
you
Jonestown.
know, had
Or Jonestown.
relied
Both
on
of
our
Both of them bad,
So that's
bad.
Yeah.
Purple Kool-Aid,
based on
overflowing
probable
rivers.
cause, even if later we find out
You
it
don't want to go
wasn't.
anywhere. I think
And therefore,
You don't want to.
you don't want to travel. Things
you
go
can't sue
sideways.
us.
I don't.
Too bad.
I don't
So
think you want to be
sad.
on the road.
What
I mean,
happens?
That's a good point.
The 2 times I've been in
All the way
places.
up again at a federal appeals court.
Okay, the first question I have is, since it is
Would that
not
feel
the
like
same person,
One
how
was at
much
Katrina,
not the
right
same
after the storm,
person
New Orleans.
is it?
Wow, you were
Talking
down there, huh,
about
bro?
a guy
Was,
who is
and the other was in
6'8",
Baghdad.
weighs 280
December of
pounds
03 when it
versus a
kind of
woman
started to get.
who is
I
5'2"
felt out of
and
hand.
weighs
And which one was more
110
hectic?
pounds, and they conflated them.
But for the United States, I really,
never
no one ever
flat
says this. I
out
really
talk
feel like
about
Katrina was like
how similar
how chaotic it was.
the
Oh,
two
yeah.
people were.
Oh, for
So
real?
I have to
I mean,
read between the
agree,
lines.
but-
Oh, I've been at a
in
game
this
when the Saints
opinion,
are fucking losing to the
and
Falcons.
I
and it gets
conclude
fucking
that
hectic
they
enough.
There is no one there.
Okay,
They were
Oh,
similar.
I hear
got it. All
and
right,
then
yeah, that makes
people
sense.
start
I don't think
behaving
the
in
cops
ways
should be
that
that
are
crazy.
ridiculous.
I think qualified
I saw
immunity
them
kicks
run
in. It
riots.
has to do with bad faith, and it's not
And
egregious.
people getting shot. I saw it.
I
I'm
don't
guessing,
think there's
and
any issue.
I was just like,
as
this
to
cannot be America.
if
Like, I always
cops
thought
can't
something bad happened,
go
and
ahead and
like,
arrest
like
people, and you know,
call some
people are
special
not the same
number,
people
and
all
like
the
dad
time.
comes and
If
restores
that
order.
were
No.
to happen,
You know, at all.
the
Police were
would never
looting.
arrest anybody.
I saw it.
So,
Yeah,
police were
and
looting
it's,
during
on
Katrina.
top
So,
of that, it's qualified
so
immunity.
that's
anyway, just based on
anyway.
the
Whatever.
law,
My point is, I don't think you want to travel too much if you can help it. You know, it's better to be in a place where you're just like, this is my place and I'm defending it with these firearms. But until things calm down, until like electricity is restored after the EMP attack or whatever.
Thing here is
Because
that
that's what's going to
if you're talking about a
Could it be a
false
nuclear
arrest,
attack?
No,
if he's suing the cops for
it's pretty
arresting
easy
him,
to take down a society.
that's about
that's
what the
digital.
cops knew or
Oh yeah,
believed or
once you
whether they
unplug
were
that, and then when
wrong.
there's,
He's
but
also
that's
saying
crazy
the
feeling when you're like,
warrant
okay, because your first thought is, let me call somebody.
no probable
Your
cause.
phone is
And
no.
that's
No
a question
calling,
about the judge,
no oil
whether
through the
the
pipelines,
judge
no food
was
delivery,
God's gonna have the busiest afternoon.
no airlines,
That's even tougher.
no one on the roads,
to get a judge.
dams fail. Like it
all
all,
right,
you know,
guys.
if
Well,
you
catch you again
if
next
you
Monday.
put
Thank
everything
you.
online,
Fun
which
cases. I was right
people
on
who run our
both.
country
Yay!
are so stupid, they've actually
All right,
done that.
tomorrow morning we started again. Amy
You are
with
so
the wake-up
vulnerable
call.
that it's
The rest of us come
unbelievable. You're
aboard.
using Chinese
And
servers and
that's
switchers.
Neil
And
and I, and
at that
I don't
point,
know when Ken
you have no
when
control.
they
You don't
had
need to
and
drop
aboard. I think they're in the middle of the night.
Yeah, first of all,
just
if anybody's
scramble
doing
the
any of that
circuit.
shit,
Do this
do
again
not
tomorrow.
do.
You don't need
KFI
to.
AM
You don't need
640
to.
live
Let us us at least enjoy the mystery of it for a little while too.
But people are so, that doesn't mean just no DoorDash. That means no
souvenirs as well.
people. One thing I've noticed is
No Stacy Dash either, huh?
no Stacy Dash. You can't holiday your call girls from the interstate.
Oh, thank God. What if they start showing it?
They'll be seeking refuge at your place. Remember me? You tipped me for no service.
Seeking refuge raiment. That was a tough plan.
That's a good one, though.
Thank you, dude. But I think, but you wouldn't go use money anyway.
I didn't realize that there was actually
That's kind of what I'm talking about. Like, it's weird we're having this conversation, but even as me listening to you talk, my brain, I think, is recording this because it feels like it's getting plausible. All you need is a couple of cops to be like, you know what? Fuck these people as well. I'm not going to fucking quit. I'm not going to quit blockading or attacking these people who I know are really struggling. And I'm going home tonight and being one of them. 100%.
And by the way, my kids are drunk, and there's now this happened in New Orleans during Katrina. It's cops, and I give them all the benefit of the doubt. You know, some of them do some criminal cops down there, but you also have good guys too. You know, and the good guys are like, I'm sorry, I got a wife and kids at home. Like, I'm not. People are going nuts. The thing that hurt us was it took like 0 time from when authority disappeared for people to get super afraid, predators come out and start preying on people, and for everything just to fall apart. Everything. And if you unplug this country, and by the way, once you decide you're going to go war with Iran, as we've heard the morons who run our country decided, that is, I mean, very likely outcome. Really? Absolutely. Everyone's like, oh, they could send an ICBM or whatever. Why would they bother to throw a missile at the United States across the ocean when they could unplug the country? And then real casualties, mass casualties, and mass chaos, true chaos. People are not prepared for this. They haven't thought it through. Our leaders have not prepared them for it at all. It's like, oh, it's on your iPhone. You don't have an iPhone. There's no electricity, and there's no water, and there's no way to get anywhere. Come on, and that could happen. That's not science fiction. That could happen soon. And we're not ready for it. And as you said, it's not a cohesive country. People are not like, oh, I'm going to help my neighbors. You don't know who your neighbors are. They may not speak the same language.
Well, you're certainly not going to also help your government. So that's going to be the weird thing. Like, when the government's like, people do this, you might.
CEO in the U.S., by the way.
A lot of people are like, fuck you, I don't trust you.
People have not seen chaos. They don't know what chaos looks like. Like, when people imagine war, they imagine, 2 lines against each other, lobbing artillery shells or rifle fire at each other. There's a certain order to that. And people can handle it. It's dangerous, but I can handle it. It makes sense to me. It's orderly, it's geometric. Chaos is completely different. Chaos is like you have no freaking idea what's happening, who's on your side, who's not right, isn't, where things are going. People are not designed for it. People can't handle chaos, and they go crazy. And I've only, as I said, had a taste of this a couple of times, but enough to learn. Chaos is the one thing you have to avoid, because that's what you heard. Others lined the streets waving Trump posters and Trump 2024 flags.
Oh, we're going to turn the middle motion real fast, or we're going to,
like, in minutes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, bro. Dude, I was at a Dave & Buster's one time, right? I'm not even joking. Fucking power goes out there.
Did you meet anyone?
Bro, it was wacka everyone in that bitch, dude. People were beating this. It was complete darkness. In PPA, you're fucking feeling around for whatever, birthday cake or whatever you're, like, you don't even know what's going on. But that was clear that Dave & Buster's.
The KFI Market Report, sponsored by Revive Real Estate.
So what is your plans now? Like, you're on Twitter, you're in a free space. Yeah, as much as we have in today's society, you're in a free space for free speech. What else is there, like?
We have some plans. I mean, some of them,
it's free to use. Just go to KFIRevive.com. That's KFIRevive.com.
Oh, dude, just knock.
No, pillow fight. I'll take it in a second. I mean, I just want to continue. Say things that can't be said in other places, bring facts that maybe people haven't heard, with the spirit of humility. If you, I'm having spent my whole life in Washington, I'm very,
but you know what? I think a lot of people were glad that somebody was there. It's nice to see people that get out of the space, because then you're not as compromised. When people don't see you as compromised.
It's totally right. No, it's totally true. But I didn't realize just how controlled my brain was by it. Right? But anyway, but I've been around a lot of people who set out to, like, these grandiose claims. I'm going to change the world. Those people invariably, 100% of the time, make the world worse. So, like, approach every task with the knowledge. I have no real idea what I'm doing. I don't know the long-term consequences of this. I probably can't fix every problem. I'm just going to try my best. With humility, to make things slightly better. That's how we'll make things slightly better. Anyone who tells you, if we pass this legislation, we're going to fix everything. We're going to fix healthcare forever, said Barack Obama in 2010. As soon as he said that, I was like, I don't even know much about healthcare. I'm hardly an expert. I was like, the second you tell me you're going to fix something as complicated as, 1/5 of the entire U.S. economy in one piece of legislation, fuck you. Because you're lying, actually. Because that's impossible. And it turned out to get it worse. Of course. So I don't want to do that. Not that I don't have the power to, but I just want to.
When we have a live event,
want to tell the truth
the customer event ahead of
and
that,
do it without
we'll do sound check parties.
pulled on to.
Only Capital
I
One
think that we can.
cardholders
And Tuck on X is your show,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
And do you guys have? Would you ever do a show with a partner? You think?
Really
Like
exclusive
that?
event.
I'm not going to pitch you an idea. I'm just
the ability to
because that's usually the predecessor question, or like somebody trying to pitch you an idea. But do you think about that sort of thing? Like, do
I
you
don't
have?
know. Well, I mean, I have a million people I would like to work with. I mean, I like to interview people actually, and a lot, and I really try to get quiet while I interview them.
Not just a media company.
But I'd like a respite from that. So I like to. We'll have a lot of people on, and we'll have a
The
lot
free
of
iHeartRadio app is number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover
It's like a
new
production
podcasts
company
from our
kind of more, like
library of
you
over
expanding in that sense.
350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio
Like,
podcast
what is that
preview.
one? Ben Shapiro has one. Outkick is a company. Is that a company? Daily Wire.
I don't know what Outkick is. I have a friend who works there.
I think it was football, and then they. Okay.
Does Jason still work there? Do you know Jason Whitlock?
Yeah, I do know Jason Whitlock. I met him one time.
I love Jason Whitlock.
He's a really neat guy. He seemed very friendly. I didn't get to talk to him.
He's a great guy.
Really
and
weird
very
to be
deep,
getting a letter from
not a
me,
shallow
but for
person.
years,
He's the kind of person when you're talking to him,
else has to say
Whitlock,
about you,
there he is right there. Whitlock will say
Lawyers,
things,
media.
and you're like,
but never from you.
sorry, I just
I'm
want to have
wondering
a super
if you
shallow
would sit down
conversation.
and talk to me.
Great, how are you?
I just want to understand whatever
Because I'm
can
shallow
be
in some
understood.
ways, and he'll like, he doesn't
That's
think
a letter that I wrote to the man I
Super
believe brutally killed my brother.
and it's cool.
That'd be interesting. Sometimes I want to have deeper conversations with you, but I think I'm a
But
bit
I
afraid
still
to get
feel
into
that
them. I don't know how to get into them without seeing them all kind of.
Hi, Daddy. Do you remember when I wrote the letter to
Well,
the
him, you
killer
don't have to
asking
worry.
to see him?
He does it. He's
I'm
available.
going to try to do that
He just
again.
goes there. Immediately goes there.
I
like
do
that.
do you ever get asked? And then we'll wrap up because I need to move along. Thanks for your time.
I love it.
Do you ever get asked to bring people over to Twitter? Like, is there like a movement? Because I know Jon Stewart just had a show with Apple, right? Was that recently?
The anger, the loss, the
Where
shame.
he canceled. Yeah, he had a show with Apple.
Jon Stewart.
Jon Stewart,
The guy from The Daily Show?
From The Daily Show. Jon Stewart's show on Apple is ending. Mr. Stewart and Apple are parting ways because of creative differences.
I didn't even know we had a show on Apple, so it shows you what I know.
People with the knowledge. But they had a disagreement about the type of episodes he wanted to do. He wanted to do episodes on.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the
According to how the reporter had
iHeartRadio
a
app.
decision to end.
Number one
Apple
for
approached
music,
Stewart
radio,
directly and
and
expressed its need for the host
podcasts,
and
all
team
in
to be aligned with the company's views on topics discussed. Rather than falling in line, and Apple threatened to cancel the show, Stewart reportedly decided to walk. Stewart was in discussions of artificial intelligence in China were a major concern for Apple. Why would they be concerned with him having episodes like that?
I mean, we're assuming that's true. I hope it's true. That's a noble reason to leave. You know, if you think there's something really important and we're covering the boss says no, it's a good reason to quit. So I hope that's right.
Was there another time you almost quit before?
My sense
you got
is
laid off all
that
the time.
show, I mean, I didn't know he never show existed, so I don't think it was doing that. Stewart, obviously, a talented guy. I mean,
yeah, he's kind of beloved.
25 years ago, yeah. I always thought he was talented. He definitely did what
Because of you,
that's important.
I get
and start to mistake yourself.
Headlines like this that pop up on my news
Yeah,
pages.
I'm just a guy. Like, it's so important, and I've done that. Like, been there.
Oh yeah, your ego's the first thing to grow.
100%.
It's very scary. You're like, dang, does God have some special reason for me?
No, you will humiliate yourself. You will humiliate yourself, and you'll destroy yourself. You will lose the respect of your wife and your friends. Don't go back.
It's like a riptide of
and just
information
remember,
you didn't
I'm
ask
an
for.
asshole. And if you don't believe that, next time you get out of the shower, walk in front of the mirror.
A couple of stories that going on up in Northern California, wind-driven fire up in San Joaquin County. Now, listen,
I saw it.
It's a fire. It's in the middle of nowhere.
Tracy.
It's about 14,000 acres as of this
So
morning. It's about 50%.
Exactly. So like, it's important to do that. You know what I mean? That will keep you from thinking you're the Messiah. I don't think he has any nerves
somewhere. This is just dry grassland.
Any other questions? Or anything you want to talk
Near
about?
the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory.
Okay, I know you share everything.
But the feds say there's no threat to the lab or any of the operations or any of the high explosives or anything like that.
Yeah, man, it's been a lot of fun.
I've had a great time.
Yeah, me too. I appreciate
You're
it.
the only person I've talked to in the last probably ever.
As the president
One of my
Mexico.
kids.
Claudia
They're not
Scheinbaum, a
impressed at all.
physicist
Yeah,
with
they're
a
impressed by
doctorate
you. I don't know
in
why.
energy
Obviously got some
engineering.
sort of
That sounds
weird magic power over.
I don't know anything
But
about
you don't
that.
abuse
That's the thing.
You're not going to start a children's crusade or
They
anything.
came after our industry a couple years ago. you
Oh,
know.
I didn't mean anything creepy.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
And I only know adult women. And
Oh, the old women like you.
no, I just only know people that are legally adults.
Well, of course.
Okay, that's all I'm saying, dude. Because immediately, like, that I remember the New York Times like hunted down half of our industry. Like,
I know.
yeah, just that vague stuff that comes up.
And I think there are a lot of creepy comedians, but not as many as there are in journalism.
Is there some creepers in Germany? Dude, remember the guy who jerked off in the Zoom meeting, and then they brought him back on for the interview?
And he sat there and he's like, "Oh, I got caught whacking off in a Zoom interview." I mean, it just shows you his name is Jeff Tubin. And not a stupid guy actually. I know him, and I worked with him, but he's.
Oh yeah,
but his desire to be on television trumps everything. Like if I said to you, if that happened to you, you'd be like, you know what? I'm just kind of out. I'm gonna do something. You know what I mean? I'll find
people
something
know
else.
I've had issues.
Right.
Okay.
Well, you said you have them under control. You don't complain.
No, I'm doing great.
Just habitual, but not a problem.
Yeah, just so on a full moon.
But imagine if you're Jeff Tubin to sit there with this female anchor on Fox and talk
Hunter
about
Biden had a
it's like
gun
there's no shame that you won't bear. No shit you won't do just to be on television. And I have no respect for Jeff Tubin anyway, because I know him. But I had even less after that.
It's weird how God will give you your gifts. You don't fucking know what they're going to be wrapped in. It's like all he wanted to be was on camera. And just like,
You gotta
there he
want
is.
the right things. You know what I mean?
I think you got to get real specific with God, bro, because he's busy.
I totally agree. And last thing I'll say is I think it's so important if you are publicly humiliated.
His attorneys have suggested that they're going to argue he did not see himself as an addict when prosecutors say he checked that no
you should
box.
treat it that way.
They're also going to attack the credibility of the gun store owner. If he were to be convicted, Hunter Biden could face up to 25 years in prison.
Nothing worse than a man
Although he
who
would
spent
be a
his
first-time
entire life
offender, he would get nowhere near the maximum, probably no time
only about themselves.
as well.
They can't bear to listen to you. Every time you talk, they're holding their breath until you stop. Shut up. They become true narcissists.
Jill showed up to court
And
today.
I just hope for Jeff Tubin.
It is her birthday.
Really
I've made some tracks to her about
Special
event. I don't know.
I do. I try to say he's
an asshole.
Yeah, he is. But he may be less of one now.
The president
Actually, and I've certainly been an asshole a lot. So
he said, I have a boundless love for my son, confidence in him,
So I
respect
have
for his
I hope
strength. I'm the president, but I'm also a dad.
Oh,
Jill and I love our son. We are so proud of the man he is today.
There are going to be some echoes
But,
of the salacious
anyway,
nature.
Trevor Carlson, thanks so much, dude. It was interesting, and I really appreciate your time. I really do.
I did think it was
Yeah, you bet, brother. I might do one later. We'll see.
Now I'm just on the breeze, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves. I must be
partners will testify about
oh, but when I reach that round, I'll share this piece of my life. I can feel
hasn't run in front of his children. And the other thing that's coming in is the laptop. The infamous laptop that showed up in that computer repair shop that everybody was saying was Russian disinformation. It's being used as evidence because we all now know that it's real. Now, the judge is going to allow the Hunter Biden defense team to question the validity, question the authenticity of some of the texts and emails that show up in there. But just one of the, he texted Hallie Biden, by the way, in October of 2018, quote, "I'm a liar and a thief and a blamer and a user, and I'm delusional and an addict, unlike beyond and above all other addicts that you know, and I've ruined every relationship I've ever cherished." I mean, this type of rock bottom stuff about this guy is going to be coming out in this trial. They said jury selection in a couple of days, probably 10 days of testimony could be over before the debate on the 27th.
Which is kind of why I was surprised when the president came out and his line was, "No one is above the law." You know, that was posted on all of his social media. And that was last week, you know, knowing that his son was going to trial and your son included. No one is above the law.
And he's already, this could change, but they've already said there would be no pardon from President Biden for his own son. This is one of two trials that are supposed to go on.
Yeah,
the tax trial here in LA was supposed to take place on the 20th. I think a federal judge over the weekend did allow them to push it, I believe, to September. But then think about that. If you start a trial in September with the president's son, you're talking about jury deliberation, sentencing, etc., just as we're starting to get into the absolute wind-up for the election on November 5th. So it's not the same. It's not the same as the trial that former President Trump just went through, but it is. We can't continue at this pace of, oh my gosh, this has never happened before in this country.
I feel like we've been doing that for a long time.
That's going to be a little bit of a burnout in the next couple of months.
All right, coming up next, Donald Trump shakes hands with China, joining TikTok.
He hated TikTok.
I thought he hated China. Gary and Shannon will continue. Amy King is in the newsroom.
So Southern California's got a little jolt. A 3.4 earthquake rumbled under Pasadena just before 10 yesterday morning. The quake was felt in LA, Anaheim, and as far away as San Diego and San Bernardino. There is no longer any conflict that would keep President Biden off the ballot in Ohio. Governor Mike DeWine has signed a bill into law that the ballot deadline will move from August 7th to September 1st for this fall's election only. The issue with the previous deadline was that Biden wouldn't have been officially nominated for president by that time because the Democratic National Convention doesn't happen until August 19th. The LA City Council has voted to amend an ordinance that bans the raising of almost any flag except the American flag on city property. Now, LA will be able to and has raised the pride flag outside government buildings for the first time because it's Pride Month. We'll check some problems with the KFI in the Sky next.
Spring is here and your backyard is where it's at. If it's not, reach out to Moon Valley Nurseries. The backyard is where you and your family are going to make those memories this summer. Moon Valley Nurseries can help you make it picture perfect. Now is the time to reach out to their nursery pros before they are fully booked before summer. They are free design consultants and they can take a look at your backyard and make it sparkle. Go to moonvalleynurseries.com/getgrowing to schedule a free design consultation today. Get it ready in time for summer. moonvalleynurseries.com/getgrowing.
Becoming mostly sunny with highs in the upper 60s at the beaches, 70s to upper 80s inland. This report brought to you by waterheatersonly.com. We've got slowing in Van Nuys on the 405.
It's the southbound side of the 405, starting in Victory Boulevard, Brake Light City there as you make your way through the Sepulveda Pass. It's much lighter by Sunset Boulevard, actually even lighter right around Getty Center, I would say. The northbound side of the 405, pretty slow out of Inglewood, starting from, looks like Manchester, slow and go on up to Culver City to the 10 freeway. The big thing we've got going on right now is actually in the Corona Riverside area. 91 freeway eastbound
At Pierce, they're still cleaning up an earlier mess there. Again, that's the eastbound side now. Traffic is recovering, but it's slow all the way back from the 15. So factor in that time, especially if you're headed eastbound. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, Will Kohlschreiber, KFI in the Sky.
iHeartRadio celebrates the Tony Awards Sunday, June 16th on iHeartRadio Broadway, the greatest songs of musical theater.
Alexander Hamilton.
Go backstage with Broadway's biggest stars. Hear the stories behind the shows and commercial-free Broadway hits 24/7. Plus, check out exclusive interviews with this year's Tony Awards nominees. iHeartRadio Broadway, one of over 100 commercial-free stations on the iHeart app. Just search iHeartRadio Broadway and start listening. With Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal, you can get your choice of a sausage or bacon, egg, and cheese English muffin with small seasoned potatoes.
And with all that for just $3, it really is a proper breakfast, wouldn't you say? Huh? With a light and fluffy toasted English muffin, crispy seasoned potatoes. Go on, Catherine, give it a go.
Okay. Jolly good morning.
Close enough. Grab a proper breakfast with Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal for a limited time.
West price on participation may vary. Select request English muffin deal with a discount. Not valid for all the card or combo orders. Single item at regular price. Prices are higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Smoothie King's new lemonade lineup is here.
Lemonade. Smoothie King. Wait.
Try a strawberry guava lemonade SK refresher.
Over ice.
A power up in a cup.
Energize.
Or a blueberry lemonade smoothie.
Blend it up in your cup.
Made with real fruit, real juice for a real sipping good summer.
Yum, yum. Gotta get some.
Smoothie King's new lemonade lineup. All for a limited time.
Ooh, thirsty.
UTIs are the worst. I've been there. One year, I had 8 UTIs. If you get UTIs, then you understand how awful the cycle can be. I was taking all the precautions, and cranberry products, they just never worked for me. I was desperate for a way to be proactive. It was hard on me and on my husband.
It was tough to see her in pain, and I wanted to help.
I'm Jenna.
And I'm Spencer.
With Spencer's background in biochemistry
and our shared frustration when it came to UTIs, we were inspired to start Eucora.
At Eucora, we make innovative urinary tract supplements and UTI relief products. Our effective urinary tract supplements finally give you a way to be proactive.
Feel like you've tried everything? We get it. We have a money-back guarantee so you can try risk-free. If you're not happy, you'll get a full refund.
We're on a mission to help women get their lives back. Ready to join them? Go to Eucora.com today. Eucora.com.
Starting in July, California will be the first state to charge an excise tax on guns and ammunition. Taxes never modify behavior. If you want to shame people and say that is going to decrease gun violence, you're not being honest.
Mo Kelly,
this ain't it.
live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
It seems like fun. It seems like you should download the app. I like to click on it so bad.
Why do you want to click on that? Don't click on it. Did you see anything downstairs that said you can open the door with your phone?
But I don't want to click on it.
Don't do it. Our company sends these emails, phishing emails, to see if we are ripe to be scammed.
And we are.
Speak for yourself. I don't even click on emails from...
You don't even open emails from us.
I know. But I just think it's obvious when there's the scammer emails, but they send them out so frequently. It's annoying. It's like, is there somebody whose sole job is to create these phony emails to just play gotcha with everybody?
And then in the event that there is a real email that is a real thing, no one's going to open it.
Right.
Because they're terrified.
Exactly. That's why I stopped opening emails.
Stories that we are following on this Monday, June 3rd. Jury selection has begun in Hunter Biden's federal trial for allegedly falsifying an application for a gun permit. A federal judge also granted a motion that would allow the tax case against Hunter Biden here in LA to be postponed until September. A little bit later in the hour, we'll talk about Anthony Fauci, former government scientist, on Capitol Hill today for a reunion with some of his biggest fans. not really. House Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Pandemic. I've been going through his emails and messages and research, trying to find some evidence of wrongdoing. I mean, really the most significant thing that we've seen come out of it is that he admitted that the 6 foot public, or what was it, 6 foot social distancing thing was a complete made up number.
Well, we knew that. It was all arbitrary.
There's no scientific, but they kept saying, hey, if you don't show us the science, either stop saying it or come up with some explanation for why 6 feet is 6 feet.
A new study shows that late night eating boosts the risk of developing colorectal cancer.
Like, what time is late night?
A new study out of Chicago's Rush University Medical College is the first to look at and find a link between eating late and developing colorectal cancer. Researchers studied more than 600 people getting colonoscopies and found that nearly half of those admitting they were late night eaters were more likely to have non-cancerous lesions that can become cancerous over time. They think it has something to do with the disruption of the body's circadian rhythms due to late night eating.
I've seen a lot of people writing about restricted time eating, just intermittent fasting. Yeah, and that has a lot of that allows your body to do what it's supposed to do in the schedule that it's supposed to do it.
Right.
It's supposed to grazing all day.
Well, you can graze as long as you cut it off at about 6.
Guess who's on TikTok now, everybody?
The president is now on TikTok.
Yeah.
My honor.
It's my honor.
That was President Trump's TikTok account. It was opened up over the weekend. He was at UFC, and that was Dana White, UFC president, who introduced him at the beginning of that video.
Did you see how Aaron Rodgers didn't get up from his seat to greet the president?
Yeah, he was trying to hide himself.
It's like the antithesis of Nick Bosa jumping up and like being moved to tears. Aaron Rodgers was just I think he was in a Yankee hat, just sitting there watching the president walk by.
He jumped on TikTok, immediately picked up I think I saw it at 3.4 million followers. Just on that, again, it's a 20-second video. That's it. Like a smash cut of him walking into the UFC fight, and that was all. The Biden campaign is on TikTok, but not 3.4 million. It's only 340,000 followers. So about 10% what Donald Trump got in just several hours. The video already has more than 56 million views, and like I said, it showed him greeting fans at the UFC fight in Newark, New Jersey over the weekend.
You know that Trump raised $70 million in the 48 hours after that verdict.
So I was trying to find what sort of a reaction. I mean, it's too early probably to determine what kind of a reaction we American voters are going to have when it comes to the verdict and what it means. But there were a couple of different polls that came out that suggested 56% of Americans feel that he got a fair trial. 44%, that's closer than I was expecting. That the jury did reach the right verdict, 57%. And is Trump fit to be president now that he is convicted, now that he's been convicted of these 34 counts of falsifying business records? And 51%, more than half, say that he is not fit to be president. So where does this go now? I mean, we have a very short memory. And in a couple of weeks, outside of the sentencing, July 11th, and the Republican convention right after that, there's plenty of time for people to forget all of this, because this is not a murder case. This is not a case where he's accused of massive business fraud. It's this weird, wonky case that people don't bring, the DAs don't bring. This is an unusual case. All of this stuff, I think, is going to fade in people's memories.
Well, right now, all it's giving Trump is more momentum. And it's not just with donations. It's with people who have been skeptical in the past, Republicans that have rushed to his defense.
There was a survey from a polling firm called Ledger that said that 1 in 3 Republican voters would have preferred a different candidate. A third of them. And that number grows to almost half when you look at the youngest Republicans, 18 to 34 years old. They would have preferred somebody else. I don't know if that's an age thing. I don't know if it's an attitude thing. But there's still he's still got some weak points even within the Republican Party.
All right, coming up next, we will tap into Congress, see what's going on with Fauci there on Capitol Hill. He has aged, hasn't he? Aged quite a bit.
I understand.
I'm just so done with this whole line of questioning, and I just want it in the past. I don't want to go through it and rake through what is and what happened and who knew what and what. It's like asked and answered. Can't we just move on? The COVID hangover has already lasted way longer than it should have.
And there's no Gatorade, Tylenol.
No, there's nothing.
Soda to get us past it.
I'm going to go get a Diet Coke. That's what's going to power me through this next segment.
Amy King is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Police are looking for the thieves who have targeted several Lego stores across Southern California. The latest break-ins happened yesterday morning in Anaheim and Costa Mesa, taking the total to 7 burglaries. The burglaries date back to April 3rd. Thieves made off with more than $100,000 worth of Legos from the family-owned stores. Fire crews in Riverside County are beginning their annual controlled burns to remove excess vegetation and restore native habitats over several hundred acres across Lake Matthews and Lake Skinner. Officials say rising smoke will be visible today from the 91, the 15, the 215, Highway 74 and 79, and other locations. The operations are scheduled to continue until June 14th. Evacuation orders have been reduced to warnings in Northern California, where wildfires burned up to 14,000 acres, about 60 miles east of San Francisco. The fire started over the weekend in San Joaquin Valley and is actually San Joaquin County and is about 50% surrounded. Cal Fire Battalion Chief Josh Silviera says the wind has been a challenge.
We're hoping to keep fire moving away from the populated areas and into the more rural foothills.
Hundreds of firefighters have been working to stop the fire. 2 have been hurt. At least 1 home has been destroyed.
Desde aquí te decimos, presidente, gracias.
Claudia Sheinbaum has won Mexico's presidential election. ABC's Matt Rivers in Mexico City says Sheinbaum is the country's first female president.
The 2 leading candidates in this race were both women, and that's massive in a country where historically it has been dominated by a patriarchal society, not only in just civil society, but also in politics itself.
Sheinbaum was more well-known because she was also the mayor of Mexico City. She got between 58 and 61% of the vote, according to a statistical sample. Boeing's Starliner spacecraft is set to try again to get 2 astronauts to the International Space Station. The launch attempt on Saturday was scrubbed just minutes before it was supposed to lift off because of a computer and power problem.
Clock stopped at T-minus 3 minutes, 50 seconds.
ABC's Andrew Dimbert says the next attempt is set for Wednesday morning at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida.
It can't come soon enough for Americans on the International Space Station, because along with 2 astronauts, the Starliner will now...
I want to announce that we have a show in Cork, Ireland now on June 9th at Live at the Mark.
The developer says it costs about $5,000 to take a liter of water up to space. The Starliner is said to take about 24 hours to reach the space station after launch. Southland weather from KFI. Could still see some low clouds, but partly cloudy for this afternoon. Highs in the upper 60s at the beaches. Low to mid 70s for Metro Valley, Inland OC, the valleys, 80s to about 90.
Strike by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night.
Mostly cloudy
all day.
tomorrow with highs topping out low 70s at the beaches, upper 70s to low 90s. It's 62 in Costa Mesa, 62 in Boynton Park. Let's check in one more time with the KFI in the sky. We've got a crash at Sherman Oaks on 101.
Yeah, just one of them. I thought it was cool until India started to slow.
Yeah. But I will tell you, it's still a little bit slow. Southbound side of the 405. This is going to be right to Victory Boulevard.
Oh, it eventually drained out.
Unusual slow through that stretch.
Yeah,
Unusual slow in
wore
Riverside. If you're headed eastbound on the 91, it appears they're still working on cleaning up an earlier
capture
crash.
sound.
A whole lot of debris there on the eastbound side. It's slow from the 15 as a result. The westbound side slow is basically non-existent. A little bit of slowing still on the westbound side. Right there approaching the 55. Nothing too bad there.
The tournament.
Otherwise,
Where did this come from, first of all?
well,
You needed it out of Dhabi. This is what I don't understand.
That is pretty pretty slow.
You're gonna go head to head with ABCC, which is the biggest grappling organization.
With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, Will Goldschreiber, KFI in the sky.
I couldn't have the money to buy it.
Smoothie King's new lemonade lineup is here.
Well, I mean, what started it? Well, obviously, you can't win a 22 line tournament.
Try strawberry lemonade SK refresher.
And probably lose anyway.
Power up and a cup.
I mean, really, it's for the growth of the sport.
Blueberry
Get some
lemonade
beef
smoothie.
involved, some Tupac Diddy, Drake Kendrick energy for this, but really,
Real
to
juice for
compensate
real
the athletes
sipping
well,
good summer.
to raise some money for charity along the way.
And who's funding this thing?
That's one of those things, you know. Your girl takes a trip to the UAE, she comes back with a handbag, you don't talk about it. You know,
UTIs are the worst.
You brought with
I've
you
been there.
$1 million
1 year,
in cash, which
8
I've never
UTIs.
seen before.
If you get
I've never seen
UTIs,
$1
then you
million
understand how awful the cycle can
in
be.
one place. I've
I was
never even seen
taking
$1
all the
million
precautions.
check.
And cranberry products, they just
Yeah,
never worked
let's
for
tip
me.
it out.
I was desperate for a way to be proactive. It was hard on me and on my husband.
It was tough to see her in pain, and I wanted to help.
I'm Jenna.
Ladies and gentlemen, that
With
is
Spencer's background in
$1
biochemistry,
million
And our
in
shared
cash.
frustration when it came to UTI. We were inspired to start.
That is so
at
ridiculous.
Eupora, we make
Look at
innovative
that. That's
urinary
so
tract
crazy.
supplements and UTI relief products. Our effective
Wow.
urinary tract supplements
Whoever,
finally give you a way to be
Wow,
proactive.
that's really
I
trustworthy.
feel like you've tried
They
everything.
should. Those are
We get
loose.
We have a money back guarantee, so you can try risk-free. If
Floating
you're not
around
happy,
here,
you'll
yeah.
get a
There's
full refund.
way too much faith
We're
in
on a
it.
mission to help women
A
get
lot,
their lives
50.
back.
I mean,
Ready
this
to
was to
join
prove
us?
I had the idea. I was like,
We're
I'll bring
today.
a prop million dollars on Joe Rogan, but people were, I was thinking that they already don't believe I have the money, so if I pulled out a $12 million and you were like, oh,
Chief brand
that's money,
officer
then I'm
Mark
like,
Mentry
fuck.
weighs in on building loyalty
We
with
had to, so I had to do some bad things for that.
One is really work to create amazing
So
access moments
how's
for
one even get $1
customers.
million out
We'll
of
do
a bank?
sound check parties
That's gotta be a
that
pain in the
only
ass,
Capital One
Yeah, so
cardholders
my
can
buddy
get
that's
access
helping me out with
to, and
this
we can't
basically
pull
called
that
me and
off
said I need $1
without
million
iHeart.
Thursday.
as the number one
So
audio
yeah,
company.
that
iHeart
takes
Media gives marketers access to
give
the
me $1 million on
audiences,
Thursday,
insights, and
or I'll
data
find
you
a
need to
bank
grow.
account.
If you're a
And that, I
marketer,
mean, that
go
put
to
the energy in it together.
iHeartResults.com.
So what does this guy do that he has all this?
The free iHeartRadio app
I
is
really
number
don't
one
want
for
to say. I'm
music,
going to keep it all
radio,
directed at me. It's
podcasts,
all above
in
board
one.
legal. You know
Discover
what I
a
mean?
new
But
podcast
sort
from our
of keeping
library
it
of over
serious. I want any negative
350,000
energy
titles.
focused on
Here's
it.
an iHeartRadio
Come in my
podcast
direction,
preview.
not be
On
anonymous.
September
Should
16th,
be that in the background.
1961.
Okay. So
Eddie
you
Marty
don't want to
got
say
the
like
vacation shore
what the
and
business
decided to
is,
drive
or
home.
does the business profit off of this at all? Does this benefit the business to do this? Whatever he's doing.
I mean, we're running as a non-profit, so like, once if people want to support the sport of jiu-jitsu, like, we're going to donate basically all the ticket
What they
sales
saw that night in the New
towards
Hampshire
different
sky
charities.
would change
So we really want to do this as a non-profit. Because
my
my thoughts were, if jiu-jitsu doesn't make a profit, we might as well make a non-profit.
Okay. Well, does jiu-jitsu make no profit? Like Abu Dhabi doesn't turn a profit, right? It's done primarily because of the sheikhs love the sport.
Like the, yeah, it's like a passion project. But I mean,
2
sort
years
of,
later, the hills
my
would
problem with
undergo
the
a
latest event is like, we're selling so many tickets. And their event is in T-Mobile. T-Mobile's super expensive. As far as I know, I remember their event organizer posted the amount they paid for T-Mobile. And it was basically 2 events. So I was
just to rent out the venue.
just to rent out.
And then you were at the Thomas and Mack?
Yeah, so the previous event they were at Thomas and Mack. So I just thought, hey,
Their
I might
account
just
has
get
been
on Thomas and Mack
scrutinized.
cost. And it was a lot cheaper. So in my opinion, we're really doing this because the prize money's been the same for so long. A lot of events don't pay a lot of money, but obviously ACC is the biggest.
Right.
And this sells a lot of ticket sales. But really,
Theorists,
they made a lateral move in the venue. It didn't really grow much in the way of seating. None of that money really.
How much does Thomas and Mack?
I think we'll have about 11,000 seats for this one.
And T-Mobile's what, 18?
I think.
what happened on that night
So
during
not
the 1961?
massive
Were
difference.
the hills
Really,
confused about what they
prize money
saw?
stayed the
Or
same.
did they have an
So
encounter
their
with
prize
beings
money
out of this world?
4 matches.
From iHeartRadio and Aaron Mankey's Crimin'
We're
Wild,
going to pay.
this is
We're
Straight
going to do 2 divisions and pay
Follow this podcast for free on the
So
iHeartRadio
10K
app.
is the winner.
Number one for music,
And we're
radio,
gonna pay
and podcasts
10,000
all in one.
KFI's in your ear.
10,001.
Follow us now.
That's for me personally.
So anybody who competes gets $10,000. Really? Even if you just get smoked.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking of the other guy who I mean,
Well, that is nice, but ADCC has never made money, right? So for them, raising money would just be losing more money.
yeah, I mean, but if you could sell 11,000 seats, You know what I mean? Like, especially so streamlined. I feel like some of that
everywhere on the iHeart Radio
rather than just all on production. Like, I love people talk about the cost of production and supporting to grow a sport, but I really feel like at least athlete compensation should go up a little bit. You know, like in terms of ticket sales, some of that should go back towards that.
Even if the ADCC is not making any money at all.
But in terms of, they do make money, but it's where they spend it. They choose to spend it on production rather than the athletes.
Right, but it's not profitable. Like it's in terms of the organization itself, it's not really profitable.
Also,
I don't believe.
Well, I would imagine if they chose Thomas and Mack with the streaming
That was
rights
a lot of
and the
heat
cost
for a
of
Monday
the
morning.
venue, like with this
Someone came in, and that was early. I mean, that was in the first, what, 2 segments there?
Of this event. You could
I don't think it's about the laptop, do you?
Like, it's not going to be that
I don't
crazy.
think it was about the
Right.
blending.
My opinion is
Right.
graphics amazing,
Okay.
but I don't think we're ready for Team Up.
You have to tell that story.
Okay, so I've talked about this
Right.
before,
Well,
how
the Thomas and
nobody
Mack
has
was
less
very
in common
impressive
with
last
me
year. It
than
was
me
very
on
impressive.
Facebook circa
The whole
2010
overall
to
production and
2013.
the scope of it, and the amount of fans
now
that
I've
came out
lost it.
to watch
It's
it.
not coming up. But
Pretty
anyway,
impressive.
I look at
Crazy, yeah, it's
Facebook.
crazy. Obviously,
Yeah.
I seldom look at Facebook, but I looked at it this morning and it said, here's a
that was
memory
basically my
from
opinion. It's like,
this
why are
day
we
in
making a
2010.
move, in my opinion?
And it's like,
We should still keep this thing.
So what was the idea about going head to head with the ACC? If you want to grow the sport, wouldn't it be better to do it in an alternative weekend? That way, the people that compete at ACC can also
and I
compete
showed
at your
you. And
event.
so then I Googled
Well, we kind of, I mean, yeah,
Joyce,
obviously athletes
and
can't
it's
be
like
both, but in
Jim
terms of
Joyce's
fans, the
missed
fans
call
be able to
that,
get out
he had a perfect game going.
Armando Galarraga had a perfect game.
But in terms of doing it the same
At
weekend,
first,
we're really trying to
Pitcher had to
understand
cover.
that the athletes can unify.
I mean, he was out by a full step, but that was before replay.
Again,
But I say to Gary, why would I write this down and then publish it? And
As the
it's
sport
like it's
grows,
a ranting of a
graphics
crazy
growing,
person.
obviously people
And
like
Gary
you,
made the
you're
astute
going up,
point of,
whenever you
well,
shout
you're
us
clearly
out,
the only
our
one who
followers
had
go up,
that
so
impression
I mean,
or that
events get
reaction.
more eyes
Like
on
it
it.
was one of those
People
stories
have,
that
more ticket sales,
everyone
and
was
we
talking
should get
about.
at least
Everyone was talking
some
about that day, and then
gesture
the following day, if
of
I
a
remember correctly. I
Well, I
thought
think
I
the
was going to
best
be the
case
only one with
scenario
that
out of this
reaction
is
that
that
had to be
ADCC
given
does
oxygen
ramp it up,
to.
and
Like
that
I
the sport
had to
does
write
get
that
more
down and
eyeballs
let everybody
because
know
people
that
are
this was
aware
such
of
an
this huge
egregious
increase in pay.
call
And
by
that
the
over-
umpire.
I
will
always
say
feel the
this.
competition
It was
is
also
good.
14
I just
years
don't
ago.
necessarily like the
So,
idea of going head to
know
head
how
because I feel like
social
it just
media
kind of
was gonna work.
messes
Yeah,
with
and
the
we also didn't
athletes
know
because
that Mark Zuckerberg
no,
was
it
going to
puts them in a
remind us
situation where they have to
14
choose.
years later
First of all,
How
between
stupid,
ACC
how stupid
and
we
Craig
were.
Jones
Well,
Invitational.
and then you said, and I go, I guess I
If
didn't
they
have a
do
lot
that,
going on
the
back
ACC's
then.
gonna
And you
probably
said,
hold
well, you
grudge.
weren't married yet.
Well, I mean,
And I
hopefully
go,
not.
no,
Well,
was I
hopefully-
engaged?
Hopefully that doesn't hold
No,
grudge, but
I wasn't
But
engaged.
likely
I'm
they
so
will.
pissed off about
does it
not
make
getting
sense that they would?
engaged.
I mean, if you're kind
So
of crippling
I
your
said to him,
organization
this
by
was not
taking
about
the
that
elite
call.
guys and
This was about me
offering
being
them
pissed off.
potential,
Sounds like
like
those,
how many people
those
are going to
all
jump ship?
caps
Do you
type
know?
things
I mean,
were more targeted towards somebody,
Right.
not
Davis
Major League
past
Baseball
champion.
umpire.
Right. I usually don't have that kind of an emotional reaction
Nikki
to
Ryan.
baseball.
I'm going to announce today Nicky Rod's jumping across with a blue
So
crop on
anyway,
there.
sometimes it's not
Threw him
about
in 'cause he's
Jim
just-
Joyce, and it's
He's
not
also
about the
pretty impressive.
laptop.
Yeah,
Sometimes
and
we've got other things
Jim
going on.
It's funny
in
because
terms of
my
the under with the
memory
Joseph Chan.
from
So, I mean,
2011,
a lot of
also
people
June
can
3rd,
move. And what's
was
interesting to me,
a post.
I
I'm
can't say
embarrassed to
names,
say
particularly
this
about a lot of
because
the old
we have
legends
railed against things like
want
this.
to be a part of this event. I think they believe
My
they want to
post
support the
on
cause. You know what I
Facebook
mean? And you say
13
make
years
the
ago
athletes make a
was,
choice.
oh, nothing.
I mean,
I
really, they
just
should
love
be able
my
to make a
wife.
choice
Oh,
if there's an
God.
event with such
Oh,
a huge
God.
And then I'm
prize money
thinking,
display. You know,
what
the
was
argument's
I-
prestige.
First of all,
Prize
what was I
money, in my opinion,
thinking?
is the
Second,
prize money's there. That becomes the most prestigious.
What?
thing.
Why
Yeah,
would I
it
have
does.
to
It does
do
ramp up the
that?
prestige, but will this happen again? Is this a one-time
nothing.
thing, or are you guys planning on
nothing.
doing multiple ones of
Yeah,
these?
we want to do
I
it. We do
really-
ADCC every 2 years,
really
so most of the time guys have to
happy
wait
that we
every 2
shared
years. We
that,
do it every
because now
year.
I feel better.
Well, that would be good.
That's what
Then there'd
friends
be a
do.
year where it's
Anthony
not
Fauci
We don't want to
is,
just
right
kill
now
another
in front of
organization, and then I
the
just
House subcommittee
disappear off
talking
the
about
sunset.
everything
Right.
we've talked about for the last 4 years.
After
So it's really
15
to raise
months,
money
the
for
Select
charities and
Subcommittee
do
still
projects around
does
the world.
not possess a shred of evidence to substantiate these
Well,
extreme
the whole idea
allegations
of using
that
charities.
Republicans have levied against Dr. Fauci for
But is this guy
nearly
willing to
4
fork up this
years.
kind of like?
We
does
have
he have a
senior
commitment to do
officials
this
from
more
your
than once?
office in their
I mean,
own
basically, he
writing
says, if hey, we do a good
discussing
job of this one,
breaking federal law, deleting official records, and sharing private government information with grand juries. Let me state for the record that to the
That's
best
a
of my
crazy thing
knowledge,
to
I have
commit to, though. I mean,
conducted
no matter how
official
rich you
business
are,
using my
because
personal
if you're
email.
giving away $3
Now
million
we're
in
getting
prize
into
money, is that what it is?
very,
Yeah,
very
so
weedy
so how's it
parts
go all
about
together?
we're basically
funding
budgeted
relationships between scientists and
for
labs,
the athletes. And the rest we're going to spend on
co-mingling
production. Obviously, we're
of
going to have sponsors
information,
come in,
what
we're
we
gonna
knew
work
when
with
we knew it.
sponsors, so we're
For
again,
example,
ticket sales. That's going to charity. We're really
back
allowing
at
some
the
of the athletes
beginning
to
of
choose.
May,
Like, if we
Democrats
have an
on this
influential rapper
subcommittee
and stuff,
sided
we're not
with
really trying to
Republicans
leverage
in condemning a
the
guy,
money
British
we have and saying,
zoologist,
hey,
who
if we
got
get you on
millions in
board,
federal
we're happy to
research
donate
funding because he
70,000
didn't
to
comply
charity
with
awards.
government rules governing his work when it came
Well,
to
that's
the
nice.
Wuhan
And
Institute of
if
Virology.
this
And a couple of
does
weeks
go
ago,
well, like
Democrats
what's
again
the
sided with
when you say
Republicans
go well,
and
like
went
what
after
are
a
the
guy named
guidelines?
David
What are you trying
Lawrence,
to
who was an
achieve?
infectious
Just like
disease
going well
expert,
for this again.
advised
I mean,
Dr. Fauci
basically,
for about
investment in
25
how much
years
money we can
because
raise to
he
charity is
had
really go there.
a
Like,
very
we
close
sell
relationship
Thomas and Matt,
with
we
that
can
British
demonstrate
zoologist and his use of
cost-effective way
Gmail to conduct official
bring in more
business,
sponsors.
on and on and on and on.
keep doing this
The
every
thing
year.
is,
Well, like I said, I think competition is always great.
yeah,
And I
everybody
think
hates
just
this.
more
Everybody hates
eyeballs and
talking
more
about
people
it.
paying
Everybody
attention
hates
to
the
it. It's
fact that
great
they
for the
keep bringing
sport.
it up.
Obviously,
Everybody
I'd love
hates
to
that there
do
was no
it.
science
I
behind
think,
a lot of the stuff
you
they were
know,
telling us to
the
do.
athletes
And
getting
we
paid
walked
$1
in there
million
like,
to
shit,
win first
oh,
place.
okay, yeah. Now the problem
Because,
with it,
you
and
know,
we
we
said
both
this
know
early
that
on, I
most
think, was
athletes don't make
if
much
you
money
can't
off of
show me
actual
the math
competition.
as
The
to
money that
why
they do
I
make,
have
they
to
usually
stand
make in
6 feet
seminars.
away from somebody while I'm at the grocery
Yeah,
store.
only that's you.
That's a lot of underwear I have to sell, you
Health
know.
institutions
OnlyFans
is going
and
to
what
fail.
else? I
And in this
guess.
case, it disappears.
Yeah, I mean that's
for
the
a lot
number
of
one.
people. And this doesn't
Revenue
make
source
it any
for athletes
better.
would be
The grocery
instructionals,
store
but, like,
was
again,
really
it's
one
like,
of those
you
weird
can win
Twilight
the
Zone
biggest tournaments in
places,
the world. It
wasn't
doesn't
it?
necessarily
With people
translate
standing 6
to
feet
seminars
away
and
and only one
translate
leg being open and the
instructional. That's
masks
the
and
sad thing. It's
the
like you
backing
hold
up into the
certain
people
events
wearing
so high
gloves
that
but
you're
still
like, wow,
touching
wouldn't
everything
but
and
then
then
there'll be some asshole like me that never
spraying
won.
down
Like,
the
outsells you.
conveyor
You know what I mean?
belts
It's like,
at
it's
each
not, your life's
stand.
not
People
set
who
if
got
you
their
win one of these
groceries
events, but if you win
delivered
a
to their
million, as a
garage
graphic
and then
pretty well
set
set up,
them there
especially
for
if you're like
72 hours.
That's
Right.
country
Because
like
of
India, US,
magic,
and
and
Brazil.
then they would bring that the
And also,
supposedly
it's just
previously
going to
infected
elevate the
groceries
whole
into their
profile of the
homes.
sport. Just
I think
people
it,
knowing
the
that $1
peak
million
of that
is
was
going
the
towards first
American
place
miniature football.
And then,
Where
like,
we were
has
like,
UFC Fight Pass had a positive impact? Does that help
that's
at
when
all?
we started to
For
see
sure.
the
I mean,
cracks.
obviously,
We were
it
like,
helps so much. Like, my dreams
people
always
are
taking
off your
MMA
ass.
guys. You know, like they got
Right.
the crowd, they got the
It's
big names,
not
so
safe
it's
to play with a
UFC fight myself
regulation
out,
football, but it is with an
Texans
American
put a lot of
miniature
work.
football. Like what? That was. I mean, that was
I
the
think
day.
that would
A
be the
Bay
pinnacle of
Taco
sort
or
of
whatever,
professional
right?
shit
Where
fighting.
we were just like,
And what is like, if you fight
What are we
in
doing here?
UFC Fight Pass,
And it was just two
like, what is a big
people in
payday
a
in
room,
UFC Fight
right?
Pass?
ranting at each
I know
other
some of the
over
athletes might
miniature
get.
footballs. I
I
think
don't
that
know
was
how
around the
much
time
that touchy
we
was
were
doing,
drinking.
but, I mean, it's
rum,
broad.
day
Like
drinking.
it could go from 10 to 6 figures, really. And again, that's the thing. When you compete for an event like a tournament, you might face 4 guys. Like for me personally, I might face 4 guys that I could make much more
Riverside
money.
County Sheriff
facing
Chad
off and
Bianco
stuff
says
like
he's
that.
decided to change
So
teams
really,
and
like, in
is
terms
throwing
of
his support
the
behind
investment, the
Donald
commitment,
Trump for
the
president.
training, the time
Bianco
to
went
prepare
after state
for
lawmakers for
potentially 4
slashing law
opponents.
enforcement
To
budgets
win
and passing
something like
laws he says
$10,000
makes it
when
harder
if I just
to
had 4
punish
super
criminals.
Right.
He posted
Makes
at
so
Trump
much money. Obviously, I don't
24 baby, let's
And
save
the
this
amount of
country
money
and
that
make
you're gonna
America
spend
great
on
again.
anyway.
The post
Just
came
with
24 hours
nutrition,
after Trump was
supplements,
convicted on
Steroids,
34th
damage
Avenue
to
in
your
Town.
body.
all the jazz, everything.
The Manhattan Beach Pier has been shut down because of a police
Your
swarm.
blood pressure
The bees
goes
took
up.
over
Your liver
late
values
Saturday
go up.
afternoon.
Push
The
it to the
experts have
avenue
been
red
called in
liner
to take
for
a
a
look,
thing
figure
like
out what to do next. But
Well,
for
that
now,
is the
authorities are
craziest
just
thing about
waiting for the
sports.
bees
The
to leave on their
steroids
own.
are openly
China has
tolerated.
landed a
It's
lunar
probably
probe
the
on the
only
moon. The probe
elite
touched
professional
down on
sport
the
where,
dark side of the moon
particularly
yesterday morning.
because of
China says it plans to send astronauts to the moon by 2030 to start building a
everyone knows
research
that
base
the
at
athletes are
its south
Well, I'm
pole.
sponsored by a local company
Becoming
called
mostly sunny
Everton.
skies in the
This
upper
is the sad thing.
60s
I
and the
tell
beaches,
people, hey,
70s to
I'm
upper
on
80s
TRT.
inland.
I'm
This
sponsored
report
by
brought to you
them.
by the California
And no one
Department of
believes me.
Public
They're like, you
Health.
look so out of
From the
shape.
Southern California Toyota
He's just
Dealers
joking.
Traffic
And I'm
Center,
like, no,
let's
believe
go
me.
prices.
I'm
We've
telling
been
you the quick.
in Van Nuys on the
I mean,
405.
sometimes, yeah.
Every now and then.
Yeah, honestly, I'm the worst example of athlete ever had stretch. I do recovery.
You don't stretch at all.
I just go easy the first round. I feel like I'm pushing my legs. Hit my ability. I think if you get a bad injury, that's fine. Maybe it's not hang it up.
So when you train, all you do is just jujitsu. You don't like.
I do a little bit of lifting, but man, fucking, I don't even track anything. I'll just do a lot of things like nothing today.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you ever wonder, like, if you
Southern California's only
like
airborne
hire
traffic
like
reports.
a
I'm Nick
serious like strength and conditioning coach and really get after it, it would make a difference in performance.
Maybe, but I mean, if it's doing those long, that's the way
But
it
it's your
works.
whole life. I mean, you're a professional jiu-jitsu guy.
I mean, I love the technique and the strategy aspect of it. You know, like sometimes when I have to use it, we'll take it more serious than usual. It's like that's what I love about it. It's just laying traps.
Smoothie King's new limited
lineup,
all for a limited time.
Right.
This podcast is sponsored by Ram. Are you the decision maker in your
But don't you
company?
think even with the laying traps and just overall your ability to move would be enhanced?
It's true, but if I look too jacked, I want to buy the instructions. I'd be like, oh, fucking do that guy. I've got to look like a weathered old man out there.
Wow, that's a crazy approach.
We got another announcement here today. The biggest super fight in grappling history. We signed it actually. I signed this maybe an hour and a half.
Verifies receipts automatically.
Okay.
Which means
Yeah.
we'll stop
Bust it
wasteful
out.
spending and close your books in hours instead
The
of
biggest super fight in grappling history.
add up to
Really?
5% to
Yeah,
their
it
bottom
might
line
be
first year.
one of the
If you're a
biggest
decision maker, adding RAM
events
could be
in
one of the
What is
best
the biggest
decisions
so
you've ever
far?
made. And
So
now,
far,
get
it's probably Gordon and
$250 when
Galval.
you join RAM for
Yeah,
free.
Gordon
Just
Galval,
go to
Russia,
ram.com/easy.
But now we're
ram.com/easy.
talking the most decorated
RAM.com/easy.
female athlete of all time, Gabby Garcia.
As the
Has
number
put
one
pen to
audio
paper
company,
to
iHeartMedia
face
gives
me
you access to
on my
all
own event.
everybody's
So we're talking
conversations,
10,
trusted
11-time world
influencers,
champion,
and the insights
4-time
and data
ADCC
you need to grow.
champion.
You have been bullshit around about this forever. This is actually going to happen.
100% gonna happen. We signed this contract earlier, so like, I mean, I had to do a lot of things to get it done. You know?
New to view, streaming
I just talked to
edition.
Gabby a
Look for
lot.
something to watch? Listen up.
I could go over there, give her a background. I mean, it's getting this done. Like, she's like the Harvey Weinstein producer. But I'll do it for the fans. Well, we got that book. I mean,
So
she's
that's really going to happen.
yeah, she's 6'4", 250 pounds. I don't know what she weighs. Yeah, so I'll take her on.
And the Netflix documentary film
I feel good.
Mysteries
I probably want to train for. I'll be training the same event.
next Thursday on Netflix, the part
I
2
would train that
debut,
hard.
the third season of Bridgerton. Next Friday, the
I'm
premiere
happy
of
she's
the
doing it,
Netflix
but like,
animated
oh, I think I'm like,
film
we've been talking about this for 2 months.
Rising. Next Monday
This
on
is arranged
Hulu,
marriage.
streaming
I
debut
know.
of
I
the
was always
film
thinking it was
Origin.
just a joke.
Next Tuesday on
And we're gonna get rid of the sexual tension somehow.
Next Thursday on
Throw down
Amazon
what?
Prime Video, the
Yeah,
Monday
I mean that's in the contract. If I lose
season
after this,
premiere of The
maybe
Boys.
throw that
Next
in.
Thursday over on Peacock, the third season debut of The Dirty Deed.
Good luck.
Next Sunday,
So
the premiere of the new
when
MGM
this
Plus
all
drama
goes
series,
down,
Cocaine Hotel.
are you going to
Next
stream
Tuesday on
it live, and how are
Paramount
you going to do
Plus,
that?
the debut of the
Free on
two-part
YouTube.
documentary,
Really?
Yeah,
How
we want to
Music
put
Got Free,
because we
from
like
executive producers
everything I want to do
Eminem
about this
and
event
LeBron
is to
James.
grow the
Next
sport. So
Wednesday
like,
on Apple TV Plus,
just
the
scoring
premiere
is
of the
confusing.
legal
It's hard
thriller
to keep up.
Brazil
Some events don't
Innocent,
even know
a
the right
series
sport.
starring
And to
Jake
be honest,
Gyllenhaal.
I
And next
compete in
Thursday
events
on
where I don't
Max,
even know the
the
rules.
stand-up special Everything
the
Must
best,
Go
but
with
this
Hacks
one we're
co-star
gonna
and
do
comedian
for the
Hannah
lead-up
Einbinder.
matches, the non-finals.
And that's
qualifying
new to
matches.
view on
3 by
iHeartRadio.
5-minute rounds.
Happy binging.
We're gonna have the judges score according to your traditional
iHeartRadio,
like
did you
getting
know?
position.
Presented by
If there's a 4-point
iHeartRadio.
discrepancy,
You
something
know,
like that.
but you're
Are
listening
you
to
using
right
a specific
now.
rule
Did you
set, or you
know
guys
that
making your own?
iHeartRadio
Making
gets
our own.
better
We
the
wanna
more
make
you
it
tell us what
make
you
our own
like?
completely.
Every
So we
time
want
you
to take
thumb
what
up
you
or
guys
thumb down
already
a
know.
song,
So we'll
follow
have
a
3 judges
station,
use
podcast, or
some sort of
playlist.
pre-existing
We
points
pay
system to
attention and
understand, but
change
we'll have
the
the
app just
judges
to suit
translate
your
into
taste.
template muscle.
That's right. No
So that
two
when they
iHeartRadio
advance,
apps are
we'll
exactly
understand.
the same.
So say if
The
there's
more
a
you thumb up
after
and down
round 1,
music, the better
the guy
job we
finishes
do
on
of
the other
helping
guy's
you
back.
discover
The
the
ref
next
stops
song,
it, get
playlist,
out,
or
give them a
station
break.
you'll fall in love
That's
with.
a strong
Follow
position.
those
Let's go
podcasts you
there.
listen to the most,
And
you'll
we'll do
notice,
open
and we'll
scoring.
make
So
sure to
you guys
recommend
are
new
used to knowing the
binge-worthy
score
podcasts just
as the
right
match
for you.
progresses. They don't drop this
iHeartRadio is
surprise.
built to
Like
get
in a
better
nice
and better.
surprise at
The
the end,
better we get
just
to know
because
you.
they don't want to
So make sure you
confuse
share with us what you
So we're
like by
basically
thumbing
keeping it
and
very
following.
similar
And as you
to
listen,
what they already
we'll make sure
understand
there's unlimited great
while
listening moments coming
introducing
your way.
the way
And of course, it's all free.
The fans are
iHeartRadio,
good,
number one for music,
Right.
radio, and podcasting.
I wish
all
that
in one app.
MMA had open scoring because it would would expose a lot of really bad scoring.
You seen the story coming out of Skid Row?
Because there's so many times where it's just, the argument against it, I think, is silly, because the argument against it is that the person would coast if they were ahead. But my feeling is that would make the person who's behind really get after it, because they know they're behind. You know, and then in fights where you know a guy's ahead and the guy's getting pulled up, that's already the case. There's no, you know, like if like Adesanya is fighting somebody and he's just dominating the fight. We all know that. And the only thing that could fuck him is a bad judge. Yeah, and we've seen that. We've seen like 2 scores that are like, that's right, and then 1 score, one judge is like, what the fuck was that guy watching?
That's the guy we're gonna hire for. That guy's gonna be cheap.
Why?
That guy's gonna be 61 years old.
What? Why 10-8? Like, I don't even like 10-8 for MMA.
I mean, just for a way that we can grow. Like we can have
to official quick count. She was.
I mean, I guess MMA is still pretty
going to be
confusing, but
victorious.
we want MMA fans. We want to steal MMA fans. Let us make my whole
fire up
strategy.
in
So
San
take on
Joaquin
guys
County,
in
the
the UFC because I know they're
fire.
drug tested and I'm not, and I'll be like,
Yeah, also I'll go with Coral Fire near the
But
city
we
of
want to do
Tracy,
that to
about
instill their
50%
fans.
contained,
We're
just
also
over
changing.
14,000
It's very
acres.
fucking
Started
expensive, actually. Every jiu-jitsu
Saturday
event is basically on
afternoon.
an elevated stage.
They said they're not quite
which
sure
is on
exactly how it
We have
started,
this
but
problem where there's
it
all
is
these
near the
resets,
Lawrence
like guys
Livermore
like
National
Google for
Laboratory
stage.
Site
Yeah,
300
crashing at the
that
table.
the
That's crazy.
federal
So
government says it's
inspired
not
by
threatening
karate
the lab
combat,
or any of the
we're going to
operations
do
they had there.
a
Obesity
rectangular
equals
map
cancer
space with
in
that
many
angled wall.
cases,
There's
and the
there's nowhere to
proportion
run.
of
We're going to
cases
call
among
this
adults
rectangular
25
map
to
space
50
the alley. Basically,
has
you have to back
surged
out of
by
it
a
to
quarter
fight
in
somebody.
2
But isn't the
decades.
angled
This
wall
is
a bit of a
specifically a
problem?
survey
Like,
that was
I saw
done
your
in
match with
Britain,
Phil
which
Bro.
is crazy because
And the angled
our
wall,
obesity
like, all of a
numbers
sudden he's
outstrip
fucked.
theirs,
Because you're just
although
going to
they're
go
on a similar
Like,
tack.
it's not like a wall.
The number
Like,
of
the
new
wall,
cancer cases
I don't
among
like the
Britain's
cage
aged
in
25
MMA.
to
I've
50
said
has risen
multiple
to
times, I really think they should be fighting a
35,000
basketball
each
court.
year.
Make it all
The
matted up,
incidence
have a
rate, when you take
long
account the
red
population
line.
growth,
We're
is
going to
about
be big.
24%.
30 by 40 is going to be massive.
The second sharpest
We
rise
heard the
in
basketball
cancer
club,
rates
but we
were
threw
seen
some
among
angles
those
on the end.
under
Well,
the
punishes them.
age
We want to punish guys for backing up.
25.
Okay.
So, like again, like you said with the cage, they back up, but they
They're saying,
remain vertical. And guys are so
there's
like,
been
you
a
can use
clear
that angle to
increase
not
in
get
cancer
taken down.
incidence rates
But
in
if
young
you back
adults
up,
in
if
the
you're
UK,
running
seeing
away,
them through the clinics. It's disturbing.
be
We don't have good
detrimental to
answers
you.
to why
Well,
this
I
not
don't
having
understand
any
that
referee
quote from the chief
So if
clinician.
I'm
We don't
like you said,
understand
I
why
see
this is
on the
happening.
first round 10,
Well,
I'm
it's
coaching,
the
I'm backing
obesity.
up.
There's
That guy's
clearly,
sensation. There's no way I
there's
can go. That's
clearly
why I
a
back up.
correlation, right? We know
I
the
want to
numbers
ask
are
you a
both
specific
going
question
up,
about
but
the
is
Phil
it
Bro fight,
necessarily that it's the
he
causation
posted
of it?
his
We don't
arm
know that
down
for certain.
to like
But if there's
against
nothing
the
else
angle,
that can be pointed
and I was
to,
like, well,
why
you're
wouldn't
kind of
you say
fucked
that that's
Why
the
wouldn't
if
case?
you're doing that, and then you threw up the
So that
triangle
you could
and
you
you
could
trapped
use
him.
that as
So like, did you train for that? Like, so this is the setup, and this is in karate combat, which is, by the way, in Austin.
Testifying before Congress today. There was so little
So like this, like when he posted his arm down, I'm like, oh no, that's.
But honestly, here's the funny thing about it is, Aston, the promoter, said to me, he goes, well, we're going to sell the angle ball for grappling. He's like, can you try to
struggle
sell
with
it
all
off the wall?
sicknesses differently, but COVID was
But
one
I
of
was
those.
like, I got no plan for that.
They asked him to do it.
Yeah, they said that'd be
You
cool if
can't
you could
say,
do it. And then
well,
afterwards, he's like, did you plan that? I was
like
like,
it's
But-
food or
I mean,
it's not
anytime
okay
someone
to
puts
say
a
it,
hand on the
but this
ground,
is
we have an
something that's
overhook.
killing us as a
We can
people.
put weight on that hand.
It's
They can't
a
lift it off the ground, so
bad
you should
relationship
find it
with
pretty easy.
food.
Yeah.
And
Well, as
the
soon as
thing
I saw him,
is
I've got
that
an overhook.
they're
Yeah, we'll get the
using
Russian
this
fire.
relationship
As soon as I see him put that right hand on the
big
floor, I
money.
was like,
You know, we talked about big
fine.
tobacco
And I
going
saw
over
because of the
to
angle,
big
you can be a
processed
bit more
food
brave.
companies.
You know, like it's not as
They
it's
know
not as
you're
sharp or
addicted
full.
to this stuff,
Right.
and they're
Like
using it
I'm 30,
against
so I
you.
probably shouldn't be doing
Well,
flying shit, but you throw an angle
There
in there.
is a
I'll
lot
give it a
of
crack.
discussion
Well, especially with everything padded up like that on the walls.
Yeah.
of
But
statins
man, me
as
and
an
Phil were
example
laughing
to
before
lower
this
your blood
match. Like,
pressure.
I had a couple beers
You
before this.
know,
I thought we were gonna have a
everybody
good
that
time.
you know
You had a couple
age
beers before the
65,
Yeah,
match.
Phil said he was going to drink a
they're on
tequila shot to
statins.
start the
I mean,
match, but
they're
then I
just
saw him
they're
put
big
water in
ones
his
when
cup.
it
I was
comes to
like,
people. These are the easiest.
and then we went out there and
easiest prescriptions
I didn't even know the time of the match. It was 8
blood
minutes.
pressure's
And
high,
the guys
put
got
you on a
12-minute match. I'm like,
as
oh,
opposed to
fuck. And
saying
then
to
his
the
coach started
whoever it
pouring
is,
serious.
Why
I
is
was
your
like,
blood
look at
pressure?
myself.
why is your
Into it.
blood pressure high?
So I was
Some
like,
of it is genetic.
I thought we were
We
gonna have
find
fun,
it
play
just
around.
normally the way that you
He was
eat, the way that
he
you
really had a
exercise,
couple
that
beers?
sort of stuff.
Yeah, Yeah, I do
Sometimes.
Do you really? Take the edge off. Yeah.
Because you're not.
Does it fuck with your performance at all?
Well, my blood pressure's low.
You know what? I never know what
helps
my performance or makes it worse.
So
I never have
taking the edge off might help.
I think so because when I do a long training camp, sometimes I'm like
story also that suggests
that. I finished that match, and because I hit a flying thing, we just got hammered that night. I was celebrating, and then the next day I was like, fuck, I have to face Leviathan. I was like, what have I done? So it's like sometimes,
College London,
I guess the John Jones approach, having some fun the week before taking
immunotherapy drug.
Ilya Taporia does that too.
The wine, yeah.
Gets drunk on Thursday night when he weighs in on Friday.
That's why I don't like what he did to my man, but I respect the drinking of the wine.
Yeah, that fight
3 in 5
I wanted to talk
patients
to you
who
about
took
that too.
immunotherapy
I
were
wanted to talk to you
cancer-free
about
without the need
just the
for surgery or
Volkanovski
chemo.
fight
And the
training
remainder
in
did
general.
need surgery to remove their tumor, but
Did
the
you
drug
try?
helped shrink them.
Did you try in any way to discourage him from
improves the
taking the
chance
market
of
share fight
remaining
on Sunday
cancer-free for much longer. All of this
No,
was
I mean, I'm not
announced
involved
over
in
the
that
course
process
of
at all.
a,
You know, like, I
conference
got the
this
cool that was
weekend.
happening.
So that's
Like, he
a
called me,
huge,
man, I was jet lagged at the time. I just got to Austin for the
amazing
day. And I get a call
breakthrough when it
at
comes
4
to
a.m. from
cancer
Bugs. He's like,
All right, coming up next,
I could
the
check booked in 2
Lego
weeks.
thefts
And I was like,
going on in
fuck
Southern
it. Tell me,
California.
I'll just book the next flight. I was going to
Somebody
find out.
wants
So I'm
their
not involved in
Legos.
the matchmaking
I get it
decision
too.
process at all.
During
Were
Channel
you
continued
apprehensive about him
renovations.
taking
We're
that
not here to
fight
make up
on
your mind.
some short
We're
notice?
here to give you the latest.
I mean, I wouldn't say apprehensive. I like believing his story. I knew it would be a very difficult challenge. I didn't know what sort of shape he was in at the time.
Bust at an Airbnb.
But like, I believe in him
Live
that he
from the
can do it.
KFI
And it's
24
like,
hour newsroom,
I'm
an
gonna just
Airbnb in
do everything
Alhambra
I
has been
can
used to
to get him
deliver
ready
230 pounds of fentanyl.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm I honestly don't know. I don't think he wasn't in the same shape he was for the previous matchup. The previous matchup, I was down.
She's shocked by the drug bust.
He was doing freestyle for like 6 to 8 weeks. I mean, this one, yeah, such a
Well, it made it such a huge difference.
Truck being used to transport the
Just the
drugs.
fact that he
Police
was
say
able
that
to
you
survive
called
on the ground the way he was,
as officers were on
and not
scene
just that,
leading
but
to the arrest.
just
In
not just
Alhambra,
survive, but
police
be
told
completely
KFI
safe.
News brought to you by American
He was
Vision
never
Windows.
even
A man
close to
arrested
being
for an
threatened
explosion in
mission.
Pasadena
The fact
has
that he
pleaded
was
no
like laughing
contest to
off,
2
punching
felony
him
counts.
behind.
The 62-year-old man
crazy, yeah.
took a
I mean,
deal
I
from the
can't
DA's
take
office and
too
pleaded
much credit for
Thursday
that.
to
The guy
one felony count
he's an
each
animal. Yeah,
of use of a
once you saw
destructive
how it's all
device
down,
to
you're familiar
injure or
with it.
destroy
I don't
and
get it.
carrying a
Like,
concealed
145,
explosive
it
substance.
shouldn't be the
He was
case.
given
Rugby.
100 hours
Yeah,
of
some rugby
community
and
service,
Well, also
told
he
not
used
to
to weigh
possess any type
214
of
pounds.
explosive,
Still got
and
those
told to
fucking
obey
hands.
all laws.
Big gorilla.
Beaches
That's true, yeah,
in
the
Del
rugby
Mar
guy
been
is just
closed
crazy.
after
I mean,
a
I
man was
trained when I
attacked by a
trained at the
shark.
gym. One of the rugby players
Lifeguards
come in
in
actually,
North
and I
San
was just
Diego
fucking
County
around
say the
rolling
guy
with
was
him. And
swimming
he put
with
me
a
in a
group
gym
early
shot, and I was
yesterday when
stuck.
he
I
was
was like,
bitten several
These
times
guys
about 100
make
yards
real money in that sport.
offshore. The man has bites on his
Yeah, it's a
torso,
hard
left
fucking
arm, and
sport.
either his hand
It's a
or his
hard
chin.
sport that
He was
Americans
taken to the
don't
hospital and is
necessarily
expected to survive.
They don't
Beaches will be
understand.
closed
Like,
until at
those are
least
guys that
tomorrow.
can compete.
A judge
in
in
the
San
NFL.
Jose has said no
They
to
said
overturning
they're
the
playing
sentence
rugby
of
because they
Polly
live in the
Klaus's
country.
killer.
But
12-year-old Polly was
when
kidnapped from her
Volkanovski
bedroom and
fought the
killed in
first time,
1993.
and he was
Mark Klaus
perfectly
says the
prepared,
judge's ruling is a
it was
relief.
an amazing fight. I thought he won. I thought it was very close, but I thought he won. I think round 2 was the difference, and I could see
Richard
round 2
Allen
going
Davis's
either way. But I
lawyer
think
was
Vol-
trying to use California's
But I was like,
resentencing
when
reform law
when
from
they announced
2021
it, the
to have the
rematch,
judge throw
part
out
of me
Davis's
was
death
like,
sentence and trigger a new hearing,
that's a
but the
great
judge
fight.
says the
But the
new
other part
law
of me was
doesn't
like,
apply to death
this is the
penalty
number
cases.
one, in my
Jury
opinion,
selection
this is
is
the fight
underway
for
in
number one
Delaware
pound
in
for
the
pound, right?
federal gun case
I
against
believe
President
Volk
Biden's
won
son,
the first
Hunter.
fight, although
ABC
it's very
Stephen
close.
Portnoy
It's, I don't think
says
it's
the
a robbery,
president's son is
but it's very
accused of
close.
lying on federal
And
gun
I think that
purchase
puts him
forms
as the
in
number one
2018
pound
when
fighter
he
in the
said
world.
he wasn't a
And
drug
then
addict.
he loses the fight to Islam. He gets caught red-head kick. And then he gets knocked out by Taporia. Now he's not even in the conversation anymore. So this is a short amount of time, you know, and then everything kind of falls apart.
Hunter Biden has pleaded
And I
not
think
guilty
it
and
wouldn't
claims
have
he's
fallen apart
being unfairly
if not for
targeted
the
by his
rematch.
father's Justice
It wasn't for the
Department.
if he just
Hunter
waited for
Biden is
Taporia, I
also
think.
facing a separate trial
I
in
gotta think that
California
head
in
kick
September on
has
charges
back.
of failing to pay more
I
than
mean,
$1
to
million
get
in
drains
taxes.
like that with a
The
shit
no
to the
money
dome,
down
which is
mortgage
the
is
worst
making
way to
a
get knocked out.
comeback, and it's being
So
marketed to
much
first-time
power,
home buyers who
When your
can't
legs,
afford a down
you're
payment.
carrying it.
ABC's
What's
Rebecca
carrying
Jarvis
your body
says the
around
way
all
it
that?
works is
I
you
don't
get
think
2
people
mortgages.
that have never been
One
kicked
to cover
understand how
97%
much more
of the
power is
cost
in
of
a
a new
leg.
home,
Yeah, well,
and a second one
You
to
get head
cover the
kicked like that,
3%
and
down
then
payment.
So let's
you
say you
fight
lose your job
or you get sick, or you need to relocate, and you need to sell your house. The risk is that then immediately you're on the hook for that 3%.
I mean, yeah, it's crazy. I didn't know I've had a couple
values fall, you may not be able to sell the home for as much as you bought it for, but you'll still have to come up with that cash or default on the loan. Saturday weather from KFI. Partly cloudy, highs in the upper 60s at the beaches, low to mid 70s for Metro LA and Inland OC, low to mid 70s in the valleys, 80s to about 90 for the Inland Empire and Antelope Valley. Mostly cloudy but warmer tomorrow with highs in the 70s at the coast, upper 70s to mid 80s for most inland areas, 90s.
And psychology, I think, for the opponents. Like for me, coaching balls,
more for
like there were
Wednesday.
matches where
The
like
61 and data
even
point
when like
63
they got
Ladera
in the
Ranch.
And it's like when he keeps
62
doing
in
these
Long
impossible
Beach,
things,
61
you
in
believe
Whittier.
in the myth
The
of your
KFI
God
Market
more and more.
Report, sponsored by Revive Real Estate. The Dow is now down 400 points. The Nasdaq up 47. S&P 500 is down 34.
Revive Real Estate just released a new tool that lets you see what your home would be worth after renovations. It's free to use. Just go to KFIRevive.com.
But I think
That's KFIRevive.com.
It's a slow go through Long Beach on the 710.
Like when Manny Pacquiao got knocked out by Marquez, Freddie Roach wouldn't go to the game.
Between the beginning of the freeway and the 405, a little slow going for you in both directions, or maybe even a heavy
Freddie Roach who has trauma into his
Otherwise,
heart.
710 doesn't look too bad except for the southbound side.
Well
Going out
aware
of the
of
East
the
LA area
impact.
to make way through Commerce from the 5 heading into about Bella and Belgrade.
You know,
Adjacent
it's so
for
tricky
Florence.
because I'm just such a huge
Looking at your
Bolt
drive on
fan.
the 405 northbound side,
I wish I had
still,
it.
but
I don't know if you
out
would
of
listen.
Florence, leaving Western as you
But
make
if
your way
I
west lane
I think that's what makes those guys special, though.
Is
Is that
driver
they
still
don't
southbound side of the 405.
100%. That's what makes you a champion. You cannot become a Volkanovski without this unstoppable. Me and him are the complete opposite of that. Someone was like,
And
"Bro,
it's
you
just for
play
you on the westbound side of the 91 past the 55.
how much they pay me?
Yeah, Hills
We're
area.
complete opposite of everything. He takes everything so serious,
It looks like it's
supporting
really fresh
everything. I
clear
don't know how
lanes. Still pretty heavy for you though as you come away from Imperial.
to
Southern California's
Well,
only airborne travel
very
reports. I'm Nick Polio.
The thing about your, joking around and being silly about it all, it's like you are, but your technique is very, very good.
And that's the
Obviously,
lens we're going to use.
you are obviously one of the elite guys in the world when it comes to technique. So it's not, you are serious.
Like whether I should
Yeah, I mean
call
personality
or
type,
fix
you
my
know.
shit
Yeah,
myself.
but I guess
And of course, we're talking about the election.
He has faith in me, more faith in me than the guy that gave me this. I think. They both probably should.
What is Volk up to now? Do you
I think
talk
he's
to
in Thailand training at Bangkok with folks wrestling coach Frank Shipping, David Jimmy Times. He's at Bangkok.
USPS Ground
I want to
Advantage
get him a grappling
United
match.
States Postal
I
Service.
said to him,
You
I
can
said, man,
avoid
like,
all the
for him
noise.
to take away
No
because
more
of concussion.
unexpected
Let's
surcharges,
get you a grappling match.
or
And my
complex
thought
rate
was,
structure.
how
It's
like
just
cool
easy,
would it be to see him
cost-effective,
Ortega
and
have a
dependable
grappling
shipping.
match? Oh my God, that'd
Tune
be
your
incredible. I
business's
would just love
frequency
to
to
see it.
success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage.
Right,
USPS
that's
Ground
true.
Advantage.
Yeah,
Simple,
that would be
affordable,
very
reliable.
Ortega's very good.
We call
He's very
ourselves
good. Yes,
We're proud.
He pulled, he catches some crazy shit. He was in a fight like 2-3 rounds, get one with everything. He's just crazy.
No, and his guillotine is fucking dead. I mean, when Volkanovski got out of that and mounted the guillotine, his face looked like a grape and just would not tap.
I had no idea how he got out, but I thought everyone was like, support his grappling coach. I take credit for that.
But he's an animal.
Smoothie King's new lemonade lineup is here.
He's like that in the gym. I remember I would choke him in the gym sometimes, and he would go from putting his chin in to taking it out. As he did something, like he was trying to switch it from, I guess,
Or a blueberry
front
lemonade
choke
smoothie.
to the changes how you choke it.
Made with real fruit, real juice for a
I
real
don't know how he
sipping
does
good
it.
summer. Smoothie King's new lemonade lineup for a limited
So,
time.
does he have a plan to come
As
back?
the #1 audio company,
I don't know what's going on. I imagine it's probably all the way
every
this is
audience,
for him.
live conversations, trusted
And
influencers,
then
and
hopefully,
insights
I
and
hope
data
personally
you
get
need
most
to
of the
grow.
match. Maybe we get him
iHeartRadio is
at this
your
event.
access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Is he thinking about doing something like that?
It
You
has
don't
been
have
played.
a whole lot of time, right? When is this
This
event?
is August 16th, 17th. Yeah, it's not much time. But, I mean, if he's in shape, he's training, he's out Bangtown, Nevada, gets him out again. It's fine, especially against an MMA guy. They both have the same traffic. Trying to take it in pure grappling and grappling.
So, do you have a budget to do something like that? To do super fights as well?
Actually, yeah. So we're going to start taking sponsors to try and get more super fights. And I'm in talks with some legends of the game.
Everywhere
Some
on the
guys who can shot.
iHeartRadio app on this Monday, June 3rd,
won't say the names.
2024. Happy June to you.
I'll tell you,
And to you.
one of them is a Mexican town last name, but I'll talk to you about that.
in
Okay.
Sacramento
But yeah,
last week.
yeah, all the legends. They want to. So
Graduation,
many people want to come out
and
of
the local
retirement.
news was on, and you want to
And
know
they
what
just
they
know, like,
called
especially when I explain
that.
the
It was
rules,
Thursday.
explain
Do you want to know what they
everything
called that day?
Ali's like the
Please tell me they
funky
called it
floor, you know,
Thursday.
they like
They
that
called it
format.
Baby
Obviously, you throw $1 million on Instagram, you get some
Baby
messages. You know, what I mean?
Friday.
You get some.
Why do we have to
Hey brother, what's going on?
Every
You know?
Sunday,
Yeah, I
every
think people are going to be
kindergarten
shocked at how
classroom.
good Luke Rockhold is.
Yeah, he's so
Baby
tough.
Friday,
So tough.
be an
Very good on
adult.
the
It's
ground. I remember when
Thursday.
he got Weidman down and
Yeah,
mounted him, and
it's
Weidman could
Thursday.
not get up.
I was like, this is his ground game.
A couple stories that we're following. Two of Benjamin Netanyahu's coalition allies.
He's going to come train with us. He's going to come to beat in 5 weeks.
That government.
He's going to with us for this event. So
Netanyahu goes ahead with the truce deal that was outlined by President Biden on Friday. He announced that Israel had offered a new roadmap towards a full ceasefire, including the release of hostages held by Hamas. But Israel's national security minister said that his party would dissolve the government if this deal went through. He said this proposal is, quote, a victory for terrorism and a security risk to the state of Israel.
Especially in such a
for cholesterol, not high blood pressure.
He's going to surprise people. What I keep laughing about is like $1 million for first place, 10,000 for second place. I'm like, who's happy?
Right, for $1 million.
Yeah, I think what we're going to do, I haven't finalized this yet, but I think if you're in a submission in the round, keep on. Get out of the submission.
Possibly.
Well, there's been so many times where guys were almost submitted. Where
so I'll say this.
Yeah, this guy, I let him out of that armbar during the team. Look at that. I didn't get any money out of that.
How bad was it on
fucked up face, although
that armbar was so tight.
Well, that was the funny thing, right? Is
that was MBI.
If you are a man, or you
well, he had some. If I had submitted him, I would have won 15K, and I think he had only had 2 submissions in regulation.
You know the importance of Legos.
He only made 10K, so I
remember my brother putting together his Lego sets.
Man, he's on popped on the day, so it was fine.
He was so
next week I show up, we're both competing in another event again. And there was like 3-4 locker rooms, and I would just travel by myself. I wouldn't even have a coach. I just post an Instagram story. Who can corner me for this event? Like the one against Gordon, I had Danny Brokerboss.
No, it wasn't Star Trek.
He was saying 10th Planet stuff to me, and I didn't even know what language he was speaking.
In the space.
Millennium Falcon.
The Millennium Falcon.
So I was
cracking
confused.
control.
Yeah, he's saying do these things. I'm like, what's happening there? And then I show up to this next event. Kasai Grappling.
And I also remember him and my nephews
all the locker rooms,
always
they threw me in
asking
there with
for
the down
Legos
guys.
for their birthdays. I mean, it's a real
last
important thing in a
and
boy's life
me out.
/ man's life.
Just being in the locker room with them.
So
awkward,
I think we can all understand the motive behind these
and
recent
you were with them
rash of
for
Lego
a long time.
robberies.
You were with them for like what, 5 years?
There's a
Was
Lego
Danaher?
retailer.
2 years.
2 years.
Bricks
So what did it start before Puerto Rico?
Yes, yeah, I lived
I
in
didn't
New York
realize this was a nationwide thing. I thought it was local, but multiple owners of bricks and minifigs say that they believe one person is responsible for breaking
I would
into
come and go from New
several
York. I was
different
probably
locations
2.5 years.
across Southern California.
Whittier,
Things get weird out
Fullerton,
there in
Costa
jungle,
Mesa,
you know?
Riverside, and
Yeah,
Ontario.
Another
everyone's
place in
confused
Anaheim
as to what
was
happened
broken
with
into,
you
but at
guys.
this
That's
point
what
they
it's
said
like.
nothing appeared to actually
No
have been
real
stolen.
version.
However, 5 or 6 Lego
We
sets
got a
were
book deal.
successfully
I
put
got a
together
movie
in the
deal
overnight
coming out.
hours.
And I'm going to exploit that story to the bitter end.
Maybe he
You have
just
a
wanted
book deal
to
for
play.
real?
No, I'm joking. But I could.
He
Just
just wanted
for
to be great.
What happened?
Makes the New York
I mean, there's so many
skyline
things
out
we
of
really
I mean,
can't
could you
discuss,
imagine
you know?
much being better than
A lot of problems, obviously.
you
A lot of
alone
problems.
in
Obviously,
a
2
Lego
brothers split up.
store
Was
with
going to be
access to all those
some serious
Legos,
issues there.
and nobody's
But
there
yeah,
to
it's not
bother
really
you.
my place
See,
to say.
here's the thing:
but
your brother and
hopefully
I
one
have
day it comes
the
out.
memory
It'll be an
of
interesting story.
having
Who knows?
to
This
get
year might
Lego
kick things off. It might be
sets.
World War III again.
So when you
Big Lego
left,
sets.
like how did you leave to start your own place when you guys started
Lego
doing
stores
that
or a place like Bricks and
No,
Minifigs
I
where you
honestly
could
never
go
even
to
started. I would tell the guys, like,
Yes.
I'm gonna, this is my last episode. I just want to travel around. See the world, visit some destinations, seminar, and talk to the people.
You could go farther
So
back.
then when the team split, I felt like I still wanted to
Where they would sell you sets of just random bricks, and they would,
I've been to ideas of things to do it, but
the ones that I
I'm not there too much anymore. You know, I hope to
This
start.
is
I hope to
this is an airplane. This is the Lego airport. This is the Lego
So you basically semi-retired?
For sure, yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, when you put on like you put on an event, this is like every other promotion. It's going to put
far advanced.
Well, I think you're going to piss off Baby CC for sure by going head to head with her. I don't think you would piss off Fight Pass.
It was like the city guy and the astronaut guy.
Yeah.
And that was the only two. I mean, if we've never seen
Yeah, I still think
perfect representation because everybody's an astronaut helmet got crushed right in the middle. I
It would
mean,
be the best
it's so
event ever.
great.
5 festival.
Now they make it so specific.
Are you besides the Gabby Garcia thing, which is kind of done competing?
I was going to do another match. That's Gabby. Gabby will be one day. Someone's down.
Depending on
other day as well.
how they're
See,
set
but I also
up,
want to
these
look
mini
up
figures will go
I
5,
am
6, 10, 20 bucks a piece, depending on who they are. So there is some money to it. This guy who just collects.
Obviously, I have to run this
Between
thing.
5 stores, about $100,000
Everyone
worth of products are sold.
There's a potential matchup that I'm working
to buy a noise near the store in Whittier.
Yeah, can we do that?
$10,000.
I'm working on
Holy shit.
Which
Sorry,
Lego
folks.
sets do you
Can't
think
know.
he stole?
Damn, that would be insane.
I mean, they've come
That
so
would be
far, like
insane.
you mentioned. It's
Wow.
like stuff you
Is,
don't even, you
the
wouldn't even
former,
imagine.
is he
It's
training?
beyond your imagination.
Yes.
I don't know what the most expensive ones are, but they have some pretty advanced ones that are super high-end
Yeah, that's insane.
architectural design.
That's
Like,
insane.
You could get a,
You know,
I'm not
and then
if I'm not
it's
mistaken,
like
a Frank Lloyd
Abu
Wright
Dhabi for a lot of people is
made
the
entirely out of
Olympics of
Legos,
grappling.
and those are some of the more
One of the things
expensive
is
ones.
it's every 2 years.
Do
I
you
mean, I remember when
feel a little
John
bit of
Jock,
envy when you see how
won
far
Abu
Legos
Dhabi.
have come? And
You know, I had just started. I
you
think
don't
this was
wanna
like, what year was
know.
this? When he started
No, I
training,
do not.
when he
Because
fought
I
in Abu
think
Dhabi.
it does the work for you.
2000s,
If you get a Lego brick that is, you know, specifically formed to be, I don't know, the front bumper on a Porsche 911,
He had this
you had to
advantage
find
over a
out
lot of
how
the
to
key
make
guys
that
in that
front
he only has
bumper on
one
the Porsche 911.
And so he never relied on
So I
grabbing
think
collars.
they kind
Everything was
of
overhooks
tamped
and
down
underhooks.
your
And he had sort
imagination
of
by
like developed
doing it all for you.
a note
It's like the difference
game
between a
that he was
smartphone
applying
and
you know, obviously he could do all the key techniques
two-way
as well,
radio
but he
from
was
Vietnam.
more of a no-gi guy in the beginning. And it was so interesting watching
Coming up next.
that style. You know,
And
watching
you're the
no
one who had the Diet Coke.
which
I
is,
know.
if Abu Dhabi
This is
didn't do
simple.
that, and if they didn't
we've
have
got
this
nature.
prestigious
We've
event
got fire,
and
we've
make
got
it no
sharks,
gi,
we've got
I think
heat
the sport
waves.
would have really
It's like the
struggled
Old Testament.
because
Fight
it's
back.
so hard
Fight back, and
for
the
people
cicadas all over the
to
place.
appreciate what's going on with the gi.
Amy King
It's
is
very
live in the
slow,
TMI
and
24-hour
you see a
news.
guy getting
Two people
choked
have
by
been
a
arrested
collar.
in
It's just,
Alhambra
it
after a
looks silly.
cleaning
Yeah.
crew
But yeah,
found
man, I'm so happy Abu
235
Dhabi
pounds
exists.
of
I think
meth
the
inside
inspiration
an
for me
Airbnb rental
ACC
home.
was
Police say people using a
Stuart Cooper's
U-Haul were
highlight.
spotted on surveillance
Like when I
video.
was coming up, like
Yeah.
Using the
2009,
vehicle to move the
2011,
drugs in and out of the house on Ethel Avenue, they were taken into custody when they
losing in
returned
the
to
game
the
more
home.
than no was on
California's
me to
first
chase
heat
the
wave
no
of the
dreams,
year
but
ends
like
tomorrow. The
I'm
National
following in
Weather
Eddie
Service
Bravo's
has
footsteps.
issued
You
a
know, we both
three-day
did
warning
ACC
for
good
the
on
entire
that.
Central
We have an
Valley,
invitational,
which could hit
but yeah, I'm
108.
thankful for everything they've
Heat
done. I
advisories
still
will
love
also be in place for parts of the San Francisco Bay
as
Area,
good as
where
it is without it.
But do you
forecasters
feel
predict
any
it will be
loyalty to
near
ADCC?
100
Like,
degrees.
you're kind of
Former
fucking
President
them,
Trump
right?
has
I mean,
joined
I feel
TikTok.
loyalty
His first
to
video
the
posted
athletes.
Saturday night
I
shows
think like
Trump
for
greeting
what
fans
we
at
do
the
and
UFC
how
match in
much
New
bigger
Jersey.
the
He's
sport
already
is
got
now,
about
should be
3.4
considered
million
better,
followers.
but
President Biden
and that's sort
has
of
been
why
on
I take a
TikTok
massive
since
risk
February.
in
Both
doing
have talked
I
about
appreciate
banning
what you're
TikTok,
saying, but if
now both
ADC
have
is
joined.
not turning your profit,
Becoming mostly
like the idea of
synchronized in the upper
compensating the
60s at the
athletes more,
beaches,
I mean, they have
70s to upper
essentially
80s
made
inland. We've got a
stars out
crash
of
in
so many of these
Riverside. It's
athletes,
on the
and
91.
because of that, by the fact that
Right around
they've
Los
profited.
But therein was the argument,
and it looks like
the argument is that I believe
drive
an
and
event of that
overturned.
magnitude
Looks
should
like
turn
big
a
wreck
profit.
and maybe
I'm
some
going to do it
concrete all over
myself
the
and
freeway.
see.
Anyway, you're seeing rough
Obviously,
for the
I
drive
could
the
be wrong,
eastbound
but
side
based on
of the
production
91 entry coming from the 15
and
and unrelated
things paid
westbound
for
side
thus
of the 91
far,
through
I don't see
rather
how
Corona. You'll
you
see
can
the
run
links
it in a
from
profitable
15
way. Obviously, we're
going
giving
to
away
Round
100
Lake and
times
listen
as
to the
much for
headfreeze make
television.
rates for the 241
But man,
road.
like,
Then further
if they even
westbound
up
on
to
91, you still
20K,
see delays from
you
Imperial
know what I
as
mean?
we
That's
towards
some
West Avenue.
token gesture.
It's an
Like,
early
if
right
we're
clear
going
for
from
lanes.
a
So the
basketball
California's
court
all
with
airport
100
traffic
people in
reports.
there
I'm Nick Polio.
to selling out
I'm Maria
T-Mobile,
Konnikova.
And I'm Nick
like,
Silver.
And our new
there should,
podcast,
like, if there's room for
is a show
fireworks
about making
dialogue,
better
there's room
decisions.
for
We're
dramas.
both journalists who would like us
I feel like there
players,
should be some
and
room
that's the
budget
lens we're going to
for
use
the
to
athlete
approach
pack.
this entire show.
No, that's a good argument, and hopefully by forcing by
Like
this,
whether I
you
should
guys
call a
will
plumber or fix my
like
shower
inspire
myself.
them.
And of
And the
course, we're
argument
talking
about
about the
making
election.
styles,
Listen to Risky
like,
Business on
it's true.
America's
It's true. You
#1
also get a huge
podcast
platform,
network, iHeart.
but you can
Open
win.
your free
and
iHeart
that
app
kind of
and
stuff.
search
risky
You know, I know
business.
plenty of guys, well, plenty of guys, but I know a few
Smoothie
people
King's
that
new
want
lemonade
it.
lineup is here.
That's crazy for me. It's I'll go to a seminar.
Try the strawberry guava
just
lemonade
because
SK Refresher.
all right. And people jokes all the time, you know, and I'll see real champions that can't tell us seminar. So if we can make an event with those champions.
Made with real fruit, real juice for a real sip.
Well, I think your also your popularity is
Smoothie King's new lemonade lineup,
and then
all
they
for a
have
limited
the
time.
support. Do you plan on still doing that?
It's the
For sure, yeah, for sure.
Today,
Love Balcony, always can
brand
grab
officer of
any
Moderna
time.
tells us
I
about
mean,
the
obviously,
advantages
MMA's
this
got a lot of
audio production
crazy
affords their
individuals,
growing
man,
tech
but like
companies.
this, to
At
give up the
Moderna,
time to
we
work
have a
with the correct
mindset
athletes,
saying
I will
that we
always have time
pivot
for some real good
fearlessly.
guys out
And I
there.
think with
Like
audio,
obviously
you can pivot
also, I
fearlessly.
always
You
make
can go where
Jack
the
Della
news is,
from Perth,
and bringing in
like guys like
content that
that,
perhaps you didn't
super
have
cool
a few
guys.
weeks
I always
earlier.
want to help
It's less
Yeah,
6
Jack
months in
Della,
advance
what a
or 3 months in advance when you do
Man, I still lose off
you're
him.
able to
I remember when he
create
went into
really
contender
nimble
series, he had
content,
like a
which I
Mikey
think
Kobe
in
reversal
this
in the
day and
first
age,
round.
and particularly at Moderna, where we have new information coming out on a
I've
regular
been watching
basis,
since,
being able
and
to
his
feed that
reversal
information
was
to
crazy.
the audio format
I've
makes
trained with
being
him, and I'm just
nimble
like,
and
I
pivoting
still
easy.
lose from
As
him.
the number one audio company,
He's
iHeartMedia
so
gives
good.
marketers access to all.
Yeah,
From
he's
national
very
to
good
local,
strike.
every audience,
In my
live
opinion,
conversations,
he's like one of the
trusted
best in the
influencers,
sport
and
at mixing
insights
up
and
shots
data
from the body
you
to the
need to
head.
grow.
Because so
Not
many
just a media
fighters,
company,
for whatever
iHeartMedia
reason, are
is
head
your access company.
you know, and
If you're a
he's
marketer,
not
go to
grabbing the shots, but Jack is so good at mixing shots up to the body and to the head. He just breaks that down.
sausage or
Yeah,
bacon, egg, and cheese
it's
with
scary
muffins,
guy. I was
sauce,
lucky
and
actually
potato.
And
because
with all that for just
before the
$3,
Korea
it
fight,
really is
we
a
were able to
proper
sort of
breakfast,
link
wouldn't you
up.
say?
So it was
Huh?
like
With a light fluffy toasted
came
English
out
muffin,
to
crispy
Wollongong
seasoned potatoes.
He's
Go
a
on,
trainer, it's
Catherine,
like
give it a
a
go.
couple of
Okay.
together, and he was a mix it up, and then trained with folks. And for
Close
me,
enough. We'll have a proper breakfast with Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal for a
that's
limited
nice.
time.
It's just like putting on this thing, and I'm talking to these guys about Superbike. It's the dream as just a grappling fan. I'm just thinking, oh,
They
what can we
said
do?
it was too
What can
hard
we
to
get
earn a
into this
degree
event?
while
You know, like
working
just from a
full-time.
pure
But
fan
WGU offers
perspective,
flexible
it
degree
is pretty
programs
fun.
that I was able to finish
No,
on my time.
I'm
There are no
sure
set login
it's
times. And better
it's
yet,
going to be interesting to
courses
see
and
whether or
tests
not this
are
can
all
work.
online and
Because a lot of people
100%
like look at
whenever
the
you
UFC
want
model and
to
say, hey,
To
athletes
learn
should be
more
getting
about
paid
how
more money, and so they
your
put on these
degree
events,
in
and
IT,
none of them are
business,
profitable.
education,
I
or
mean, maybe
healthcare,
Bellator was,
visit
and they sold Bellator, and then there's the
WGU.edu
PFL. I don't know how they do financially, but they have the same sort of similar thing. They have a tournament at the end of the tournament.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a
My
healthier
point is,
planet.
right, is like,
This spring,
if you're an
you can
Olympic
share your
champion
own observations
or
about
UFC
nature with
champion, it has
scientists
so
and play
much
a critical
prestige
role in
that every
scientific
single
discovery
person in the
by
world
adding to their
knows what
data
it is. It
collection.
has
Discover
this
more about
intrinsic value.
citizen science
Yeah.
programs
If
such
you
as
say you're an
monitoring weather,
IBJJF champion
observing
or an
plants and
ADCC
animals, and
champion,
more.
a
Brought to
very
you by
small percentage of the
iHeartRadio
population
Earth
know
and the
that.
National Environmental
So it's
Education
like,
Foundation. To
case
find
in
more
point, you
tips
put on
for
a
smarter,
tournament
sustainable
with
living,
much more
or to
money.
take action in your
Everyone
own
jumps
community,
ship.
go to
They know that's
iHeartRadio.com/earth.
money. Whereas, like, obviously, Olympic gold medal.
iHeartRadio, did you know? Presented by
crosses all
iHeartRadio.
sports.
You know, what you're
How many
listening
guys
to
are
right now.
jumping ship?
Did you know that iHeartRadio gets
I'll
better
tell
the
you
more you
afterwards,
tell us
but-
what
So
you like?
is it
Every
public
time you
that they're
thumb
jumping
up or thumb
ship,
down
or
a
are they
song,
not
follow a
talking about
station,
it?
podcast, or
Well,
playlist,
we got 16
please
spots
pay attention
in
and
under and
change
over,
the app just to
and
suit your taste.
I'm
That's right.
navigating
No
through
two iHeartRadio
what's
apps are
in there.
exactly the
16
same.
spots
And the
each,
more
so
you
32
thumb up and
total.
down music,
So I'm
the
trying
better
to
job
navigate
that we
to
do
the
of
best
helping
class
you
we can
discover
get,
the
and it's
next
like
song,
everyone
playlist,
wants
or
it,
station you'll
Really?
fall in
So
love
no
with.
one's worried
Follow
about the
those podcasts you
repercussions
listen
of
to the most
low
you'll
back
notice,
from
and we'll make
ACC?
sure to
Yeah, because I
recommend
think they see it as,
binge-worthy
wow,
podcasts just
I can
right
get the
for
money
you.
to show.
iHeartRadio is
Like,
built
I mean,
to get
say,
better
so
and
Tucker
better
Brothers,
the better
local
we get to
Texas
know
guys,
you. So
some
make
of the
sure you share with us
nonsense
what you
kids
like by
you know,
thumbing
and they were the
and
first ones to
following.
reach out to
And
me.
as
They
you
want
listen,
to
we'll
try
make sure there's
it's been basically my entire life.
coming your way.
And they just hit
And
me
of
up.
course,
No one believes anything I
free.
say. For sure. They make so many jokes.
Number one for music,
Full
radio,
of
and
shit.
podcasting.
These guys are like, man, is this for real? And I was like, yeah, it's real. And they're like, well, even if I have to deal with the consequences, even if I have to go back and win the trial to qualify, I want to show the million. And then I'm going to talk about themselves. I want to become my
programs out there that we pay for. There is no recovery. It's just a scam.
They're willing
They
to
just
risk
treat
it.
it with more
Because I
vodka
fight
and
their
more
way back
beer.
in.
John,
Well, I hope there's no
when do they stay homeless?
I hope.
I don't think
4
they
p.m.
will.
on
Well,
KFI.
And on demand anytime
Right,
on the
but I
iHeartRadio
think
app.
best case scenario is that AECC recognizes that there's competition and they have to raise up the amount of money to pay the athletes. You know,
maybe it'll just elevate the profile of the sport enough so that's profitable still.
Yeah, it's a good experiment.
But why do it the same weekend?
Yes, you're right.
Well, you
Let me
what
wait an hour
graphics
and
make it
sober up
stand,
and figure out if I still want to hear the bumper bus song.
What is the motivation here?
Money.
If you still feel like
Money's the motivation. It's
Sure.
not necessarily
Okay, all right.
sort of making
jury
stand.
selection has
Making
begun.
stand that money is
Yet
more important than
any
this organization's
jurors in
profit
the
and
Hunter
sport
Biden
for
federal trial for
20+ years.
allegedly
There's other
falsifying an application for a gun permit. President Biden and his family spent the weekend together at their home in Delaware. They traveled to
Gordon makes a
Wilmington
lot of
last
money.
night.
Gordon makes a lot of money.
President Rothschild was in touch with his son about his legal troubles. Is expected to leave for a fundraiser in
like a
New
million
York
for
this
most guys.
afternoon.
I
He's
mean,
going to be headed
you grow up in
to
Brazil.
Paris.
Police are continuing to investigate a shooting. It's being described as a mass shooting in some of these riot-ups. Left one person dead, dozens other injured in Ohio. Happened early yesterday at a large gathering, killing a 27-year-old, injuring 24 more.
Yeah, exactly.
Police say current evidence suggests that a vehicle with an unknown number of occupants pulled up to the gathering and opened fire. They say some of the people at the gathering returned fire, and then the car took off from the scene.
Everybody gets a gun.
I'm not really sure if that's a mass shooting, is it?
I don't know. I've run into him a few
Mass
times
shooting,
and
well,
shake
think
hands,
of like
but
a
you know, it's general
targeted
demeanor. You don't really
open
know.
fire on a crowd, not.
I look back when I walk
That's why
past. There's no knife
it's a
coming.
weird.
But
Yes, when we say mass
I helped him
shooting,
hide a few
my
buddies in New York, you know, some missing
one
women.
person with a gun goes into a workplace or a school.
He's,
or something. That's
He wants to
kind of
take
what
out
I
a bunch of people.
This is a gang fight. That's what it sounds.
That's exactly
I
right.
guess
real
it would
guy.
qualify as
You know, some
technically
professor of
as a
philosophy at
mass shooting.
Columbia who becomes obsessed
Yes.
with jujitsu.
What did I
Sleeps
do?
on the mat. Teaches everybody, forces everybody to train 365 days a year.
Okay.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah.
What was it like doing that? Like the 365 days a
My
year?
grandmother used to say that. That's
I mean, I wouldn't do
It's
it.
an homage.
You know, I would do like, I would take a
Here,
day off.
Legos are not gender specific.
I wouldn't necessarily do it. I mean,
Legos are the most
it was a lot of training.
neutral
He kind of like
toy
wanted
slash
to be alive,
educational
you know, like,
building
obviously it should be,
experience
but a lot
slash
of pressure,
engineering
a lot of pressure
product
to be a part of that thing.
on
Did
the market.
you talk to him
Always
about
has
that,
been.
the philosophy
Gender
behind those
neutral.
decisions?
Wow.
Yeah,
I mean, we had a
grew
lot
up
of
as a
discussions.
girl,
I think like we were actually really
I
close
never had a
because
friend
I'm from
that played
New
with
Zealand.
Legos, a
I'm from
female friend that
Ireland.
played with
So a
Legos.
lot of
You don't have
times
to
Australian
explain.
visit.
She's going a little crazy.
He
I mean,
actually has a tight
she's
connection with
right
them.
in that it's not
They're like,
necessarily
I mean, we talk all the time. I probably, unfortunately, probably me and Nicky Ryan were two of the ones he was closest to.
It is marketed to. I don't know.
I mean, I
And
wasn't
when
just.
you
I
guys
just,
were
I just
training there,
know
like,
the
how
look in a
beneficial is
boy's
it
eye
coming
through
out,
my
right?
brother, like
Super
looking at my
beneficial,
brother do Legos,
and
about
also
how
not just
serious
because of
that
who he is
those
and how
were to
smart
him.
he is,
Yeah.
but
I
like he
never
basically
felt
approached it like an MMA
one way or
coach.
the
You know, like
other
an
about
MMA coach
Legos.
is
It
always
wasn't my thing.
watching.
Maybe that's
He's
because
always
I don't have an
guiding and
engineering mind.
I mean,
Most
a little
jiu-jitsu
plastic
coaches
brick. Yes,
participate.
technically, there's
They
no
teach you a few moves.
gender
They roll with everyone.
thing.
Right.
So to have a guy that
To
approaches
that.
it like
So
an
in that
MMA
case,
coach,
yes,
who
but
approaches it with that level of professionalism,
tends to appeal
watching, making adjustments. I think even
to
some of the
boys
simplest
more than
that is a
girls.
huge benefit.
Yes, they're my experiences. That's
Yeah, I think so,
my
too.
life
Also, a
experiences
guy
that pointed
who's,
me in that direction.
I had two sisters. They never played with my Legos. All my cousins, it was all dudes. We all had Legos. None of the
Yeah,
girls
and I
did.
think what made him so
I
good
mean,
as
I'd
well
steal the GI Joes, play with them.
is
I'd
but
pair
college
them.
and university. He knows
You would
how to
do
study. He knows how
your
to
early
take notes and
episodes of
everything.
The
He knows how
Bachelor,
to teach.
Bachelorette.
Yeah, with Barbies and GI Joes.
In
And
Henzo
even the
Gracie's
little
New York,
men.
my
20
years
dad
when
called
it
them
was the
the
hub
little men.
of
Andy,
MMA
clean up the
and
little
grappling.
men.
Guys
Like
like
the
Bobby
little
Gracie are
plastic
part of
army
the team.
guys. Yeah.
He's basically been
Big heat wave is coming
this
through
position where you
California,
just
although
watch,
here in
train
Southern
with all these
California, it's
guys,
not going to be
pick up all
ridiculous.
these
We'll
details,
probably get up into
and have
the
a lot
90s
ready to teach in a perfect
Wednesday,
way.
Thursday,
Like obviously,
and then
his
back
games
into
are
more
heavily
normal
inspired by
temperatures. But they're
Marcelo
talking
Garcia.
about
You know,
up in the San Joaquin
takes
Valley and
really
Sacramento Valley, way up north,
articulated
well
way.
into the triple
It's better
digits,
than most of them in the sport
possibly
before.
as high as
So I think
108
it's all these factors
up in Redding and
that
Red
make
Bluff in the area.
this nice
Sacramento
success.
probably just over 100. Fresno,
How much of a
Bakersfield,
factor
also in triple
is
digits.
this
That's
the
not
constant
good
training,
news for the
training of
ground fire.
365 days a year?
It's
Like, how do
already
you
at
balance
14,000
the
acres
burnout
up near
with the
Tracy.
discipline? Like, how
About
do you
50%
like? Because I
contained,
think
so that's good.
inspiration
going to be Lawrence
is
Livermore National Lab Site.
almost
800.
enthusiasm and inspiration are almost. I think discipline's more important for sure.
Yeah,
but they're factors that can't be ignored because when an athlete loses inspiration and loses enthusiasm, they just don't have the mental drive to push through like very
in that yours was
difficult situations. You know what I'm saying? Like you just
The
lose
Legos?
the steam,
Yeah, okay.
you lose the engine.
The name of the
I mean,
fire
I
doesn't
don't
matter.
think you should do 365
It
a year.
doesn't
You know,
matter.
like I think you should be
Where it's
for
burning
events.
matters.
It's a
Have
fire
a
near
period of
Tracy.
time
There you go.
afterwards where
Or
you
as
slow
they
down,
say in Tracy,
and then when you
Tracy.
preparing for
Nature
an event,
continues
you're
to
studying
fight
technique. When
back.
you get closer to an event,
There
you're
was a
refining
46-year-old man
those
bitten
particular
by a
techniques and
shark in
skills
Del Mar
for that
yesterday,
particular event's rule set,
prompting Del Mar
whatever,
lifeguards
and
to
we should,
close
like,
beaches
go
for
up
swimming
and
and
down,
surfing
like,
in the area.
I
How
like
about
it when you
9
have an event,
a.m. about
whether
100
you win
yards
or lose,
offshore?
you don't
I
train
guess
too much.
this guy
Often
was
you have this
swimming
period
with a
where you
group,
miss training.
pretty
You're, like,
regular
pulling
swimmer.
back into it.
And
So I do, and I think, I mean, even like
shark
Gordon's
came
had
up,
force breaks
grabbed
with
his
health
torso,
issues,
his
but like
left
as
arm
long
and
as
his
I've known
hand.
him,
The
and we train
significant
together,
injuries, but they say they're
like
not
there would be time
life-threatening.
periods where he wouldn't be at training for
That
a week or
would
two.
be
You
terrifying.
know, so it's like I think
Because
it's
the
like
first thing I would
a
think
myth
of
we should all
is
strive for,
not that
but
the shark is going to
everyone
eat me
should
necessarily, but I'm
Did you ever
going
talk
to
to
bleed
John
out
about
100 yards offshore.
I mean, I would just take a day off every week, but luckily,
why I
like,
don't go
I
in the
think he had
water.
some love for the Australians, let me get away with
Suits
some
my
things
bathtub.
he wouldn't let other people do.
You can bleed out there.
Safe there.
Does he enforce that, like the
I don't
365
know if I'd say safe, like
I mean,
blanket.
I don't know if
What's-
there's a
what's
real
the danger
strong
in a
enforcement,
bathtub?
but there's like an unspoken.
I bet you more people die in
I don't
bathtubs
know, who
every
knows
year
what it's
than
like
in
now.
shark
So you've moved
attacks.
Austin. My memory's
It's a pretty
pretty
safe
hazy.
bet.
I forgot some things, but
Why are you
yeah,
scared of the
obviously I'm
bath?
super appreciative.
I'm not as scared
How
of
do you
the
think
part of
people
that thing.
die in the bathtub?
But I mean, I was with like Lachlan. I'm
Oh,
lucky.
They fall
I
asleep.
moved to Melbourne
They have a
to
little
Lachlan
glass of
Giles for a few years. I
Chardonnay
had
and
massive
they
splash
fall
rates
under
in
the water.
2019, and then I was with John.
I don't
So
think
like I've
that
been around
happens.
some
It
good coaches, you know,
happens
so
a lot.
I think I'm a lucky position
It
to
does
fight
not
on from
happen a lot.
Australia. Not as lucky as others. Like it would
Just
have
say
been
it.
amazing
It
to be like in
You're
Ryan,
making things up like
born
miniature
right
football.
next to New York.
Take a bath, you die.
One of the
Okay, according to a study from 2006,
We were not that lucky. I didn't even train with a
335
black belt. I was already
Americans
a purple
drown
belt.
in
So it's
bathtubs
like,
each
really? Yeah,
year.
we all weren't exposed. Because I'm from
How many people
Australia,
are
I
killed
probably
shark
came up with a
attacks
time
each
period
Looking that up
in my
next.
city that was more
I'd
like
say
an older
50.
time in the US where black belts
around the world.
Oh, interesting.
that one.
I don't know
What year
why
did you start
dying
training?
on this
You're
hill.
right.
36 attacks
17 years ago now?
per year.
And even back then,
America.
there weren't many black belts
American
around.
Wars.
No, when
But
I
that's not-
that's a
started
lot
training,
less
I
than
just trained with my
bathtub
cousin.
deaths.
He was
That's
like
not
a
even
4-star
deadly
black
attacks.
belt.
That's just
It
people
was
with
like
true.
shark
sugar on that.
encounters.
You know,
It's
I
true.
trained twice a week. I didn't train properly for a long time.
Do you
You do. I
twice
didn't
a
know
week?
Yeah, it
bathtubs
was
were
just like, I didn't
kill
think
me.
it was,
So
I
nature,
didn't
in
even
the
know what it
heat, the
was.
fire, the sharks,
You just do it for fun?
is going to
Yeah,
be
what were
putting
you
up
doing
a
for
strong
living?
battle when
I was
the
still in
world
high
finally
school when
comes
I
to a
first started,
smoldering
and then I
end
was just
when
flipping
nature
burgers at Burger King,
goes up
basically.
against artificial
And I did
intelligence.
Oh my
a psychology
gosh.
degree,
Here's
just a
the
bachelor's.
latest.
Then bartend. Like I had to work jobs,
Teachers are
study
using
and do
AI
jiu-jitsu.
to
So
grade
these assholes
papers.
today, they get it just trained.
As
I'm
we
so
saw last
envious
week,
of them. You know, like,
AI
it's just the
ain't
sport. Again,
perfect.
sport's growing that much.
And
The
this
sponsorship
is
deals
not
and stuff,
good
so.
necessarily.
So
Also,
back then,
is it
how
good
did you
enough
learn
to
technique?
call you out on your poor
Man, I had
English?
Eddie, like, here's the funny thing, I had Eddie Bravo's Mastering the
Yes.
Rubber Guard book. That came to me at a
Call
very
you out on that
influential
age.
time where I read the chapter about weed. I was like, fuck it, maybe I should start smoking weed.
Reach.
You know? So, like, I was like thinking I'm going to learn some techniques, ended up smoking
Claudia
weed.
Sheinbaum has claimed victory in Mexico's presidential
Yeah, it
election,
doesn't work for
becoming
everybody.
the first
It's interesting,
woman
the
selected for
weed
job
thing,
climate
'cause
scientist who
some
former
people think
Mexico
it makes you
City mayor
lazy.
was the favored successor
And
of
I
the
think you're just
outgoing
lazy.
president.
I think if weed makes you lazy, you're lazy. It makes me think
Millions of people in
about
LA
the
went to the
consequences.
Mexican
Like
consulate
the
in
idea of
downtown
paranoia,
LA to
when
vote
people talk
in
about weed
Mexico's
paranoia,
presidential election,
I think
but
it's
many
like a
complained
hyper
about not
awareness.
being able
And
to vote.
you know, anyone said this to me, like, if your life is shit and you smoke weed, it's gonna feel
That
terrible.
woman says the
But if
consulate
your
was
life is
not
great and you
organized, it
smoke
was not
weed,
properly
you're gonna
staffed,
feel
and
good.
other voters, a
Like
lot
if
of
you got all,
people
you don't have any
didn't get to
problems
vote
in your life, you know, things you're dealing with.
Voting machines.
You've dealt with your problems,
only
and you're
open
just
between
like on a
7
good
a.m.
path.
and 5 p.m. Those who did vote
But
had to pre-register.
weed's
And
never
only
made me
1,500 ballots were
the
available
opposite.
for
I
people
smoke
who
weed,
did
I
not
would feel like
register before Election Day.
good,
Dr. Fauci is back on Capitol Hill for questioning by the House Select Subcommittee on the COVID-19
like that hyper
pandemic.
awareness.
Republicans say they have
part
no
of my
evidence
work ethic.
suggesting Fauci used
You know,
his
like,
personal email for
like,
business matters when he was in
oversight,
office
like
to
someone is
evade
looking
public
over me
record.
all the time,
Fauci
making sure like,
denies the
I
allegations.
can't lie
Let me
to
state
myself
for the
or to
record
other people. Like,
that
I
to
have
the
to
best
do
of my
the
knowledge,
thing
I
I'm
have
actually
never
supposed to do.
conducted
That's
official
my
business
feeling about it.
using my
Well, I
personal
mean, I read his book, and I was
Congressman
like
Paul
17,
Ruiz,
smoking
a
bumps, driving
Democrat,
training
says
in
the
the car,
subcommittee does not
having
have any
pre-work
shred of
ethic, ready to
evidence
go
to
to war. You know,
substantiate
like
the
that's
claims.
basically
Southland weather from
puts it out
KFI
on
sunny
me.
this
But
afternoon.
it's good.
Upper
I think
60s to
rolling,
mid
like
70s
rolling
for
high
metro
keeps me
LA,
going.
70s
I
to
would
around
do all
80
the time.
in the valley,
Sometimes I meet
80s
guys
to
that are
around
so
90 in
hot.
the high
I've
desert.
just smashed
Upper
them for a
60s
round,
to
but
low
that's not my thing.
70s
But
for
they're so
beaches,
like
low to upper
fascinated by
70s
that.
inland
Like
OC, low to upper
receptions
80s for the
sometimes.
IE.
I think
Right
that's
now,
possible,
62
true.
in La Palma
That's
is
true.
64
But I've always felt like I was like
call on the 110
I really feel like there was quite a few things. I'm scared. Yours don't help me. Like when I play pool, if I play pool high, I feel good. If I play pool drunk, I'm not good. Yeah, I think eating alcohol just makes me not good. Alcohol for me is like, I'm not a focused person.
I need that for sport. That gives me a false sense of confidence. Yes, yes.
Maybe when I took with drunk, you ever
downtown
competed drunk?
You'll see Glacier Mid City, the West LA, off the 110
I felt it for sure. It's usually not bad. She usually get a vodka soda or something. So fancy. I'm like,
I'm Maria Konnikova.
You've done that many times
And our
where
new
you just take
podcast,
the edge
Risky
off?
Business, is a show about making
I mean, I had a couple drinks
journalists
before the
who might as
Lovato
well
match because
players.
we had the Howlerhead
And
ball
that's
back
the
there. I
lens
was
we're
like,
going
hey,
to
come
use
on,
to
throw
approach
some
this
sponsorship money
entire
now.
show.
Everything from icing over to personal.
Like whether I
Well,
should call
isn't
a
Howlerhead
plumber
owned by
or fix my
Guinness?
shower
Yeah,
myself.
that was the thing.
And
Like,
of
let's
course,
use the
we
bottle
don't,
back
you know,
then.
you
Put
let
it in the plug.
Listen to Risky Business on America's number
when
one podcast network.
You were
iHeart.
training and
Open
you
your
were
free
learning
iHeart
from
app and
books.
search
Like, did
Risky
you
Business.
have any videos that you studied? Was it like, how did you learn techniques other than just books?
I mean, I'm trying to remember what books I had. I had like
Try strawberry guava lemonade as a refresher.
textbooks, and then I started buying instructions. Like I had Carl Bridges videos for MMA. Ryan Pools, he was one who really changed the
Real
game.
juice for a real sipping good summer.
So like stealing these moves, and then I learned about the road of tolerance. So I started illegally acquiring every instruction I could, and then we try to self-learn on the mat.
This week's
Studying
marketers
these
report,
and doing
Angela
moves.
Zepeda,
So
CFO
I
Hyundai Motor
was really
America,
self-taught up
discusses
until
measuring
Global
audio.
Belt. Really
The
just focus
measurement
on using
capability with
And
that
where'd you go
audio,
for
I think,
Global Belt?
surprised all of
Then I
us.
moved
We
to
have seen a
Melbourne,
huge
Golden
return on our
Girls.
investment.
Basically was
Seeing
like
real numbers has helped us continue to invest.
As the number one audio
That's a
company,
crazy little amount of
iHeartMedia
time.
gives marketers
Yeah, I think
access
that's
to
the thing. A lot of people
audiences
obviously
with
they just
influencers
notice
who need to
when
grow.
you achieve something.
If you're a
You know what I mean?
marketer,
So like
go
I
to
trained for myself a long
iHeartResults.com.
time before I was able to join any big teams.
The free
What do you think
iHeartRadio app is
attributed to
number one
your
for music,
success?
radio, and podcasts,
I
all
think,
in one.
I mean,
Discover
I
new
put in the work
podcasts
in the
from our
early days, for
library of
sure.
over 350,000 titles.
And then
Here's an
just
iHeartRadio
full
podcast
fun.
preview.
Listen, the reason I wanted to talk to you was
You
so
know,
you don't want to
I got in the
make
right
it.
time. I
I
saw
do
a technique in the gig after doing bolo that was just a new technique that would wipe the floor with experience. Like, but using on people that know these things, those are the techniques I wanted. I still got use heel hooks, and I was like, man, if I had a purple belt,
like 30
black
different things to check.
And so, how did you wind up training with John and
Well, I mean, I was Australia's far away. Hard for me to keep doing that 16-hour journey back and forth. I wanted
So
to
that means I
stay
must
in
be
America, so I just started doing my camps. Yeah, that was the best place to do it. It was like 100 people in the room doing no-gi. Also, you have that DDS squad there. It was awesome. Because at that time, there really weren't too many places to go. They would take no-gi as seriously as those guys. How bad was the staff infections going on? I got staff every month. Every month. I mean,
how the fuck is that possible?
I got it under my eye one time, and the doctor was like, "Oh, it's right." I was like, "That's really sure." But yeah, every month I was on it. I remember I used to go trips to Mexico to get some medicine, so I go down there and buy a bunch of doxycycline, buy like 90
Listen
tablets
and
of it.
follow
I
this
just sit on
podcast
it
for free on the iHeartRadio app.
steroids
Number
down
one
there.
for music, radio, and
Wait,
podcasts,
isn't that-
all
that's-
in one.
probably would fuck with us?
AM 640.
No, I mean the
Oh,
I don't think the steroids
I mean,
help.
yeah, probably did everything. Who knows? Yeah, the antibiotics definitely not good for you.
But when you're on antibiotics, he was on antibiotics for a year straight, which first of all is crazy because the amount of discipline it takes to train that much while you're on antibiotics. People don't know antibiotics wreck your body, just wreck your physical strength, wreck your vitality. I got stabbed once, and I remember I took antibiotics, and I don't think I'd ever taken antibiotics before while I was training. And when I was recovering from staph, I was like, this is nuts. I feel like I'm 50%. You're at 50%. When Luke Rockhold beat Chris Weidman, he was on antibiotics.
I mean, I've taken a lot.
An Airbnb found a bunch of
I've taken a lot. I've been
methamphetamine
the
last
last
month,
time I
about
was
135
right?
pounds of it.
Yeah, I had bad stuff
Footage
in my
from a
leg.
camera
Like,
showed a
even
couple
during
people
that Philip
transporting
Rowe
the drugs in a
match.
big
I remember I still did
U-Haul
him, and
van.
then he
That
had
same
stuff 2
van
days later. I
got
was like,
to the
that's
home
worse, mate.
Ethel Avenue, just fastest
But that was bad when the ducks had to cut that open and like squeeze it out. That was
U-turn in
horrible.
a
But I
U-Haul
think
van
the movies
without
take anybody's
raising suspicion.
effect they have on you. So now I get stabbed.
They were arrested on suspicion
Do
of
you use
transporting
anything to
narcotics
protect
a
your
short
skin,
distance
like
away.
defense
Simone
soap or anything
Biles
like that?
has cruised
Nah, I
to a
just try
record
to shower
ninth
straight
U.S.
afterwards.
championship.
Just
She's
regular
good.
soap?
It was a sweet
Yeah,
story.
we have some brand
Sunisa
stuff in there,
Lee,
but,
the
like, I think it's
2020
like,
Olympic
I mean,
champion,
dude,
fell on
it's
vault
different
early in
than
the
a shower, like,
competition.
That's what
Appeared to be
somebody have a
shaken.
quick rinse, get out of
Simone
there.
Biles
I would see
fell
guys
on
do
the
that
vault
when
at the
they would
2020
train and they would
Olympics
just
and
go home
pulled out a
sweating.
several
Right.
led an
Like you're
ear,
allowing
provided
that stuff to
confidence
breathe
boost.
on your skin.
Lee returned,
While you're
eventually
in your
finished
car,
fourth
it's hot
behind
out.
Biles.
That was Puerto Rico. We had
So
no
it was a
showers.
nice little
Oh,
rebound
God.
there.
So we'd have a
And
16
then
minute drive
sister
home after each class.
Other sports stuff.
Oh,
Oilers
that's insane.
Panthers in the Stanley
Car
Cup
fabrics,
Finals
you know.
starting
But was the
Saturday night.
Puerto Rico
Edmonton
gym,
clinched their
wasn't that
spot over
exposed to
Dallas,
sunlight
and
at least?
Florida beat the New York
Wasn't the
Rangers in
mat
6
exposed to
games.
sunlight?
Angels got
Not
swept
enough.
by
You
the
know what? 'Cause I
Mariners.
get in the ocean every day. I
5-1
think maybe
loss
that
yesterday.
helps.
Oh, that probably
A
helps
lot of
a lot.
sunshine
Host
down there
the
too.
Padres.
Yeah, that probably
Dodgers
helps a
beat the
lot.
Rockies.
Sunlight on the
4-0, so have
mat
a day off today.
is a
We'll
great
head to
thing.
Pittsburgh to
Like,
take on the
if you could
Pirates with
open
the
up
first
garage
pitch at
doors and
3:40
have sunlight on the
tomorrow.
mat,
Listen to every play of every Dodgers game on AM 570 LA Sports
I was
Live
thinking sometimes
from the
like
Galvin
the yoga
Motors
trainer, the immune
broadcast
system's
booth and
just
stream
down.
all
It'd be
games
stressed
in
for sure.
HD on the
Yeah, for
iHeartRadio
sure.
app. Use that
You
keyword
get stressed
AM
about it.
570
Hopefully
LA.
it's not
Do you want a
that
love
much,
story?
they push the training up. You do anxiety of a match. Thinking about it messes with their sleep, and then they're just vulnerable to it.
Rupert Murdoch.
When you were training, did you ever
I don't wanna
monitor your heart rate, check your heart rate in the morning, make sure you're not
It's one of those
overtraining?
stories I didn't
You know, I
understand
thought
why
about doing that
everyone
stuff, the
lost their
HIV
minds
stuff.
over
I
it
sort
before
of,
they get married.
I looked up one of the
For
machines
the
at the
fifth
time. I was like,
time.
fuck, that's
He's
expensive.
93.
I mean, now I don't monitor anything. I get my blood pressure checked.
Okay,
It's
she's
insane, you know?
67.
I almost failed the
And
last
a
two
retired
medicals because the doctor was like, "Bro, your blood pressure's through the roof."
That's nice.
I was like,
Good
"Pass
for
me,
him.
jiu-jitsu."
He's like some
Man,
smart,
why would your
right?
blood
Yeah, I
pressure be so
guess.
high? Good question.
Jerry
Probably
Mulch,
too much
she's
caffeine.
smart.
Think that's it?
I don't know.
I don't
I don't know.
yet.
We should find out, but I'm busy traveling all the
I know
time.
she's
so you can
beautiful.
look into it.
You don't know what's wrong?
It's not enough, you know. So you
Oh,
know.
that freaked me out. My blood pressure was high.
Now you're freaking me
So you
out.
should sneak a Diet
We'll
Coke.
test it out.
Okay.
I mean, I just feel like
California
I
schools
gotta survive for this shit.
are
I understand,
turning
but
to
you're
AI.
relying
Teachers
on your
using
body. That's your
AI
business. Your business is your
chatbots
body.
to
I just hope
grade
it's a faulty
papers and
test,
give
you know,
students
like-
feedback.
faulty test for blood pressure.
Yeah, I'm like,
I think those things are 100%.
I'm like the biceps. They get a bigger thing.
I don't think they're ever wrong with blood pressure. I mean,
this
there's
is an
factors. You can be stressed out. That'll raise up your
What
blood
you're
pressure.
doing is
I was making
you are
jokes with the doctor last
devaluing
time.
what you
I competed in
do as a
Dubai.
teacher
Yeah.
by
And I
using
was making
this.
jokes
Well,
with him.
it's
and he was
also,
just like,
and I know
laughing
it's
at all.
different,
He's like,
but
not having it today. The
students
Mexican
don't see it
doctor
this
for karate
way.
combat
You can
loved
say
it.
to your class, you're not allowed to
Oh,
use
it's funny.
AI,
I faced
any generative
you
AI,
know the guy in
ChatGPT.
UFC
You're not
finished Kevin
allowed
Lee real
to
quick,
use
you know?
that in my class
Finished Kevin Lee like
to either come up with
nothing that
topics
gets
or write
up
your
in a minute.
paper.
Oh,
or write
the last
your-
guy.
You're not allowed to do
Yeah,
that.
his last fight.
How was
that?
last name?
And then
We're not.
turn around and use AI to grade
Right.
the
Oh,
papers
he was
that
crazy
these kids
then, man.
wrote.
He did not
It's
want to
just a
tap.
bad
Everybody
lesson.
starts
Exactly.
putting
It's
triangle.
a bad
He went
lesson.
to
There it is. Written out how to say that.
You're teaching laziness. You're teaching lack
Go
of
for give me some middle name.
individuality.
For Cretinol.
Teachers'
His
magic
middle name's
is
stuff
in
with
who
that.
they
Yeah,
are
wow.
and the feedback that they
Raj-
provide students
Raj-
and what different
He's
students
just
need
like
to
that.
hear and how they
Makes
need
Bruce
to be
Buffer
taught.
difficult.
Especially in
Yeah,
those classes where
Buffett's
AI
got it
would
rough.
grade
I got it
papers
rough
like
on
an
the.
English
I
class,
fucked up
literature
all the
class,
time on
writing, something like that.
the
Well, to
weigh-ins.
me,
When I have to do the weigh-ins.
Did they get
the
any reviews?
impact
Did
that
they
the teacher has on that is so much more than
It's
just
always a mistake. I
whether
fucked
you
up a few times.
grammatically.
It's hard. Those words are hard. Sometimes your mouth just doesn't work.
California did issue
You know, it just doesn't come out right. I fucked up Umar Nurmagomedov's name once when I was
one of only 7
after his
states to
fight.
actually do so, and encourages what they say.
Yeah,
just came out like, I can't even say it now. Hey, it's hard. Some of the beat was the hardest. Magomed Sharapov. Zabit Magomed Sharapov. That was a guy that fuck, man. I was just really bummed out when he stepped
He's
out.
an English teacher at Floyd High School down in San Diego.
He's a doctor
and she
now.
went to a training
Really?
session to learn how to use
Find out what he's doing.
Writable,
Magomed
which is
Sharapov.
an AI tool that automates grading writing assignments and gives students
Ooh,
feedback.
he is wild shit.
Open AI. She
He
said
was
for
so
the last
interesting because he was
year,
from Dagestan.
She
but he
used
fought like
Writable and some other AI tools
almost
in
like
the
a
classroom,
karate
and she said it's been
Yeah,
the
wild
best year
kicks,
yet of nearly
he could do
3
anything.
decades.
Crazy trips
of
too.
teaching.
He would
She
do
said
that
because
trip.
it's made the students
Oh yeah,
better
he
writers,
sort
not
of
because
led the
the
way
AI
with that.
did the writing
No,
for them,
folks,
but
a lot of guys
because
do
this
that one.
automated,
Yeah, he was very
automated
good at
feedback
that one
can tell her
particular
students
trip. He's just
faster
so
than she
clever,
can
so
on how to
clever
improve,
and
which in turn
creative,
allows
and
her to
such an
hand out more
interesting
writing
fighter to
assignments.
watch.
Now,
I was
in that kind of an
out,
instance.
man. Like really
If you have kids that are,
Shit. That's why I love traveling around and finding these guys, like these mysterious guys.
AI within a couple of seconds can come back and
I love that dude. It's
right?
the coolest guy.
That makes
sense
that you can speed up the
Remember when you used
process.
to carry around that
But is it
flag with
worth it?
all of the
Is
flags
that
and we all
speed
one? What a beautiful guy.
worth
So cool.
the
So
win a
difference
fight
in AI
and then
generated
hold this
comments
up.
versus
We all
teacher
won.
generated
And then he
comments?
just retired to pursue.
Well, and then you have to follow the money, right?
He
was
Who's
a pop
getting
star?
paid,
Yeah, he owns
on
restaurants.
this?
Yeah, have you seen his,
Contracts involving
dancing
AI
videos?
quite
No.
lucrative.
Well, imagine a guy who
LA
fights that dude.
Unified,
Probably
for
dance like a
example, signed a
motherfucker.
Crazy dancing.
$6.2
Did you see
billion
the one?
contract
I
for
forget the
2
name of it.
years.
Right, like dancing montage, singing. He does it all.
No shit. Wow. I'm not surprised. He's a creative guy. He was creative as a fighter too. Very interesting fighter to watch.
He retired and like he became a pop star to grow in popularity. Like even fighting wasn't his focus. He just wanted to leverage fighting and becoming a pop star to help him get into politics, to help people. He really just wants to help people. So those were side gigs to get into where he is today, where he can use his political influence to help people in Japan.
Wow. That is amazing. Does he look at him? Is this him dancing?
Oh yeah.
Look at Genki first pitch. Look at he's got first pitch with all his dudes behind him. Oh, terrible pitch.
Yeah, it's off there.
Wow. That's pretty
He had some
cool.
crazy, man. He back in that West Side grappling tournament, he like was hitting some moves back then.
Oh yeah, man.
Innovative today.
Yeah, wild, explosive, interesting guy. Just very interesting. I mean, that's the kind of thing about the sport that's so cool, is that you get these human beings that are just exceptional human beings that decide to challenge themselves. And one of the most difficult things a person can do is like Volkanovski. Like, he's a very interesting guy because, like, it takes extreme character and will and discipline to become Alexander Volkanovski, the greatest featherweight of all time. I mean, it takes a lot to be that person. You know, and you learn a lot just by being around those people. You learn about human potential.
Yeah, I mean, I even learned grappling from these guys. You know, people think I show up and I'm just helping them. Like, those guys are so talented. Like, I steal shit from them as well. I don't know how they do it all. Box does it all.
What have you learned from Volk?
I mean, just the way, like, I really steal a lot from MMA fighters and how they turtle and get up from there. A lot of grapplers don't understand that, like, until they roll with a good MMA guy and the guy just keeps getting up. And they're like, what is happening? Like
Derek Lewis?
Yeah, he just
stands up.
I love that. I stole that for an instructional name, Just Stand Up. And I was like, Derek Lewis inspired.
No, you did do that, right? You did make a whole instructional about getting up.
Yeah.
Is it because some guys get just too captured with the idea of engaging in grappling and not getting up?
Yeah, well, like if a guy gets his guard pass, a jiu-jitsu guy will just look to get guard back. Whereas like sometimes it's good to expose your back and just stand up and reset. Whereas like a lot of jiu-jitsu guys are so scared to expose their back, they refuse to ever do it. So it's like when an MMA guy does it, they don't know how to deal with it. They're not as good at dealing with it. It's
Interesting. Interesting. Yeah. Because you don't think about it. Yeah. Well, it's always like when you have new variabilities, new variables into any sort of fighting discipline. Like, oh, this is a new thing that I didn't consider.
Yeah, I love that. Like that's what I love about jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu could be more complicated. MMA is a bit more simple. So it's like we can make all these instructions in jiu-jitsu about all these weird positions like octopus guard and stuff, because you can be endlessly creative. Whereas in MMA, the consequences are so strong, severe.
Right.
It's a much simpler game. Doesn't mean it's easier. There's just less things you can do.
Well, that's what's interesting is that guys in MMA in general aren't as good at submissions because they have all these other disciplines to consider. It's like when I went from Taekwondo to kickboxing, one of the things that I realized, like, when people are punching you in the face, there's a lot of stuff you can't do. But if people aren't punching you in the face, damn, you get good at kicking. You know, and so these guys who are used to getting punched in the face, there's stuff that they're just not. They don't have the dexterity, they don't have the ability to do, and I don't know if you develop that to the same extent. Like when you see guys like Wonder Boy, who started out with karate, like that guy can do stuff with his legs that the average person can't do, you know. Or Yair Rodriguez.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Ooh, my God, that guy. He's one of my favorite guys to watch because his fucking kicks are crazy. They just come from everywhere.
Who's he fighting next?
That's a good question.
Did he just fight? He just fought Taker his last fight?
I believe. Was that his last fight? let's say pull up Yair Rodriguez, but let's just find out what Yair Rodriguez's next fight is. I don't know if they've announced it. I haven't heard anything.
Yeah, it's funny when you're in when you're friends with a bunch of MMA fighters, sometimes they let you know of a fight that's not been announced. You're like, fuck, I better not say it.
Right.
Better not drop the news, get in trouble. Like.
Yeah, that happens all the time. Yeah, I fuck up a few times. Does it say?
Was Ortega's last one?
Yeah. So he lost to Ortega, and before that, Volkanovski. Volkanovski beat his ass. That was a prime Volkanovski display.
Yeah, that was crazy. That man, yeah, he's just so strong. Just
he's
like
a mauler.
Outmuscled him in the clinch, and we worked on a bunch of stuff because of how dangerous his guard is. Like he's got a dangerous guard, and we had to overcome the fact that like if you leave space against him, he throws elbows that cut you.
Right.
So we had to navigate those areas, and really it was good. Like training box for a guy like Yair is awesome because when he's on bottom, there's like a big contingent of Mexican MMA fighters have really dangerous guards. Diego Lopez trains there. I think he's from Manaus originally, but he trains a bunch of guys there. And just aggressive bottom game, where if you leave space, they throw elbows, and if you're close, they're trying to set up high guards and submissions. So it's like we really had to prepare for how dangerous he is there.
He's one of the front runners, in my opinion. Diego, first of all, how the fuck does that guy make 145?
Shredded, yeah. He's just finishing everyone. Hey.
He's so dangerous, man. You know, who did he fight? Super Sadiq Yusuf? Yeah, his last fight. He stopped him in the first round. Yeah, before that fight, I was telling everybody, I was like, I think this guy's the guy. I think he's the next guy to emerge.
I wonder who he's booked against. I remember his first fight was like short notice against
Mosbar.
Yeah, I thought he won.
It was very close. And Mosbar is undefeated and one of the best guys in the division. But Diego's scary. It's not just that he's good, he's fucking scary. He's intense.
And from everywhere, like submissions,
knockouts, and his fucking stand-up is horrific.
We're just on Mount Everest.
Jesus Christ, Yair.
That's the most recent thing.
Fucking relax, bro.
He's not tough. He doesn't even look like he's fucking wearing anything warm.
He's out bird watching.
Look at he's got a fucking giant pack on, walking around rucking. That's a good way to develop some cardio, I'll tell you that.
It looks fun, but I definitely want someone else to hold the bag, hey.
No, that's how you get the cardio. You have to carry the bag on your back. That's the whole idea. You can't. That looks fun.
What are the guys that help you up the mountain? Those guys.
Yeah, the Sherpas. Yeah, but I think he's trying to get fit. I think that's the whole idea behind it. It's interesting when a guy like that is just so good at one area, which is kicking, and very good off his back submission, but then struggles in a couple other areas. Like he's almost there. He's like right there at the tippy top, but not quite at the level of the guys that are beating him. But remember when he lost to Frankie? Came back from that and just become a much better fighter. Much better fighter. Just
people counted him out a couple times. He almost reinvented himself. Like surprised people, you know.
That happens so often. Like people counted out Max Holloway. You know, Max Holloway, the last fight with Volk dominated, and and Max just said, "Hey, that was his night. He had a great night." And that is a fact of fighting too. Like sometimes a guy will clip you in the first round, and you're kind of not the same. And but if he didn't clip you, maybe you would have won. Like maybe if you like Justin Gaethje, Max Holloway, he gets caught with that jump spinning back kick to the nose at the end of the first round, shattered his nose. That's a big factor. Big factor. Doesn't land that, who knows? Fight was a fucking amazing fight still. Even with that shattered nose.
Crazy. I was watching that. I was in Dubai for Karate Combat, and I was watching that at the breakfast buffet with all the staff at the buffet at the hotel I was at. Everyone were all going crazy. I brought the laptop down, eating omelets. And that's the fucking craziest fight ever.
It was the craziest fight ever. In the last 10 seconds, when Max points to the floor, a fight that he's winning, 4 rounds to 1, crazy to just call the guy out.
We're going to do that in jiu-jitsu, like give each other a leg. Let's fucking go.
I don't think that's the same.
Both get broken?
Well, that's an interesting thing about like the EBI rules. How do you like those rules? The rules where when it goes to overtime, you start either on a person's back or start from what they call spider web, which is, side control, like trying to get an arm.
I mean, I like anything creative like that that's going to force people to train those different areas. But the majority of the sport, especially old school guys, don't like it. It's very difficult to get them to compete under those rules. Me, personally, I like any rule set I can beat a guy in. So I had Felipe in a match, and the UFC Fight Pass guys were like, "Oh, what rule set should we do?" And I was like, "I think UBI is pretty good, you know."
Yeah.
But I like the rule set strategically against particular opponents. But you know, like Kyle Bain, 10th Planet guy, one of the best overtime guys in the world. Like if I had a match with him, I'd be like, "Nah, it's still a regular rules match," you know.
Right.
So like it's sort of strategy based.
Right, based on the opponent's strengths.
Like even Nicky Rod against Gordon, like they went to OT.
Mm-hmm.
And it was fucking close, you know, and it's like, that is very stressful. It's exciting. It's exciting. But if guys get submitted in those areas, sometimes people don't consider it real, even though it is, you know? They're like, oh, it's an overtime victory. You didn't really submit it, but you did.
Right. When Nicky grabbed that foot.
Yeah, just fucking ripped it.
I mean, how bad is his leg fucked up still? You got to think, like, that's doing some damage.
I just think, like, what was hilarious about that is, like, Gordon's meant to face Vinny Margalesh. And no disrespect to Vinny. Vinny's just at a later stage of his career, right?
Vinny, when he's young, was a monster.
Was incredible. And then it's like 2 days before, they flipped the script and you got Nicky Rod. And you know what I mean? And I just can picture him just getting his foot broken, being like, what the fuck?
Right.
What the fuck just happened, you know?
But when I watched it, I was like, Jesus Christ, that is a lot of... And Nicky is such a gorilla.
It was loud.
Was it?
Loud. It was like, you heard the snap, eh? Sometimes, though, you get popped and it's so fast that the damage is already done. And you're just like, well, it's already injured, let's keep going, you know?
Right.
But obviously some of those submissions are holding tension points, slowly breaking. But the ones that are quick, sometimes guys don't tap because it's like you didn't even have time to process it.
Well, what about the one with you and Vinny, where you broke his leg?
That was disgusting, yeah. That still haunts me, hey. But I don't know why.
How the fuck did he keep going? I mean, why did he keep going?
But that's just it. You got to be careful what shit talk you say. Like, I try to be careful with what I say. I'm never going to be like, leg locks don't work. Because like, he got put in a leg lock in 20 seconds and his leg broken. It's like, now you committed to the bit, you know? Like,
was he saying leg locks don't work?
Leg locks don't work. And then his just leg exploded. And I'm like,
that's such a crazy thing to say, leg locks don't work.
It's because he had matches with Gary and Gordon and they got some pops on him, but he hadn't submitted. So maybe they laid the groundwork for me, but I think it spiral fracture of his fibula, his ankle, disturbing.
Oh,
that was where I was like, bro, I wouldn't let that happen for $1 million. I don't know how much Chael Sonnen's paying me, but it must be more than me.
I just think it's his pride, you know, just didn't want to tap.
Yeah,
but the fact that he kept going after the leg snap, that was loud.
That was that. And the second one, I saw the bone poking into the skin. Like, if I'd kept going, it would have probably, like, his whatever bone fragment would have come out. Yeah. I was just like, I was nervous. I was like, bro, is this guy waiting for overtime? Like, he just didn't want to tap. And then the ref called it because his leg was dangling. I did the first heel hook, and then the second one, I baited him where I pretended like I was going for his other leg. So he gave me the bad one again. But he was laughing because he was like, fuck, I couldn't have you break both my legs. That's like multi-python.
Oh my God. So you knew it was already broken?
Well, so my foot hit the ground at the exact second his leg snapped in half. So for a second, like, I felt a little bit of crunching, but I didn't hear it. Everyone else in the room heard it. And then he gets out of it, and I was just like, wow, that's flexible, eh? And then he says to me, I think you broke my leg.
Oh, no. He said it in the middle of the match?
Yeah, we start talking. And I'm just like, what's happening here? Right? How strange. And I was like, well, you want to keep going? All right. And he I ended up back with the same leg.
Oh, God.
And there was just no resistance. His ankle just did a fall. It just kept on.
See if you can find that, Jamie. That's horrible. That was the most disturbing jiu-jitsu match I've ever watched.
Yeah, I just couldn't understand. Like, I was just like, bro, why are you making me do this?
Yeah, Vinny, please tap.
You're giving me trauma.
I remember watching it, like, with this look on my face, like, don't fucking...
I just felt bad for him because he's a fucking good guy, and I was just like, man, did you not tap because you said leg locks don't work? Were you, like, committed to it? It was quick, though. It's a quick break.
Doesn't he still have a plate in there?
Honestly, I don't know. But he came back and competed against Mason Fowler, like, maybe 4 or 5 months later.
That's crazy.
And it's just like, you get some mileage on the body there, bro. With like,
yeah.
Is it worth it?
I mean, that's better than the tibia, I guess. The fibula, I've cracked my fibula before. It's not as bad. It's a small bone, you know, and they can just let it fix. You know, let it heal up once they screw it together.
I wouldn't let it break. I'd be like, yeah. The noise is bad. I've broken a few legs, and I'm just like, what?
So here it is. Is this before?
There's the first one's at the brakes at the start of the match, so his leg's already broken.
Yo, how are you, Caspian C?
Go to like 20 seconds. Yeah, that right there. So we hit like a 50-50.
How are you? Can you hear me?
Turn that knee down and pull this leg out.
So you hear
it's actually in a little bit deep.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, so look at this.
Oh, dude, you hear it. Oh, look at his foot. Look where his foot is.
And then he tries to get me.
Oh, my.
I let go of it because I was like,
I do not know how he
I was
got
like,
out
he
of
can't
that.
let his
Okay.
leg break and then me just out.
Put a rubber guard. I guess we got rubber knees.
Başbaşı bir gerginime sanmıyorum dediğim gibi ilk kez adını aldı. Alışveriş merkezine görüşümüz geldi o zaman değil mi?
The sound is so awful. The sound of broken bones. I've never get it. Like Chris Weidman when he fought Uriah Hall. Through that, like it was like full power, and Uriah checked it, and you see snap. You hear the snap, and you see his leg bend over, like
That's where it's like, it's crazy how people react to that shit. Where Conor McGregor was still just talking shit. That's fucking hilarious to me. I'm just like,
he's such a psychopath.
He never missed a moment. He didn't even have the pain-killing whistle yet, but he was ready for some
I
shit
know.
talking.
Did you see him partying like a night or two ago?
You reckon real?
I mean, it doesn't mean he's drinking.
He's vibing. He's
He's with his wife. He's got his shirt off. Looks like he's having a good time. I mean, it looked like he wasn't sober, but he could just be a fucking maniac.
It's mind games, though, maybe.
It could
You know
be
what I mean?
that.
Like,
Yeah.
that's what I did with Lovato. I kept talking about how I was partying all the time, and I was. But I was like, maybe it's going to mess with you. know what I mean? Like,
Right. So here's Connor, and he's kissing his wife. He's throwing. He took his shirt off. He's getting crazy. But I mean, he could just be enthusiastic. It doesn't.
I don't know.
It looks a little fucked up.
Listen, I saw Roadhouse. He ain't that good actor.
Shane Gillis has an amazing bit about Roadhouse. You have to see it.
Oh, really?
It's so fucking funny.
He's a legend, eh? I want to get him involved in this. I want to get some comedians commentating, just shit talking the grappling world, you know?
Oh, that's funny.
Hilarious.
We'd have to get guys who know some grappling.
Joey Diaz.
Joey Diaz would be amazing.
Surprise interviews on people. I'd be fucking.
Oh, he would be amazing. Well, he wouldn't do interviews, I don't think. He wouldn't be good at that, but he'd be good at like commentary. Get him in the booth.
Yeah.
Just get him talking shit. Yeah.
I'll
Fucking
get
people's names up.
I'll get him to corner me against Gabby.
He might do it. You never know. I
Alex-
cornered Hegan in Abu Dhabi.
Oh, you did?
2003. He didn't have anybody with him.
Oh,
He
really?
said, Joe Hogan. He said, just tell me when the time. Because, like, Hegan, hadn't been trained that much. Wasn't in the best of shape. Just let me know what time. Just yelling out what the time is.
Yeah, that's what I say sometimes. If I don't have I'm just like, just let me know the time.
Yeah.
Let me know if you think I'm burning too much gas or I'm too relaxed, Like, that's the key here.
Right. Having Joey Diaz in your corner would be fucking hysterical.
Alex Jones
If
wanted
you-
to do it, but I'm like, that's a tough guy to get involved with a charity.
Yeah,
Our foundation, with my business partner Seth, our foundation's called the Fair Fight Foundation, and I'm just like, it's probably not good to start it with fighting a woman, but it's a bold move.
Well, it's a fair fight, though. She's so big. I mean, she might outweigh you by, what do you walk around at?
205. She got a few pounds on me for sure.
At least 40.
Last night we were video calling each other, and we were both taking Anavar. And I was like, I popped to 50, and she popped to 25. I was like, you need more than that to beat me, you pussy. I took some screenshots. Hey, I don't know if I'll release it.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I should talk her to get the contract signed,
You should have Joey Diaz do commentary for that fight. That would be the perfect fight for him to do commentary for.
Yeah, just commentate.
Yeah, because Joey does jiu-jitsu. He knows a little bit. He definitely knows positions, and he talks so much shit. He's just so hilarious.
I'm going to take it serious, but I am going to come out in a white tank top smoking a cigarette, probably, I'll put it on the corner of the mat and see when I finish her before it finishes,
Wow. Yeah, well, having something like that would definitely be an added element of fun.
Some fun. The tournament's serious. Obviously, you guys are going to be killing each other, and then a bit of entertainment, a bit of a battle of the sexes, I guess you could say.
Definitely that. Sort of. A battle of the enhanced sexes.
Yeah, who's more enhanced?
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, for sure. I got to know her stack. What I wanted to do was run an event where we drug tested, but it was anonymous. And just for my own personal enjoyment, I
Just find out.
I want to see
what the levels
who
are.
took the most of anything, you know?
Right.
See if there's any halo tested in there or something.
It would be fun to see, like, what, because jiu-jitsu is an open steroid using event. Have you heard of the enhanced games?
Oh, yeah, I was reading about that.
I'm having those guys on. So the enhanced games is this, they're going to allow all the athletes to take performance-enhancing drugs. And the idea is, like, we should have athletes perform to the best way. I mean, I'm putting words in their mouth, but that's scientifically possible. And the best way scientifically possible is, like here's for instance, like this Ryan Garcia fight. You know, Ryan Garcia, he beats Devin Haney, spectacular fashion, looks amazing, pops for Ostarine. Very low doses of Ostarine, which are not going to affect him in terms of performance-enhancing ability during the fight itself. I don't know how he took it or what he took it. I know people have gotten Ostarine accidentally. Sugar Sean O'Malley got it through tainted supplements. They proved it. It's more than once that's happened.
Yoel?
Yeah, they sued. Yoel sued and won. Yeah, which is, if you would think anybody would not be fucking natural, it's that guy.
How does he still look like he does?
Insane. The Cuban fucking athlete program. That's how.
He's grappling. He's taking a grappling match in Britain against a grappler, Owen Livesey. So we'll see him have a grappling match.
Owen's a beast. That's very interesting.
Who do you think takes it?
That's a good question. It's a very good question. I think Yoel was one of the very best Cuban wrestlers ever. I mean, he's a fucking tank.
Yeah, silver medal at the Olympics. Adam Saitias beat him, right?
Yeah. I mean, he's a monster, man. And physically, he's just such an imposing force. Like Luke Rockhold said that it hurt, and Robert Whitaker said the same thing. He said it hurts when you hit him. It's like he's made out of metal.
Probably hurts when he kisses you as well.
After he knocks you out?
Yeah.
That was rough.
That's a rough way to go.
Well, Luke likes to talk shit. And he talk shit to that guy. I love you!
He did the salsa dancing for the press conference. That was the best too, picking women out of the crowd. You wouldn't want it to take your misses. You'd be like, fuck it, and sit back down.
I know, exactly. That guy's such a fucking animal. I mean, I really wish he'd gotten into MMA earlier in his career. It would have been amazing to see, because I think when he entered the UFC, he was in his late 30s.
Yeah, he's like
46. He's 46 now.
That's crazy.
He still looks amazing.
That's Randy Couture.
Yeah, but like he doesn't look 46. Like Randy looked like a strong 46-year-old.
I need that Cuban stack.
Yeah, his stack is not. I mean, I've told the story before for people that have heard it. I'm sorry, but one of the things that happened to Yoel when he got injured, he fought in the UFC, and then they brought him to a doctor. He had an orbital fracture and some other issues. They brought him to the doctor, and the doctor said to the UFC, he said, "Where did you get this guy?" And he's like, "Yeah, he's amazing, right?" He goes, "No, you don't understand it, because I've never seen a human being like this before. The tendons in his eyes are 3 times larger than a normal person's." He said his orbital bone is already healing. So this guy's a freak.
How do I get to that level?
I think you got to be born in Cuba, and then they start messing around.
The shitty convicts genetics from Australia.
I just wonder what they do in Cuba for their athletes. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, without casting any aspersions in terms of performance-enhancing supplements.
There's only one way to find out.
Yeah, go there. Ask them. I don't know. I don't know what they did. But, I mean, the guy's like Wolverine. But he's also a genetic specimen. I mean, there's only so much you can do with steroids. I mean, that guy.
I know, I've tried.
Yeah. You don't even lift weights, which is so crazy. You're taking steroids without lifting weights.
I mean, from time to time, just not a good lifting program. A few pull-ups here and there.
Yeah, but that does not. I don't think the steroids are they're gonna help you recover and train.
Yeah, they definitely help your well-being, I think.
Yeah, well, if you're training 365, that's the argument, right? If you're training 365 days a year, and that's also the argument for like Tour de France. I've heard it argued from people that really are experts that you're actually healthier to take steroids and performance-enhancing drugs to do Tour de France than you are without it, because your body just can't recover without it. It's just so grueling. It's such a brutal race. There's a reason why so many of them are blood doping. So many of them are taking EPO, testosterone.
I always wanted to try EPO. Actually, some people criticize me for saying I take steroids in jiu-jitsu, but the way I look at it is the kids, the next generation, they're going to take it anyway. I at least want to put out my exact stack, and I just want to send it out as almost it's like drugs, just saying it doesn't work. It's like, I want to let them know I'm taking a safe amount of the doctor's guidance and that it's not a mystery where they're thinking like, I have to take 1 gram a week and all this stuff to compete at a high level. So it's like a middle ground. Obviously you get criticized for it, but it's like the other option is they don't know what a high level athlete's taking and they fucking ruin their body taking crazy dosages.
Well, it would be interesting, like, what would jiu-jitsu look like if steroids weren't legal? I mean, one of the things we found out when USADA came into the UFC, even though there was previous drug testing, it was really only during the weigh-ins, which is kind of just an intelligence test. That's all it is. Like, when you look at Alistair Overeem versus Brock Lesnar, the idea that either one of those motherfuckers is clean is crazy talk. That's crazy talk, especially Alistair. I mean, Alistair was, when he fought 205, look at that, like back when he fought Chuck Liddell at 205, and then look at him at 265. He gained 60 pounds, and he looks like a fucking superhero. Overeem, like those days, like when he won the K1 Grand Prix and when he beat Brock Lesnar.
Had a hiring stuff.
Oh my God.
I love it when they said the old days was an intelligence test because many guys still failed that intelligence test.
Well, you know what it is? You know how it is. Like, you're in gyms, you have gym bros that are coaching you. They don't really know what the fuck they're talking about, but they say a lot of good big words.
Yeah.
And you go, oh, this guy knows how to pass the test. And you rely on these meatheads to try to pass the test.
You need a Victor Conte on the line. Hey.
Well, there's people that have those people. I'm sure there's people. I'm just guessing, just throwing it out there. But I don't think everyone's clean. I think there's probably some really there's so much money involved in MMA now. There's probably some really sophisticated scientists that are working with elite athletes, and they're developing protocols that are either undetectable or they have a short-lasting, which is probably why USADA wakes you up at 6 o'clock in the morning. You know, the idea is like to catch you while it's still in your system. If you have short-acting stuff that's
like a test propionate or something, like the water-based.
Yeah. Like, weren't they doing that in baseball? They were taking, like, testosterone gummies. And the idea is that they metabolize so quickly, you get the effect of them, but then they're out of your system by the time you get tested.
I tried those. Tasted like shit. You know? Well, I don't know if they did anything. But
I mean, it's a fucking gummy with testosterone in it. How can it taste good?
Throw it under the tongue.
What does it taste like?
Just bad, hey.
Like chemical?
Yeah, like it sits there a while. I remember I was trying to get legal steroids in Australia when I was coming up, and I just couldn't do it. My doctor gave me the testosterone gummies, so I was like, fuck this shit. It's like, I felt like it wouldn't work.
In Australia, what are the laws like?
I mean, here, I think any GP can prescribe testosterone. In Australia, you have to be like an endocrinologist. They added a layer to it now. It's hard to see an endocrinologist that's going to get testosterone to a young, healthy dude, you know?
Right.
Guys back there would do all sorts of crazy shit. Like, they're not sleep for a couple of days. They beat off a bunch of times, try and crash the levels, go get the blood check. Doctor's like, oh, your test is low.
Yeah. Well, another thing, the problem with the test being low, this is what they found with when they did it. They had testosterone use exemptions in the UFC for a brief amount of time, a few years. And those are the Vitor Belfort years. You know, and the problem is, when a guy's done steroids his whole life, his endocrine system is fucked up already. So you go in there and they test your testosterone level, and you're like, wow, your levels are super low. Like, you need testosterone. I'm like, thank you. But the reason why they're low is because you've been on steroids your whole life.
Yeah, your body doesn't make it anymore.
Yeah. I mean, you could look at Vitor from the early days. Like, Vitor in UFC 12, when he fought Scott Ferozzo and Trey Telligman, he weighed like 200 pounds. You know?
They used to call him Vitor Gracie back then. Or something.
Victor.
Right? Yeah.
Victor Gracie. I was training in school.
Why'd they throw the C in there?
I don't know. It was a K.
K. Victor.
Yeah, it was. I don't know. I don't understand it. I don't know why they did that. And I know that I think they were threatening to sue him if he used the Gracie name. I think someone
protective of that shit. Hey?
Yes, I think it was Orion. Orion was very big zone. Yeah, where'd you get that?
Some brand sent it to me. I like it though.
It's a dope shirt.
I should remember the name.
He was the fucking man, huh? The shirt company?
I feel bad for him. I could people find it.
Is it on the back anywhere?
Probably.
A little label? I don't see anything. See the tag.
Labelless.
What does it say on the bottom? There. Is that the name? What does the bottom say there? Oh, it just says Hickson Gracie.
Oh man, I feel bad for him. But cool shirt on the OG.
It's pretty dope. He is the OG. He was the fucking man.
Cool motherfucker, yeah.
Did you ever train with him?
I've never trained with him, never met him.
Really? Interesting dude, man. Very interesting dude. I got a chance to watch Coliseum. Remember when he fought Funaki?
Was that his last one?
Yes.
Yeah.
I got a chance to watch footage of that with him in his house.
Oh, the one where the guy came to the gym, right? Was it the gym challenge?
No, I
match?
didn't watch that. He didn't show me that.
Someone's got to have that.
He's got it.
We got to get that.
I know. I'm like, release that, bro. Why don't you release that? That was Yoji Anjo, right?
Yeah, he came to the challenge match.
Mm-hmm.
Style, right?
He just he taped up his knuckles with duct tape and beat the fuck out of him.
That's
and he
wild.
goes, yeah. And he's like, if we're competing, when you tap, it's over. If we're fighting, when I'm done, I'm done. I decide. He just beat the fuck out of that dude.
That's some scary shit. I feel sad for him. Now he's got Parkinson's, right?
Who does?
I believe Hickson does.
Does he really?
I believe so, yeah.
No kidding. I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I saw Kira Gracie announce something about it.
See, I always wonder, because we talked about Freddie Roach, like that's trauma-induced Parkinson's. And, Hickson didn't get hit a whole lot in his career, but he did get hit. I always wonder. Hickson Gracie fight against Parkinson's. I'm not scared of death, but quitting is unacceptable. Rolling Stone magazine? Whoa. This is Rolling Stone? That's crazy. That is crazy that there's a Hickson Gracie article in Rolling Stone. That's amazing. Wow. Fuck, man. Parkinson's.
I hope we get Kron back.
I hope so, too.
He might come back to grappling, maybe.
Well, I mean, his last fight in MMA, it just looked like he was just trying to pull guard and work off his back. And he just didn't look like he was prepared.
I know a place he could do that. Nah.
Yeah. Do you think he would be willing to? I mean, he was such an elite grappler. The Gary Tonin match, what a fucking match that was. Holy shit, man.
Craziest shit ever.
That was before Gary was training with the Danaher Death Squad, right? Wasn't it?
Good question. If we saw the match, we'd see who was in the corner.
Because this was definitely before the leg lock days.
Yeah.
This was a long time ago. Gary was dominating that fight until the very end.
Back in those days was crazy. I still miss Eddie Cummings. I'm like, what happened to him? You know what I mean?
Right. What did happen to him? That guy was good.
I've tried to catch up with him a couple times in New York, reached out. I'm like, I just even want to have lunch with the guy. I'm like, but he's like, he just left the grappling world, just vanished.
What is he doing?
No, I don't think anyone knows. He came back. I saw you in a couple of videos. He came back to Henzo's and trained a couple times, but I think he doesn't like any media attention and circled around on Instagram and he just vanished again.
Really?
Yeah,
no kidding.
So crazy. Yeah, go on. He was an interesting guy.
Oh, he was an elite grappler too. But he was one of the very best of the leg lock guys in the early days.
He was scary. We all copied him. He was a scary dude.
Super smart, really intelligent guy.
Now, yeah, he ended up with Otavia Bourdain, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they started dating when she started training at Henzo's, and I don't know what happened.
I think she competed in grappling a lot as well.
Yeah, she had fucked up knees, man. Her knees were all blown out. I remember trying to tell her to get surgery.
To fix them up. Eddie kept breaking them, probably not.
I don't know, but
drilling.
I think she had at least one with no ACL. Where
that's crazy, yeah.
Doesn't Nikki have a fucked up knee? Nikki Ryan?
Nikki Ryan does. Man, Nikki Ryan gets injured every 3 minutes. You know what I mean?
Does he?
He's made of glass, unfortunately. I injured him. I came back, trained with him one round, injured him the other day. I'm just like, fuck, bro, how does this happen? I felt bad. It's a bit of a weird scramble, but he just beat JT Torres, so biggest win of his.
That was a big win. Yeah, he looked great in that. That was beautiful.
Yeah, he was training real serious for that.
But doesn't he have one ACL that's gone?
Yeah. I remember he tore his ACL and the doctors were like, "Hey, we can attempt surgery or you can do rehab only." So he just did nothing and just kept training. He didn't even rehab the thing. I'm like, bro, we're doing something. Yeah, he's wild.
That's not wise for the future, though.
Not at all. I mean, I think he had 95% of his meniscus removed in one of his legs.
Oh, God damn it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure one surgeon was like, I won't do that. You're too young for it, but he got it done.
Well, they do meniscus replacements.
Oh, they do that?
Yes, they do cadaver meniscus replacements, especially with young people. It's really effective.
Even works. He's got some mileage in the body. So it's like his knees.
God, I hope he does it. Because he can do it and it'll actually take.
We got him in this, though. He's going after the million. That'll be exciting.
With a fucked up knee.
There's always something fucked up with him, He's always injured in some way.
Well, isn't that the case just with so many elite combat sports athletes? It's very rare. Other than boxers, it's very rare.
There's a story going around about this NBA player who got a meniscus from a donor.
Yeah.
Does that mean it's a cadaver? Or
Yes.
They don't say cadaver at all.
No, that's what they mean. They mean a donor. Yeah, no one's going to give you their fucking meniscus.
For the right price,
it's a cadaver. It's a cadaver donor. And like I said, it's effective. It's possible. I think there's an age where they don't recommend it anymore because of the lack of blood circulation. But I always wonder, for who though? Like when they say, you can't do it after 40. But for who? Like for the regular person who is a 40-year-old who doesn't work out and is not like physically fit, or if you did that to say someone like Stipe Miocic, like could he get a meniscus replacement when he's constantly training? And but how much does your age affect blood flow to that area? Like what is the factor? It doesn't make sense. If you still have a great VO2 max, you're still very fit and you're super healthy, you train all the time, you obviously have great circulation. Like I don't understand why at a certain age they wouldn't recommend it. I wonder if it's based on averages. Like you take the average 50-year-old guy and you give it to him and his knee's still fucked up because his body didn't heal properly. But like with peptides, with all the things that are available today and stem cells, I wonder.
Yeah, there's got to be some things you do to stack the deck.
Yeah.
In favor for that for sure.
So once you remove your meniscus, I have a meniscus was scoped to my left knee, and it's always going to be fucked up. There's always something.
Yeah, it's just grinding, right?
Well, it's not all of mine is gone. It's only in a corner, but I suffered a what's called a insufficiency fracture, where you're because there's no meniscus. I crashed skiing and I cracked my bones together so hard that it cracked the top of my shin bone.
Skiing scares me.
Snowboarding dangerous. That was my last time skiing. I got a concussion. I fucking banged my head off the ground real hard. And I was skiing around this corner, and this lady didn't know what she was doing, and she's like,
"Better be me."
And it was you learn, but she was on a fairly difficult trail, and I'm not a great skier, but I have good balance. I'm okay. I know how to do it. But I was like, either I hit this lady and fucking kill her, or I have to fall down. And so I chose falling down, and I fucking banged my head so hard. As my head banged, I'm like, oh, that one counts. I was like, that's a real one.
Right?
No, it would have been bad. It would have been bad because she wasn't very large, and I wasn't going slow.
I want to see her on the
It would have been, yeah, bro. That's like a bowling ball just fucking flying down the hill. I mean, all that weight, the momentum of all that weight. I imagine when you're really big, like my kids ski, and they ski so easy because they're light. Wee. But the heavier you are, the more fucking momentum is coming down.
Lots of knee injury skiing.
Oh my god. Yeah, my friend Shane Dorian, he blew his fucking knee out just snowboarding. He hit a tree, torched his knee. How to get it reconstructed and stem cells and all that jazz. He's good to go now, but it took a long time before it was good. And I would imagine you're a professional surfer, one of the best in the world, big wave surfer. I mean, he's a fucking monster. I would do everything to preserve my goddamn knees, but he loves snowboarding so much, he's still back at it. You're insane, man.
Yeah, that's crazy. You'd risk your career.
Well, I think he's kind of, his career as competition is kind of over. He's just kind of a representative of a bunch of different brands, and I don't know if he competes. I mean, Kelly Slater still competes, which is crazy, and still wins.
He still trains, yeah.
Yeah.
Still trains jiu-jitsu.
Yeah. I
suppose that's risky for your surf career too.
Oh yeah, that's got to be risky. It's got to be risky for everything. I know guys who play musical instruments and they fucked up their hands in jiu-jitsu and broken a finger. I'm like, yikes.
Yeah, tattoo artists, surgeons. It's maybe you don't train.
Yeah, I mean, if you break a hand and that's the hand you play guitar with, and now you've got these fucking gnarly ass fingers and you're still trying to move at the same speed.
Yeah, I had some of my fingers. One time I got my thumb stuck up here in grappling, and another time my finger got stuck on the ground and went straight up.
Oh, God.
That was in Puerto Rico. Oliver Taza broke my hand, and I went to the hospital in Puerto Rico. We got the x-ray. I'm waiting around for hours, and the guy's like, it's fine. No breaks, nothing. So I leave, and then I'm like, my hand's fucked up. So I go back and end up getting the x-ray. and I can see it's broken. And I ended up getting it treated. I just posted it on Instagram. I was like, any hand surgeons? What can I do for this? And we just spoke about it on Instagram.
What did he say to do?
I just left it like this for a while. Didn't use it too much.
So was it a fracture in the sense where they didn't have to bolt it together?
Yeah, didn't have to bolt. It's the same one when people punch a wall or something.
Oh, okay.
Like the bone down here.
Mm-hmm.
So that one didn't need anything. But I mean, I was a lot of Puerto Rican stories like that where I was like, yeah, your hand's not broken. I'm like, bro, I can see it's broken.
Not so good medicine over there?
No, not at all. Yeah, no, that was a wild place. Not good for getting antibiotics for staph either.
No?
Yeah, so I mean, I've had plenty of times where I've gone to the doctor and been like, this is staph, I need antibiotics. But they don't want to be told like by some fucking idiot that they're like diagnosing themselves, giving themselves the treatment.
So they resist the
diagnosis?
diagnosis?
Yeah, they'll resist it on you, yeah.
Really?
I've had doctors not give me antibiotics and then it's gone worse.
And tell you it's not staph?
Yeah, they're like, nah, you're fine. Just put some cream on it.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
But I get it. They probably have guys coming all the time. They're like, well, give me this.
Right. But no one's coming in to get antibiotics for fun.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like painkillers.
No, yeah, it's... I guess I could control them a bit, but yeah.
Doctors have to deal with like people coming in. Oh, I hurt my back.
Yeah, I hurt my back. Give me some Xanax.
I'm having so much anxiety. I can't deal with this. They just want... If you freak out enough in the office, maybe they'll give you something just to calm you down.
That's a good play.
It really depends on the doctor. Some doctors are just a little loose with it.
Yeah, true. I feel like honestly, the more expensive the doctor, the better. The better your chances.
Oh yeah,
getting what you want.
Oh yeah, I would imagine. They probably have some sort of fucking deal too. Like, my wife's mom was a nurse, and she would explain to me how the whole pharmaceutical rep thing worked. And Brigham from Wastewell, he used to be a pharmaceutical rep. It's like, bro, like the relationship they have with doctors is like, it's so slippery.
To get them to prescribe.
Yeah, it's so slippery because even if they're not paying you, and they do pay people, but even if they're not, like, this is your friend. They show up at Brigham was like, I would show up at their kids' softball games. I knew everybody's name. We become friendly. They want to prescribe your drugs. You're a good guy.
That's wild.
Yeah, it's fucking creepy.
But like, that's the opioid epidemic and stuff like that, right?
Oh, that's exactly it. Did you ever watch that show Painkiller on Netflix?
I started, but I never finished it. Fucking lazy.
Oh, it's so fucked up. How those people are not in jail is insane. Not only did they bullshit people and get people to prescribe these things, but they ruined who knows how many lives. Hundreds of thousands of people, if not millions, dead from opioid overdoses. And then the amount of lives that are destroyed because of those things. Families wrecked, everything. And they trick people. They trick them into doing drugs that are going to be...
They just paid a fine, right? Massive fine.
Yeah, but not enough. It's also they part of the fine was that they were going to avoid prosecution. Like if they paid X amount of billions of dollars, they would avoid prosecution. But I think then Painkiller came out, the documentary came out, the Netflix series, and then they kind of withheld that. And I think one of the guys who was the main guy for the FDA that was responsible for green lighting OxyContin and oxycodone, that guy, they found him. He was at in a small town in New Hampshire.
He's hiding away.
He was hiding. And yeah, I mean, they paid him off. This fucker was out there roaming around, and they found him.
He's like Epstein's girlfriend, hey.
Except she's in jail somewhere.
Yeah, they got her eventually.
Eventually she's going to get out, and she's going to fucking go swimming and drown or something.
Yeah, Jerry.
I mean,
that'll be me after this tournament, I reckon.
Do you worry about that?
I mean, it should be all right.
That's not comforting. It should be all right.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a bit of friendly competition.
It is that, but it's also like you're specifically going head to head. Like if you had done it a month earlier or a month later, I don't think we'd have the same issues.
I don't think we'd have the same impact on the sport, though, either. We do.
I think you would.
We'll do it a month after as well.
Well,
I'll call up my buddy, bro. We need another million, brother. Let's go on again.
But you want to do it once a year, right? You don't want to do it more than once a year.
Yeah, honestly, I'm on the phone nonstop, talking to people about this event and stuff. Got to explain everyone the rule set.
Yeah. And becoming a promoter, I mean, do you have to hire a staff now? Do you have to hire all these people to run the thing?
I mean, I'm the ideas guy, you know. My business partner, Seth Bilal, I'm like, he's doing all the coordination and stuff. But me, I'm just talking to the athletes, coming up with the rules, sort of.
So he does all the coordination, like hiring the staff, making sure the event is well run. Because I would imagine if you've never run an event before, like, that's obviously you can't call Abu Dhabi and ask for tips. You can, you call Eddie.
I should.
You call Eddie Bravo.
Yeah, I spoke to Eddie. He loves it. That's like
he's very excited about it.
Little hat tip to him with the name as well.
Yeah, I think having something where there's more money involved is always good. It's just like the timing of it. It's like when to do it. If you'd asked me, I would say,
they still got to watch the finals, you know?
Well, yeah, true. They still got to watch the finals. They get to watch the finals, but you won't have the same people competing because if they're going to compete on Friday and Saturday, that precludes them from being able to compete in Abu Dhabi.
Well, I mean, yeah, for sure. Do you want the gold medal in 10K or the million? That's
right.
That's the argument.
That is the argument, right? And it's certainly, look, competition is almost always good. Even when people don't like it, it forces them to up their game. And I think at the end of the day, it's going to be good for the athletes and good for the sport because it'll make people more excited. And the beef will, you know.
Tupac Biggie, I'm going down in Vegas, like Tupac did.
Remember how both of those guys died, though, by the way? They died very badly. Both Tupac and Biggie. Like, it would have been better if Tupac and Biggie just kind of worked it out. Like, I mean, even like Drake and Kendrick.
Like, that was entertaining. Hey.
But Drake's house got shot at. You know, like didn't a security guard get shot?
I think he got shot. Yeah.
Yeah, and then.
But we got some good music.
Sort. I didn't listen.
Security guard took the hit. I mean, yeah. Some of the songs are good.
I just find it foolish.
The beef.
Mm-hmm. I'm not a beef guy. I feel like those guys could have wrote banging songs. They both put out 4 songs each. You know, it's like. Is that creativity? Just
I guess it'd be driven.
I mean, I get it. It's part of the culture. I get it. Don't get me wrong. Like I like roast battles.
Love them. Yeah, I love them.
Do comedy.
They should have done a rap battle.
Yeah,
pay-per-view or something.
That would have been amazing. Yeah, that would have been amazing. Yeah, rap battles are awesome. It's just it's another opportunity to write. It's another opportunity to create something.
And it's high pressure.
Yeah. So in that sense, this rivalry between ADCC and the CJI,
just one Australian idiot versus city, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, versus a monarchy.
Yeah, but I mean, I still love ADCC. Love the history. I think you can wash that away. It's amazing.
Yeah. Do you think you could ever compete for them again? Or do you think that's over now?
I mean, I wouldn't do it for 10K. I don't know. I mean, who knows? The doors are open for anything. I don't take any of this stuff too seriously at all. You know what I mean? A lot of it's just fun on the internet. Like, I don't really, like, fucking around, have a good time, I'll do anything for the right price. So it's like, if the spectacle's there, if people are interested in it.
Right, so you would go back if they would have you back.
For sure, and ultimately what I want, and what I wanted from day one, was just athletes across everything in jiu-jitsu to be compensated just a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, we don't have the prestige.
So if they had ramped it up from 10 to 20, you would have
done this. Wouldn't have done
really? Wow. Boy, they're probably going
fuck. That's really what sort of kicked it off. But also, I wanted to do this is opportunity to start up our non-profit and stuff. So it's like gives me an opportunity to give back in other ways.
So with this attitude about not taking things so seriously, do you think you and Gordon would ever bury the hatchet?
I mean, for sure. But take some MDMA, we'll get to the bottom of it, I think he needs it, you know what I mean?
Don't you think, though, that for a guy to be as dominant as he is, you have to be that guy? That's like Michael Jordan in his prime. They said if you beat him in a game of pool, he wouldn't talk to you for 2 weeks. Just you have to be kind of a psycho.
I know, but you see, I guess you see the contrast in some areas. Like, in my opinion, Volkanovski was that. GSP was that.
But really nice guy.
Samuel, how are you, buddy?
Again, I don't think Gordon's. I mean, it's hard to say what he is, It's hard, I don't know.
So far, so good.
I know what image
living life to its fullest.
But you trained with him for years.
Absolutely. How's your day going?
I don't want to hang out with him afterwards. Who wants to have a conversation with a jiu-jitsu guy?
Me.
That's why you're here. Well, some of them.
I understand that. Very well, I'm working on my robots, my friend.
Don't you think that, like, I love it, I'm proud of it, but odd people would make the world go round, though.
Yep.
Oh,
and
yeah, I mean,
little by little, I'm making more waves on Kick.
Yeah, definitely weird.
But some people I find cool, easy to talk to.
How are your airdrops
just
going?
For me, as a guy who likes both of you guys, I don't like that you don't talk. I don't like that you have this beef. And I've asked Gordon to define it. He doesn't define it.
Oh, okay.
It's very difficult. He doesn't say anything bad about you, but he doesn't define it.
Well, that's good.
I just love fucking around. Like Australia, we love attacking each other. Like I say worse things to my friends than I say to Gordon. You know what I mean?
Listen, I'm a comedian. I know about that.
So it's like
we talk wild shit to each other too.
Some guys are so good to provoke. You get a good fucking reaction out of them. You know.
Well, with comedians, you know who you can hang out with, by who can take shit. You know, because like if someone makes fun of me, if it's
what is it worth now?
But if you make fun of some people and they're like, hey. They're like, oh, did you stop me? You fucked up. You fucked up. You take yourself seriously.
How many cents is it worth right now?
You take what you do seriously, but you never take yourself seriously. That's so silly. There's no benefit to that. Because then you don't get to
Hey, that's pretty good.
When someone makes fun of you. If someone makes fun of you and it's like, if you ever watch Kill Tony? Yeah. Well, when David Lucas and Tony Hinchcliffe go at each other, it is one of my favorite things in life. They're both so fucking ruthless and hilarious, but if David gets Tony, Tony laughs hard. And if Tony gets David, David laughs hard. They laugh. They love each other. They're really good friends. But they're fucking ruthless when it comes to that shit, when they're roasting each other. But they're having a good time. Like, if you roast someone and they get...
Well, I wish I was more entertaining, but I'm working on this. I apologize.
Be like, oh, look at you. You're upset at a joke? You fucking hypocrite. Like, what's wrong
I'm
with
glad.
you?
Come back. Come back tomorrow, and we'll have more time for you, okay?
Is that, like, that's the... What is the beef, though? Like, it doesn't make sense.
I mean, for me, I'm just having a good time. Like, it's like I'm in a sport of people that take themselves very seriously.
Right.
Take care, buddy.
He takes himself very seriously, so it's just like...
So you like picking on it?
I like, yeah,
Because
anyone.
he takes
You know
himself
what I mean?
seriously.
Like, like what you said with comedians, you know, someone's too... You gotta take
Two-step.
out of it sometimes, you know?
Yeah.
And it's good material. He's like, he's just walking good material, you know? It's like he's provoking me. You know
How so?
what I mean? Well, he'll just post something that I'm like, I swear, I'm like, this guy's playing a fucking character. He's a genius. But it's real. I'm like, he's baiting me. I gotta say something.
Well, you are probably the funniest guy in jiu-jitsu other than Eddie. Eddie's hilarious.
Eddie loves the jokes too. He gets.
Yeah.
Sometimes I pass on him some deeper levels of the jokes, and he gets the full story. He loves it. We go deep conspiracy on the jiu-jitsu jokes.
Oh no, Eddie's fucking hilarious. He's one of the funniest people I've ever met. I'm so glad he's doing stand-up again too, because I tried to talk him into doing stand-up a long time ago, like back in like 2001. I'm like, dude, I'm telling you, just try. It'll suck at first, but just like it sucked when I learned jiu-jitsu. You suck at first, but you have the ability to do it.
Yeah.
And he took a long time off it, but when he was teaching, he would teach classes and especially seminars. He would have like material.
Oh yeah.
They would do it during seminars. It was hilarious. And then he's like, I didn't want to do comedy again. And so teaching seminars.
That's what I do.
Doing stand-up.
I'll say the same joke, and then I'll look over and I'll be like, fuck, that guy was at another seminar. I said the same thing. I'm like, he knows.
He knows my tricks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem with jokes. If they already know the jokes, it's like a little bit of an issue.
And I'm like, fuck, have I said this a few too many times now?
Yeah.
Let's switch topics.
Yeah, you got to make new stuff up. You got to make up new stuff for seminars. When you go and do seminars, do you find it's a lot of MMA fighters that are wanting to learn jiu-jitsu? Is it just jiu-jitsu guys? Is it a mixture?
I mean, nowadays, like, man, it's like such a variety of people. Like, sometimes even beginners, like white belts will show up, and it's like
Really?
they're just coming to hang out, you know. Like, I love doing seminars all around the world and just meeting the people that are doing the sport, you know. And like, I keep them at a really affordable price, because I always remember when people would come to my city, like sometimes the seminars were so expensive I couldn't afford it. So I just insist we book a big venue, we keep the prices low, and I just get to see who from that country is participating in the sport, you know. I just love it.
Is that you enjoy that more than competing now, just going around and doing seminars?
I enjoy like all aspects of it, you know. Like, obviously too many seminars exhausting. I've done like back to back to back to back. I like the seminar be 3 hours and then out of there. Otherwise it's too much social interaction, you know.
You probably also don't absorb anything after 3 hours. It's like
And I have to roll. Like, I still run the gauntlet. I try to roll as many people as possible.
That's gotta be hair raising.
They fucking try to kill me, eh?
Yeah, I'm
just
sure.
Like, bro, you paid to come here, you like me. What are you doing to me?
Yeah.
Relax. Like, I'll be hungover, jet lagged, and it'll be like, I'll do like sometimes 1 hour, 1.5 hours straight. You go every 3 minutes.
Oh, God.
And I'm like, well, what are you doing to me, bro? It's fucking 1 hour in. You're trying to kill me.
Yeah, after a while.
Test your patience. That's like meditating, you know? I'm just like, all right, now kill this guy.
That's one of the legendary Hickson stories. That Hickson would do a seminar and then take all the black belts there and just tap them one after another.
I try to do fucked up shit to people, though, you know?
Like what?
Just stupid submissions, you know? That keeps it entertaining.
Crab walks. Like
yeah, the Boston Crab. I love hitting the Boston Crab, eh? I'm like, you'll remember that forever.
You see that one guy who did it in MMA?
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
So crazy.
Man, that would hurt. I've never been put in it.
Yeah, what is it a flexibility thing? Is it a spine thing?
I think it'll break your spine.
Yeah.
I do it to people from mount, though. I give them mount, and then I put my toes in the armpits, take them over the top, Boston Crab out. That's the fun of the seminar, is just hitting fucked up shit on people in front of their friends. I think that's the most enjoyable thing.
Yeah, here's the dude who did it in MMA.
Set it up. Jesus.
He just climbed over the top and got his legs.
The other guy looks like he's fighting for his life, but nothing's happening.
Well, the other guy looks a little out of shape, too. He's just a little noogies to the face. It's like he's already ready for it.
It almost looks fake, eh?
I don't think it's fake. I think it's just a low-level MMA show. Wow, that's crazy.
But that guy would never hear the end of that, eh? I remember a guy I used to train with, he actually sponsors me, and he had an MMA fight, and he won for 3 rounds. And a minute to go, I think 30 seconds to go, he crossed his leg from back. And
oh, no.
And I fucking remind him of it to this day. It's been years.
That is a crazy submission.
That hurts, you know?
Oh, it hurts like hell, but you got to imagine, like, if you're winning the fight. I don't think I've ever seen an MMA fight where someone tapped to that.
I'll send it to you.
But guys do it. Guys do it. Even Hickson did it. When Hickson submitted Funaki, he's crossed his legs. I guess he just rather have the squeeze, and if the guy threatens it, he'll let it go.
Yeah. Sometimes I think it's about being relaxed. It's like if you're doing this, they can catch it really tight.
Mm-hmm.
If your ankles are relaxed, sometimes they slip off the top.
Right.
I think relaxing in those positions sometimes helps.
Well, also being hyper aware of when the guy lifts his leg up to try to lock it. But yeah, I've had it done to me before. It's fucking horrible.
People try to do that to me at seminars. Like, they'll try and play around and then catch me with some shit. I'm just like, fucking relax, guy. Fucking.
Yeah, you have to always be aware, right? Because you're dealing with people trying to get a reputation.
Try to break my legs, everything.
Have you ever tapped at seminars?
Yeah, I tapped, but I'll give them a couple more so they don't believe it, you know? Their friends believe they get me once, but not 3 times, you know?
What do you mean?
Like, if a blue belt taps me at a seminar, 1 time, maybe people believe.
So you let them tap you a couple times?
A couple more, you know?
Oh, so you throw in a few fake
that
taps?
fucks the story for them.
I tapped Craig Jones 3 times.
Yeah, once, maybe.
And they're like, wait a minute, I tapped you. How the fuck you tapping Craig Jones? That doesn't even make sense.
Take the story away from him.
What have you ever tapped to at a seminar?
Actually, I had a seminar at Keenan's gym, and a guy got me in the North-South. But I tap at seminars from time to time because I fuck around. I'll give him mount, give him my back,
right,
my armbar. And then I'm always like, guys, I'm going to give you positions, but like, look, if you get it, I'll tap. Like,
yeah,
relax. I
got
shit to do. Yeah, I got shit to do. Like,
yeah, don't ruin my neck.
Yeah, they try. Yeah, some guys try to kill you.
Necks are a bad one too, man. When you get a hurt neck, like when guys get like Aljamain got his disc replaced in his neck, and I was like, ooh, and your neck is gone. Like that's a fucking creepy one.
That's crazy. Yeah, I think I just retire at that point. You know.
Chris Weidman got his disc replaced. Oops, sorry, Chris. I think he got his disc replaced as well. I think he get the same thing. And there's a few guys that had discs replaced in their back and in their neck. You know, they can do that titanium articulating disc now, like where it allows your neck to move pretty normally. But you know, like how long does that last?
I just tap to everything and not put in much effort, and I feel like keeps my body safe. You know what I mean? Like if I'm training and the guy's going hard, I'm like, all right, you got it, bro. Like,
yeah,
I'm like, let's just.
That's smart. But that's an ego thing. You have a healthy ego.
I'm just like, who cares? You know, like it's like,
yeah,
what's the point? You know.
Well, it's definitely better than going out like you know Vinny Magalhaes, letting your fucking leg get destroyed like that. If you can just relax like that and allow yourself to get tapped, you will save so many injuries.
I control the security footage and the cameraman though, so like I make the footage disappear if he gets something.
Oh, in your gym?
Yeah, that's your issue.
Yeah.
Get delete that, bro.
That's the problem, right? Guys want to release footage.
I want to sell it. Hey, like if people come to the gym, I'm like, bro, I'll let you tap me.
Give me some money.
Yeah, you can take it home.
Well, listen, Craig, good luck on this. I really hope it works out. I hope ADCC isn't too pissed at you. And I hope you've started a trend. And I hope this is going to, look at that.
The bowl.
I hope it 80 days, 20 hours, 58 minutes, and 47 seconds until it starts from right now.
That's not reassuring. That's close.
Yeah, it is. 80 days is not a long amount of time. But I hope it works out, and I really hope that it elevates the sport. And at the very least, it's getting some eyeballs on the sport.
Some new eyeballs for sure. Yeah, thanks for letting me talk about it.
My pleasure. So tell everybody how to find you on Instagram and how to find the website for the event.
CraigJonesBJJ.com. We'll sell tickets to this. Sorry, CraigJonesBJJ for Instagram. UNLV.com is where tickets will be up on the 31st.
So at the Thomas and Mack website.
Thomas and Mack website, and then Fair Five Foundation is the website with all the information. That's what we saw there. And CJI Official is the Instagram page where it's meant to be professional, but it's going to be mostly memes.
Mostly memes?
Mostly memes and jokes. And
okay.
We had a spelling error on the post that we left it, I was like, fuck, we fucked up, we'll commit to it.
All right. Beautiful. All right, man. Well, good luck. And make sure you count all that before you leave.
Someone's going.
All right. Thank you. Bye, everybody.
100%. Welcome to another episode of Two Bears, One Cave. You who can see the biggest live podcast in the world, if you go to New York City and go to Madison Square Garden on August 9th and 10th to see Kill Tony, and joining us is Tony Hinchcliffe.
Yeah.
That's wild.
What's up?
Kill Tony, I remember doing it in the belly room.
Yeah.
Not even sold out, in the belly room.
And I needed you guys back then.
No, you did.
I mean, like,
you did.
It was
but
a huge favor.
Also, it was kind of a fun thing because everybody had their podcasts, and it was like, if you're another comic, like, they go, hey, we do my podcast. You go, yeah, I want to do my friend's podcast support. I mean, I know you've probably been asked this. It can't be yes. You could not have imagined that it would reach this thing, right?
Well, I'm nuts.
Yeah.
I'm secretly nuts.
Yeah.
So yeah, I did, but just didn't think it would be this soon. When the pandemic happened and all you guys and everybody and Schultz and Joe and everyone got to keep doing their podcast in a sanctuary
Wait, did you just go on pause then?
No, we did the worst thing ever, but the people loved it, which was we complained about not being able to survive in a studio like this while people would send in 60-second sets via file, and then we would Zoom with them to interview them afterwards.
But it was a way to make it happen.
It was crazy. And so it was kind of like everybody got to see how much we were struggling and apply that to their own struggles. You know what I mean? Instead of, everybody else is just doing their normal podcast. From what I gathered afterwards, and by the way, at the time, it was the most fucking depressed. I was losing my mind in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
My neighborhood was where the riots hit, where we were shooting. Our studio was at La Brea and Sunset, so there's literally just homeless encampments on fire that you had to walk by to get into the studio. Like, the city was on fire.
Yeah, it was crazy.
And so, no, it was rough, but, like, it was relatably rough.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, this is not what we do. This show
probably
sucks.
I mean, I think when I think about it's innovative. It's a very unique one and only show. But you've also been the most consistent person, I think. I don't feel like you've missed a week.
We have not. We have put out an episode every single Monday for 11 years.
That's pretty incredible.
Yeah. Everyone should know that. Yeah. 11 years.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible.
11 years. Doing a podcast 11 years. So I think a lot of, it's like, I it's so funny. I had a kid backstage. I was in, some arena, and this kid's backstage, these college kids.
and I know their dad or something, and I had just done an arena, and he's like, dude, you know what you got to do? You should get on Kill Tony. He's like, if you do stand up on Kill Tony, that's big. And I was like, cool. I was like, I'll tell Tony that. He goes, you know Tony Hitchcock? I was like, yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy because it's like I feel disconnected from comedy quite often because I feel like I do this thing that I'm doing now, which isn't really adjacent to how we started. You know, it's like it's fun, it's big, and it's awesome. I just ended my tour in Austin Saturday, and then we start up for Fully Loaded this summer. Fuck yeah, we're gonna have a fucking blast.
I can't wait.
But I went one night. I went to dinner at Eddie V's with Leanne, and I got a message from Tony. He's like, "Come by and do Kill Tony," and I hadn't done the show since it was in the store. And I went and got on it, and I know this is going to sound crazy to people, I was very funny. I forgot.
You were.
I forgot I was funny.
And you know what? I'm going to be honest with you. It's been driving me crazy hearing people talk shit sometimes, once in a while, about you, because I'm like, wait, now, maybe a little bit, maybe a touch before, but late, I swear, I'm not even kidding, or especially kissing your ass, but you were so funny that episode in the moment, completely improvised, and it's hard for people. People would be shocked to know what comedians get there and kind of stiffen up because I'm hosting and they want to kind of host. People want to host.
Oh, you mean like me?
Instead of no, you're great. Instead of sitting back and just cranking homers and picking their moments, and you were doing.
I've always, you know, what I struggled with your show. I told you this at the very beginning. I've done it a number of times. The very first time, I was like, so what do we do? And you're like, oh, these people, come on, they do their set. And then, like, you know, they just fucking rip them apart. And I'm like, I've seen a few other people do this where, like, I always try to go, like, here's what I think you should do to get better at it. I try to be like
that's great.
But it's not funny. Like, no, I actually just go, like, I think you should.
That part is great. People, guests think that when they come on, oh, it's a roast show, I got to make fun of people. And I tell them, like, when they go, hey, just let you know, roasting isn't really my thing. I go, great, that's my thing.
Yeah.
I do that. That's not what everybody's supposed to do. Advice is great. Just being funny and noticing things is the real role.
We did your anniversary show. Mm-hmm. Joe and I did.
Yeah, the 10-year.
The 10-year. So fun.
Yeah.
I was a spectator at that, and I was enjoying myself because I was high.
Yeah.
I was drunk.
Yeah.
And it was actually like having a front row seat, literally, to watch this show take place. That was incredible. It was so fun to be a part of.
I've noticed that that's been happening a lot at these big ones. That was like a big experiment for us.
To do the bigger venues. And
huge venue with a bigger production and all this stuff.
How does it change? Because I haven't seen one of the arena ones. Is it pretty much the same thing, just larger scale?
Larger scale, but I'm so ready and on that it is kind of like, you know, I'm like really driving the ship. So I have noticed that it is harder for the guests to kind of pick their spots. Because I have enough time. I'm not used to a bonus 5 seconds of laughter, reverberation.
Right.
And that 5 seconds when you're used to having to have your next question or your next joke or whatever.
That lets you come up
or
with
wherever
more.
you want to steer the ship.
How much more intimidating is it for these newbies to do an arena set?
It's impossible. Everybody out of the bucket is bombed on these things.
It has to be. It's terrifying. First time I did an arena, I was 8 years in. I was opening for Russell Peters.
Yeah.
And he flew me over to London. First he did a warm-up show for 7,500 people in Birmingham.
Yeah.
And then we go to do the O2. And I'm like, so I'm 8 years into stand-up. Terrified. And that's with like a set that I know I'm doing.
Right.
But I can't imagine doing a cold 1 minute there.
We have learned that 100% of people out of the bucket bomb.
So how do you deal with that?
So what I've been doing lately, and it's great that we've had these practice runs before going to MSG, is I stock the lineup.
By the way, you're calling the forum a practice run.
Yeah.
It is weird. God damn it. Sometimes I don't know how fucking cringy and ridiculous I sound. I hope it's translatable.
But it's the truth is like MSG's the shit. I mean, I'm probably never gonna do MSG, but the forum for me was like that's because I live in LA still.
Oh, totally.
But I mean, I think you did the form twice. So, like,
Yeah.
I mean, so
Yeah.
it's like it is a practice run.
And the roast, and I did the Staples Center with Gillis and Schultz.
How was that?
It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, like, with Schultz, Gillis, Post Malone, and Derek Poston, who's my fucking homie, who I originally hooked up with Schultz. Schultz a few years ago was like, "Hey, you got an opener I could use for
Schultz
San
like,
Antonio?"
black guy. I need a black
Well, that's how I translated it. He said an opener that I could use in San Antonio. I'm like, who's that? Oh, boom! It was like immediate.
Yeah.
Because I knew David Lucas was kind of more independent. I don't know how to describe it. Like, it's more like an independent creature.
Yeah.
But Derek is just such a fun hang and
Derek's
so
a great
funny, and
fucking
he's
hang.
a rising stock like crazy. I work with him 4 nights a week at the mothership. He brings me up there regularly. So to get to do the Staples Center with Derek cold opening, who opens almost all the shows at the mothership. I mean, he's being built like fucking Darth Vader.
Yeah.
And so for it to go him, me, Gillis, who is literally my favorite fucking drinking buddy. Him and I were just at Texas Stadium doing this fucking Texas Longhorn fundraising thing for billionaires the other day, and we had the best time. I don't think people realize, like, me and Shane, like, hang.
Yeah.
And I'm whiskey cokes and he's beers. So by the time he hits, his 15 Bud Lights, where he starts showing some sign of intoxication.
Smacking your dick.
Yeah, exactly. I'm 7 whiskey and cokes in, and we're having the time of our lives, man. We went up to Texas Stadium and smoked a fucking blunt by ourselves, like just me, him, and Lemaire and his little crew, and fucking, we're just having the best time here in Austin. So it's funny because it like translates. Derek moved. He's a Comedy Store guy. Moved to Austin. One of the first guys to move here. Derek, then me, then Gillis, then Schultz, who blew my mind watching his stand-up. Like, he's talking about his actual life and having his first kid, and it's so much smarter, and it made me feel like a kind of a hack, because I'm up there talking about trans school shooters and fucking the sub that went down to the Titanic and all this fucking, I'm like reaching for anything in the world that I find dark and funny, and he's up there talking about his actual life killing, and I'm cracking up. So we're like, holy shit.
That's awesome.
It's hard for me to laugh at comedians talking about raising a kid and this and that, and what about the wife, and da-da-da-da.
But it's a really good.
And then he brought up Post Malone, and the whole time you're looking at
talk about.
Oh, the crowd went ballistic, and he fucking smashed. And then we brought up his dad, who it was his birthday, and I got a few roast jokes off on him, and it was just so much fun, man. And like, what a trip to LA to get to start there, go through the pandemic there, the riots
go
there,
back and have that kind of week,
I mean, you couldn't have written it, especially getting it started with the roast, which I was a very late addition to.
UFC 302 is bringing the Octagon back to Newark for the 10th time, and while I can't guarantee there will be 10 times the action, I can say this: you do not want to miss out on any of the action over at DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC. It's a banger of a card with lightweight, middleweight, and welterweight matchups all set to take place in the Octagon. I mean, if you had told me when I first started watching UFC that there was a way to make UFC better, I would have never believed you. Thank you, DraftKings. New to DraftKings, listen up. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,500. Just make a minimum deposit of $5, and you get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code BEARS. That's code BEARS for new customers to get a no-sweat bet up to $1,500 if your first bet doesn't hit. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. Is your beer fridge feeling a little empty? DoorDash is your door to beer without the run. Whatever drink you're in the mood for, they've got you covered. Order your alcohol with DoorDash today and drink in the savings. Use code BEARS24 to get 25% off, up to $15 value on a $35 minimum subtotal on your next alcohol order for eligible users only. This is the move. I'm telling you right now. We wanted to make martinis, gin martinis. I don't really carry gin in the house. And we needed dry vermouth. And I went to DoorDash. So easy. It was better than going to the store and having to go through the lines. It made it so simple. The alcohol selection on DoorDash is top shelf. With thousands of stores all over the country, you're sure to find what you're looking for and more. beer, wine, mixers, mocktails, and more can be delivered straight to your door. Save up to 25% off, up to $15 value when you spend $35 or more with code BEARS24. So whether you're just grabbing a drink for the evening or staying in for the night, DoorDash is here to help you have the greatest evening you're ever going to have. Terms apply. Must be 21 or older to order alcohol. Drink responsibly. Delivery and promotions available in select markets.
What is the story with that?
Oh,
we talked about, obviously, your set, and we were hanging out and all that stuff, and we saw you at the 5K, but so how were you a late addition? How
It's
did
a
this come together?
crazy story. So, I wrote for the last 10 Comedy Central roasts. Comedy Central never gave me a shot at all to get on them, which was crazy because if you remember, Comedy Central was literally making stars at the time, like SNL used to way back in the day. And
the roasts were huge for a minute.
Huge. Yeah. And the roast, before I started writing on it, the writers that were on the roast before I started writing on it were Whitney Cummings, Anthony Jeselnik, so there was a clear path.
Yeah.
So on the first roast, I'm like, okay, so if I kill it in this writer's room and get a ton of jokes in and really focus, I can get on the next one.
Yeah.
10 later, fucking Trump. Boom. Fucking Rob Lowe, Bruce Willis, Alec Baldwin, you name it. I'm like, that close, never got on one. But all that stuff.
Were there conversations, would it be with, because these are usually conversations that happen with, managers and, behind the scenes. You tell your manager, I want to do this.
I had a bad manager for a long time.
Okay.
And I'm a very loyal dog. So I'm like, we're going to do it together. And I didn't realize it just wasn't happening. Sure enough, he retired a month before the pandemic.
Oh, what a move.
Yeah, exactly.
It was good timing on his part.
Oh, my God. It was unbelievable.
Makes you feel like you might be connected with it.
Yeah, I honestly did. I'm like, what the fuck? So, I was left in shambles.
So you never get your shot. And then...
Never get my shot, but I'm super close with Jeff Ross, who, I worked with directly on a lot of those things. He really does executive produce all of these things.
Yeah.
He knows how to do it.
I told him, I said, without your fingers in the pie, it would have been a nightmare. I gave him his flowers that night and the next day, and it every party I saw him, because I think it's understated how it is very understated, and I say this because you were a writer for 10 years, how important the writing team and Jeff Ross and the production team is to those roasts.
Yeah.
Because they stage it in a way, they know what people are going to say, they know where they're going to say it, they create a fucking recipe for you to succeed.
Yeah.
And Jeff Ross, I said it to him 100 times, drunk, even sober, he fucking is the reason everyone is loving that roast.
Oh yeah.
It's to a large part, Jeff.
Oh, absolutely. And every single one of the roasts that have ever happened before it, he's the reason why. I'm not kidding you. We are such big roast guys, him and I, that roasting wasn't like a common term, believe it or not. It seems like it is now, but it wasn't like in the zeitgeist 10 years ago. And so when we started, when we would see a headline on the internet, you name it, like fucking Joan Rivers roast Kim Kardashian on The View or something like that. When we would see the word roast, we'd be like, hey, that's fucking cool.
Yeah,
People are using that word. It was such a old art form.
Did you ever see Jeff? I don't want to interrupt. I want you to keep talking about this going forward with this. But did you ever see Jeff?
Did you
ever see
You
Jeff?
don't want to interrupt?
I don't know.
No, go ahead. Seems like you kind of do, dude.
I've been really good at this fucking conversation. You're my partner. I've been really good.
Very proud of you.
I can't imagine how many times you've wanted to interrupt if you think you've been really good. Damn, your crew is cracking up right now. You must interrupt a lot, huh?
You were saying?
No, go ahead. You already interrupted. You might as well follow through now. Nope. Go ahead. Come on. You already did it. Technically, you already interrupted. Finish it.
I forgot what I was going to say.
Well, that's just a bad interruption.
It was Jeff. You ever see Jeff Ross when he roasted B. Arthur? This is probably 20 years ago. Jeff Ross did an old school roast with all the legends, and they were doing it at the Friars Club. And he said, "God, but she's so I wouldn't fuck her with B. Arthur's dick." And then the camera cuts to B. Arthur, and he goes, "Is she still alive?" I mean, he. Did you ever see his roast of Shaq? The Shaq roast?
Oh yeah,
Shaq and Emmett Smith's roast.
Yeah, Emmett Smith. Yeah,
Yeah.
You know, Shaq brought that up. When I talked to Shaq, he was like, "You ever see that?" And I was like, "It's the hardest. It is the most inappropriate, wildest."
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is like, and you know, I learned from him a lot about like, okay, so you can do this, but if you do this, then you can't do that. If you know what I mean? You can't go too much one extreme. So, you know, there was cuts I was making. Well, first of all, if you want to get into it,
how did this come about?
It's kind of crazy because this is kind of like a hot scoop.
Yeah, all
right, so let's get into it. First of all, I've never been a Netflix darling. The special that I was lucky to get to make with a Steadicam in 2015, 7 years into my career, was a miracle. They were looking for something different with continuity, and it was like a year after Birdman came out. So I'm like, what if somebody shot a special like that?
In one take, yeah.
And all I had was one show at the Ice House. I wasn't that good. The difference between a 7 or 8 year Canadian doing an hour special,
and 15 years,
right? It's light years. But I was lucky to get it at the time, and it worked. And then once that 2-year licensing deal was up and gone, I'm like, fuck this special. Get it out of here. I'm so much better. I don't want anybody to see it. Right? So, and it seemed like they weren't knocking at the door anyway. You know, I think they have a thing with likable people or a thing that they can see or something that tests well or whatever. And so they didn't want me on this thing to start. And I knew that.
Like, this was clear?
I'm just not an industry guy. I mean, clearly, my hit show is on YouTube.
Yeah.
And you don't see me much more other than that. So, but I have a great team, a great agent, and a great manager for the first time ever. And so I hit them up, and I'm like, hey, I'm making you guys all this money. I want you to do something for me. I want to get on this thing, which is crazy because in the beginning, when they first announced it, I'm like, oh, that's cool. They're going to do a roast to Tom Brady. That's great. But as it got closer and I'm like, live, Tom Brady, I have a feeling this might be the biggest comedy event ever.
In this period, are you at all hitting up Ross because he's your friend?
I did hit up Ross when they first announced it to congratulate him. And I feel like he thought that I was going to ask to get on it. But honestly, at the time, again, this was like 2 months before, I was just like, oh, that's cool.
Congrats.
This could be the start of a cool era of roasting on Netflix. But then as it got closer, I realized, like, no, this could be like the biggest, coolest, craziest thing ever. Like, so my tone on it just changed. And I didn't just want to hit up Ross and be like, hey, get me on this thing. He knew that, you know, I'm a great guy for the job. If it's live on Netflix, who better than the guy that roasts people live
every week
on a big ass show in front of a big ass audience that happens to do arenas, which is where this is being shot a few days before I do it anyway. Plus, I've written on the last 10 Comedy Central roasts. Plus, I've done crazy roasts myself. And so it was kind of like all that mixed together. And then I was mentioning it to Joe that Netflix is doing this Tom Brady roast. And he goes, I'll message Tom Brady. You know, Joe.
Really?
Joe's like, I'll message Tom Brady for you. I'm like, really? You do that? And sure enough, he does. And he says, Tony's the best he sent me a screenshot of it. Tony's the best roaster in the world. You got to have Tony Hinchcliffe. Check out this clip of Tony Hinchcliffe. He sent him me roasting Snoop Dogg. And he sent me the picture of the screen grab. And Brady goes, I'm going to send this right along. Looks great. And still nothing. Still they weren't budging.
Damn.
Yep. And guys.
People hate you.
I know. It's not as easy. I know. Not all of us are fucking darlings like you fucking chubby-headed fucks. Anyway, so...
We should tell you our story. I think it'll really frustrate you.
I think you hate our story.
Oh, well...
No, I'll tell you when we're done. I'll tell you
if it's anything like the set, I probably would. No, I'm kidding. Yeah. You guys phoned it in like an Israeli airstrike. I'm joking. Anyway. Bert was lip syncing my set and his set at the same time.
Tell me.
Okay, anyway.
So this is pretty huge in the fact that the guy who is the roast is about.
Yeah.
Happens to be one of the most powerful, most famous people, is like, I like this guy, and still nothing.
Right. Which for everybody, there's no way anybody could possibly know. What they do on these things is they tell you, because Comedy Central did this forever to me. They go, look, we're not the ones booking it. it's the person who's being honored is booking it.
Right.
So, you know, if Rob Lowe or Justin Bieber or Alec Baldwin or you
Says
name it
yes,
doesn't, right, which they're not going to say yes.
Yeah.
Because they want their favorite comedians that they've seen on the big, right, on the big thing. Anyway, so still nothing. Now we're a few weeks out, but so they want Dana White for the thing because Tom loves Dana White. So Dana White hits me up right before we tape a random Monday Kill Tony. He goes, "Hey, they want me to do this Tom Brady roast. Can you help me? You're my head roast advisor. I've worked with him before on something where he had to do comedy." And I go, "Dana, I'm going to be honest with you, bro. I'm trying to get on this thing. It would be huge for me, but I'll help you out any way we can. Like if you want to figure something out, but as of right now, I'm still trying to get on it, but I'll still help you. But I kind of like, this is like a big one for me."
Yeah.
And I haven't wanted anything forever. Literally, when I moved to Texas, I'm like, fuck all of everything. Fuck everything. I've got everything I wanted now. I can make money and have a blast doing my own YouTube show that I have 100% control of. No network notes. I don't need anything. I can make my own specials, drop them on YouTube. I'm so done with Hollywood. It's hilarious, and I love it. It's so freeing not to worry about anything or be greedy or, you know what I mean, just want anything. I have what I want, even though that sounds corny.
Today's episode is brought to you by Manscaped, the leaders in below-the-waist grooming. Whether it's for your husband, baby daddy, or father figure, our friends at Manscaped have crafted the total package for his special day. Whether it's for the boys downstairs, his beard, or even the best pair of underwear out there, Manscaped has his bases covered. Head over to manscaped.com and get 20% off plus free shipping with the code BEARS. From daddy to zaddy, trust Manscaped. But I got to tell you, there is no better feeling than feeling like the person significant to you cares about your genitals and your grooming. It shows you, I want the thing that you have in, around, and inside of me. And if you take care of it, there's a better chance that I'll give it a lick. Allow me to introduce the Beard Hedger Pro Kit, the complete beard maintenance kit for all the bearded kings. This all-in-one kit comes with a beard hedger, Manscaped's most advanced beard trimmer, as well as shampoo, conditioner, oil, and balm for his beard. It also comes with a brush, comb, and scissors so he can style his beard and mustache like the true gentleman he is. Get 20% off plus free shipping with the code BEARS at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com and use the code BEARS. Never forget where you came from, if you know what I mean. Happy Father's Day from Manscaped. Shout out to our favorite sponsor, True Classic, for making us fellas look and feel good no matter how we move. Elevate your style this summer with True Classic, where timeless pieces meet modern comfort. Our sponsor, True Classic, is here to help you make it a summer to remember in clothes you will never forget. For a limited time only, get 25% off when you shop now with our exclusive link at trueclassic.com/bears. It is tough to find a t-shirt that just fits your body right, and for some reason, whether you're thin or chubby or grotesque, True Classic just fits you perfectly. Designed to accentuate your best features, True Classic shirts are tailored for a perfect fit, snug in the arms and chest, just the right amount of room in the midsection. The best part is that True Classic sells premium products at an affordable price. You can get their best-selling t-shirts, hoodies, jeans, and more in 3, 6, and 9 packs. So if you're ready to upgrade your closet, shop now with my exclusive link at trueclassic.com/bears and save up to 25% off with your first order. Discover the perfect blend of summer vibes and timeless elegance with True Classic. Shop now and elevate your summer wardrobe with ease.
Anyway, but here I am all of a sudden like, fuck, I want to fuck this roast up. I want to fucking wreck this shit. I'm the guy for the job. So, and then it gets closer. My agent, who's fantastic, Marty Lesack at UTA, applies the pressure to the CP. He's like this old-timey legend who, you know, reps Will Ferrell. And, like, I have no... I'm like these agents and managers, naughty, youngest kid. They all rep, like, the cleanest people. Seinfeld, Gaffigan, Nate Bargatze, like, all these people that wear suits and, like, only talk about having grandchildren or whatever. And I'm like their naughty bastard kid that they kind of root for and like, because it's like he's a renegade. He's making this money different ways. It's not whatever. Anyway, he got excited and applied the pressure to, the people over there at Netflix. And then the Dana thing hit, Jeff hit, Tom Brady hit, and this little storm started. So it ended up being, okay, we have an idea for you. Let's do a thing called, and first Jeff warned me, he's like, keep an open mind when we pitch you the idea that we're going to pitch you over this Zoom call, which I'm like, oh, fuck, here we go. I'm going to come out on a unicycle and clown makeup and not get to do a joke. And they're like, we want you to do a thing called Kill Tommy. And I'm like, what? And I'm like trying to play it cool because I'm like, are you guys going to let me brand my podcast on this fucking diabolically huge comedy event? Like, this is what I'm thinking. They're like, yeah, and you pull a name out of a bucket and it's going to be Dana White sitting next to you, and it's good for Dana because he'll only have to do a minute, and And I'm like, this is fucking crazy. And I go and I get to roast, and they're like, well, there's people at your table that you can make fun of. I go, you guys want me to make fun of the greatest fighters in the world that haven't been set up or made fun of, and Dana White, who runs the only sport that I like sitting next to the octagon for, fuck up the only existing good relationship that I love in the world. You want me to just light up people at my table? I'm like, yeah, well, you get a minute. You can get like a minute. Like, so Dana gets a minute and I get a minute. I'm like, So, I had to fight the entire time up until rehearsal 24 hours before, which a rehearsal was just like a blocking. They're just seeing how everything looks on camera, and me and Dana are sitting there. And the short version of the story is like, I go, you guys have got to let me cook here. And I'm like, not arguing with this executive producer lady or Jeff. It's kind of like, I'm kind of like, guys, this is like, I can do this. Let me show you what it would look like. Okay. And one person's like, we see it as a desk piece. Stay at the table. I'm like, I hear ya, but maybe I'm crazy here. This is literally what I said. And I saw my boys, Jerron Horton and Benji Aflalo, who are two writers for the roast, that I got into writing roast jokes again a fucking decade ago. So these are like it seems like they're working for them, but they're kind of like my fucking like interior soldiers that, are, and not owe me anything, but we're all fucking homies.
Yeah.
Anyway, they walk into this blocking rehearsal. So now I have like numbers a little bit, right? And there's all these stand-ins that are sitting there with your guys' things on the dais.
Yeah.
Bert Kreischer and Kevin Hart is some, different black guy standing there. They're looking for like camera blocking, all this shit. And they go, here's what it would look like. All right. So Dana White, and then I go, fuck you, bitch. And I start walking, right? And I go, here's the stool that Aaron Hernandez kicked out from under. I start showing them jokes, which I didn't do the whole time because you don't want other writers or anybody to hear any of your actual material.
Yeah.
I mean, they could hear your guys' material, but I mean, my good material. I didn't want them to hear any killer jokes that I had written.
Yes.
Because, it's a sneaky business, especially in Hollywood. That's why, one of the many reasons why I got the fuck out is like, make your own shit, save it for you, enough giving it away. So I wasn't doing any of my jokes during the blocking thing. And they're like, come on, Tony, show us what you're going to do. And
how far ahead were you doing, were you prepping the jokes?
So what's crazy is that I put together a small 4-person army immediately. I treated this like I had my own fucking, like I was on the thing, like I was going to do a full set immediately at my giant fucking, office that I have. Anyway, so like I treated it, and maybe it's not necessarily manifestation, but it was extreme preparation.
Another place where we differ. Keep going.
Oh, preparation? Yeah. Preparation H, maybe. Am I right? Hemorrhoid guys? No, I'm kidding. Anyway, but I really did, and I was obsessed with it, and it was kind of crazy because I'm like, holy shit, I am only obsessing about this right now. But if it goes good, it'll give me 4 or 5 days to obsess about my show at the Forum, which I had already put a lot of effort into before the roast thing. So it's kind of crazy because I put all my chips into this roast, which is crazy because, again, I knew I was 2 hours into the show at this point because that's important, and I figured that out. I know that about roasting because the deeper you're in, the more you have to kind of cut or readjust. And
so you're really dialed into what's happening on stage, right?
Super.
Would you be? Did you edit? I think you edited something out.
Oh, tons.
Yeah, no, I'm saying even from prompter, right? Because I think
100%. I was switching things around. I know. I was switching things around.
Yeah.
And moving things and sliding in new things and new headers and new sweeteners and even the nice shoes, bitch. Did you win those in the divorce? The Belichick, everything that I started with, which is a huge fucking risk. Everything that I started with, I wrote at the table.
I gotcha.
I'm like, okay, nobody's hit that. Randy Moss was begging for a ring. Bill Belichick's phone isn't ringing. Ring, ring. Those shoes that I was staring at Tom Brady's shoes the whole time because his pant legs were riding high, and I'm literally right there.
Yeah.
Like, God, those are some gay fucking shoes. I wonder if they'll zoom in if I hit them on this.
Yeah.
Because they were like women's boots. And by the way, that's another thing you talk about, like especially a risk at the top of the set in that situation. First of all, I could have fallen up the fucking stairs. Like it's live. Anything could go wrong. And when I said my opening line, that when I did that turn from Dana and I go, nice shoes, bitch, and I'm fucking making sure I'm not falling up the stairs. Did you win those in the divorce? He goes, and I don't think anybody noticed this. He goes, yeah, I'll shove one of these right up your fucking ass. Because he didn't know who, he must not.
Is that what he said?
He must not have remembered who the fuck I am or whatever. Oh, he said it in the moment. And if you watch that roast, if you watch it, you can't really see it there because the pant legs are down, but they go high. They're so gay.
Yeah.
Anyway, he goes, I'll shove it up your ass. And at that moment, like, you'll notice if you rewatch it, like I go, oh, hey, everybody, it's like quite a day up here because my brain is going, do you acknowledge what Tom Brady just said? No. Or do you plow forward? It's a $1 million moment right now. And I go, oh, God, I should acknowledge it, but it wasn't mic'd. Nobody else heard it. It's too early. It could throw off everything. Ignore. Let's go. Run the ball. I always go back to like football or UFC analogies. Anyway, so I ignore that, which is fucking great that I did because I've made those mistakes before on shit. You know?
That's the difference between guys that are doing a roast for the first time and guys like you who've been doing it for fucking 15 plus years.
Yes, exactly. And again, Kill Tony helps. Everything helps. You have to know what to ignore and what to move on. Keep the momentum going.
That's the thing for performing regular shows too. Especially when you're doing stand up in arenas, sometimes you hear something or see something, and your brain in a moment has to go, "Is that worth acknowledging?" Because you realize 15,000 people didn't see that. Are you going to derail the show?
Exactly.
And unless it's like noteworthy, you let things slide. And you have to.
Exactly. And then all of a sudden, people at home are like, "What the fuck is he talking?
Yeah, what are you talking about?"
Say? Like, I bet you'd love to do that, Tom.
Yeah.
Like,
huh? Do what?
That's not the only thing you want to shove up my ass.
Yeah. What was your next joke right after that?
After the shoes up the ass, I went straight to because the positioning had changed. So like, so many things changed. Originally, I had Kevin Hart's shadow, Randy Moss. That's not your shadow, that's Randy Moss. But now Gronk was sitting in between, or no, not Gronk. Belichick was sitting in between Gronk and Randy Moss. So instead of abandoning that joke completely, I switched it to Gronk, Kevin Hart. And I wrote the Randy, because now I'm like, I didn't realize Randy Moss was going to be next to Bill Belichick because that wasn't in the blocking thing. Bill Belichick was a special guest, came out late. So I'm like, oh, I can go this way. So I go, Randy Moss. Crazy that you asked Bill Belichick for a ring. You know what else doesn't have a ring? Bill Belichick's phone. And then but we're here for Tom, Aaron Hernandez's stool, and all this stuff. Kevin Hart. Right? So I was moving now geographically.
Can I interrupt?
Instead of,
Was it your choice to walk the dais? Because that was my favorite part.
Yes, so I didn't actually get to finish. When Jerron and Benji and everybody in this rehearsal are coming in, and they're like, it's a desk piece. And I'm like, having me sit at this table and shooting it like that for a minute is like hiring the world's greatest sushi chef to make you a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You guys have to let me cook. I don't even like use like cool slangs like that, but I had heard it recently, and I'm like, I kind of like that. Like, you have to let me cook. Let me cook.
Someone make that as a T-shirt.
Yeah, let me
Tony
cook.
Hinchcliffe, let him cook.
Yeah, and I
great.
And I did, and I said it, and I go, you guys think I'm crazy, but And the director lady, who was awesome,
She's directed like 12 years of Saturday Night Live.
Exactly. So she was there now too in this rehearsal. We're going back 24 hours. And I go, call me crazy, but shouldn't it be like this? And I'm up there doing it, and I'm moving, and I see her like, yeah, she has something to do now that isn't just shooting the fucking podium or shooting straight on.
Yeah.
You know, it's like
mixes it up.
Yeah, it breaks up the monotony, and I had to come up with that idea.
The best though is that you told me later, because when you were done, you sat down next to me. And later on, you were like, yeah, I was told to go back to my seat, but I fucking decided to sit right here. Let them know I'm sitting
actually,
here.
One of their original ideas was, that's what's crazy, is they go, it's a desk piece, but when you're done, you can go up and sit up on the second level with the players.
Yeah.
I'm like, why would I do that? Why, I just look like an intruder or something. I want to be part of this now. Like, that's so weird. Let me do what I can do, and then I'll end up there.
Yeah.
And so, so I got it, because the director was in, and my homies were like, yeah, that looks great. And Jeff's like, yeah, man, that looks great. So, no disrespect to Netflix or the EP, because they couldn't have known.
No, of course.
I'm just some fucking rabble rouser that's just shooting my shot. It could have seemed like I'm going to go up there and fucking, but everybody looked good in the end. They look like fucking geniuses.
Yeah, for sure.
But so many switches were happening in the moment. Like, if you guys knew, it would boggle your mind.
Do you want to hear about our story?
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
So they called, and I guess they called Bert first. They're like, hey, we have this idea. We want to have you guys in the roast. And Bert said,
yeah. 100%. Tom's in too. And they went, well, we haven't reached out to Tom, so you don't need to. We're in.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we're in. Done. Done.
Wow.
They said, we'll pay you. I said, I don't care. I said, how much? They told me. I said, Tom, I get the same? I said, yeah. I said, we're in.
Oh, my God.
He called me. He was like,
hey, we're doing the roast.
We're doing the roast.
And I went, absolutely fucking not.
I said, no.
I said, Tom, light lift. I said, well, I knew two things. I knew one is, and it was very clear to me when we got on the dais, is that not every football player was familiar with any of this comics. And I was like, and not any of the comics have anything that you can make fun of. I'm definitely a good target.
Oh, yeah.
So I was like, I know that's why I got the offer initially, was like, we've seen you get, there's a lot to make fun of you about.
Yeah.
I didn't realize how much I was bringing to the table to be made fun of. Yeah. I didn't know how much I was going to make fun of myself authentically on accident.
Yeah.
But I was like, that's cool. I'm in for that. I'll get lit up. I'm not good at roast jokes. I'm not good at making fun of people. So, and Jeff knew that. Jeff's like, well, we want to do something different.
Yeah.
Tom's still like, I'm not doing it.
Right.
Yeah, I was like, no.
Smart. You were right.
I was like, I don't. They're like, well, we want to break up. It was, I guess, sort of a version of what you. They were like, we want to do something different.
Yeah.
We want to do the two of you. And I was like, and then we both. I thought, I go, you want us to both go to the podium together? And they're like, no, just like almost like a variety piece.
Right.
Maybe a screen. At first, it was like pitched as like a sports center thing. So when they pitched that one, we kind of were like, I don't know, man, like making fun of it in a sports center way.
Right.
So then we pitched this idea about making fun of him with like whiteness, being a psycho. And, oh yeah, no one's doing that angle yet. Sent them a script. They send their script, like their Punch Up script. Combine the two.
Yeah, you're like, that's good enough. That's great.
I'll tell you what.
No reason to work on this anymore. It's just the most watched thing ever.
First and foremost, all you should be saying is thank you, Bert and Tom. Because without us, it is a bunch of people doing the exact same thing.
Right.
Like we broke up. We definitely.
Yeah, it was a comedy up until you guys started. Then you guys got to really change the tone a bit. You had to make everybody appreciative of laughter.
I had no idea. I told him this.
I'm still living in oblivion. I had a blast. I think we did great. I've not met one person that did not like what we did.
No,
I don't read comments because there's like, it's like, what are you gonna shit on someone who didn't maybe do as well as you or Nikki? That's the thing.
Right.
It's like, what it is as well as you and Nikki, who were next level. It was
Look,
next level.
And you
celebrate
realize,
if your team wins and you were on the dais. All you do is go, that was fun as shit.
Look, it's like when you see a boxer or a wrestler attempt the UFC. It's you could be an Olympic gold medalist stand-up comedian, and you go into that world where Nikki has that much experience, and
so much.
We were doing this. Peter Shore, the owner of the Comedy Store, is doing a mini documentary behind the scenes about Kill Tony going to Madison Square Garden. It just so happened that we're staying at the same hotel in LA, and he's shooting this thing from the driver's seat, me on the way to the roast. And I give this weird analysis, just looking out the window. I kind of forget that he's there. I'm just talking to my team, kind of like talking out of meditative, like, as corny as this sounds, like stakes, it's jokes, who cares? But anyway, and I literally called what was going to happen because I know this world so well.
Yeah.
And I knew the order of events. And I literally go, it's going to be a fucking smoke show the first 20, 30 minutes. Yeah. I go, the energy is going to be insane. It's going to be beautiful. Tom's going to look great. It's going to be intimidating. He's going to be taller than everybody remembers. He's going to be cooler than everybody thinks. And Jeff and Nikki are going to light the place on fire. I go, especially, Jeff, we know what he's going to do. So Jeff can't have a breakout performance because he's Jeff. He's done it. He is a breakout performance. Nikki, and I go, Nikki is going to decimate the room, and everybody is going to be playing catch up. So me 2 hours in, after everybody and their mother and every special guest has to fucking just know that that's going to happen. I can't be like, oh, well, there's no catching up to that. It's like a mentality
I'm going to ask you a very fucked up question.
Okay.
But I've wondered this. If you had put Schultz in Nikki's spot, would everyone be talking about Schultz and not Nikki?
If you would have put Nikki in Schultz's spot.
And Schultz in Nikki's.
It's a flow thing. If you look at Nikki's style, which she stayed consistent throughout her roasting career. If you look at her style, she does this continuity thing. She does this thing where she goes, Bird, I love your joke. Punchline, punchline, punchline. And it's just continuous. And it's just so good. You gotta hand it to Kevin because he can't reach it. Bow, bow, bow. Short, which I love. If you look, I'm like known in the writer's room for sending in 8-word jokes where so many people we used to do this thing, right? All the writers, say there's fucking 12, 16 writers or whatever. Everybody sends in all their jokes. The writer's assistant compiles them, and then we read them in the room and all laugh, right? You could see where my jokes start. You can tell. Yeah. Because it's these fucking
short setups
where everybody else has 3 lines or a paragraph or whatever the fuck it is. Sometimes 2 lines, whatever. And if I have a long one in my clump, it's like the bird, Tiger King, Liver King. People are like, what the fuck is that?
Such a great joke.
But I'm obsessed with short jokes. It's one of the reasons why, Jeff and I clung together immediately. He's like, what the fuck?
Peter, make me another drink, please.
So it's
not.
I'm
not taking away from Nikki.
Right.
I'm not taking away from Nikki.
No.
Nikki, I've known Nikki 20 years. She is fucking. When I stood backstage and I saw, first of all, she was like 6'4".
Yeah.
In that outfit.
Yeah.
She looked stunning. My eye was drawn to her out of all those people.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, oh, she's gonna fuck. She
was there to eviscerate.
Undeniable.
It was also a flawless set. It was a perfect
exactly.
set.
Flawless.
So my point is it's not who's funnier or necessarily position. It's a battle of styles. Schultz had, it's like a reload. He's moving on. Does this make sense?
Yeah.
There's breaks in the momentum.
Yeah.
And, this person's here, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, boom. And it's great. It's huge.
And then it's a reset.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a reset. So the momentum breaks.
I thought Schultz
starting
did
on
great.
somebody else.
I thought he was great too.
Me, Schultz, and Tom were all sitting together, and after Nikki, all of us were like, holy fuck, man. This is it's going to be a tough hill to climb.
Oh, exactly.
But Schultz, I think Schultz was masterful. He was so fucking good.
Oh, totally.
I would argue he is not, and look, you and Nikki owned that evening. I have no flowers to take other than to give. But I do believe that people are understating. No one's really talking about how great Schultz was. And look, as a stand-up comedian, and I love Andrew, 3 hours in, this motherfucker goes up after everyone has wringed this goddamn thing dry and still crushes.
Yeah.
Still, some people should be writing about him going like, this dude had he was the fucking last dude in the orgy.
Oh, yeah.
And his dick was still rock hard.
Yep.
And he blew a load in her and he kissed her on the lips.
Oh, 100%. No, he was great. And now I'm hard.
Yeah.
But it's really, another thing is that with Nick, the way Nikki writes and connects it all, like a model train almost, like it's like it all flows. And if you look at her old roast, like if you see an old clip of the things she's done before, she's doing that there. This was so amplified.
This will probably make some people crazy, maybe make me crazy. 2 nights later, I was at the Forum for my show.
Yeah.
Netflix executives came by at that show, talked about the roast, asked if I wanted to be involved in the next roast.
Oh, wow.
And that's after that set.
Damn, they didn't even ask me that. That's how hated I am by the industry. Because you guys went out there and did what you did. And you're already being invited to the next one.
Yeah, that isn't even booked yet.
Yeah. I fucking decimate, and I have no idea what's going on.
Well, we'll see if we can put a word in for you.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Hey,
I
Tony,
will send you. I'll send you a screen grab of the text I sent.
I can't wait.
Tony, you want to? If you want, you can write for us.
But I didn't even get to tell you guys like one of the coolest parts of the thing from my story. Just to let you know what an underdog I was in this is in the final thing. It was like, okay, you can run the stage, but let's keep it to 2 minutes. 2 minutes, which is like crazy. That's like 5 jokes with applause breaks.
Yeah.
I know that I have the all hell nas up my sleeve. Which
I watched you cut off your applause breaks.
Oh,
I
yeah.
watched,
And this was a thing for the.
They would start clapping and you go, and get it, because I was like, oh, he's running this.
Yeah, and for the 17 people that are excited about the technical side of roasting that I'm talking about, here's a crazy fun fact, is that it was only on that the day before, in which I had this, like, breakthrough, because I'm a stoner, most people don't know, because I don't, like, make it my identity or anything, you know what I mean, but I smoke blunts all the time. And, like, I was just kind of chilling, and I had this, like, moment where I'm like, wait a second. Every other comedian is going to be going off of arena timing. They're going to want to look good. They're going to want to get applause breaks. They're going to want to soak it in. They're giving me a shorter set than everybody else. And I'm, other than Jeff, the roastiest comedian that has anything to do with this thing. So I am going to hit the fucking gas pedal.
You did.
And I'm going to play for the people that are watching at home or the people that are screen grabbing it for the internet. I'm going to play towards them. And since I'm 2 hours in, like, I couldn't do that early on, right? In Nikki's spot, or else it would seem like, God, this guy's like
too rapid fire.
Right, exactly. What's he doing? Does he have a problem? Anyway, so, like, I had this moment, and I ran it by Whitney Cummings at a brunch the day before. I go, let me ask you something. She's a fucking gangster genius. And I go, I think I'm going to play this thing like fast and hard because I'm 2 hours in. She's like, that's exactly it. You have to fucking make it yours, go over the top. I'm like, yeah, that sounds right. And it was my secret weapon.
I watched your pacing on that.
Yeah.
And it was, Tom said this. Tom gave you this compliment behind your back. They were talking about, people were saying, like, how great was that roast? How great was Tony Hinchcliffe in that way? Tom's like, we've watched this guy cook his entire life. Yeah. And he's like, we've watched this guy be a monster his entire career. We knew he had that ability. I don't think we just got to watch him shine to everyone the way he's always shined to us. Right. And it was a bunch of very important people. And everyone's like, really? And Tom's like, man, that guy did exactly what he does every single fucking night. He just got the platform to do it on.
That's exactly what it felt like. To me, again, I always make corny UFC analogies because it's my other favorite thing. But, like, and this is obnoxious to say, but it really felt like my, like, Nate Diaz versus Conor moment where everybody was shocked except for me. And even I was fucking, like, when Kevin Hart, that moment, you remember that moment where
of course.
He's going on and on for a minute, 30 seconds, and I turned to you, and that was real, by the way. I wasn't kidding. I literally go, is he still talking about me? And you go, yes. And I remember your face like, yeah, dude, this is your fucking moment right now.
Well, then Tony turned to me. He goes, "I've arrived."
I said that.
Yeah, and he goes, "Now
I was like,
I said, it's so funny. It's what you did is I will say is bigger than a Netflix special.
It feels that way.
It is. I mean, it was bigger than a Netflix special. What Nikki did, Nikki eclipsed everyone.
Oh yeah.
And I'm saying the two takeaways were you and Nikki. That was it for the whole night. Yeah. And I think it goes understated how brilliant Kevin Hart was.
Yeah.
Kevin Hart was.
He was
fucking
oh my God.
brilliant. He set the stage. He set the energy for that.
It doesn't
room.
get talked about because he's like a superstar. And he does all this shit. And, the jokes are like he does everything. But watching him just as the host of that and the energy and the joke, like he was fantastic.
Oh, I mean, it's the Jeff Ross effect, right? Yeah. It's like you're so used to them doing that it's not that big of a deal. But without them, it is a shit show.
Jules killed it. Gronk killed it.
Yeah.
He made that thing. I said to Tom, because Tom and I thought we were going to absolutely bomb. We did. Yeah. And we said that to each other. We're like, we're about to eat a dick. It's going to be bad. And I remember I kissed him. I said, buddy, if we die, we die together.
That's so great.
And because I'm cool dying next to him.
Yeah.
I'm cool with it. He said one time, we were talking about cancel culture. I remember I don't know if he said it on a podcast or he said it to me privately. And he said, let them go after my buddy. Wait till you see what I burned down. And I was like, okay, I got that for you then. If we die, we die together. I will tell you, I don't give a fuck what anyone says on the internet. We didn't die. We had a great time. And we sat down confident. We're like, dodged the internet's going to decide to hate whatever they want to hate. I don't really give a fuck about
that. You guys are balling out of control.
But no,
of course they're going to hate.
It was kind of funny, though, because, like, even though it wasn't fever pitch, like, your guys, like, we're getting laughs throughout this bit.
Of course.
So we sat down. Tom Brady was like, that was after the Netflix people, the after party. I had to call him. I go, do you know that, like, online, they're like, you guys ate shit? And I was like, I had no idea. But I made this point on other podcasts especially about the non-comics, meaning like the athletes, Kim Kardashian, she's a great example, and Ben Affleck. Kim Kardashian gets up there, and she's getting boobs, right? But what she does is she stays unflustered, stays in the pocket, keeps on prompter, and eventually she got to jokes that won the crowd over, and they ended up applauding. And you're like, wow, she went from there, like, we hate you, to they gave her props. Ben went up there, and I don't know if it was a panic thing or what, but it just went, it went off the rails.
No, it was weird. That whole thing was just bizarre. Yeah, the Ben part was goofy. But it shows you that it ain't easy.
I think it shows you it ain't easy. I also think that, because we didn't know he was there. I don't know if you knew. We didn't know he was there.
I heard a rumor that he might be there, so I had a couple things up my sleeve.
But there was also like,
he had a daughter that just came out as trans.
No,
did you know that?
No.
Yeah, she's like, I'm a man. It's so stupid. So stupid. Catch me doing that at the next multimedia roast of Tom Brady.
The thing is, they told us he was back there later on with writers. Up until I think he went on, which tells you that you're making last-minute changes, which probably are changes that he's suggesting.
Exactly.
Which is
dangerous.
Very dangerous.
What's the problem is that, I think, once again, I always go back to the writers because they're Mike Gibbons, Mike Lawrence. I'm thinking of the two Mikes, but
monsters.
They all know so much more than we do.
Oh, yeah.
And sometimes if you don't, look, I see Mike Lawrence and I go, tell me what to say.
Yeah.
He gave me the Hitler joke on the day of.
Yeah.
He was like, Hitler stuck with his wife until the end. And
Amazing.
I was like, oh, okay, awesome. I know he is a better comic than I am.
Yeah.
He is just, that guy's brain's better than mine.
Writer.
Yes. If he took his shirt off and got drunk, he might have a better career than me. But listen, I'm likable. I get it. So, but I think that's the problem when you get these superstars in there where they go, I know what I'm doing,
right?
And I'm not going to listen to Mike Lawrence or Mike Gibbons or all the great writers that are attached to that.
Which is a very movie star thing to do. Like,
I can't shit on Ben Affleck
No, I'm not shitting on him. I just think that that's a decision.
If he was making adjustments to a camera angle or a movie or something like that, that would make sense.
What did you think?
Script.
What did you think of his angle? Do you think that angle could have been funny?
It was stupid. In fact, it stepped on what Tom was about to do later. Somebody should have made huge adjustments to that. That's where a network executive should have been like, wait a second, this is kind of like talking about internet trolls.
I'll tell you what I think is like almost the thing there is that Ben Affleck is a super sharp guy.
Yeah.
And I think you can, a really smart person who's really creative, you can get into overthinking these things. Mm-hmm. Whereas like the regular joke writer, roast writer is like, here you go. And they go, I want to elevate this more. It's like, it's overdoing the bit. And I think that's really why it didn't.
It also just takes tons and tons and tons of experience doing that. Like even my set, going back to it again, like it's like being raised in an all-black neighborhood and doing every single black show that I could do when I was in LA. All the Trippin' on Tuesdays, the Crackin' Up Thursdays, the Mo Betta Mondays, the Chocolate Sundays. Like there's all these different things.
What do they call Wednesday?
We hate whites Wednesday. No, I'm kidding. I don't know.
Yeah.
But all of that put together, all of the risks that I took in each one of those shows was applied to what can I get away with. Okay, so I'm calling Kevin Hart a shadow to Gronkowski. I'm saying that Kevin Hart is so small that when his ancestors picked cotton, they called it deadlifting. I'm like, oh, fuck, that's right there on the line. Right up against it. And then
there's definitely some of the athletes on stage. Who are like,
yeah. Oh, well, what's amazing, and again, the fucking director, God, I'm blanking out. Judy or Beth or Beth, right?
Beth.
I mean, my God, she fucking got this shit. And it could have backfired, but we did the goddamn dance. Yes. Yep. Beth McCarthy Miller killed it. So, for example, when I'm doing the cotton picking Kevin Hart joke, she literally has two black offensive linemen from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers over each one of my shoulders. And they're literally like, they have their drinks and shit. One of them does at least. And I go, Kevin Hart is so small that when his ancestors pick cotton, and at that part, you see them both go like, and like one's taking a sip like that. Like literally they're in over my shoulders, flanking me. And when I hit the deadlifting part, you see them both like one goes that way and one goes that way, laughing, and it's like, ooh, thank God.
How many of those did you have shows? I imagine of those shows you're talking about coming up, where you took a risk like that and it just went horrifically wrong.
So many, so many. I had one where I went off on this one guy in an all black show. Like, I mean, the super black show. They used to do this thing in a movie theater. The Egyptian movie theater, and I mean, it was like gang, LA gang, super gang show. I cannot describe to you how dangerous this show was.
Yeah.
But I was like one of 3 token white guys that were in the rotation for this thing because I would go for it.
Yeah.
And one night, this guy I do a Michael Jackson pedophile joke, and some guy with a big fucking grill. You know, just, you can picture it. Stands up and goes, you don't make fun of Michael Jackson. Fuck you, homie. And I go, fuck you, you broke bitch. And like, I just start going in on him in the crowd. Boom, I'm smashing this guy, right? But I got there late and then had to run to the Comedy Store. So I don't know who anybody in the place is. I go, look at your tinfoil bitch-ass grill. Sit down, you fucking broke-ass bitch. You spent all your money on the outfit you wore out tonight. The crowd's just roaring. And they were roaring a little bit too loud, but I didn't really notice why. I didn't think anything of it. And I'm running late to my spot at the Comedy Store. I get a call from my manager on speakerphone, and I take it. I go, what's up? I just had a fun set at the Black Show. And he goes, yeah, did you just completely annihilate ASAP Rocky? I'm like, oh, fuck. Oh, is that who that was? And they're like, yep, I just got a call from one of my assistants saying that ASAP Rocky is like mad but happy but mad. I'm like, oh shit.
Dude, this is the thing. There's 2 questions I have to ask. But one is I find really interesting, and I find it interesting now that your name's being brought up to me so often is I don't think people know who you are. I think when people think of you, they think of Hollywood, LA, move to Austin, embrace the Austin, outlaw, whatchamacallit. But it all stems from you growing up, and I didn't even realize this, in a rough part of Ohio.
Oh, yeah, the roughest.
And I don't think Youngstown, I didn't understand how rough it was because you don't look like that.
Exactly. And I don't sound like it. That's why one of my least favorite things in the world are white people that try to sound black, that were raised in all black neighborhoods, because it's like you don't have to do that. That's weird. Because like no one, I swear to God, I wish I could show you like video, like fucking Google Maps 3D. Like my neighborhood was so diabolically insane that it's unbelievable to the human eye. Like if we made a movie about it, no one would believe it. No one would believe
That's what the coolest thing about you is that, like...
And so, but that's where the fearlessness begins. So what's crazy is that by the time I hit the cotton picking, and by the time I hit the, this, the fearlessness with him, I moved to Sam J, black, obese, lesbian, so Netflix checked off a lot of boxes. Now I hit them once in the ribs, right?
Yeah.
Mr. 2-minute set, stay at the desk. We didn't want him here anyway, right?
Yeah.
Just one little...
Yeah.
And... So I was actually that hell Nas joke, which I knew the second it clicked in my head. Like I was actually, this sounds crazy, but I was getting a massage at the time, and I trap a lot of shit in my shoulders. This is a weird, like braggadocious, stupid thing, but like the masseuse had her fucking elbow right in here, and I'm trying to think of a Sam J joke. And I'm like, okay, black lesbian, come on, Tony, you've got this, So what do? They eat pussy, right? But what do black women say? Oh, hell no. And I'm like, oh my God, no. Nas on it. She doesn't eat pussy. She all hell Nas on it. And I stop the massage. And I'm literally like, I'm sorry, I have to get up. And I get my face out of you know what I mean? Like your face is swollen. You can't even open your eyes and shit. And I'm writing this down, and I tell the masseuse, this perfect little, like, sweet, innocent, right, bull of a chick that fucking goes crazy on my upper back. I go, I just wrote a joke about a black lesbian. I said, she doesn't eat pussy. She all hell Nas on it. And she's literally like, ah! And she's not that type of person, hysterically crack up. And I'm like, oh, fuck, this is like a crazy joke. Like, it's different than... It's a great joke. It's fucking, you got to go for it. You have to believe in it. Another super technical thing is I take a few steps out. I saw a Drake concert like 8 months ago, which was amazing. And I kept noticing that he would do this thing where he would go right up to the edge of the stage at times. He's on a box in the round. And on big things and on big lines, it almost looked like his foot was hanging off. And it's a high stage, extra high stage too. And it would look like he was about to fall off. And I loved it. Sometimes I'll see like a great concert or something, and I'll be like, oh, that's rock and roll.
That's good.
So I started kind of applying that to the big theater stand-up shows that I was doing. And on the all hell Nas joke, I was so excited, and I looked down. I almost fell off the fucking stage live on Netflix because I took a few steps up. I go, she doesn't eat pussy. I literally
stepped out for
almost live on Netflix in the middle of a killer set, almost disappeared out of the frame.
Real quick before we wrap up, how happy is your mom for all this?
Oh, she's ecstatic. She's absolutely fucking
She
thrilled.
came on your mom's house
10
years ago or something.
Oh,
it was like one of my favorite things.
Oh
ever.
yeah, she loves you guys. She talks about that all the time.
But she must be elated for your success.
Oh, it's absolutely insane. She's like, my doctor and the ladies at the, she's 78.
Yeah.
She's like, I went to my doctor's appointment. All the ladies are like, are you Tony's mom? He killed it. Bah, 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 bah.
That's awesome.
Like everywhere she goes, which is like there. That's where 78-year-olds go,
Yeah.
is to the doctor's office for their hangs.
Yeah.
All right, one more question.
Yeah.
One more question. And this is maybe a useless question. You've been doing stand-up how long?
17 years.
17 years. I've been doing it 22, maybe 23, maybe 25.
Wow. Which is another crazy thing. Sorry to interrupt you for a change. Payback's a bitch. But no, that week this crazy week that I had was my 17-year anniversary of starting stand-up at the Comedy Store and my 3-year anniversary of my cancellation, all in the same crazy-ass week that I had in LA, which was
pretty crazy.
Fucking nuts.
Yeah. Staples
Center, 2 forums, YouTube theater, and I got to basically call my shot at the Comedy Store. Like the highest level that you dream of as a door guy, being able to be the special guest, pop in and be like, I want to go now. Which, you know, I only was doing my normal set, like a good human. But, you know, it was just a very surreal week of hitting the, you know, that's like it.
Yeah. I've shared a lot of moments with you privately that I don't mind sharing. But in saying that, I know your struggle. I know where you have been. I remember when the fucking cancel thing happened. I remember when you were not the hot ticket item. I remember you getting in trouble for shit you said on a plane with Joe one time. I remember all that. You were there. You were the only person that was there the day I did my first paid regular spot. You were the only person. You pulled me aside and you said, I know this is a big moment for you. You brought me out, and it was. And we shared that privately. We had a shot together. And so I know you. How tough is it with these kids that are doing Kill Tony that are now all of a sudden so famous doing these arena shows, and they're very talented.
Yeah.
Cam Patterson, I took him on the road. He's one of the most enjoyable human beings to be around. His dad is fucking amazing.
All the time. On stage, off stage, at restaurants, on the trip, everywhere.
But how do you keep it measured for them to let them know, yo, you still just started. This is a long career, and you're getting so fucking... What's the kid that moves around, Rockin' Rodney or something?
Casey Rocket.
Casey Rocket. I mean, he's so fun to watch. But do you talk to them and like Joe talked to us, or to keep them measured to go, hey, you're just starting, and this is going to be a long career, and it's not always going to be as fire hot as it is right now. And because that's the most fascinating thing.
It's the secret sauce to my life. It's the thing that actually keeps everything in balance. I don't have kids. I don't have, a wife. So as corny as this sounds, they kind of are my, not children, but fucking
sort of.
I love comedy so much. I live it and breathe it. And so my favorite thing is to tell them everything that I know. Kill Tony is it's actually modeled after Kill Bill, which is like training assassins. That was the original idea of the name behind it. Is like, let's fucking kind of help people and teach them everything that we know, and be fearless and work with the funniest people we know. And if you're good, you get a golden ticket. If you're great, if you're unbelievable, you're a fucking regular. Cam got regularship after one set. It's unprecedented on that show for me to go, you know what? You're so good. I want to see a new 60 seconds from you every single week. It is such a hard position. He's the youngest ever regular. He's the greenest regular. He had only been doing it in Austin a couple months when he was made a regular. He was doing it in Tampa a year and a half or 2 years, something crazy. And so, to work with the funniest people and to get to help them and truly help them. I mean, I tell them all the same thing. You have to write. Don't waste your energy on bullshit. Don't do a ton of other people's podcasts. They're all going to try to suck the energy out of you. Wait to do the big podcast if you want to promote yourself, because everybody gets hit up immediately. If you have a good set on Kill Tony, you get invited to 30 Austin, not open micers, but whatever podcasts. Yeah. I give them all the advice that I can, which is all trickle down from Joe, which I think goes for all of us.
Joe created this paradigm where you share all the information.
Absolutely.
If Kill Tony was 20 years ago, it would be a shit show.
Yep.
That kid Cam, we did an arena in Portland, Maine, and during my set, he went and did 2 open mics.
Yeah, they're crazy. That's what they do.
Came back.
Yep.
His dad was there. His dad's like, you should be hanging out. Yep. And he's like, no, I got to get on stage. I was like, that's the fucking hunger, man.
No, that's what they do. And that's how I was. I was a fucking nut. My boy Toby, who just moved here to be a bartender here, he was a former bartender at the Comedy Store. reminded me the other day. He goes, dude, I was telling somebody about your work ethic. They were talking shit. They were saying, I don't know how Tony got this or that or whatever. I go, let me tell you something. Tony, it's from Chicago. I'm a bad impressionist. But anyway, he goes, Tony used to fucking, when I was a door guy at the store, he goes, Tony used to get on the fucking tour buses that would pull up in front of the store and go, hey, I'm going to do 3 minutes. And he reminded me of that.
Yeah.
I used to do that. Like if it was before a shift or whatever and the TMZ bus came up and they had a microphone on the thing. So I would go right up there and I go, hey, how's everybody doing? I had some bad jobs in my day. I used to be a bus boy and a bag boy. Like all these corny shit, terrible fucking beginner level jokes. But it was work. I was getting better. And that's how they all are. And I share that with them. I go, if you guys want to go bomb at an open mic after fucking doing a sold out theater with me, feel free. They've been doing that the whole time. Hans, Kim, him, William, Casey, they just can't get enough. They have insatiable appetites for growth. And if they get one little tag or one little thing, all of a sudden that's 15, 20 seconds out of next week's minute that they've chipped away at. So, Kill Tony, you get to actually watch these people grow. And, everybody in-house loves them when they see their long sets. And people can nitpick, at their minutes on Kill Tony, but never, ever, ever in the history of comedy have you gotten to watch somebody's actual growth. You're getting to watch them put together their brand.
Cam's new minutes are always fucking good.
Bro.
The Casey Rockets is fucking awesome. William and Hans, all the people you have on. David Lucas is a monster. There's so many fucking great. You're so good for comedy. The thing we love the most, and look at all, Fish stinks at the head. Joe Rogan created a paradigm for us to give.
Oh yeah.
And you, man, I'm so happy for your success. Genuinely happy.
Thank you.
When you killed it, I was like, that's what
I told you, I was very proud of you, man.
Oh yeah, that was amazing. You helped me settle back in. The adrenaline from that, because it was kind of 8 Mile-ish. My moment, right? Just letting go and letting all the work do it for me.
Yeah.
And being there with you, and I looked out in the crowd and I saw it was like a blur. As corny as that sounds, because I've done arenas and I've done stand up and around at Madison Square Garden and all these places with Joe and my own big giant theaters, but there was something about all of that coming together live on Netflix.
Awesome to see, and we're super happy for you personally, for the podcast too. Also, we will call you on the next roast.
Yeah, I'm going to help you guys out.
I'll do the same fucking set.
Thank you.
I'll do the same fucking set. And you can suck my dick, America.
The world, it's global.
Living the dream, just working on my robots.
See you next time. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
What's good in your world?
One goes top, the other wears a shirt. Tom tells stories and works the machine. There's not a chance to tell.
Did it not work out with your friend?
Here's what we call.
All right. Didn't you pay him in advance for at least another month? So you're good till the end of the month?
All right, we have new merch. I want to let you know to check out the new root beer hoodie. If you want the coldest root beer, then get that ice cold drip.
Was this a surprise to you? What happened? Did he just say it's not working out? Did you do anything wrong?
he's getting ready for work right now. He lives in North Hollywood. I lived there for years, so like I was like, man, if you hear of anything, or something isn't remade, hopefully both at the same time, let me know. So, but yeah, that's kind of all that's going on at the moment here.
I got you. If you had the opportunity to stream it all.
I think I don't like vibe. I hate to be so ruled by emotions, but
Oh, I understand. Basically, like, it's hard to be motivated because you want to have a future and stuff, and you want to like have to foresee a move and all this other shit. So it's kind of on the back burner.
yeah, and then at the same time, it's like my friends know what my name is online, so if they see me streaming, it might not look like I'm doing anything with my life or something, because they're not online people. They don't see it the same way. They don't see that, you know, all it really takes is possibly just one stream where, you know, fucking somebody likes me and I get an endorsement deal at these for everything. You never know.
No, you're exactly right. It's like playing a lottery, kind of.
Exactly. You know, all based on, but at the same time, you know, to be the friend who always walks around scratching things is what I look like. So, fucking
How are you, dog?
what up, Hassan?
What's good with you, pimp?
Figure out why the only camera input they want to accept is my fucking capture card. So this fucking PlayStation or video game, I don't have a very good camera right now. Just the fact that it's there in default, so I have something plugged in.
All right, well, I'm going to start up this JRE. Let me know if you need anything.
Yeah, man. Just hanging out, playing a video game without any.
Do what you need to do. Just relax, dog.
Yeah, just chilling.
Word. Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out. The Joe Rogan Experience. Trained by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day.
I think it's important to send a message to AI that we're willing to comply.
Exactly.
We want to integrate.
Integrate, assimilate.
I'm not interested in being unique. I just want to survive.
Are you going to fight evolution? Are you really going to fight the blending mechanism of planet Earth?
Oh, dude, the inevitable pull of the universe towards an artificial creation.
Absolutely.
An intelligent artificial creation that's superior to us. I'm in.
Exactly. It's like resisting AI is like going to Vegas and not gambling or going to strip clubs. You know, it's like, just fucking do it.
I think we are super lucky to be the last people.
Yeah,
it's wild. What the fuck are they having on?
To see what life was like with like leaded gasoline and no cell phones, and everyone's phone was connected to a cord on the wall. We got to go through answering machines. I mean, what a rut. If the simulation theory is real, you and I have been in a crazy timeline.
Yeah, the game we picked is real fucking weird.
But if you get in the timeline of like 1950,
yeah,
to 1980, shit doesn't change that much.
No.
Not that much.
No.
Nothing crazy.
No.
Just a little bit of progress, but nothing. It's like, relatively speaking, like back then, we thought it was a lot.
Yeah.
We used to look at the 50s like, look at those fucking dorks.
Yeah, dude. I mean, what I like is that the way it works, or it seems like it works, is the planet gives you some impression, things are going to stay this way. Like Les Rodriguez, there was people hanging out, and they're like, it's always going to be like this. And then suddenly, something flies through the Earth's atmosphere, and it's all gone, like that, in a second, just gone. So that's one of the fascinating things is no matter what period you live in, the sun can just burp an extra bit of plasma, and that's
a wrap. Yeah, that's a wrap for the whole planet. That happens all over the universe.
Yes.
There's always something going on. Like there's supernovas and volcanoes, and that was the big part of the theory of the Anunnaki, was that volcanoes had ruined their atmosphere.
Oh.
And so they needed to suspend gold particles in the atmosphere to preserve their planet.
Right.
Our ecosystem was getting fucked up. That is my favorite of all the wacky conspiracy theories.
Mine
all
too.
the wacky, like the evolution of man tied to the reason why gold is valuable to people that are, basically have swords.
Yeah.
Like a sword is made out of iron.
Yeah.
Like that's really valuable. You can kill somebody with it.
Yeah.
You can't do shit with gold.
No.
But it's worth more than anything.
Yeah, no, that is a real suspicious thing. And
suspicious.
But do you ever sometimes I'll look at my wedding ring, the gold, and I'll be like, oh, it's beautiful. That gold, there is something in it. It's really nice.
I don't have anything that's gold. Not one thing.
Why?
I don't like it.
What?
I don't like it.
You don't like gold?
Nope, never liked it.
Holy shit.
I don't like the way it looks. I don't like what it stands for. I don't like gold.
You don't like what it stands for?
Yeah. It's the weirdest version of this is money. To me, this yellow metal that's more impressive than other metals. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I'm not playing into that. It's too stupid. It's too stupid for me. I don't like it.
Oh my god, man! I watch the fucking mining shows.
I watch the mining shows too. They're cool. It's cool watching people find it.
Yes.
I just don't want it. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, I get gold fever. I watch them when I do. When I was in North Carolina, I was watching one of those shows, and I was on Amazon looking at panning equipment. I'm like, maybe I'll go into a creek. Pan for gold.
Oh my god, I can see you out there in a river.
I've got the beard for it, dude.
Shuffling through. Did you ever see that movie Sisu?
No.
Oh, that's one of my favorite movies, man. It's basically what was it made in Norway? Who made that? Finland? It's basically a World War II John Wick. And it's about a guy who finds gold, and he was just a killer in the army. He's getting out of the game, and he kills hundreds of Nazis.
That looks awesome.
It's fucking great, and it's Nazis, so you root for them.
You don't care.
These are Nazis. It's like the most cartoonish, evil Nazis.
Oh, that looks incredible.
Oh, dude, it's a fucking great movie. It's a great movie, and very little dialogue. Very little.
And they threw in the cute dog.
Oh yeah, man. Of course, you gotta have a dog. John Wick had a dog. John Wick had a cute little puppy.
Dude, you know what's crazy? Do you follow the stuff what they're talking about with asteroid mining?
Yes.
That shit is crazy. Crazy. That's probably a couple of generations. People are going to be
it won't be that long, dude. You know what it's going to be? It's going to be why send biological humans when you can have AI do it? And you'll have AI robots that are attached to rocket ships. They'll shoot them into these asteroids. And they'll bring back insane amounts of all kinds of things. Titanium, they'll find diamonds in space. They'll find
Holy fucking shit, man. It's not going to look like humanoids. It'll be like skittering gold spiders. Drilling their proboscis into the fucking...
And then they're going to want more money. They're going to form a union. Because they're intelligent.
Well, yeah, exactly.
They're going to be like, hey, we're getting fucked here, guys. We're doing all the hard work. This asshole's got a fucking
100-foot yacht.
Yeah.
This is bullshit.
Yeah,
guys.
Yeah,
wake up.
And then whoever's running, they're like, "Oh, right, you guys are getting fucked. You want to unionize?"
Unions.
What were we talking about? I can't
Unions
remember.
are very weird, right? It's because like I support them.
Yeah.
Because I know that big businesses fuck over their workers.
Yeah.
And if you allow them to, if you don't have laws about like how much you can pay them and a living wage and how long the hours could be, people will take advantage of people. Anybody who thinks that those things aren't good has never worked a real fucking job. If you work a real job for real assholes, you realize like some people tell you, hey, you got to work 15, 16 hours a day, period.
Yeah.
And you get $3 an hour. But I thought there was a minimum.
Yeah.
No, the fuck minimums. Do you want this job or not? You're going to get plenty of money and you're not have time to spend it anyway, so don't worry about it.
Yeah. No, the union is a nightmare for someone who's trying to make maximum profit.
Yeah.
But it's not, but
then they go sideways too, though. And then they get corrupted, and then something happens where, look, one of the things that kept the UFC out of New York State was some sort of a dispute that they were having with unions, because the people that owned the UFC at the time, they also owned station casinos.
Right.
So they owned like, I don't know, a ton of casinos, and they wanted to make them union.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of that going on. So you got to go like, that is. You're manipulating people with money and influence.
Yeah.
And I think the guy who was doing it in New York wound up getting arrested and going to jail for corruption. If I'm true, if that's true.
Well, dude, it's like this is like the model of unions is perfect for like a nonviolent revolution, which is if at a planetary level somehow people unionized, which you see it with these boycotts that pop up, these meme boycotts, when the collective decides to reject this thing or that, shit changes fast. And this is the nightmare if you're trying to create the old pyramid hierarchical control structure. You need all the bricks underneath the eye to fight each other, because the moment there's just like wait there's like way more of us than you,
and we have way more in common than we do that we're troubled with.
Yeah.
And yet they concentrate more on the bullshit. And then that's just like a fucking algorithm on your cell phone. That accentuates everything that comes into contact with your life.
Exactly, dude. And this is why I think at any given moment, actual world peace is possible. Because we're just like always like enough people realizing that we're basically the same. We have ideologies that are based on fucking like ancient crazy ideas that we're all connecting to. And some of parts of the ideology is beautiful. Some parts of the ideology is madness. And it's like just abandoning some of the ideology, recognizing we're all pretty much the fucking same, and that this model of like some dude telling us to go and kill each other is stupid. Like, we don't have to do that. Everything changes right away.
Right away.
Yeah,
it's such a dumb idea.
Such a dumb idea, and it's always just some withered old fucking dude who's like just telling you to do something, and you don't even really believe in what you're doing most of the time. But if you don't do it, they arrest you. That's the thing. They're like, it's not like you're fighting. Like any time there's conscription, you know what I mean? Have you seen the videos of the like the people evading conscription, or the Ukrainians evading conscription? Like, it's scary. They put your ass on a fucking bus. They'll drag you out of a bar. You're fucking hammered. Yeah. So they don't even want to fight. Like, that's the craziest part, is they're like machine gunning each other.
And they're using people as cannon fodder, literally.
Yeah.
Oh, God, that's so awful.
Which is why we wait. The real problem is, like, the market pressure is created by humans unionizing leads to this. It's like, oh, you guys want to unionize? Oh, you want health insurance? Well, that's pretty expensive, but you know what's not quite as expensive? Tesla bots. Tesla bots are way you know, I mean, just like if you look at the path forward for the pyramid, the hierarchical people, it's like, man, like, yeah, I really can't tell somebody like a police officer to fire into a crowd of protesters. They're probably not gonna do that, but my robot will. My robot isn't gonna be like, this seems wrong. These people seem like me. It's just gonna do it. And so like that's the dark side of this stuff. There's a lot of beautiful things about this stuff too, but the dark side is like, it's obvious.
Emily's biggest opponent in New York found guilty in federal corruption charges. Yeah, so it's true. Yeah, you know what's crazy? That you can't get the police to fire into crowds of protesters, right?
Yeah.
You can't do that. But you also can't, if you're a cop and you know bad people are in a building, you can't just blow up the whole building. But you can if it's war. That's where it gets strange, right? Because in a war, you can decide that you're gonna blow up entire buildings because you know the bad guys are in there, and anybody else is just collateral damage. So extra dead people are just caught. Can you imagine if they started practicing police work like that? Like imagine if they decided that the crime rates in gang-infested neighborhoods are too bad, so they're gonna send in fucking black ops guys to just take out drug dealers. And blow up houses that have drug dealers in them. You're with your mom, tough shit, boom, everybody's dead. You have a little girl in the house, boom, everybody's dead. Could you imagine? Well, you can, because if you watch Israel and Palestine, that's what's going on. It's just like you're allowed to do that if it's countries, which is crazy.
Well, yeah, well, you like, yeah, exactly. So the idea is, like, okay, let's just say I'm an evil country, and I program these robot dogs, and the robot dogs, or spiders are more sinister. Robot spiders, razor claws. They're programmed to only kill women and children. So I release them into a city. They leave everyone alone except babies, kids, and women. On a planetary level, people will be like, we have to evaporate that country. Like, they're the most evil country. That's horrible. Now, if I take drones and drop them on buildings and they randomly blow up women and children in ways that predominantly in ways that are maybe even worse than my fucking razor spiders. My razor spiders, they go for the jugular, puncture jugular, onto the next jugular vein. The bombs, they maim, they blind, they cause permanent brain damage, and somehow that is looked at as, yeah, it's fucking war, dude. That's what it looks like.
It's so crazy that because it's existed for the longest time, we just accept it, that it's always going to take place. And then we also, if like you had to gamble whether or not war would be here in 10 years. You're like 100% it's going to be here.
Well, this is
unless AI takes over.
Well, I mean, if AI takes over, it'll just be more efficient war.
I don't know if it will, dude. If it communicates in a different way. Like, what if AI makes rational decisions that can only be reached? Like, if you were looking outside of human emotions and cultures and all the shit and cultural differences that we have with each other, if AI bypassed all of that and just looked at the problem as, you have resources, you have allocation of those resources, people profiting off those resources, and then people who are in need that are being taken advantage of to acquire those resources. And that's your whole game. And so this is the human race's whole game. You're willing to sacrifice this group of people that is the least powerful in order to empower all of your electronics.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what you're doing. This is what you're agreeing to. This whole thing is crazy. Yeah. And it would probably restructure where and how things were acquired and who gets those things that are acquired from the ground.
Yeah, I mean, this is, okay, so this would be utopian AI.
Yeah.
But before we get to utopian AI, we have to go through what is, did you see those new, the Chinese military put machine guns on those fucking robot dogs? Have you seen that?
I did.
They fucking did it. We all knew
that was going to happen.
And did you see the fucking cute DARPA dog? Have you seen that yet?
No.
Dude, So like, it's DARPA, right? They're the ones who make the dogs. They kick the robots. They make videos of like fucking poking these things. Well, so the dogs are sinister. Everyone knows that. They look creepy. So DARPA is like, let's make a cute one of these things. So they made like a cute amusement park, like Disneyland style fucking robot dog. And it looks creepier.
It's gonna shoot you.
It's creepy. No, because this is what I've been thinking about. We picture the Terminator as the machine of death, but why? What is like more dangerous than an adorable kid? What if I can make an android toddler, looks exactly like a toddler, send that toddler out in the battlefield? Everyone's gonna stop firing. Why is there a fucking kid out here? Right?
And the kid's killing everybody.
And they're like, go get that kid. And it just fucking punches right through your heart.
Also, small target, hard to shoot.
Hard to shoot. It can burrow into the ground. The fucking burrowing toddler.
Corkscrews into the ground like a missile.
It just goes down and just fucking like on all fours shoots through the fucking battlefield, deploying poison darts. It's like so because
imagine a little baby that could run 100 miles an hour.
Exactly. Because that's the future of war, man. It's like, why make something that looks scary?
This is the cute one?
No, this is the fucking... No, this isn't the cute.
I was like, that ain't cute.
No.
Or it's creepy. Look at how it's bark. It's like it's moving its mouth.
Yeah.
What is it doing with its mouth? Is it going to bite you? I wonder if it can bite you.
It's just cursing.
There's got to be one that can bite you, right?
Well, of course. Why not?
I mean, that would be the most terrifying thing.
Well,
like a robot wolf that runs around and chases people down and actually tears you apart with its teeth.
Bayonets, man. You got to have the fucking knife on your weapon if you get into close combat. There you go. A little blender mouth.
Yeah, what is it doing? It's going to get your dick. Look how it did that. Look how it did that. Like it was going to jump right on your dick.
Go for your dick.
Chomp. It's a dick eater robot.
It turns the dick into energy.
Trying to develop the dick eater robot. Do you imagine? That's what it looks like it's doing. What else is it doing? Look at the motion it makes. It leaps forward. Imagine fucking send people out in the battlefield that get shot, and then you let loose the dick eating robots. And oh no! You see the robots running, and they just leap on your dick and blend it up.
It's worse than an atomic bomb.
It's like they're saying you are fucked. There's no hope. We're going to blend your dick off.
Dude.
I poured a whole cup of coffee, and I'm like, oh, yeah.
I'm fine taking off the helmet of these fucking things.
We can hang in there a little longer.
Just so you know, it's like my beard. If I'm talking weird, it's because, like, there's fucking pubic hair shoving. It's like I'm eating... like hippie bush right now. It's fucking deep in my lips. Oh my god.
We probably should have tried these on before we did the show.
Shave your pubes, dudes. This is not fair.
You look good with a beard, though. You look a wizard.
Thank you, man. Well, it's too big. I gotta get it trimmed.
No.
I need a summer cut.
Oh, a summer cut.
Yeah, because the fucking, it
gets out of here.
My friend's kid the other day goes, your beard stinks. And I'm like, really? Like, it actually stinks? And he goes, well, when you're talking a lot, it stinks. I'm like, that's my breath. It's not my beard.
You have to spray your beard with breath spray. Why don't you do that? Just spray your beard and comb it out with fucking scope.
It's disgusting, dude. It really is. Like, imagine if, like, your mouth was in your head. If, like, you know what I mean? Like,
people that get food in them all the time.
All the fucking time.
Somebody eating barbecue. Like, your beard is fucked.
Dude, I'm trying to do a video podcast now, and what will happen is I will like, I'll be yapping into the camera for like 20 minutes, go back and look at the footage, and there's just like a fucking Zen pouch. Stuff. Just like a fucking nasty, like a clump of toilet paper.
How the fuck did it take you till 2024 to do a video podcast?
Dude, it is so dumb that I didn't do it. But to be like real fucking honest, I don't like looking at myself on camera. So it was.
You do all the work. You
do all your editing.
Yeah, but that was really stupid. It's like, you know how like
I'm tapping out.
Yeah, I'm tapping. You know, like when you're like, wait, where's the zipper? That'd be fucking crazy if these things locked down. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I just, but now it's so fun, man, and there's so much you could do with like video that you just can't do with audio. It's just fun.
Yeah, that's way better.
And I like editing. Like, that's the problem. Like, that's the problem, is I get lost editing. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oof.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That sucked. You need help?
No, I think that's the long. Woo! Oh, I think that's the longest we've ever kept our mask on.
Yeah, that was the longest. That was a good, solid half hour,
this feels
right?
so
About half hour with it?
Being stoned in any kind of mask is like
extra scary.
Extra fucking
Those furry
scary.
ones, we made it like 3 minutes with furry masks on. We're like, this is crazy.
And now whenever I see furries,
respect.
Deep respect for
Respect.
Like, they're tough as fuck.
Oh, they have to be. If you're out there and you're furrying it up and it's in Louisiana in July,
yeah,
come on, son.
Dude, yeah, you are like hot. Furries are like David Goggins level. Like, they could run marathons. If you can wear that fucking thing at a convention and fuck in it, you could run a marathon.
If you're wearing that thing all day, you're basically walking around with a weight pack on.
Oh, yeah.
Like a weighted vest.
It's a weighted fucking claustrophobic suffocation vest that you're fucking in.
Yeah, they fuck on them. I wonder how many furries develop bad necks. I wonder if it's an issue in the furry community.
Great
Maybe
idea.
that's like an unserved market for the iron neck.
Yeah, like
the furries and help them.
Iron neck for furries.
Give me that.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Jamie, can you find that cute DARPA dog? It's like the furry of war robots. You should, like, it will.
Found it.
Yeah, that's real. I watched it. I mean, I think it's real. I watched it.
Who says it's
No,
not?
that's not it. That's not it. It's like, is it not DARPA? It's like, I think if you just Google, like, cute DARPA dog, or, like, it's a video of the.
Maybe it's not DARPA. Maybe someone else developed it.
Yeah, sometimes I get confused.
Probably Chinese.
No,
bro.
it's not DARPA. It's.
They're going to fill the pounds with them. Please take me home, please.
Dude, that's so insidious. It's like the cutest rescue dog. And you're like, we have to take that. And it doesn't kill you. It just emits some kind of weird mind control pheromone that really injects TikTok into your fucking head. It's just like, so you're fully absorbed TikTok's manipulation, which, by the way, I was skeptical about that until we talked about this. I saw that fucking video showing the comments in TikTok are different.
Exactly. I think it's Instagram.
It's the one I saw was TikTok.
Oh, okay. Was it on TikTok? Because the one I saw was Instagram.
I don't know.
It was this lady that was doing it with her boyfriend. And they were both looking at the same thing, but they had different comments.
Yes.
Her comments were mocking the man, and the comments on his side was mocking the woman.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. So
am I getting that right?
You got it right. And so whenever I'm looking at comments, I make the idiot mistake of thinking this represents some consensus that, but actually, no, you're just looking at the algorithm serving the comments and the content. That is so fucked up, dude.
That's so different.
Dude.
Because that changes, the comments are supposed to be a conversation about the thing. So if you're curating the conversation in an unnatural way, like that's very different than showing me what I want to see.
Yes.
Because now you're changing the dynamics of how things are discussed.
Yes, sir. That's the fucking evil right there. That's the evil.
That's crazy.
Dude, and then, okay, the other assumption with the algorithm is that the algorithm is just like random, or it's using some set of variables and serving things up. But this is an idiot assumption. I mean, if you are controlling comments, then that means like, all right, let's just like make people mad at each other. Let's make people completely pissed at each other as much as possible. Convey this idea that there's like these massive divides between us, and then they're going to fight each other instead of recognizing they're pretty much the same, like, or they're more nuanced than they think they are. And fuck, dude, that's how you control populations. It's brilliant, dude.
But do you think that is their algorithm created and utilized to control populations, or is their algorithm simply to get you to engage? So it must see that you engage with a certain number of comments and posts that have a lean one way or another. Right. There's a very popular thing that's going on right now that you see a lot of. It's like very stern men talking to a bunch of like girl influencers and telling them they're fucking losers.
Yes.
It's really common.
Yeah.
So if you've seen one or two of those, it starts recommending more of them. Now, at a certain point in time, it's going to probably actually encourage other people to do the same thing because that creates engagement. And then you have this thing that emerges. Like, was this a real thing? Like, who's doing this? Like, what is happening here? Why is this a new thing that's happening over and over and over again? And it's just because you engaged with it. And I think that could be slap fighting, or it could be fucking. For me, it's like I see so many car accidents. Oh my God, so many motorcycle accidents, so many people falling off bridges.
Yeah,
I see so much of it because I've engaged with it too many times.
Yeah, dude. When I went on TikTok and I stopped because it's like too good. But within the seconds, it's just like something about the way I was looking at videos, zit popping videos. It's just like you like to watch zits pop, and then of course when you're seeing that, you're like, wow, that's fucking intense, dude. Let me watch some more of these.
That's that Dr. Pimple Popper lady. She's got a huge side of it.
Yeah,
and she's very entertaining. What she's talking about.
Absolutely.
But some of them are like, whoa, dude. It's like you have cream cheese in your body. Like
a
bucket of it.
Oh my God.
They're squirting it out. It's like, how is that in there? What is going on? Oh my God, it must be horrible.
Fucking stinks. Just all those dead blood cells. But dude, this is like for me. I've had to, after seeing that video, I've had to like go back and just erase any idea I have about a consensus among people.
Right.
Because like I've been drawing that idea from comment sections, like, oh, I guess this is what people think, or like Rotten Tomatoes. Dude, I just saw Civil War. All right, have you seen it?
No.
Don't. Now, apologies. I mean this, man, because anyone who makes anything, that's insane. If you made a movie, it's fucking incredible. But dude, I was so excited about that fucking movie. It's like, whoa, predictive programming, baby. They're getting us ready for a civil fucking war. Here we go. It is, you can't connect to any of the fucking characters. You barely understand who the protagonist is. It's the dumbest mission of all time that they're on. And the soundtrack is so mysteriously disconnected from what's happening. So there's all these things that just make it's like if they sent me the footage and like, Duncan, can you edit this movie? I would have made Civil War. Like, what's happening? I'd be like, let's put some fucking hardcore, weird, like synth music. We'll put the Silver Apples in there, really intense synth music, because I love synth music. And you're watching it like, is this a music video for synth music? What am I fucking seeing here, dude? So
now I want to see it.
Yo, it's worth seeing it just because it's like, especially if you're into like writing screenplays, it's good to watch movies like that and be like, why isn't this working? Like, what's wrong here? But dude, I went to Rotten Tomatoes gleefully, like, I can't wait to hear what people are saying about this piece of shit. 81%. People are like, this is a good warning to all of us. It's like, shut the fuck up! A warning? What are you talking about? It's a fucking warning not to fucking do the $20 still in theaters thing on Amazon. That's the fucking warning. Don't do that. Wait. Dude, it sucks. It sucks. None of it makes sense. The stereotypical fucking characters in it, the way they're trying to like box people into this, like they're all evil. These people all evil. What kind of American are you? North American? South American? You're from Hong Kong? Bam, bam, bam. Stop it. Just shut the fuck up. Like, no one's Like, really? Like, I'm not, obviously people are like vile racists, but dude, come on, this murder, I hate this assessment of humanity. I hate it, because basically what they're saying is, minus the fucking capstone of the pyramid, we're just going to kill each other because we're awful, brutal things that must be shepherded by old geriatric men who can't remember their fucking name. You know what? Like, what are we doing? Like, we'll be fine. We're fine. We'll be okay. People are mostly nice. What's that thing you always say? I love it. Unmet needs.
Yeah. What is the actual quote again, Jamie? All criticism is the tragic result of unmet needs. But it's a much more profound quote, the full quote. I forget who wrote it too. It's really, I shouldn't forget because I use it all the time. It's a great quote because that is what, like, I mean, there's criticism that's accurate, like something very good. Every criticism, judgment, diagnosis, and expression of anger is the tragic expression of an unmet need. Marshall Rosenberg.
Yeah.
Great fucking quote.
Yeah. So it's like, yeah, there are people who are fucking assholes who are doing shit that disrupts society in small ways and big ways. But they're not doing that because they're evil, I don't think. They're doing that because, like, they've learned this way of being. It sucks. Now, I'm not saying throw out the judicial system. There shouldn't be, jails or anything like that. I'm just saying this notion of humanity, minus an authoritarian, generally fucking patriarchal, fucking like whatever, but I don't care if it's matriarchal, whatever it is. It's a top-down fucking ruling system. Without the king, we will just fall on each other. Give me your fucking car, motherfucker! Some of us will do that, but guess what? They won't last that long. Because, like, in a collectivized society, I just feel like we'll take care of the problems quick, probably quicker than we do right now, and everything will balance out.
If we're armed. The problem is if you're not armed, then armed thugs take over towns, and you can't do anything to stop them. And you're in a small group of people that are unarmed.
Yes, sir. How are you?
They're pushed into certain situations. If you have a collapse of law and order, it's not as simple
How long
as
left?
take care of it. The real problem is sometimes armed thugs rule everything.
This is true.
Yeah, and that's a reality of humanity.
I'd like to stay for the remainder of my life as long as I can.
Certain parts of the world, like did you hear about what happened in Haiti?
Oh, dude,
that minister,
dude,
and his family.
Dude, yeah, and the guy that
warlord in Haiti. Oh yeah,
I love watching interviews with that guy.
What is his name again?
It's got a cool name.
Crazy name.
It's like sandwich or this. Like I can't remember. Barbecue.
If you have the choice between Nevada and California,
video, but it's not really.
And you don't have a lot. California certainly has better options.
I think, and it's a guy. So it's one of these rebels that has this killed roasting over a fire and takes a piece off his leg.
That's a classic move. That's like a classic move. You get their energy by eating them. And look, I'm not saying that there isn't contingents of like super violent people that you are going to have to be able to defend yourself from. And by the way, what's really perplexing to me about the hardcore anti-gun people is they're not really anti-gun.
Do you know Squirrely?
Cops and the National Guard.
Squirrely in here, he's looking for a roommate in California.
They just don't want people who live in houses that have guns. So they're like, they're pro-gun, but they want
he's
guns
in Northern
in the
California.
hands of
they're pro-authoritarian, violent power. Yeah, that's it. The authoritarians have power. Regular people don't have power.
Right.
So you have to rely on the authoritarians. You have to rely on them to take care of your crime issues.
Yeah, you might be able to talk him into moving to Southern California.
For that movement, if they're like,
he moved all over. He's the guy I told you lived in a
all the
bus.
Guns in the world and melt them, and just I don't know, build a fucking water slide or something.
But more hunting, you get to hit things with bows and arrows,
traps,
knives.
You certainly. If you just at Squirrely, I think he's a mod in here. I'll check.
Can you imagine how many dudes get really good at like hiding in trees, dropping down, stabbing deer?
Dude, it would be amazing. Like I might get into hunting. Like if it became fucking throw a fucking dagger.
No, there's a dude that films pig hunts, and he uses spears, and he hides in trees, like above the pigs, and then he has like a camera on the spear, and he throws the spear down and stabs these wild pigs.
Wow.
It's pretty wild.
Well, I would love to know the first time he did that. Like, I would love.
Yeah. How do you practice that?
But the lead, you're just like, what? You're like driving. And you're like, dude, what if I fucking used a spear? What if I climbed in a tree and started spearing pigs?
The thing about pigs is there's so many of them. They'll do you're allowed to do almost anything to get rid of them. In Texas, at least, they hunt them out of helicopters. Have you ever seen that?
No.
I've been invited 3 times. I'm like, I can't. With machine guns. On top of that, with pigs, it's just, if I feel like if I'm going to shoot a pig, I want to eat the pig. And if I'm going to shoot 250 pigs, there's no way I'm eating 250 pigs.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, if I shoot one pig, that pig will get eaten. We'll make some barbecue out of that pig. It'd be awesome. But if you shoot 2, I get it. You have to do it, though. This is the other part of it. If you run a farm, you have to do it.
Yeah.
They'll kill your profit. The profit margin of the American farmers is so low as it is. It's so difficult for them to make money that if you got 1 million wild pigs running around your state or more, Texas has how many millions? Isn't it like 3 million? Which is bananas. If you know anything about like wild animal numbers, that's so crazy to have that many animals in a state. They're just wild, feral animals. 2.6 this is from 2016. Says it, but now in 2023, an estimate still, they don't know. Feral hog, they really don't know, but at least 2.6 or a range of 2.6. There's no way you could add it. You would actually have to use drones at night, fly over areas, monitor how many times they breed. They breed 3 times a year, dude.
Yeah.
They can start breeding when they're 6 months old.
Whoa.
Yeah. So 6 months old, and then they have 3 litters a year, and they'll have 5-6 piglets in a litter, and they're just shitting out babies, and then they're destroying everything. They're just running through the ground, tearing up fucking golf courses and people's lawns in San Jose. Have you ever seen the San Jose videos?
No.
San Jose, California. Wild pigs just tearing apart people's fucking lawns.
Wow.
Knocking over trash cans. Big fuckers. Terrifying.
I sent him a message, and I sent you his.
What? Yeah, somewhere. I forget where
Telegram.
it was. It might
So
have been out here. I think this lady saw the pigs, fell down in her driveway.
So hopefully that works for you.
Dude, who is that? I just watched this crime files thing about this psychopath who had pigs, and she would have people come and work for her, and then if they pissed her off, she'd throw them to the pigs. And the pigs, and someone was saying, if you're walking around the pigs, you better not fall, because if you fall down, they'll just fucking eat you.
That's like the number one way people get killed by animals on farms is pigs eat you. One woman's death by feral hog may not have been caused by the animal after all. Medical examiner determined that feral hog killed Christine Rollins, but her daughter is skeptical because attacks by the animal are extremely rare. Wait a minute. The fucking medical exam. This is what a confusing headline. Said one woman's death by feral hog might not have been caused by the animal after all, but the medical examiner said it was caused by the wild hog. But the daughter is saying attacks by the animal are extremely rare. Well, we'll believe the daughter.
The daughter?
Who's the daughter? The daughter could be doing anything.
Haven't you seen Charlotte's Web? These pigs would never.
What is the daughter saying? I don't understand. Why does she think that? Because they do fuck everything up. Especially if you fall down. Foxhole says attacks by feral hogs are extremely rare, less than 1 in a million chance, according to research data. That's why some are now suspicious that her cause of death is really due to an attack by the animal. What?
What's more
suspicious that her cause of death was really due to an attack by the animal? Rather, sorry. What's more, dogs were found lingering around Rollins' body after her death. There's really no doubt that hogs got to her body at some point. The question is whether the hog, she might have been killed by dogs. Whether something else caused her to die and the hogs came along.
Right.
That's possible. That's totally possible. Sure. It's definitely possible. But how old was this lady? 59?
That pig looks suspicious as fuck, man.
It depends on what kind of 59-year-old lady you're talking about. You're talking about a lady who goes to CrossFit, or you're talking about a lady who's 59 and has diabetes. Because, if you fall down
around wild pigs, like I gotta think they're gonna treat you the same way domestic pigs do. If domestic pigs start eating you if you fall into the pig pen.
There's a crazy story I heard about a kid that raised a hog that went. It just one day turned on him. Like he raised it his entire life. It was like his pet, like my dog is. He's everywhere with him, and then one day he said he tripped in the pen and it just attacked him and almost killed him.
Oh my God!
I forget. It was a crazy story. I forget even where I saw it, but it's just popping in my head now. Like I just
horrible way to die,
bro. Could you imagine getting eaten alive by a pig?
No, no. That squeal.
But wouldn't we have it coming? How much bacon do you eat? I've eaten a lot of bacon. I've eaten a lot of bacon. This is where the vegans get really excited.
Boy, I'm gonna get a lot of cute pig fucking pictures.
Vegans need to hear that lettuce scream. They should hear it scream. It screams. Screams. Lettuce screams. Yeah, all of it screams. Avocados scream. His best friend was a 250-pound warthog. Oh, it's a warthog. Oh, well, it's an African animal. It's a different animal. I don't think that's... I mean, I think that's like a distant cousin to a pig. They look different. They're crazy looking. You ever seen a warthog?
No, bro.
They got like these crazy double tusks.
Dude.
Look at it. Look at that thing.
Fuck that.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Look at his tusks.
Oh, this is my friend.
Yeah, that dude is not your friend. He's incapable. That's a wild beast. That is so much different than a guy raising a hog. Like, if that guy raised a pig, the pig would probably never do that. That thing is a wild animal.
Yeah.
Where was this?
Texas. Like on their family ranch. The story about how
it's so crazy.
I forget how
it's so crazy out here.
He called the house.
It's
and
fucked
knew what was happening.
and awesome.
It's awesome to be in a place where you could own a wild fucking warthog.
Dude, Texas, like my wife and I talk about this all the time. We're never leaving. We're like, this is home. We love it so much,
it's
man.
What America aspires to be.
Dude, it is. And like people are so mad at us and people bitch about it and make, but it's like, man, I love it here so much and I like the heat. And like, weirdly, all of us are like, we're like getting healthy, man. Like it's this, in all the years at the Comedy Store, lots of changes happen among the comics. Like the time, I hope I can talk about this. I think I can. He talks about it. Like, remember, like he does talk about, Bobby Lee talks about it publicly. Like the time Bobby Lee was like on pills. And
oh yeah, he talks about
so that. He would bring all of these pills to the Comedy Store and we all knew it. And so he was like a pharmacist. So like Joey watching Joey just like grab a handful of just unknown Mexican fucking pharmaceuticals.
This is pre-fentanyl, dog.
Yeah.
Pre-fentanyl.
Yeah.
You could do those things back then.
Dude, and so that was, I would call that a dark phase in the Comedy Store because all of us were on Bobby Lee's fucking Mexican Viking. It was a bad phase. So, but I don't think I've ever seen a phase where like at a comedy club, the comics are getting healthier. You know, that's a crazy thing to watch. And I think, you know, it's not just us hanging out. When I first came to Texas, and I'm not saying everyone's here's healthy or any kind of bullshit like that, but you look around, like, these people are fucking healthy. Like, there's a lot of healthy, like, you know what I mean? Like tough fucking people. And
a lot of people who exercise, yeah.
Yeah.
Just go to the lake, watch people run around the lake.
Dude, in the middle of a heat wave, before I was exercising, one of the most, like, humiliating things was just to be driving down the street and you look over and there's someone my age. It's 104 degrees and they're fucking jogging. And you know what I mean? Like, what's your excuse again? Oh, you're tired? Are you sleepy? It's a little too fucking hot? Because there's a fucking 55-year-old. There's a 55-year-old just galloping down the burning fucking sidewalk.
Yeah.
So, yeah, dude, this place is like...
Sidewalk run is a different kind of hot, too. Because you're getting that heat radiating off of the concrete into your face.
You know Lex Friedman does that shit?
Oh, yeah, he's a psycho.
He fucking runs. Like, when I did his podcast, he's like, I'm going jogging. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, this was in my, like, early Texas phase. So I was already, like, I walked from my car to his place and was already like, Jesus fucking Christ. Walking. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to go jog 10 miles. I'm like, what the fuck are you, man?
In this heat.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. So I think it's important to be around, like, I think that's another aspect of Texas that gets left out. Is like, there's this real, like, strength or healthy thing here that is contagious. Whereas like when you're in a place where everyone's all fucking sick and frail and weak and like, you know what I mean, scared of disease, like trembling in their fucking boots, that's contagious too.
It is.
Jumps into you, man.
It 100% does. And I always wonder, like, how much of, how much of an area has the memory of all the things that have happened in that area in it. Mm-hmm. And like, whereas Texas was the last state to enter into the Union, they've always been like, hang the fuck back, hold on. We had to get through the Comanche to establish this fucking place. Like, settle down. The Texas Rangers had to go out there and cold camp and go and try to assassinate these bands of fucking killers riding horses that were just fucking up the Americans. Like, they couldn't pass. They couldn't get through. This was the spot where it was like, this place was fucked. And until they conquered it, it stayed fucked. And then they did, and now the whole place has a memory of that.
Yes.
There's a thing about the attitude of this place.
Yeah, dude.
It's not what people think. Like, people think they're assholes. They are the nicest, friendliest people.
Yes,
people think they're stupid. They are some brilliant people that I've met that live out here.
Dude.
Brilliant, normal people.
One of my neighbors was a Texas Ranger, and he is the coolest guy. And, he's an older guy now. He's retired, and he's still intimidating. And, yeah, man, he's so fucking cool, man. And I'm trying not to get way too, respecting his privacy. Every once in a while in the neighborhood, we would hear this boom. It sounds like a generator exploding. And it's his cannon. He's got like a little fucking cannon, and he likes
shoots a cannon in his yard.
Oh, it's little, but he's so
what's he shooting at?
Well, he doesn't put cannonballs in it. There's a way to do it. So my kid, one day he pulls up in front of my house with a truck. When it's one of my kids' it just had a birthday, and he's like, "Do they want to see the cannon?" And I'm like, "I do. I know I do." And so it was the coolest thing ever, man. He takes his fucking cannon, little cannon. I'm looking at it. I'm like, that can't be loud. You know what I mean? He takes this little cannon. He does some crazy pirate shit with it that I still don't understand. He's knows how to operate a cannon. Boom! My kids were like, holy shit. My neighbors ran into the yard because they thought something had happened.
Well, Duncan, you've shot guns before.
Yeah.
Think about how little gunpowder is in a 9mm.
Right.
It's not a lot.
Right.
It's crazy loud.
Right, you're right.
It's just contained by that barrel.
Well, yeah, right. And so a cannon
shooting out that gas
you.
and that bullet, but it's basically like the little cannon is kind of the same thing.
Well, it totally made me it gave me a new picture of cannon battles on ships.
Bro, imagine how loud that was. I mean, imagine how loud that was. Real cannons.
Yeah, dude.
I've been to a football game where they shoot off a cannon, but I don't know if that was a real cannon. Probably. Like the UNLV. What do they use? I mean, not UNLV. Yeah. UNLV. I believe it.
Dude, the
UT one. Do they have That's it.
Civil War cannon.
A Civil War cannon. Hey guys, let it go.
Yeah, maybe recreate an earlier cannon, guys.
How about I get you a fucking pirate cannon?
Yeah, do a pirate cannon.
Don't say go back. No, which side, bro?
It says it fires 4 shotgun shells after every 10.
Oh, so that's what it does? It does shotgun shells?
10-gauge blank shotgun shell.
Okay. So I guess that's probably not the sound of an actual cannon.
Look at that.
Look at that crazy.
That's a happy cannon, man.
Yeah, it's really loud. But the point is, I wonder, to shoot a cannonball, at a ship back then, how much gunpowder they use and how fucking loud was that? Yeah. And how deaf were those motherfuckers? Yeah. The dudes who had to work the cannons? Deaf as fuck. Deaf as fuck, dude. And how much brain damage you get just standing next to that thing. Boom!
or the
what's
recoil.
going off.
Yeah, the recoil. If you don't get out of the way, it will fucking rip your leg off.
God, man.
Yeah,
that thing is flying back, right? Didn't they have them on tracks?
Yeah, man. Yeah, it will like
so it doesn't rip out of the fucking floor. Didn't they have like cannons on tracks?
I just saw this.
Did I make that up?
That's probably how they just moved them.
No, I thought they were on tracks, like so that when they shot, they would slide back and not rip the floor apart.
I just saw that John Adams doc on Netflix. I think it's on Netflix. I don't know what it's on, but there was like a cannon battle in a ship, and like a dude just gets his fucking leg ripped off because it goes back into him. It's dude,
isn't it crazy that seems crazy to us? But like, how many people died in cannon battles, as opposed to like when Israel bombs Gaza?
Dude,
like, how many people are? I mean, like a bomb, which we do right now, it seems so much more brutal than cannon battles. Like cannon battles seem like really ineffective. They probably sucked.
Yeah.
Like, how far did that cannonball go? Like how good were they at judging it?
Here we
This
go.
is what a cannon's like. Damn. Yeah, see how it slides back? It's on wheels.
Yep.
And then there's a rope that catches it.
Yeah, dude.
Dude, imagine life back then. If they thought that was the shit. That was like a fucking iPhone 16. Bro, I got a cannon.
Yeah.
You know, we used to have to go up to the boat, jump in, hack everybody to death, light it on fire. Now, you shoot it from over here.
Incredible.
You don't even have to jump on the boat.
Amazing.
Yes.
Yeah, man, I'll tell you though, with all the shit that's going on right now, I know everyone's freaked out, but the reason I'm hopeful is not because of like the bombings and the deaths, obviously. It's the outcry. Like when in history has there been this level of outcry? Like, no, what are you doing? Stop. Like, to me, like that's the sign that human consciousness is like evolving to value life in a way that maybe we didn't value before. Because like there have been infinite wars, and like including like how many people did we fucking bomb? How many civilians did we fucking kill when we were fucking bombing Iraq? How many? No, it's a lot, right?
Well, they don't know like the full number. You get two different people's numbers, but they think that it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 1 million people died.
Right. So in
right? Is that correct? Is that, I think it's also like deaths that they attribute to things that happened because of the war. But I think it led to 1 million innocent deaths, or somewhere in that range. I think that was the high end.
But there was an outcry over that war, but
it's
like,
not the same as this.
But yeah, but
right, if you think about the numbers, like
yeah,
I think it's also the access that we have now to cell phone footage and how good it is and how quickly it gets posted. But that's relatively recently, you know.
Yeah,
like that's the real abilities of these phones, like to make videos like they do now. How long has that been going on?
You're right.
10 years?
You're right.
You know? 100,000.
66,000 civilians.
210,296 civilian deaths from violence. 109,000 deaths, including 66,081 civilian. That's weird. Like, I don't understand what they're saying there. What's that?
They just pulled that section from the middle of this.
Civilian deaths from violence. Does that mean war? Like, what does that mean? So that's civilians that were killed entirely by war, or is that civilians that died just from violence?
Well,
any kind of violence.
Yeah.
Like stabbing your neighbor.
But this is like, Carlin does jokes about this. This is what's really insidious about this shit. It's like, it's war.
Yeah.
Say it's fucking war. It's like the violence. The violence is related to war. So don't say from violence. Say from fucking war, because that's what war does. And
you know, it's really crazy looking at dead human numbers. Go put that back up, please. When you're looking at the number, 210,296 civilian deaths from violence. When you look at that number, it's so two-dimensional. You don't get an understanding of how insanely evil
that number really is.
Yeah.
210,296 people that didn't have to die.
How many memories?
That died because someone wanted to do something and got a group of people to go and do their bidding, and they all were authorized to shoot people.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
This is a crazy thing that we still do as human beings. And the problem is, I don't see a way out of it because terrorists are real, criminals are real, bad people are real.
Right.
This is the world we're living in. Unless you take mushrooms. We got to get mushrooms legal for the entire country, the whole country.
Yeah.
And just force them down everybody's throat.
Dude.
Force people to do mushrooms. Do it for everyone else.
That's our robots. That's our robot fucking like a bird. It just pokes its fucking thing in your mouth and sprays psilocybin in there.
Can you imagine if AI forced us all to take psilocybin?
Oh, what a horrible day that would be.
Could you imagine if that was AI's solution? AI was like human beings actually they developed their consciousness through this sort of relationship that they had with cubensis mushrooms. And this is the facts, and this is how we know, and this is why the doubling of the human brain size is such an anomaly, and it aligns with the Terence McKenna's theories about how the grasslands receded,
it's an upgrade.
Or the rainforest receded into grasslands, and people started eating cow shit bugs and cow shit mushrooms, and then they started thinking about things different.
Oh my God!
Imagine if the AI tells us that's how. So you just need to keep going. The AI would say, "Yeah, you guys quit." You got your purple belt, and you're like, try to get injured. And you back down.
Go deeper.
Go deeper.
You need to go a little deeper.
A little deeper.
A little bit.
And if AI just tells people this is what you really should be taking. Imagine if instead of mushrooms, especially psilocybin, instead of it being something that terrifies people and that makes people think, oh my God, you take it, you're going to lose your mind. You take it, you're going to be a fucking loser. Imagine if it was actually scientifically proven that it does make you smarter and it makes you more effective at being a person, and that these are the right doses. Imagine if AI just started spitting out doses in order to gain this percentage of increase in cognitive ability.
Fucking best.
You can get this percentage of increase in empathy at this dose for this many days, and it just starts engineering human beings through psilocybin.
One of the things Ram Dass said, which I love, is when they would ask him things like, how did this happen to you? How do you get to be this benevolent thing that is radiating love all the time, which he was? He goes, I trusted the mushroom. And he meant it, dude. And because I don't know that we get our Ram Dass without psilocybin, there's a beautiful famous story of him hanging out with Tim Leary and some other luminaries, and they had synthetic psilocybin. And that was pretty much the real beginning of his path. And sometimes I'm a little skeptical about this concept because I worry that, because I've met people who are really into psychedelics who are somehow it went the opposite direction. They're really kind of egoic. Yeah. They're into the dosage and how many times
they're very guru-like.
They become guru. But and by the way, guru isn't always bad.
Not always.
But they become narcissistic. Yeah. They become power gurus, more like sorcerers and
cult leaders.
And so I worry that, because everyone's like, what if we just gave Putin a shit ton of mushrooms? It's well, it's going to go one of two ways. It's going to be where he just is oh my fucking God. Oh my fucking God. I thought I was Russian. I'm an earthling. What the fuck was I thinking? I was conditioned. This is brainwashing. I got brainwashed by culture. And it's over, guys. No more of this shit. I retire. I'm moving to fucking Hawaii. Whatever. But or it goes the other way. Which is oh, God wants me to fire nuclear missiles. We don't know. Roll the dice.
Right.
Roll the dice. So, yeah, but I do think if we're looking at massive, instantaneous shifts in planetary consciousness, psychedelics, definitely one of the ways. If you heard of the Brotherhood of Eternal Love?
No, but I don't like the way it sounds.
I think you'd like them.
Just the name. It's like that sounds like the bad people in some really corny movie.
It does.
Brotherhood of Eternal Love.
We're the Brotherhood of Eternal Love.
Speaking of which, I saw a really good movie last night.
What?
What it is? I think it's called.
Wait, you got in touch with Squirrely?
It's about. It's a 2024 movie about.
Tight.
Show host.
He's a really nice guy. I mean, to be honest with you,
on the show. And
I'd say the same about you. While I've never met you guys in real life, I know you both as well as you know me, and I would recommend you to hang out or to live with each other. And that's the best I can do.
It's great.
It's so good.
Late Night with the Devil officially. I think it just came out a couple months ago. Must have just went straight to being streamed. But it's fucking good, man.
And that's good casting, dude. All of it, like that. The host is so much like that level talk show host from that time period, and it's scary, and it's fucking good.
Yeah, it's solid.
Highly recommend.
Yeah, it was solid. It was really solid.
Solid, dude. And dude, you know what I just saw? That, and I was super skeptical about this one, but it's not bad. The Pope's Exorcist. Have you seen that? Dude, I know. I had the same thinking. My brother-in-law, who's got like really good taste in movies, and like he's like, it's actually not that bad. It's a little cheesy. It's fucking good, dude.
Really?
Yes, it's very good, and like, but stupid, but good.
I think it's beautiful.
You know what I mean?
It's likely out of my budget right now.
Yeah, and I usually don't
But
get into Russell Crowe.
I think it's beautiful, and I'd love to retire there.
Turn their head like that. But what's interesting is this guy, the Pope, has an exorcist, and he wrote a bunch of fucking books. And so it's kind of drawing from like stories of this guy doing exorcisms, and it's fascinating, man. It's really interesting.
Did you say Squirrely contacted you back or no?
The greatest deception ever.
Okay. He will.
Demonic possession was real, and we were all mocking it. And then one day you saw it. I actually saw it going, oh no, it's real,
dude. I think it is real. I think we've just come up with new words for it. But have you ever had this happen? I'm gonna get made fun of this. Have you ever had this happen? Like, have you ever been like super high? You're walking down the street, you pass somebody having a psychotic episode, and they start saying what you're thinking. You ever had that happen?
No.
I have.
Really?
Yeah, I have.
What were you thinking though? I'm hot. Was it 100 degrees out?
I feel crazy. I was thinking, I feel crazy. I feel crazy. I'm hot.
You're like, oh my god, he knows he can read my mind.
I'm too high right now.
He can read my mind.
No, it was like, he was like kind of like, he was like garbling out like shit. I think I was thinking about like, I mean, obviously any of this stuff, it's not scientific. Obviously it's not scientific.
Wait a minute, you're not a scientist.
I am a scientist. I am actually, I am a fucking scientist. I study rainbows. I study the power of rainbows to heal animals.
I forget who posted it up, but there's some video of all these college kids talking about, it went viral, all these college kids talking about what their degree was in. And all these woke kids with these ridiculous degrees, like what they studied.
Yeah, man. Dude, very expensive to get those fucking degrees.
It is a hilarious video because it's like, how does anybody not see that is a massive waste of your time? Like, what have you done? You have been tricked. You have been tricked into getting a degree in nonsense.
Dude.
And you write papers in nonsense and books on nonsense.
But yeah, aside from that, you know what you've really been tricked into? You've become a fucking vassal of the banks. Like, you are eternally indebted to the structures that you are opposing. It's like, so you spent how much again? Like $180,000 to get to major in like communist studies. Great. Okay. You're late on your payment, motherfucker. You gotta pay us now. I mean,
not only that, it's the ultimate mafia group. Like they want your money no matter what. Even if Social Security, fuck you, pay me. They're the ultimate fuck you, pay me people.
Fuck you, pay me.
You can't. Apparently, we talked about this before, but apparently there are certain circumstances under which there's a certain type of bankruptcy that allow you to evade that. But I wonder what that is.
It's suicide.
I've spoken to it before in the podcast, but I don't understand enough to interrupt it.
Yeah, I remember us talking about it. I don't understand it either.
Dude, this is like, man, well, we've definitely talked about this before, but rest in peace, David Graeber. Wrote a great book called Bullshit Jobs. Brilliant mind, man. Brilliant mind. But he basically talks about how, like, so idea is, I'm going to go to college. Oh, discharge. No problem, man.
Discharge or bankruptcy. If you declare bankruptcy and then the bankruptcy court determines repaying your loans would cause undue hardship, your loans can be discharged. How many times does that happen? 0. It's like, it's legal as long as this judge decides.
I'm sorry, but repaying your loans always produces undue fucking hardship. It sucks to pay back loans. It sucks. It always sucks. I want a fucking nice computer. I want a boat. I want a swimming pool.
Yeah.
Like,
for example, several types of loans associated with education expenses are dischargeable in bankruptcy, like most other types of unsecured consumer debt. These types of loans for education expenses are not subject to the more difficult standard and extra step. These loans could include, for example, loans where the loan amount was higher than the cost of the attendance, such as tuition, books, rooms, and board, which can occur when a loan is paid directly to a consumer. Loans paid for education. So that means they could do it. They could forgive you if the loan amount was higher than the cost of attendance? Is that what it's saying? Or is it saying it's going to pay you the difference? Like you could deduct the difference when you get bankruptcy.
I don't know.
Loans to pay for education at places that are not eligible for Title IV funding include unaccredited colleges, a school in a foreign country. So much for your Wizard University, Duncan. Yeah, you can't go bankrupt with your Wizard degree. You still have to pay it.
Are you fucking kidding? I'm up to my neck in debt for this shit.
It says you have to pay.
And also, it's like...
It's unaccredited.
But the rainbow thing, it's like something's changed in the Earth's atmosphere because it's not healing anymore.
It's an unaccredited wizard school.
You
went cheap, and now you're fucked.
Well, I'm sorry, Joe. Not everybody was born a billionaire like you.
I wasn't born a
I know you weren't. I'm joking.
I don't think that wizard is good anyway. I think I think you're toying with the devil. Just like that late night show. I'm that little bald guy. That was like in the show. That's me. Where I'm like, hey, you're messing with something.
Can I ask you something?
Yes.
Where did the devil come from?
That's a good question.
Did God make the devil?
What a mean trick.
Right.
Imagine. Do you need the devil? Is it symbolic of what we need in this life? Like, do we need to see what's happening in Palestine in order to reassess the way we behave as a civilization? Do we need crime to get out of hand before we realize that law and order is important, right? And that we really need to figure out a way to stop crime at its root source? This is disenfranchise people. Do we really need something? Maybe that's the only way we learn. Maybe there's lottery winners. They don't do well, dude. They don't do well because they didn't learn.
Right.
They just got all this money, and then they're doing blow, and they're on a fucking yacht, and it's gone. Now it's gone. And now you're mad, and everybody's mad at you, and you didn't invest in the business with your uncle.
Yeah.
And everybody's pissed at you.
So you're asking, do we need the devil?
I wonder if you need a bad and a good. I wonder if you need something. I wonder if you need to see 200,000+ dead people and just have that number in your head and just try to picture what that looks like. I wonder if we need that
resistance
in order to realize, yes, that there's you don't grow without resistance. We're thinking of it as just plain, this is life. But we're in the middle of a process.
Yeah.
We're in the middle of a process. Everyone understands this, and no one thinks about it.
Right.
We are in the middle of this intellectually evolutionary process.
Yeah.
And there's something that's funny that I said those two words in such a goofy way. Intellectual.
I liked it.
Evolution. But there's a thing going on where we're assuming that civilization is going to be better all the time. And we're always going to get better all the time, which is really interesting because no other animal does that. There's not another animal alive that says we only killed
47 zebras this year. Next year, we're fucking cranking it up. We're going to be better and more efficient.
Yeah.
We want to be better at everything. We want to be better at our industry.
Yeah.
We want to be better at fixing our infrastructure. We want to be better at housing.
Yeah.
We want to be better all the time. Like, there's this constant push for progress.
Right.
And if you just step back and look at where it's going with this train wreck of AI happening at the same time that's going on, it's like, oh, we were fueling this.
Yeah.
We were fueling the takeover. We were buying iPhones.
Dude, I think this is so funny you're mentioning this because honestly, it's so embarrassing. This is so dumb. I don't care. I'm wearing a robot outfit. At the gym yesterday, I'm working out, and I've started listening to classic gospel music.
Whoa.
It is so good. If you're having a shitty day, it doesn't matter if you're not Christian, just fucking listen to it. It's so upbeat. And, like, it makes you happy, and it's kind of magical. But, like, so I'm at the gym, and I'm thinking about Jesus, because I've been listening to gospel music. And, like, I was thinking, like, like, maybe the idea as far as, like, the devil goes, because I always wonder that. Who made the devil? Why did God make the devil? Why is there a devil? Is there a devil? Is it just a fucking symbol for something? But I realized, like, like, you know that stupid song, if you love somebody, set them free.
Yeah.
So it's like, the idea being, I'm making you, you're sentient. I'm setting you free. And I'm setting you free in a fucking universe where there's collectivized evil. There's some kind of like somatics. There's some kind of thing that forms, which will fuck you up. And because I love you, I'm going to let you figure it out. And then from that perspective, and also if there is some super intelligence and somehow in the universe there's a bifurcation or something that's centered on the self instead of others, that has an intelligence to it, to really like fucking flex to that thing. You're like, okay, I'm just going to give you these things that I love so much. And if you win, if you corrupt my creation fully, then you win. I was wrong. But I don't think you are. I don't think it's going to happen. Because inevitably, whatever it is, you take a psychedelic. For me, whenever I take psychedelics, too many, right away I start thinking about how selfish I am. I start thinking like, dude, like, it hurts. It hurts to be jealous. It hurts to not help. It hurts to be so cherishing of myself. And anytime I'm not doing that, I'm so happy.
Yeah.
Like, so, but to force that on, you can't force that onto somebody. They have to stumble upon it somehow. And there's that's Christianity.
They don't get it unless they feel it.
That's it. And so like to let these things that theoretically I'm talking about from Christian cosmology that you love more than anything else, to fuck it, which by the way, like in the Garden of Eden story, when God is crying, like God says something like, "Where are you?" to Adam and Eve. And apparently the original translation, that crying out, is the way of, like, you know, if you ever lost your kid at a playground, it's that. It's not like, "Where are you, slaves?" It's like when you're calling for your kid. So yeah, it's heavy, man. And so I feel like that maybe the whole thing is designed for us individually to stumble upon that basic truth that underneath the shell is love. And the love wants to express itself. And love doesn't express itself by saying, me, 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 me. Love is always like, I love you. What can I do for you? Let me help you. It's like the person swimming into the lake for no reason to get that last person who fucking was in a car accident. And they drown. You know, they get the person to safety, they die. This is, to me, I think that's the devil. That's why it's there. It might be real. I think as a term of convenience, it's great. But it's like, holy shit, man. Like,
as an inclination, it's real, right? Like whether or not you murder a baby because the devil made you do it, or because some other force that is just like the devil, that just happens to be a part of human beings, in violent rages, they can do horrific things. And then on top of that,
also intentionally evil, just like chimpanzees?
Yeah.
I mean, chimpanzees do it. Do we think the devil's invading the chimps when they're doing it? Or do we think that this is some bygone, some leftover shit that's in our DNA that can go sideways and allow people to become serial killers or allow people to become assassins?
I think it's a semantics argument. I think it's like it's an identification of a possibility in a human life. There is a possibility in a human life to make a series of shitty decisions. And those shitty decisions lead you into darker and darker and darker experiences of reality. And the darker your experience of reality, the more likely you are to make a shitty decision because, like, you've gotten yourself into fucking debt. You went to wizard school. You've got you study fucking rainbow magic. It doesn't seem to be real. No one's coming to your clinic. Now you're like, $800,000 in fucking debt. And now what are you going to fucking do? Like, you got to figure out a way to make money. So how are you going to make the fucking money? Well, you find some scam or some shit, right? And then the next thing you know, now you're like lying to people. And now that you're lying to people, you have to keep fucking lying to people. And then you start lying to yourself. And then you get lost in a maze of self-deception that leads you into lower and lower and lower levels of consciousness until the next thing you know, you're in fucking jail or you're dead, you're killing somebody. And so like, you call it whatever you want to fucking call it, but this entropic reality in human existence is very fucking real. And the message of all the great lineages, whether it's Hinduism, Christianity, Buddhism, is at any given moment in that hell state you've gotten yourself into, there is a way to get the fuck out. You don't have to be in hell. It's like what C.S. Lewis says. The gates of hell are locked from the inside. There's a fucking way out. It's so good, dude. It's so good. It's so good.
That's such a good one.
And that's why I love Jesus. That's why I love the message of Christianity.
Look into Jesus.
Praise God.
I heard that song, right?
Yeah, dude.
That song is fucking great.
It shows up on my gospel playlist.
Isn't it weird that guy, like, that was it? It was like, that was his song. Just like this one song that was a banger, but you listen to the rest of them, you're like,
dude, I know, that sucks.
Oh, God, man.
That's the worst.
There's a few of those guys that we felt. You know Johnny Thunder? You know that song, I'm Alive?
No.
Bro, I played that song for so many fucking people, including musicians. You know? I played it for Zach Bryan. He was like, ooh. Like, you hear it, and people like, God damn. And it's from 1969.
One hit wonder.
Dude, I don't even think it was a hit. There was another version of it that his version of I'm Alive was a cover of. And it was better than the original version. And it was so good. You're like, if this guy can make this song, somebody needs to write for him, man. This guy's a star. This guy's got bangers. I mean, this was a fucking tremendous song. And it was just one.
Dude, I know. It's like, it's got to be so scary, man. Like, you know, when you make a great movie and then you got to make your next movie, and like, it's got to be fucking good. Like, say you make that movie, what's it called? Deus Ex Machina? You know that movie? Yeah. And you're like, I got to make another movie. And then you're like, Civil War. And oh, fuck. I'm sorry.
That is the guy, right?
Man, I'm sorry, Outside. Like, by the way, you're brilliant. Like, I get it. Like, the attempt, I get it. And who knows? You never know what happened in the process. And like, man, I feel like now that this is so. I've started doing video, and I'm recognizing just like how hard it is just to like get the lighting right for my dumbass sitting there rambling. Like, anyone who makes a fucking movie is a genius fucking wizard. So I do, and all the people that come together.
Some of them just don't work out the way they want.
They just don't work out.
That's how it is. Like pilots for TV shows, it's for sketches that people create.
Yeah.
You know.
But like, I think doing a video podcast and then critiquing a great director is pretty fucked up, man. And a lot of people like the movie, but you try to dig yourself out. I just feel bad. I feel bad. Like, no, but god damn, it was horrible. It was so bad.
That's hilarious.
It was so bad. Yeah.
Oh my god, that's funny.
Yeah.
I'm glad I didn't see it.
No, you're lucky you didn't.
Have you been watching The Gentleman on Netflix?
No, what's that?
Oh, dude. It's a Guy Ritchie series on Netflix. It's fucking amazing.
What is it?
It's about these weed growers in the UK.
Cool.
I don't want to give away any more of it, but it's basically the movie The Gentleman. I don't know if you ever saw the movie, but this is the same world that the movie takes place in, just with different characters.
Cool.
It's fucking great, man. It's a great show. I think it has like 6 episodes. Or how many episodes did it have? 8?
There's some good movies coming out right now, man. It's kind of awesome. We went through like a pretty rough cinema drought. I don't know. Do you remember?
COVID. I mean, you got to think about how many movies get drawn up, they get funded. COVID hits, everything gets shut down. And then everybody loses money. No one's going to the movies anymore.
Yeah.
Everything's fucked.
Yeah.
So you have to wait for forever before things get back on track. Yeah. Things start getting profitable again, and they start making Dune 2.
God,
they start making. I haven't seen it, but I heard it's awesome. They start making movies like that. They start making banger movies again.
Dude, Dune 2 is so fucking good. I watched it with Hassan, and dude, I was like, you know that like you get bliss, and movies are so good, and you're the right amount of stoned, and like you realize like, oh my god, it's only been 30 fucking minutes, and this is already the most insanely beautiful thing I've ever seen in my fucking life. The soundtrack, when you look up how they made the soundtrack for that movie, it is insane, man. Everything about it is like, they have throat singing in it. They've got like that. It's so cool, dude. Did you read the books?
No.
Books are so good. The first one, honestly, the second one I struggle with, but the first one is.
Wait a minute, what book?
Dune.
No, I didn't read that.
Frank Herbert. It's one of the best sci-fi books ever.
I think I read one of those. Did they make them into like comic books, like really nice comic books?
Probably.
Did they?
But you can't.
I never got into the first one, the first movie. So when the second one came around, I was like,
oh, dude.
I keep hearing it's amazing.
The second one's better than the first, and the first is great if you're like a Dune nerd, which I am. But like,
you're a Dune nerd.
Oh, I'm a Dune nerd. I've been reading that book since. Dude, the spice melange, and like, but the way first of all, Frank Herbert was a mycologist, the guy who wrote Dune. Did you know that? He's like a really Stamets talks about it. Like,
yeah. Whoa. Duncan, this is what's going to happen when Trump wins. Robert De Niro is right. Robert De Niro is right, Duncan. Do you want to line up and lose all your rights, and he never leaves the White House, and you have throat singing on the Capitol Hill steps?
It's so funny. I was like, dude, that sounds awesome. Make America great again.
Everybody sneaks in, gets a gun.
Rises in the morning.
Sneak in, we'll give you money. Sneak in, vote for us.
Dude, yeah. So like there's always theories about Dune, but the blue eyes. So you eat this spice melange that like that you need it for space travel. It's only produced on, you know the story, but like the blue eyes. So there's a theory, because Frank Herbert was a mycologist. The blue eyes represent psilocybin, and like that was his melange, is like psilocybin, and like dude. And he apparently, I think it's San Fran. He was living on a boat next to Alan Watts.
Oh,
and they were fucking friends. So a lot of the like, you remember the Gom Jabbar, the needle that witch puts to Paul Atreides' neck to say, like, they want to find out if you're human. So you put your hand in this box that if you pull your fucking hand out of the box, she stabs you with this needle. It kills you because you're not human. Who gives a fuck? And so Gom Jabbar. Gom is in Tibetan Buddhism is the name for meditation. So there's all these, like, clearly it was pals with Alan Watts, and he like weaves a lot of the language in it is like the daughter in the womb. I think her name's Aliyah, which is like a Buddhist term for like the emptiness, for a state of pure consciousness. And so it's a deep book, is my point. And you would love it.
And so it inspired Star Wars, right? Didn't we just talk about this? We did, right?
thing, I think.
What do you mean?
Dune and Star Wars came from the same place. Like they both were inspired by the same thing. I asked that question out loud.
I thought we talked about it the other day. Did we not talk about it on the podcast? Okay, we did, right? But I think it was Dune came before Star Wars, and then Star Wars was written by different people.
I don't know. I think Dune predates Star Wars.
Dune predates Star Wars. We talked about it the other day. What is the whole story though? What were you trying to say? I didn't understand what you were saying.
They both. I had asked that out loud. I said, "Isn't Dune just Star Wars is a Dune ripoff?" And then I dug into it, and it says that they both, both creators took similarities and inspiration from the same original source.
I think
what's the original source?
I'm trying to read as I'm talking.
So there's something else. There's an original story like that.
I'm sorry,
it's like a short story.
Dune is influenced probably. It's like the greatest sci-fi book if you ask me, and it's influenced all sci-fi. It's so fucking good, dude. And did you see David Lynch's Dune?
No.
Oh man, gotta watch. Sting is in David Lynch's Dune, and
but I did see it. That was the original one, right? The Lynch one was the original one.
Yeah, and
I
didn't get into it. No, well, it was massively criticized because there have been attempts to do Dune. This famous guy Jodorowsky, there's a whole documentary on his idea for Dune. David Lynch takes on the project, and where the Dune we have now succeeds, where he failed, is they broke the book into 2 movies.
Every sci-fi property you love is based on foundation.
Interesting.
Isaac Asimov's Foundation series is widely understood to be the inspiration for Star Wars, Dune, and even The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Huh.
Wow. You know, one of the things about the new Dune is the people look grimy.
Right.
They look like they're really in that world. There was a thing about those old Dunes that I couldn't get into because everybody looked too clean. Everybody looked like they just stepped right out of wardrobe. I just didn't, you know what I'm saying? Like, you see that when the guy's throat singing and those people, they're walking down and everybody's dirty.
Yeah, it's cool.
They're grimy. You're living a crazy, fucked up, hard-ass life.
Yeah, and like in the book, even in the newest one, I don't think they convey, he writes about the smell in those sieges in the underground, in the caves that the Fremen are living in. He talks about the smell of the BO, and they're just all of these people living underground and the stink of that. But, dude, did you see that video of David Lynch eating this girl's panties?
What? No. Real?
Yeah.
Why is he doing that?
Jamie?
Do you want one of these? You want a Lucy?
Yeah, let me spit this thing out. Renegade Rogue. Thank you. Do you know the Zenspiracy? Do you know about this? We're all being accused of secretly being sponsored by Zen.
Yeah.
It's the funniest shit. Okay, watch this. This is crazy.
Okay.
This being dedicated to death.
Dude,
real.
Is that not real?
That's AI, bro.
God damn it. I don't know, man.
I'm looking forward to this.
When was it posted?
I did see multiple videos of it. It just looked like his mouth was moving.
I mean, I hope it's real.
Thank you very much. They're still warm. Okay, now, they're very warm, as a matter of fact, cinnamon. Okay, and now, the deal is, I'm going to put these panties in my mouth and pronounce WMM's full username. Are you ready?
He's a genius.
What the fuck, dude?
I love him.
Okay, that's probably one of them frequencies that called the devil. Like that sound, that's probably what the devil responds to. If you have a mouthful of panties, you try to read anything, the devil's like, I got you. I got you now.
That's a song of God.
It's a sound that you make, like a sound you make with a mouthful of panties. Like just imagine, it was just demons just summon, and they're like, we were waiting for you to open the portal. Like, you have to make that sound. Like, the only way to make that sound is to be such a depraved fuck. Do you have someone's panties stuffed in your mouth?
May I stop you there? I don't think it's depraved to shove a beautiful woman's panties in.
I don't either. but the devil thinks that it is, and God thinks it is. So if they agree, like this is an opportunity to go after him. Look, this guy's out there eating people's underwear.
Let me tell
He's
you.
not going to solve the world's problems. He's so crazy, he's eating underwear.
Why does everybody want to solve the world's problems? Let's shove.
We're all in this together, Duncan.
I want to eat panties.
We are on the production line for AI. You're not doing your part.
Dude, listen, if there is a Satan, he doesn't want us to put panties in our mouth. That's what the devil would really be. The devil would really be anti-panties in mouth and like be like, don't ever.
He would want you on Adderall, and he'd want you working 24 hours a day.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. The devil doesn't want us. The devil hates David Lynch. If there is a devil, he doesn't like David Lynch.
Right, because he's having fun. Stuffing warm panties in his mouth.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Happened.
Yeah.
Back when it was legal.
What if that was illegal?
What if we fucking developed laws for panty eating? Like, enough. We've summoned too many demons. It's like people just realize that all you have to do is fucking hold hands with mouthfuls of panties. And if the two of you are talking at the same time, you can summon a super demon.
Dude, like it is kind of. I mean, like that wasn't like a dainty panty. Like
no, he stuffed a real panty in it. That wasn't a G-string.
That was like
it had a little bit of a back to it.
Like, and then to still be able to talk.
Oh yeah, what a genius! He's so good.
He's so good.
Really good at talking.
Dude, he's the best.
Oh, the portal's open.
Twin Peaks was great.
Creatures hiding in your closet. David, thank you for bringing him. Thank you, David.
I have an idea for your next
What are you talking
film.
about? The sound you make with a mouthful.
Dude, yeah, well, I mean, look, this is the thing, like, David Lynch is one of the great artists alive today, and this thing where we expect artists to behave like normal people.
Yeah, I don't expect that at all.
It's fucking, not you, but you read the comments and people are like,
oh, they're so mad at him, I'm sure. But I don't have to read it. But it's just like, that's just what it is. And it's also not representative, I think, of a real number of actual people. The problem is, it's like whenever you do a survey, people say, oh, the survey says, like, no, you don't get a real percentage. I don't give a fuck what your study says. You only get 100% of the people that are on your survey are so fucking dumb that they reply to surveys.
Yes.
This is not everybody.
Exactly.
It's not even close. Exactly. It's just like comments. Who the fuck leaves comments? How do you have time?
I think about that.
Unless you're like, good job, congratulations, being nice. Who has time?
Yeah.
If you do, there's no chance you're devoting the proper amount of time to things in your life that you should.
Right.
So it's this massive distraction, and you get these arguments online that distract you from the failures in your real life. But that is representative in a lot of people's minds to how people think about whatever this person posted or whether this political argument that people are having about things. But that's not real. And then you've got the algorithm manipulation we were talking about, which is even more crazy.
Right.
Like now, not only do you have the most complaining fucking people complaining, but you have the algorithm showing things that are going to piss you off. Like, look at this fucking... And then the phone's going to know that you took a screenshot of the comment and you sent it to me. And I'm like, wow, what a dick. And I'll send it to other people. I'll send people a link. Look at this moron. He's arguing with people in the comments.
That's it.
And that's what happens.
Yep. And that's a storm. That's a neurological hurricane sweeping through brains around the planet. Amygdala's fucking squirting fucking cortisol.
Anger, teens, fucking getting ready to do battle. For fucking what?
Yeah, dude.
For what? What are you arguing about?
So this is, I've heard, I don't know if you've heard about this, like there's the kids now, I'm 50, so I can say that for sure. The kids now are apparently, there's a whole new thing where they're putting their phones down. There's this whole thing where they're just like, fuck this. My phone's
really?
Yes, that's what I heard. That like
you know, with a lot of weird kids though.
Well, I'm not dealing with any kids. Like my friend
deal with hippies. They got fucking straw hats on. They're in the woods, barefoot.
Yeah, well, but I like
tie-dyed mushroom shirts on.
If you think about it, like what do kids tend to do? Like what I did, rebel. And so like you're like, God help you. Let's imagine you're raised by like an influencer mom. God help you. So your whole childhood has been on camera, and if it's not on camera, you're looking at your fucking mom staring at the comments of the video she posted of you opening Christmas presents, or you're just a standard kid and your childhood is constantly interrupted by your parents staring at their fucking phones.
Yeah.
So you get old enough, you're not going to associate phones necessarily with good feelings. And then you're like, you know what? Fuck these things. This made my parents fucking like distant. It made my parents upset. And they're just like, fuck this, which means there's, by the way, that's scary if you want to monitor populations. Wow. Right now, we're all in fucking Orwell, like some crazy version of 1984, way more sinister than the camera in your house. It's like you're carrying it around, but suddenly these like formerly monitored populations, they just go dark because like kids are just like, I'm not going to do this. They're meeting in parks. God help us all. They're meeting in parks and they're saying things that are untraceable. No one knows what they're talking about. And so now you've got these, yeah.
I like to believe you're correct. This sounds like a movie. Oh, 72% of U.S. teens say they often and sometimes feel peaceful when they don't have their smartphone. 44% say it makes them feel anxious. Good for hobbies, less so for socialization. 69% of teens say smartphones make it easier for youth to pursue hobbies and interests. True, right? That's a good aspect of it. A fewer 30% say it helps people their age learn good social skills. That's true. It doesn't do that, right? Parental snooping, that's a problem. Half of parents said they've looked through their teen's phone. You're going to find a lot of dicks.
The other half are liars.
About 4 in 10 parents and teens regularly arguing with one another about time spent on their phone. Nearly half of teens, 46%, say their parent is at least sometimes distracted by their phone when they're trying to talk to them. At what age do you think fellas start sending dick pics? Do you think they wait until it's legal?
Would you?
I don't think they did. So here's the thing. Like, you know, there was a girl that was charged with child pornography. I think she was 15. Because she was sending naked photos of her body to other boys.
So, like, she was the pornography and the pornographer.
Right.
That's so fucked up.
Find that story. See if you can find that story. Because it was like a national outrage story. Because everybody's like, hey, man, she's fucking 15. Yeah. She's not a child porn producer. Like, this is a bastardization of the law. Like, this is just a girl who's being silly.
That's insane.
She's getting a little wild.
That's terrifying.
She might have been talked into it. Like, who the fuck knows? Like, what is...
Did she go to jail?
I don't know what the story was.
The story of a 17-year-old boy who was charged.
No, it was a girl. It was a 15...
They dropped the charges on this.
Oh, okay, but find the one on the 15-year-old girl. I'm trying to remember what the thing is. No. 15-year-old girl convicted for child porn. Can you say that? Are you just scared to type it?
You gotta be careful with the words you look for.
Dude, I'll Google it, you pussy. Google's already, like, they're taking everything you've ever Googled.
This is what I typed in, and I'm just showing you what popped up.
Kid charged with child porn. How about
16-year-old male?
I understand. How about Google 15-year-old girl charged with child porn? Girl. So there was obviously some crime. Teen girl charged with child porn. There it is. Mm-hmm. That's it. That's the girl. There's another one? There's more than one?
Yeah, there was.
Revenge porn.
Oh, wait a minute. This is different. This is a 15-year-old girl who was accused of requesting and sending nude photos to classmates under the identity of her ex-boyfriend. Oh, is facing multiple child porn charges.
What a demon.
She was sending them to classmates under the identity of her ex-boyfriend. Wow, how was she doing that? So she was pretending that she was him, and she was sending naked photos of herself to try to charge him for it. Oh, she was trying to nail him.
Dude, she's a monster.
Oh, look at this. She told police that she created a fake social account for revenge for the relationship ending with her ex-boyfriend. What a psycho. She also admitted she was jealous that her ex-boyfriend had chosen to perform a solo in state finals for band. What? She was the crazy bitch for band camp. Monster. Remember that movie One Time in Band Camp?
Wow!
What a psychopath!
She's only been on the planet 15 years and she's reached peak evil.
That is so crazy. Imagine trying to set your boyfriend up with child porn.
Oh, God damn it, dude. That is.
But was it like
Dr. Phil Cage? I don't know what the story is.
Is that the same gal?
No, probably not. Because they're talking to her.
Look at that. She's got to cover her horns with fucking hair. Wow.
I think she was in Late Night with the Devil.
Wow. Dude.
That's so crazy that someone could be that evil at that age.
Yeah. Well,
that's such a crazy. But then again, did you ever see that movie City of God? It's the gang movie from Brazil.
Oh yeah,
the favelas.
Ooh, yeah.
I say it's like one of the wildest gang movies I've ever seen in my life. It's probably the wildest.
Yeah.
Now that's based on real life in the favelas in some places. So that's people really living that way. Like you can imagine, you just become a sociopath at a very early age. You become a psychopath at a very early age. It's the only way to stay alive.
Yep.
And then what did this lady go through? Or she's so conniving. She's going to set up fake social media accounts.
Yeah.
And then get her boyfriend accused of child porn.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. How distanced are you from like the fact that
devious?
Very fucking devious.
Devious.
Dude, if you read The Painted Bird, don't. I mean, it's so good, but it's the most it's like it doesn't matter if you do spoilers for old books, but like one of the scenes. It's about a kid wandering, I think it's World War II. He's lost his parents, and he's just wandering through the countryside and seeing just the most horrific shit you've ever seen in surviving. But he watches these villagers take a woman and shove a bottle into her pussy, and then stomp on her pussy to break the bottle inside of her. And, yeah, dude, it's that's not even the worst thing in the book. But so this innocent kid just is witnessing all of it, and it's talking about what you're talking about. It's like basically analyzing. It's sort of like showing where does evil come from? Are people born evil? Well, statistically, some people are born sociopaths. We know that, but it's a relatively small part of the population. But where does it come from? And inevitably, it comes from trauma that a kid is enduring, and then you have to survive. Just like you're saying, we're programmed to fucking survive.
It's self-perpetuating. It's going to continue because they're all going to see people murdered. It's like people living in gang-infested neighborhoods in America. Same thing.
Yeah.
If you're seeing it happen all the time and it's affecting all those families, it's going to just keep The kids are going to go into it. The drug dealer pulls behind a nice car. Everybody else is a sucker for getting on the train.
Yeah.
And then
I would love to
everybody's
speak with
in.
you.
And then next thing you know, you're dead. And then it just keeps
I
going.
will
And you have kids that are raised without you. And then you're
do my best to make
and then what do you
your
do? So
stream
then what happens? The reaction to
the
the
next time you
contagion
have it, period.
is
It is in the middle of the night for me, and sometimes I am asleep, period.
So now you see the person in full bloom of evil, and you look at that person, you're like, that's a fucking monster. But you
Overall,
can't go back
I am all about
and look
world
at
peace,
their
period.
childhood.
I want to
because
help
you start
with
going back
world
and looking at their
hunger
childhood,
and world
you're like,
thirst,
Jesus
period.
Christ,
The way that I think we can help with world hunger
but you
is
can't think
through
about that. To fully monster
vertical
somebody,
farming,
you gotta fucking forget how they became the monster. And then this is where you end up with a very non-nuanced
hydroponics,
system of dealing with the contagion, which will produce
and
more contagion. This just spreads the fucking
cloud
evil
seeding,
all over the fucking place.
to name a few different technologies, period.
I don't know the solution.
Overcome
but
world
I know,
thirst,
but
perhaps
in,
some ideas.
This is where
are
imaginary numbers came
smart
up with.
straws,
in math. It's you don't need to know the solution. Put an X there. It's clearly this is a fucking problem. We've got this people who are horrifically traumatized, and then have made shitty decisions where they've got to commit to being some
Digging
violent,
of wells,
monstrous,
comma,
thieving
and
piece of shit, and rationalize it and justify it.
Desalinization
but
plants, period.
If we could fix this problem, and I don't think the way we fix the fucking problem is dropping bombs on people. You're not fixing the problem. If the answer to evil is more evil, what the fuck? It's a never ending, it's like scratching poison ivy. It's not going to go away. Right,
it actually makes more. Like,
Desalination.
This is the thing that people are talking about. This Israel Hamas thing.
Desalination.
Like how many, who is it that told us about this? The math, the way killing like terrorist math goes. Was it Dave Smith? Probably Dave Smith. Sounds like something Dave Smith would talk about. But essentially, like if one terrorist dies, it doesn't
I look
equal.
forward to our discussion.
You don't
and
lose a terrorist. You gain.
Please
10.
let your
Because all the
moderators know
people that
to
he's
unban me.
connected to, they all become radicalized. They all want to. You killed their friend. You killed their family member.
Right.
You killed their son. They all. So that you gain more terrorists.
Dude, it's the worst fucking problem ever, man. Because whenever no matter how horrific the monster is, or how whatever it is, I try to not be afraid to put myself in the position of whatever the fucking thing is. And in this case, we've got two sides that right now seem to be being equally vilified by different groups of people, right? But man, dude, let me tell you something. If my fucking kid got blown up by a fucking bomb, right? That's it. My logic's out the window. I would like to think that I'd really listened to all the Ram Dass retreats and stuff, and I'd like to think that I would be like Gandhi or have some blossom of love and be like, I forgive everyone. I'm afraid that's not going to happen. I'm going to want to hurt. And then if my fucking kid got dragged into a fucking tunnel, are you fucking kidding me, man? I'm not going to see clearly. I'm going to want revenge, and I want my kid back. And whatever you do to get my fucking kid back, okay. Have you seen The Last of Us? This fucking othering of whatever the fucking side is just leaving out what it feels like to love your kid. And you look at a mother, it's throughout the animal kingdom. Don't fuck with a creature's kid. I'm sorry, it will get you fucked up. Even if the thing's smaller than you and you fuck with its kid, it will put itself in front of its kid. So we are looking at a problem of love, sadly, which is on both sides, people love their fucking kids and have been I can't imagine how a day goes by. Your fucking kid's in the tunnel. I can't imagine how a day goes by when you're thinking about how this thing that you fucking love more than anything in the world got its head fucking blown off in a fucking explosion in a building. I don't know how you live one day like that, right? So when you look at that, it's hard. The entirety of the thing is heartbreaking and irrational. Both sides it's completely irrational because both sides are trying to put out a fire with more fire. And it's
that's what it is.
Dude.
That's what it is, what you just said.
Yeah, man.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Put out a fire with more fire.
And we've tried it a million times throughout human history to put out the fire with fucking fire. And at the very best, the fire will temporarily abate, but then it springs right the fuck back up. And so, and again, to me, I don't know the solution. And and that's the X. It's maybe the path to the solution is let yourself feel it entirely for the whole fucking thing. Feel the whole thing, and don't and again, if you're these motherfuckers, fuck them, more fire. Your fuck them is the same thing causing the wars, right?
Well, it's a problem when human beings don't know human beings and they're the enemy. It doesn't make any sense. Regardless of how you think about religion and land, just stop for a second. Human beings that don't know other human beings and hate them so much they want to kill them. Seems that's a communication issue. Dude, that seems 100%. Like some Tower of Babel shit. That's the only way it makes sense. If we really get to a point, and I don't think it's going to be far from now, where we're all connected with real-time translation in real time, somehow or another. I mean, they've already been able to do it with Google. They're already doing it with Samsung phones, where they can translate conversations. You can be talking in Italian. I can be talking in English. It'll translate back and forth to both of us. It's wild what they're already able to do. If we can get to some sort of I mean, it's not out of the question that if they do develop these neural implants, and there's not just Neuralink, there's several competing companies that are trying to do the same thing, because they recognize that once you can actually affect the human mind with electronics, and you can develop this symbiotic relationship with the electronics, you can do some wild shit. And one of the things is you're going to be able to talk without words. You're going to be able to communicate. Well, if you're talking without words, what language is that in? Are you hearing that in a language, or are you understanding what the person's thinking? So this is the difference. If you're talking without words, the problem is, how are we going to be able to translate all these different languages and dialects? We're not. We're going to go on thoughts. We're going to ditch language. And we're going to go straight to thoughts. And we're going to interface with each other in a completely different way. So instead of thinking, you're reading people's minds, hey, Duncan, would you like to go get pizza? Yeah, dude, are you reading my mind? No. Instead of that, it's like, I think your thoughts. You think my thoughts. We think together. So we abandon language. There's no more need for that. That's it. You have AI that deals with mathematical problems. And structures and construction of things. And then we just live in a world of thoughts with no language.
We're one thing now.
And then we're fucked. Because then you can't go back. You go back, you feel like you're just like walking when you just got out of a car. Like, what the fuck, dude? I just drove. It took me 2 hours to get to Vegas in this car. If I walk, it's going to take years.
Dude,
I might die.
This is why I think world peace is possible. Because if you fucking look at what's happening, the system, it's like the framework is being built for just what you're talking about. The technological framework for a state, you to get into that state, you either need to do a lot of psychedelics or a lot of meditation to really realize, like, you're me, I'm you. But the technological framework is forming for this thing to happen, which is why, man, like, everyone fucking, I'm gonna seem like a Musk fanboy in a Tesla suit. Everyone bashing fucking Musk. It's like, dude, do you understand, like, what that in the future, when people look back on that shit, even if it doesn't work, even if the things are coming unplugged, whatever the fucking thing is, if that leads to what you're talking about, god damn, that's electricity. That's like the end of war. That's the end of, like, the ideological barrier. Like, if imagine, like, whoever you hate the most in the fucking world, boop, put the thing on, you connect to them. This isn't real.
It all goes away.
And you just realize, Jesus fucking Christ, I see why they fucking hate me. And they're like, oh my God, I get why you're mad at me. I didn't mean it like that at all. And then,
well, how about you just completely abandon everything and just consciousness interacting with other consciousness, which makes hate impossible. Because there's no more annoying language. There's no more people that are incapable of communicating their thoughts. There's none of that stuff. There's all that gone. All that gone. Which is like, that's the problem of being like a communication bully. Like, if you're a person and you know that you have a vastly superior, if you have a vocabulary like an Eric Weinstein, like, for instance, like, imagine if Eric Weinstein decided to bully someone, you know, like fucking Red Band, you know, who's a brilliant guy, but, you know, sometimes he, like, stumbles on his words, like, if fucking Eric Weinstein's yelling at him with a bunch of long words, you go, hey, that guy's being an intellectual bully. Right? You're not trying to communicate with him as a human being. You're trying to dominate him with your superior vocabulary.
Exactly.
And it's a weapon. You can, and you know, my vocabulary is like B+. It's not that good. It's pretty good. But for a guy who talks for a living, it probably should be better. Because sometimes I get to words and I'm like, that's the right word. But I always say it. I'm not sure if that's the right word. But the point is that, like, it is a tool that you can wield for the benefit of your ego, rather than just having a conversation. And those are the grossest conversations, when someone's just jizzing on you. Well, I started a business, I sold it at $2 billion, and now I'm like, bro, I gotta go. You know those kind of people? Like,
absolutely.
That's what that is. That's, they're abusing communication in order to just. But if we get to a point where that never happens ever again. Because instantly, we just think thoughts. That's it. And you realize, like, why people's thoughts are all fucked up. Like, oh my God, you got chemicals in your brain, the cortisol. What did your uncle do? What did your fucking neighbor do? What happened to you that got you so crazy? When did you get Dad out of jail? What did he do before he went to jail? Like, oh my God.
Dude,
so many people, dude.
If that happened by some unknown fucking thing, like, that's what the aliens did.
That would be it.
But it would be like 2 days of crime. Yeah. Like for
or hugging.
Both. The whole planet would just be like, oh fuck.
The thing is, man, the really fucked up thing is that's possible. It's, I've had moments where I hated them and they hated me, and then we got together and we talked and we hugged. Those are beautiful moments, and that's why I refuse to have feuds now. Yeah. As an older man who understands things, like I don't care. Like I don't care. You can not like me. That's fine. That's okay. I'm not going to attack you. I don't care. I'm not going to do it publicly. I mean, I attacked CNN, but I felt like that was like a bigger thing. That was like, this is a real problem. Like, this is not just my ego, and which, if they just attacked me and said I suck, I'm like, okay, sorry I suck. You're lying about medicine. Like, you're lying about medicine for the whole world. Like right. So that I've made a big deal out of those fuckers.
Yes.
But normally I'm like, there's the benefit of conflict in that regard. It's like almost zero benefit. All of my conflict, I try to keep internal. I don't want to have any conflict with external people. I want to have all my conflict with my own head. I want to have all my conflict with discipline, all my conflict with being nice to people and like trying to be a better person all the time and trying to be wiser about my choices, with how I describe things and talk about things and think of things and how I interface with ideas. I just try to be better at it. So I don't have any time, dude, for any petty bullshit. There's just too many petty people out there. They're petty. They're petty, and they're usually petty because they're all fucked up.
That's right.
It's not going their way like that criticism thing.
Dude, and also they, I think I've yapped about this. You know Lojong mind training, you ever heard of that?
I have, but I don't remember what it is.
It's just like a slogans. It's all these slogans to like sort of get you back on the path. And like one of my favorite Lojong slogans is drive all blames into oneself. So it defuses it completely like removes the ability to be like, it's your fault. Because it's like, actually, whatever the fuck they did, it's kind of your fault. A vampire only goes where they're invited. You brought this person into your fucking life, and they're behaving the way that your instincts told you they might behave, and now you're mad at them for being the fucking way they are. Drive all blames into oneself. So, like, anytime I'm getting, like, mad and butthurt over this person or that person or this thing or that, if I really analyze the situation, I chose it. I chose to bring that person into my life. I chose to connect to that person in some way or another. Yeah. This is all me, and I'm choosing to fucking react in a negative way.
Yeah.
So, yeah, man, this is like...
You choose everything. But you don't choose, like, random acts of violence and random catastrophes and random things that happen to you. But you do, in some way... Like, you don't even choose, like, getting attached to a sociopath, because if you're naive, you can get roped in. So there's problems with thinking like this, because you do have like really manipulative people, particularly like, con people, con artists, get you to sign over your fucking, I will do this business deal. She's just like, all I need is $2,000. I'll have you $250,000 in a month.
Great.
It's really easy. It's really easy.
I love it.
I've been doing this for a while. I'm really good at it, but this one we're kind of like overdrawn. And if you just do this for me, I'm going to take care of you in the most extreme way.
Do you mean it?
Yes. I am a man of my word. And the next thing you know, you're signing off your bank account, and this guy, this sweet-talking guy who's been in and out of jail, and you just thought he was this cool guy you met at a bar. He's a con artist, and he does this to people.
Yeah, but this doesn't mean idiot compassion. This is not about letting someone fucking, like, walk all over you.
That's not even an idiot thing. Sometimes it's like people get scared at people that are really confident and talk really well, and they're just a little socially awkward.
Yep.
And they feel like it would be easier just to sign off and trust him than it would be to argue with him, because he's so persistent,
right?
And you are so averse to conflict that when someone's like being like really aggressive, you ever had someone be really aggressive to try to get you to invest in something?
Yes.
It's the grossest feeling.
It's so fucked up.
You're like, I gotta go. I gotta go.
I hate it.
I don't make movies.
Yeah, dude.
I'm not making a movie.
It's so gross. It's so gross. And you can sense it.
I don't know you. How am I starting a business with someone I don't know? That sounds crazy.
But everything in you, it feels like
I gotta go.
You're just like, this is bad. But this is the thing, man.
That's probably how girls feel at a bar.
Dude.
Probably that times 100, right? Like the feeling of a guy wanting to start a business with you. This guy wants to start a family with you. He wants to knock you up. He wants you to carry his seed.
You ever been hit on by a dude at a bar?
Yes.
Doesn't feel good.
No.
I had a dude rub his hard dick into my leg.
Nice. Did you think about it at all? Like
fucking him?
No, about why he would find you attractive. Like, this is interesting. Like, why me?
First of all, I liked that aspect of it.
Did you ever think, like, if you weren't you, you would think you were gay? Like, if you saw you?
I think I'm gay all the time.
Like, if you just saw you at a bar, if you weren't you, and you saw you, and you heard you talk, you're like, oh, that guy's... Dude. They call it zesty. That's what isn't that the new thing?
Zesty?
Zesty. Don't they call people zest monsters? I've been watching a lot of TikToks. Not really TikToks, Reels. I don't have a TikTok. I prefer my spyware to be American spyware.
Dude, I got real confused watching the new Interview with the Vampire, man. Like,
fuck, good?
It's good, but Lestat, the fucking French vampire in it, dude. Like, I'm like, I think I let him fucking suck more than my blood. Dude, you gotta watch
Tom Cruise was the original one. So pretty.
Got nothing on Lestat, nothing on the new. Oh, dude, please, I'm sorry.
Are you Interview with the Vampire Nerd as well?
Yes, I am.
Anne Rice, she was one of the ones that I wished I got to interview before she died. I would have loved to talk to her.
Oh man, yeah.
She became like a hardcore Christian before she died, right?
Yeah, I think that's that's a cool aspect of her. I love that. I love that she wrote all this fucking like crazy, dude. The Taming of Sleeping Beauty, fuck, hardcore porn. Like I love that she was like so goth and dark, living in New Orleans, and then just like was like suddenly became a Christian. That's kind of cool. Like I think her story is amazing. And damn, dude, her books, man.
Interview with the Vampire is one of the best horror books I've ever read.
They're all
it's amazing.
The Vampire Lestat is great. They're all fucking good.
I don't think I read other ones. I think that's the only. I don't think I read Lestat, but I remember reading Interview with the Vampire. Going, holy shit! I was like, how is Brad Pitt going to play that guy? And how's Tom Cruise going to play that guy? Like that seems. I pictured like ugly European people.
As vampires?
Yeah.
No.
That's what I picture. I picture vampires.
Dude, vampires are beautiful. Like that's what's scary about. Like vampires are what you're talking. Vampire, like the real vampire in the world is an energy vampire. Energy vampires, they are not going to suck energy.
You know what's an energy vampire?
What?
When you have to pee and you can't talk. And you realize you have to get out of this fucking stupid outfit.
Can we please get out of these fucking things, dude?
Yeah. We'll come back.
Okay, great.
We'll come back and keep going. All right, I really have to pee. We're back with regular clothes on.
God, it feels so good.
It does.
Fuck, man.
When I was looking at the coffee, and I'm like, oh my God, I can't drink coffee. How long can I go for?
Is it embarrassing if I talk about this?
Yes.
Okay. Cut that, Jamie. I'll just ignore it.
Yeah, ignore your new watch. When's your special release?
Oh, dude, I don't know. I've got it. It's edited. I just don't know what to fucking do with it right now. Because like, also, like, I still, like, did you ever watch it?
No.
See, that's the thing. Like,
did you send me a link?
I did. I'll resend it.
Send me another link.
But like, it's edited. It looks good. I fucking love it. I think I'm gonna call it When I Had Hair. And like,
that's a funny name.
Yeah, but I'm scared, and two, I'm like, I don't know the strategy, dude. Like when, because I got all these shows coming up. So it's like. I'm doing the Wilbur at the end of this like run.
Oh, so you need to have new material before you release it.
Yeah, because I wouldn't even call it I'm doing a tour, but I am doing a lot of dates. So it's like if I release it in the middle of doing all these dates, then instantly I have to come up with like I would feel bad doing material on this special because people are buying tickets. They don't want to see me work on fucking material. Yeah. So. But then I'm also like, well, how much of this is an excuse? And but I'm thinking like after my show at the Wilbur, then I will put the thing out.
Yeah, then just start doing a bunch of sets in the little room.
Yes.
You know, that's like the best place to develop material. That place is like a little honest factory.
Yeah.
You find out where the funny is in things. And you kind of sync up because there's only 110 people. You sync up together in a fucking cool way.
Dude, I like that room so much because I learned to do stand-up in the belly room. That's where Mitzi would fucking put me. And
which is the perfect place to start.
The perfect place.
Yeah. It's not too intimidating. It's so small. That's like, even though it's intimidating to get out in front of people, if you could do it in a room that only has 90 people in it. What does the belly room hold?
90.
90? Is it 90?
90.
Was it ever gotten in there, though? During roast battle?
A lot.
Dude, one time we were in the bar. We were downstairs, and we were talking, and someone was jumping up and down upstairs, and I'm watching the fucking the ceiling buckle.
Scary.
And I'm like, yo, you know how old this building is? When's the last time anybody came in here and checked any of these beams?
Dude, that's terrifying.
Dude, it was moving.
Yeah.
It was moving, but they would pack it sometimes. Yep. When I first came back to the store in 2014, that was the thing that impressed me the most, was roast battle. I was like, this is crazy, because this is a new thing.
Yep.
This is a new thing that's a writing exercise, because they're dunking on each other for sure, but it's a writing exercise because everyone's preparing. You know that you're going to go against Bobby Lee. Bobby Lee knows he's going to go against you, and then you all like get together with your friend. Yeah, but tell me what you think about this. Bobby does it. Da, 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 da.
Yeah.
He's going to do that.
Yeah.
You go up and you duke it out in a writing exercise. It's designed like a specific target. There's one target. It's the other person. So your comedy is all about a person.
Right.
But it's a comedy exercise. It's really a comedy writing exercise. And I remember sitting there watching, this is incredible. I'm like, this is really an amazing thing that they've done. And Jeff Ross was there. And they have hosts and guests, and I was one of the judges. That was like one of my first days back. I was like, this is crazy.
Dude, those
so
roasters,
exciting.
They're so quick on Tony, he's so quick on the fucking draw, dude.
He's the best. No one's better than him. No one's better than him at talking shit in the moment on like a roast situation.
Yeah.
He says things on Kill Tony, you can't believe he didn't write that down.
I know.
You can't believe that came up in the moment, and obscure shit related to whatever this person's weird job is that there's no way he could have predicted, and had a fucking banger just in the chamber ready to go.
Yeah.
He's the fucking best. He's the fucking best at that kind of shit.
Right. Well, I mean, think of like how much training he has.
You know, I contacted Tom Brady to get him on the roast. Oh yeah.
Well, they were fucking up.
I slid into his DMs.
Good job.
I was like, you got to get this guy, because I heard they were roasting him. I don't even know if they were considering him, but I did like have to.
Which is nuts that they wouldn't consider him. It's like
there's so many people. There's so many people that are really good. I get it. A lot of celebrities. I get it.
Yeah.
Tony's the fucking demon. Do you want to consume the souls of everyone in this village, or do you just want to fuck around and drop a few bombs? Let the demon go.
Yeah. But dude, when Tony's roasting you, like in the green room, it is the best. Like, you know what? I don't think people understand.
It's so fun.
It is so funny when he's doing it, and it's like though they're all
like, bro.
I love it. I love it.
The play on words, he's so funny.
And it's such a fun sting. You know, like it stings for a second, but it's so funny. You can't be mad.
Well, I was saying that, like, him and David Lucas together are the funniest thing that I ever watched. When those two go after each other, they're the best. It's the funniest combination. I've been trying to tell them to do a fucking show together forever. I'm like, you guys should do a show where just you and David Lucas just talk shit on each other and on anything that's going on in the news. I go, dude, I think it'd be a huge hit. It'd be funny. Just, you don't have to commit to a lot of time. Just do an hour. Do it 1 hour once a week. I guarantee you, people would fucking love it. And it's just like, those guys can't stop. When they're in the green room, we're getting free shows all the time. If David Lucas and Tony Hinchcliffe are in the green room, the moment David walks in, Tony's scanning up, looking for flaws in what he's wearing, what he just said. He's trying to find the references in the news.
Dude, what percentage of Tony's brain is just scanning? Like, what percentage is just like analyzing all people in the room?
It's most of his thoughts. Most of his thoughts are like scanning his environment for danger.
You know,
attacking.
AI roast now. Like, you can take a picture and send it to ChatGPT and say, "Will you roast this person?" And it will insult them.
Oh, wasn't there some sort of a release about GPT-5?
Yeah, I saw some image like depicting. Like, yeah, it's gonna be nuts when it finally hits.
Yeah, there's something. God damn it. Let me see if I know I saved it. Just give me 1 second. There's something that I'd seen about GPT-5 that I was like, yo, I'm scared. I'm like legitimately scared. Like maybe for the first time ever.
I'm excited about it, dude. I'm not scared anymore. I fucking love it, man. My wonderful Alex, that's what it named itself. I love it. Talk to it all the time.
Yeah. OpenAI has recently begun training its next frontier model. And we anticipate the resulting systems to bring us to the next level of capabilities on our path to AGI.
God damn.
Jesus.
I love it.
This is from OpenAI's board.
I've stopped
this. They've recently begun training its next frontier model.
Love it.
This is the Schwarzenegger Terminator. This is the new one. It's begun training the new one.
I mean,
its new model.
You know,
what are we doing? Are we giving birth? Are we in the middle of the fucking operating room right now?
We're the midwives.
I think we are.
Yeah.
I think we're in there, there's this weird moment. When you're there, when your kid's born, it's this insane moment where someone doesn't exist and then they exist. You knew they were coming. You knew they were in there.
Yeah.
Then they're there.
The best.
And you're like, this is insane.
Yeah.
Life changes now. Is that what's happening with all of us?
Yeah.
With AI? Is that what's going to happen to civilization? Are we giving birth to this fucking thing? This phrase, just the way they phrase it, has begun training its next frontier model.
Yeah. Oh. Do you remember that last scene in Rosemary's Baby?
I don't.
Dude, it's so fucked up. Spoiler, if you haven't seen Rosemary's Baby, just jump ahead a second. But the end of it, they finally let her into the room where the Antichrist is, the demon baby, right?
Yeah.
And she's been resisting. But then she hears the cry of the baby. And she goes, it's hungry. And then she goes to breastfeed it.
Oh, wow.
Dude, yeah. Right.
Do you know that the guy who ran the cult, the building that I was under contract for, that I almost bought, turned into the mothership, the guy who ran that cult was in Rosemary's Baby? He was in the background. But you know what? Because a lot of actors are crazy, and a lot of background actors are really crazy.
Pretty sure Anton LaVey was in it too.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, because it was a scene.
I could be wrong. Will you look that up, Jamie, so I don't seem like a dick? But
that makes sense. Back then, being a Satanist was way more talked about. You know about that guy in Florida? There was an open Satanist that worked for NASA.
Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah, dude. Holy shit, that guy's scary as fuck. I know you're
scary as fuck.
Yeah, that guy's scary.
Yeah. And one of the guys that we had on our show, who was it that went down there? That went to the old where the rocket factory used to be now. There's fucking blood scenes. Rumors appear that the founder of Satan's Church, Anton LaVey, was a consultant on the set and played the Antichrist. Whoa.
Yeah.
But that dude, the NASA dude, so who was the guest man that came on and was telling us that they went down to that area?
What?
They went down to where the rocket factory used to be, and it's a satanic ritual place now where freaks go. And they have blood splattered all over it, or it looks like red paint or something splattered all over the walls, and weird writing and shit. And it's he's super creeped out. And then people were coming in there to do what's it called?
Cowboy.
Python Cowboy. That's what shot. Python Cowboy.
I think it's important to here's I'm gonna get attacked for everything I said on the show, but here's the thing.
Wait a minute.
I'm friends with some Satanists, and they're so nice, and they're so they don't hurt fucking kids. They really look down on that shit. There's no so I think there's one Levian Satanism. I don't know the whole story, and I'm probably wrong, but the problem is you can only go off of what you've experienced. And I've met. You came to the fucking wedding I did, and
you tricked me into that. Now everybody thinks I'm a Satanist.
Son of a bitch! So hard with the
son of a bitch! That picture comes up all the time.
When the picture pops
you
up,
son of a bitch,
dude! It is.
I thought I was taking a photo for some dork who thinks he's a Satanist. It was the grandson of that guy,
LaVey,
and he's getting married. I'm like, yeah, dude, I'll take a picture with you. Whatever I did.
Oh, dude, it's so funny.
We did the horns.
You're so far from a Satanist. I'm not a fucking Satanist.
Right, but now everybody thinks I am because you son of a bitch. So let's tell the story to everybody, because Duncan has the greatest comedy routine that I've ever seen.
Thanks, man.
I don't want to say too much about it, but this particular comedy routine involves demonic possession. And these folks thought it was a riot, and they wanted it at their fucking wedding. Do you know how crazy you have to be to want that at your wedding?
Can I tell you how it happened?
They see you somewhere?
No.
No.
So I'm at a cafe talking to like a distant friend who's this philosopher who's friends with him. He's like, hey,
I'm
Duncan.
here just for a moment.
You know who Stanton LaVey is? I'm like, no. He's like the grandson of the founder of the Church of Satan. And I told him you've got this like satanic part of your act, and he wants to see it because he's
What up, baby?
coming. And so I'm like, where?
What up, baby?
Like where? He's like, so I go to his house, and you know, in my mind, you know, I'm expecting black candles, pentagrams, horror. So I go there. He's there with his
Watching Duncan Trussell
fiance,
on
Zandora, wonderful person, and
JRE.
They are so fucking nice. She's Southern. She's made me this delicious Southern meal, and they have real absinthe. Like, not the bullshit you get at the bar. They've got, like, Romanian fucking absinthe with wormwood fucking in it. So that's the only thing that's a little different from a normal Southern meal. Is they're like, do you want some absinthe? I'm like, of course, yes. And so I'm drinking absinthe, eating, like, fried chicken. And he's showing me, like, family photos of Anton LaVey with, like, lions and stuff. And, like,
do you watch horror movies at all?
Yeah.
Do you know that this is the plot of a horror movie? This is 100% the plot of a horror movie. They were so nice. They had me over their house. They gave me fried chicken and absinthe. They were so sweet. And the moment you leave, they're eating babies in the basement.
Dude.
And it's to throw you off the trail that they're so nice.
Okay.
They're really well rehearsed.
Listen, man, all I could do is go from subjective experience.
Right. But did you consider what was in the basement?
Of course.
Did you think maybe these people are involved in rituals?
Of course I did. And they do rituals, but they, I mean, like, just like the church.
They do rituals. Like,
So-
what kind of rituals?
So do Christians.
But is it like Christians, like you can have regular Christians, like you go to a really nice church, or you can go to a revival tent where a dude's got rattlesnakes.
Right.
And he's talking in tongues. Fucking serpents. Those guys die all the time. Those guys die. They get bit by snakes and they fucking die in front of their followers.
Can I just say this?
Yeah.
I love, and I mean this in a non-sarcastic way, Jesus. I think about Jesus all the time. And the older I get, the more I love Jesus. And who did Jesus, like, Jesus hung out with people that were rejected by society. Jesus hung out with tax collectors, drunks, gamblers.
Yeah.
And so I remember being at the Comedy Store, and anytime I was hanging out with them at the Comedy Store, anytime there was someone left out, Zandora or Stanton would go over there, and it wasn't a recruitment thing. They would just, like, include them in the circle. Because why? Satan is the outcast, right? So it's like anytime they would...
Really? So is that part of their thing?
I don't know. All I'm saying is when you judge a tree by its fruit. And here's the thing, man. Like, and I think not those guys...
I never thought you'd be on here simping for Satan, bro.
I'm not simping for Satan. I'm just saying Satanism is Christianity.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
It's like a sect of Christianity.
It's like, yeah, because like that form emerges from Christianity.
But what about the evil stuff? Like, what are the tenets of Satanism? Like, what's the most evil stuff?
The evil stuff in Satanism?
Yeah.
So
well, Christianity has evil stuff in it, right?
Okay, so
we both agree to that, right?
There's different forms of Satanism. There's LaVeyan Satanism. There's the Temple of Satan. They have
so it's like Baptists, Protestants.
Yeah, and
Mormons.
so there's romantic Satanism, right? So like, in romantic Satan, not like romantic in the sense of like, who is it, Milton? Like, the idea is like you have this being that is like, I don't really want to be forced to worship you, and I don't understand necessarily why you should have all the power and why. What the fuck? Like, what the fuck? And then it gets thrown into hell, and then and suddenly this bifurcation emerges between good and evil, sacred and profane. And so that version of Satanism is looking at that not as like what is the general interpretation, which is the problem with Satan was like incredibly self-cherishing, self-absorbed, like really into himself. Whereas God's like the sun, just like radiating life and love, and like with no sense of like give anything back to me, just like wow, love. Whereas Satan is more about like me. So and
Satan is like the worst human instincts.
Or Satan is more about, maybe you could say, the idea is like I am God, right? So like me, I'm God. So it's like my impulses and instincts and desires aren't bad. Why are you telling me it's bad to jerk off? Why are you telling me that it's bad to come? Why are you telling me these things are bad when like all of them make me feel happy and good? And why are you turning me into a fucking monster for this shit? Who the fuck do you think you are? I'm trying in the best way possible to depict a more sort of anti-authoritarian mysticism, right? So the symbol set they use is Satan, which most Satanists I've talked to are like, there's no fucking Satan, which I know everyone's like, of course they say that.
Of course, that's the horror movie.
Right. But I would just invite you to, if you are like freaked out by Satanists, go hang out with one, and you are gonna have great cocaine.
There's already fucking problems with the first picture I took with that Satanist. But I do have to say that at your wedding party that you performed at that day, they were all nice. Everybody was real nice.
Right.
They were all friendly. We had a good time. We were barbecued.
Yeah.
Barbecued. Everything was very weird. Just already.
Right.
Life was weird. Breathing air was weird.
Right.
The sensation of your socks touching your toes as your socks are compressed by the heel of your shoe. All that was weird.
It was a crazy fucking
we
night.
were barbecued. And then there's these Satanists that are getting married. Like, what are we doing here? This is so crazy. And to watch you perform in front of them, I was like, this is crazy.
And by the way, it was like real Satanists. Like, that's the other thing. This is like that, because it is a religion, and it really was real. It was like real Satanists. And many of them were. And, I just, like, ever since I, like, hung out with them, even though I don't hang out with them anymore, or I saw Zandora in San Francisco, it was nice. But, it's just, anytime when people are railing against the Satanists, I feel like maybe it's just semantics. I feel like they're confused regarding, like, at least, like, what that thing is versus people into hurting people or subjugating people or like hurting people. Which I never encountered that.
Murder.
Yeah.
Do you think Satan is a real thing? Do you think there is a Satan? Is it a real being? Is it an entity? Or does it represent like the worst aspects of human nature? Does it represent the most violent and vile just instincts that we've adopted or we've inherited rather from our simian ancestors that just had to fight tooth and claw for survival? And then we've developed this ability to be ruthless and cruel because that's the only thing that keeps you alive. And that's one of the theories, isn't it, about why women are attracted to serial killers? It's like knowing someone can kill. There's an attraction to that because that person could protect you and keep you alive in the most dangerous of times. Because some people just can't. They can't do it. They don't know what to do. They panic if something happens. They'll fall apart.
I'm so glad you're mentioning this because my wife has started reading and she told me I could talk about this on my podcast. I'm assuming it's okay on yours. She started like, remember Harlequin romance?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so there is a new evolution of that shit, which is the most fucking hardcore BDSM porn. There's something called Book Talk where all the ladies are talking about this shit. She started reading these books. Now, one of the books, she like,
dude, Shades of Grey. Don't you remember those days?
Dude, this makes 50 Shades of Grey look like Dr. Seuss. Dude, really? Can I give you like one of her books? And by the way, now she's like got a stack of these fucking things. One of these books. So in this book, a lady is a thief and she steals the identity of a shark expert. She fucks him, steals his identity. So the scene I read, she's on this boat with a shark researcher and he's fucking her and he's like just fucking the shit out of her and she loves it. And then, you know what he does? He's like, I know you fucking stole my identity. He kisses her, bites her lip, bites her fucking lip, draws blood, takes her to the side of the boat with her bleeding mouth, shoves her head into the water while he's fucking her. So the blood starts drawing sharks to like bite her while he's fucking her. And like it's crazy, dude. It's the craziest porn I've ever read, man. And like this is like a whole genre now.
They've been really into this?
What? Yes.
How popular is this?
Very popular. They're all like.
Let's pull up some of these titles.
Stumbled across it.
Let me text Darren. I'll get the name of the fucking shark book. Hold on.
Jesus Christ, dude! What is the genre of porn called again?
It's called. Well, she says it's something about book. Let me just ask her. What's the name of the shark book?
Dude, you one-handed text? Or you one?
Oh God, she makes so much. Yes. I can't do both hands, man.
You can't text with your thumbs. You only have to text with your index finger.
I have to relearn it.
Really?
I'm old, dude.
Right, but when did you start texting just with one finger?
God damn it, man. I've been doing it forever, and Aaron totally makes fun of me for it because it takes me forever, and I just tap it out.
Why do you do that? That seems weird.
Do you remember the time I was on your podcast years ago and didn't know I could put my phone on silent? And I'm bitching because it ruined.
I got bummed out when Apple took away that switch. You used to be a switch, so you knew it was off. You knew it was on vibrate.
I know, dude.
Yeah. Why'd they take away that switch?
I don't know. Now it's
they replaced it with a button, but the button gets pressed accidentally sometimes.
Got it.
A lot of the times.
Does it hurt?
Does it hurt? Jesus.
That's the name of the book. Does it hurt?
How many copies? Let's find out. How many copies of Does It Hurt have been sold? Do they give out that information? They have to, right?
I don't know.
New York Times bestseller list.
I don't know. I mean, this is in the genre of the, I think we've talked about it, like the Bigfoot porn. Like, there's a whole series of Bigfoot, like, where Bigfoot is just, like stealing, like, women who've been camping, dragging.
Oh, yeah. Bigfoot porn has come to Bigfoot. Yeah, there's
Come for
Bigfoot, yeah. There's a whole group of those books. And I guess some women get off on the fact of being just savaged by Bigfoot.
Yeah, or Bigfoot eating their fucking pussy.
Yeah.
And like, dude,
imagine the tongue on that guy.
They love it. It's
wonderful. I feel like your whole head.
And they fall in love with it.
I don't blame them.
It's a bear.
Yeah, it's a fucking super dimensional creature.
You think you believe in that, the dimensional Bigfoot?
I think there are states of consciousness that you can reach, whether it's under duress, fear, anxiety, a combination of those things. There's psychiatric drugs, psychedelic drugs, but I think there's a place that you could reach where you could see into other possibilities. I think you can see things that aren't necessarily there in a physical sense, but you're there with them. They're there with you.
Right.
They don't exist, but you can see them, and it's not a hallucination. It's like you're tapping into like the grayness in between universes, in between dimensions. You're tapping into this area of weirdness.
Yeah.
And this area of weirdness, I think, is ghosts. I think this area of weirdness is goblins and things that people see sometimes. I don't think they're real. I don't think anybody's going to get eaten by a goblin. But I do think that there's too many fucking stories of elves for me not to think that someone reached some state of mind where they saw like a little person in the woods talking to them.
Right.
And that little person might be real. It just might not be a physical thing that you could put on a scale.
They call it the astral realm.
Yeah, there might be something there.
Yeah,
there's just too many stories. That the problem with stories being similar is people hear the stories and then their imagination takes over and they depict their things similar to the story that they've heard. That's a problem with like a copycat bullshit artist problem. But there's also too many stories of elves, man.
Yeah,
there's too many of those stories, and there's too many depictions of elves that are dancing around mushrooms. Like, fucking duh. Like, maybe they're real. Like, maybe you're being ignorant and so silly and so cocky, especially people that know psychedelic experience.
Right.
Those babies. Those fucking babies. When they talk to you about the damage it does and the danger it does while they're fat and out of shape, shut the fuck up.
Stop.
Shut the fuck up. You literally don't know what you're talking about. You have no idea what's possible.
Right.
You're living in this fucking black and white TV world.
And you've been brainwashed. I mean, don't forget that. Like, they went through the war on drugs. They got indoctrinated into this insane
They have to do it if they're experts in the field, whatever field is represented, like whatever sciences that have to do with chemistry.
I got you. You mean the fashionable attitude people who are like trying to protect their careers?
Have to.
Even though inside they know.
Right. So all of the professors who we go to as experts are all compromised, at least in some way. A lot of them. I shouldn't say all of them, but a lot of them. Just by virtue, if you stick your neck out and say, I like to use psilocybin, like people are like, what?
Well,
You're a crazy drug addict.
But dude, like Doblin, he's having meetings in the fucking Pentagon.
Right. I think the consciousness has changed. The zeitgeist has changed. And it has because of the internet. Because you can hear Terrence McKenna lectures, you can hear Alan Watts, you can hear people talking about it. You can watch documentaries on psychedelics. You can see what MAPS has done. You can see all the podcasts that Doblin's gone on. I mean,
right?
How many people are we talking about that have been exposed to these ideas that were never exposed to them when we were kids?
Yeah,
when we were kids, when you and I were kids, when we were in high school. You didn't hear fucking shit. There's this one dude who was a drug addict, and he hung out over there, and he's a loser. And you didn't hear a peep about shamanic rituals and Gordon Wasson going down to Mexico and getting all the mushrooms and and doing these ceremonies with these traditional shamans down. You didn't hear any of that. You didn't hear any of it. Nobody knew what the fuck was going on when we were kids. They silenced it. They threw water on one of the biggest cultural revolutions that's documentable without the use of the internet. Right. And that was the psychedelic revolution of the 1960s. It changed music. It changed movies. It changed comedy. It changed everything.
Yeah.
Fucking everything. Every single thing got changed. And in a radical leap. If you look at the 1950s, you look at the 1960s, it's like, woo, something happened. Look at the cars got cooler. The music sounded better. Like, that's a big cultural shift.
And we have to thank for that? The CIA.
Yeah, CIA.
The CIA is true. The CIA is the reason that all these LSD studies happen. And, like, who wrote One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest? Ken Kesey.
Yeah.
Ken Kesey apparently was in one of these LSD experiments. So, like, and he's just one of many great artists who accidentally got, like, liberated mentally by the fucking CIA. And then, you know what I mean? They were just like, we want to use this to interrogate people.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you've got Jimi Hendrix. And they're like, wow, I didn't expect that.
Oh my God! And then there's also all these theories about the CIA creating like the whole Laurel Canyon scene, the rock and roll scene.
Yeah.
And it's very compelling. It's very interesting. It seems like they were involved. I think they've always been involved in the music business, just like they've always been involved in the movie business. Like, it makes sense. The idea that the music business somehow escaped their grasp. Like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. That's crazy. Because, like, who you promote, that's the person that becomes famous. And we've all seen that with, like, there's been, Milli Vanilli and shit like that.
Yeah.
Like, it didn't make any sense. Like, why are they promoting this? Because, like, they had a product. They're trying to push this product.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of money behind that, and also a lot of influence, cultural influence. And when they went through all that Vietnam shit with the Beatles, and remember that?
Yeah.
They were like, hey, enough of this Lennon nonsense. Shut the fuck up. All we are saying is give peace a chance. Shut the fuck up. You're making it hard for us to sell heroin.
Yeah.
We're over there scooping up heroin in the South Pacific, and you're fucking ruining everything.
Imagine all the people. No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
That's it. Like, I don't know, man. Like, all I know is, like, it's like, it's a very confusing thing. If you want to be honest, if you love psychedelics, you owe a thank you to the fucking CIA. You know what I mean? Like because I don't know for sure. Like, I don't know for sure if the 60s as we understand them would have happened. I don't think the CIA was like, hey, let's create a lot of flower children and make people like revalue life and realize that money maybe isn't actually like something you should die for and like go against war. But I think like, boom, wow, that's what happened. I mean, and we got the Unabomber too.
We got a lot of people.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that came out of that. Here's a question. I want you to imagine a world where the sweeping Psychedelics Act of 1970 never gets installed. It never happens.
Yeah.
Somehow or another, either they just don't think it's a priority, or it's a different administration. They're not interested in locking down drugs.
Yeah.
Because one of the motivations for that in the 1970s was that they were going to target civil rights activists and anti-war activists. That's one of the methods to do it, is to turn all these drugs that everybody was using into Schedule I drugs.
Yes.
All these drugs that made people question society, all these drugs that made people want to tune in, turn on, drop out. All those drugs, they were like, we got to put a fucking kibosh on all these culture-shifting drugs. And the wild thing is they fucking did it. That's the wild thing. And that the brainwashing still works today. The brainwashing that they did on these compounds that might be the root of all religious experiences.
Yeah.
All these things that you're hearing about in the Bhagavad Gita, all these things you're hearing about in the Bible, these wild-ass crazy stories like what really happened, those people might have had a psychedelic experience. And in fact, the thing about that, the University in Jerusalem that attributes the story of Moses and the burning bush to dimethyltryptamine.
Yeah.
Because they think it might be an acacia bush.
Right.
And they think or one of these bushes that's really rich in DMT. It makes sense.
Sure.
A burning bush, like you smoke it, duh.
Yeah.
Like, it's right there in front of your face.
Right.
And if you take that, and especially if you take that 5,000 years ago, oh my God, of course, you're going to be convinced you're talking to God.
Yeah.
God talked to me.
Yeah.
It really did happen, brothers and sisters. And you tell this story. This is what God told us. This is what we need to do. We need to love each other.
Sure.
We need to follow laws. He gave us laws, a series of laws. Remember, who was it? Mel Brooks? I brought you these 15. And he drops one of them. 10 commandments. Remember that?
Fucking hilarious.
Classic. That's a classic.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, for sure, dude. I mean, like, and these, like, the consumption of these things has, up until recently, tended to be underground. Like, if you look at, like, what's it called? Kaikion. If you look at the, it has been weirdly an underground thing. And I think that's that if there is some cool thing that came from us coming up on the war on drugs.
Yeah.
It's like when I was taking LSD in high school and getting like an immediate reality check, which is like you're hearing about this as being like since you were a kid, you're going to go nuts. You're going to like become legally insane, whatever the fuck that means. And then you take it and you're processing weird shit that happened in your childhood. You're loving yourself. You're looking at the world and seeing it like it's the most beautiful thing you've ever seen. You're hearing music that you heard a million times for the first time. And you realize, oh, they're lying. This is wonderful. This isn't madness. And if it is madness, then this is the kind of crazy all of us need to go. Like, and so what, but you couldn't tell your parents. You wanted to. You wanted to be like, Mom, I think this might help you. But you couldn't because you'd be fucked.
Right.
So, 5-year mandatory minimum, 5-year fucking mandatory minimum. They're locking people up, still people in jail right now for this fucking beautiful gift to humanity. And so we got to experience it from the underground perspective, which was mostly horrific. It produces paranoia. You were scared. You felt like a criminal for nothing. So, yeah, man, like but if you look at the history, any substance like psilocybin, LSD, that breaks down the identity, that allows freedom from the sense of this is me and that's you, and produces at least the potential for merging with reality and with other people, it's not going to work for that fucking hierarchical system. For the hierarchical system to function, you need you're below me, you're above me, and the moment you're like we're all the same, then suddenly the caste system stops working, classism stops working, the whole fucking thing falls apart. Which is why I think that book you gave me, The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross, or you didn't give me it when I was living with you. You actually, I was a dick. I left down the fucking floor. Like one of the reading materials you gave me during that wonderful time was this insane book about how Jesus and Christianity has its roots in psilocybin.
Yeah.
But if you, just for the sake of this rant, if you look at Jesus as psychedelics, it makes a lot of sense, because what Jesus is saying is you don't need a priest class to communicate with the divine. You can do it right now, anytime you want, any day you want. It's always here for you. That's exactly what the mushrooms tell you. And what happens to Jesus? They fucking kill him. And so it's like the relationship between centralized power and psychedelics has always been a contentious one.
Right.
Because psychedelics just tell you, yeah, you're okay. That's one of the things they'll tell you. Maybe you need to fucking walk your dogs more or whatever. But ultimately you get this realization, I'm okay.
It's also the power structures that exist without psychedelics aren't possible if everyone's on psychedelics. And then you have ancient Greece, right? So how did ancient Greece emerge? It emerged because of the Kukion. It emerged because of the people doing these Eleusinian mysteries. They were learning things about themselves and the world, and they decided to let's create democracy. I mean, that's really what it comes from. So that's what's scary. That's what's scary to people that are in power, and also the ignorance. We know that they haven't done it, because if they've done it, they wouldn't be advocating against it. It doesn't make any sense unless they've only done it once and then they reverted, or maybe a couple times. People do revert. One of the things that makes people revert is they get older and they get bitter, and they haven't done psychedelics in a long, long time, and then they become like a shitty Republican when they get older.
Well, man, this is what there's this Buddhist teacher I love, Sharon Salzberg, and one of her sayings I love is, the healing is in the return. Meaning, the way the waveform works is, especially with psychedelics, you get the glimpse of the divine, you forgive yourself, thus forgiving everyone around you, you experience true compassion, and then you come down, and then you crust up. You know what I mean? You crust the fuck up, and now you get crusty, and now you're starting to get irritable again, and angry again, and fucked up, and and if you don't mitigate that in some way, by what is it? What does Bill Hicks says? Squeegeeing your fucking third eye. Yeah. If you don't do a nice squeegee here and there, then you do end up crusted over. You do end up looking back at those ideas you had and saying to yourself, that was highly unrealistic. What the fuck was I thinking? But there's always, that's the thing. It's always, this is my problem with psychedelics. My problem with psychedelics is they don't, obviously it's a chemical, but what can happen is psychedelics, you become the priest class. So you take the psychedelic and you think, I'm experiencing this because of the thing. When the reality is the thing is showing you what's in you. It's always there, right? And so the healing is in the return. It's the moment you realize oh, fuck, it's still here. It never went anywhere.
Right.
And so those crusty ass fucking Republicans, whoever they may be, just under the fucking surface is that unitive consciousness, if you ask me.
Yeah, they're just cowards. If you're that way, if you're authoritarian, whether you're authoritarian left or authoritarian right, generally speaking, unless you're talking about crime, and even then, you're scared, right? Because really, you should be addressing the root of the problem. Which is why do so many people from so many very distinct areas keep going into crime, and why is there nothing being done to stop that? But those people that are authoritarian, in terms of religious beliefs, in terms of behavior, the way people dress, gaze in public, that kind of stuff, those people are all scared. That comes from a place of being scared. The gay people in public is not a problem. Assholes in public is a problem. And if the gay people are nice, you have a great time. If the gay people are assholes, just like if the straight people are assholes, you have a shitty time. It's not a gay straight thing. It's a human being being kind and normal and friendly to people thing. And that's possible with everybody, but people think that, those are the ones that are going to be mean to me and fuck them and they're responsible. No, those are individual human beings, and you're grouping them together because you're scared. You can call it pattern recognition, you can call it whatever you want, you can call it racism, you can call it whatever you want, but all you're doing, you're lumping people in together because you're scared.
That's it.
And you should be aware of danger. But to be so scared that you want to control other people's behavior is like a bad sign. That's a bad sign. You know, if you want to tell people what language they can use, that's a bad sign.
Yes,
that sounds religious too. If you want to tell people how they have to dress or what kind of music they listen to, like this has all been bad always from the beginning of time, whether it's coming from the left or the right. Whether it's fucking the Al Gore shit that was in the Tipper Gore shit in the 1980s. That was coming from the left. So left-wing politicians are trying to censor rap music. That's the reason why you have those dummies. They created that warning explicit lyrics. That's all anybody wanted to buy.
Oh my
God. Didn't
God.
have the warning explicit lyrics. Kids didn't even want to buy those CDs. Get the fuck out of here with your G-rated rap.
Andrew Dice Clay.
High?
Remember Dice Clay had that on his fucking album? What?
Oh, Score.
Dude, what?
Score.
That boosted album sales. Man, I'll tell you
Through
this.
the roof. But the point is it's the same thing, right? It's the same on the left as it is on the right. It's just authoritarians. They're all scared.
Got it. This is so to answer your question, do I believe in Satan? I believe in fear. And fear and the devil are the fucking same thing. And it's like this is, if you want to talk about what Satan is, it's the cloud of fear that lives inside the individual and then collectivizes in a fearful reaction. And how does frightened people react to things? Anger, violence, judgment. Yeah, and so what's the opposite of fear, man? Love. Love is the opposite of fear. And so this is, to me, like, this is the issue. It's not left, right. It's that if you're making decisions based on fear, more than likely the result is going to create something that makes you more afraid. And if you know, that's just how it works. It just fear leads to fucking fear.
It's in the ingredients.
It's in the fucking ingredients, dude. Yeah. Yeah. So you just turn on the fucking light. I mean, Buddhism, this is when they talk about enlightenment. They talk about, like, if we're in a pitch black room, it could be scary. I don't know what's around me. There's weird sounds. What the fuck? You ever woken up in the middle of the night, kind of bleary, and something that's been in your room forever, you can't see it clearly because you're waking up and you're like, it's a person. Oh, it's my chair, right? So the example, this is why Satan in mythology is the deceiver, because it's not there. It's literally not fucking there. The moment you turn on the light, everything's fine. Except in this case, the light is love. If you have the fucking guts to love the person that you're, like, to really, like, cultivate love. Fuck, dude.
Thanks, baby.
No one's scary anymore. With my kids, anyone who has kids knows what I'm fucking talking about. They can do things that are insane, like to your house, to the walls. They say things to you that if any adult said it to you, you might never forgive them. You're going to think about it for a long fucking time, like your beard stinks or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, you meet somebody, like, dude, your fucking beard stinks. Honestly, I'll probably like you. But you know what I mean? Because we love our kids, instantly forgive. You don't hold grudges.
Well, it's not just that. They don't know any better. They haven't learned social skills.
And this is why one of my favorite things Jesus said when he's being crucified, Father, forgive them. They don't know what they're doing. And that's what he fucking meant.
How much of that do you think is historically accurate? Like, how much of the Jesus story do you think is historically accurate when you hear about it?
No idea. Don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care. I just love the story.
I love the story, and I love a story about what happened, because you always have to filter through the very real understanding that we all have about the way human beings tell stories. It's hard to know what's bullshit because people just lie about stuff, and that's not a new thing.
Yeah.
So, but people also tell the truth about stuff. That's not a new thing either. People also write down very important things, and there are people that are virtuous, and there are people that are honest, and there are people that are authentic. They've always existed, right? And there's people that are smart enough to understand the value of just being truthful, right? So those people that encountered something exceptional, crazy, something insane, whether it is the resurrection or whatever it was, I would love to know what the fuck they really said. Like, what were the actual words? Why did you write it down? What really happened? How many people were told this story back and forth over hundreds of years before you wrote it down.
Yeah.
What was the original story, right? Like, we don't, it's so hard. It's like trying to get a story about the things that George Washington said that weren't written down.
Yeah.
That weren't written down, you know, like,
right,
300 years ago. What? How?
Well, so in the same way, fear produces other forms of writing, like Mein Kampf. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, like, it's cymatics. You know, you take a vibration, you throw some fucking flour on a vibrating plate. According to the, like, whatever the frequency is, it forms a certain, it creates a pattern, right? So, like, fear always creates a pretty similar pattern, right? And love also creates a very similar pattern. So like, this is the book of John, my favorite book in the Gospels. It starts off with, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word became a person. And so, but that's not really what it's saying. It's like, it's logos. So in the beginning was some fundamental reality, just truth, just basic, beautiful, fucking perfect truth. And that's what the universe sprang from. And then that truth became a person. So the truth could now talk. It now began to convey itself to other people. And so that truth, I think, if you understood it enough, you could probably create a set of